Chapter 621. Yin Zhenyuo's eyes fell on Chu Shan's pale face. You should recover first. But, the life and death of that person is related to you, your majesty. Before Chu Shan finished speaking, Yin Zhenyuo raised his hand to interrupt. I know what's going on. Chu Shan opened his mouth to say something else, but there was a light knock on the door, and Chu Shan had to swallow his words. Your majesty, two adults came to the back door, claiming to have received the favor of Master Mu before, and wanted to see your majesty. Outside the study, the voice of Housekeeper Li came. Yin Zhenyuo was silent for a few breaths, and ordered Housekeeper Li no. After Housekeeper Li left, Chu Shan looked at Yin Zhenyuo. Mr. Mu, isn't she the princess? Yin Zhenyuo nodded. The people who came are most likely the disciples of Master Zhong. Uncle Li mentioned them before, and they seem to be called Bianji and Guoxiang. Master Zhong? Didn't Master Zhong commit suicide on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival? Are they going to cause trouble for you, your majesty? Chu Shan's brows were about to be knotted. Chu Shan was deeply impressed by the suicide of Master Zhong. At that time, Master Zhong was rescued with the help of Master Ming, and lived in seclusion under the care of his disciples. However, on the Dragon Boat Festival, someone leaked the news that he had received a favor from the Regent Palace. That night, Master Zhong hung himself on a jujube tree in Zhai Zhoumo's villa with a white silk, ending his pedantic life. Chu Shan felt that something was wrong and secretly sent people to investigate the news, but he didn't expect that even the investigators were killed. At that time, Chu Shan wrote a letter to Yin Zhenyuo for this matter, but Yin Zhenyuo replied that he didn't need to investigate further. Guessing that Yin Zhenyuo probably knew something about the inside story, Chu Shan gasped with a hiss. Does the prince know the purpose of their visit? Yin Zhenyuo raised his lips. A good bird chooses a good tree to roost in. It's a coincidence that you come. Back door. After being turned away, Guoxiang looked at Bianji, with a tone of anger that was a bit despised. What does the prince mean? Guoxiang looked at the closed back door thoughtfully. The prince is testing our loyalty and ability. Testing our loyalty? Bianji repeated Guoxiang's words hesitantly. Guoxiang nodded and dragged Bianji to the main gate of the palace. Let's go to the door and scold the prince. Scold? As soon as the words came out, Bianji thought he had heard it wrong. What? Scold the prince? Isn't it a test of loyalty? Yes. Because it is a test of loyalty, I have to scold the prince. Soon, Bianji changed his mind. This is a secret attack. Chaoyang Palace. Yin Beiki was given medicine again, and thrown back to the dragon bed, with his dying breath. Master Yin Changzhou met Yin Beiki in the evening. Is the emperor feeling okay now? Hearing the voice, Yin Beiki tried his best to open his eyes, and looked at the person in front of him, gritting his teeth, and said, You dare to lie to me. Yin Changzhou chuckled, his face no longer respectful. Your Majesty, you worry too much. I will never lie to you, but the play should always be more realistic. At this time, Yin Beiki realized that since he started to cooperate with the person in front of him, Zhao Qian seemed to have disappeared. Even though he had a guess in his heart, he couldn't help but ask, where is Zhao Qian? Zhao Qian? Hearing this name, Yin Changzhou's smile deepened. He is probably chatting with the king of hell at this moment. You? The blood rushed up, Yin Beiki's eyes went dark, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Yin Changzhou frowned in disdain, but still leaned over to wipe the blood from his lips, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and whispered, Do you really think Yin Zhenyuo quelled the rebellion when he went to Sichuan? He killed so many of our brothers, and now we can't kill him. We have to charge some interest. Hearing this, Yin Beiki's pupil shrank, and a strange panic quickly spread from his heart to his limbs. Before Yin Beiki could finish his fear, Yin Changzhou told him another extremely cruel truth. Do you know why Yin Zhenyuo didn't take you away last night? He stood up in front of Yin Beiki's wide eyes and smiled, because he is very smart and knows how to do the opposite. He thought that if he came to take you away in person and pretended to be indifferent and left you behind when the truth was revealed, I would think you were useful to him and then keep you alive. Yin Zhenyuo? It turned out that he really came to save him. A wave of regret surged into Yin Beiki's heart, and his breathing slowly began to hasten. Just when he was about to decide to find a way to hide and get in touch with the outside world, the words of the person beside him made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar again. Are you thinking about joining forces with Yin Zhenyuo now? Before Yin Beiki could speak, Yin Changzhou continued to talk on his own. Don't think about it, you have no chance. Yin Zhenyuo will not ignore you, so the pill you swallowed just now is to end things with you and me. After all, you are the emperor of Da Huang, and I will make your death worthwhile. Enjoy this last moment. As Yin Changzhou suppressed his happy laughter, Yin Beiki felt his eardrums hurt by the harsh laughter. Until the laughter faded away, a surge of regret swept over him, almost swallowing him up. There was once a chance for him to escape, but he ruined it himself. But it was too late. Slowly closing his eyes, 2 lines of turbid tears flowed from the corners of Yin Beiki's eyes. He still doesn't understand. He was obviously the king of a country, but he just wanted to get rid of the thorn in his side. Why did things turn out like this? No one would answer him until he died. At dawn the next day, the sky was still at its darkest. Yin Beiki finally didn't take the breath that was stuck in his throat, and died suddenly on the dragon bed. At the moment of his sudden death, the whole capital was shrouded in a purple-red air. However, this spectacle only lasted for a moment, and it returned to normal immediately after a flash. No one knew what happened to cause this spectacle, except Ming Zhong and Yin Zhenyuo. After seeing the bright red with scattered purple for a moment, he immediately sent people to check the moat in fear. Not long after, the servant he sent to check the moat came back out of breath. Master, the water level of the moat has dropped again. Ming Zhong fell on the chair on the spot. It can't be saved. It can't be saved. As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth on the spot. Master, the Ming mansion was in a panic. At the same time, the Regent's mansion. Yin Zhenyuo seemed to feel something, and felt a pain in his chest. When he opened his eyes, he saw the fleeting red light outside the window. Then, his whole body was like a demon, and his internal energy flowed without any rules. He couldn't move, and could only use all his strength to turn over and let himself fall off the bed and make a sound. The guard heard the noise in the room and asked nervously, "My lord, do you need me to come in?" Chapter 622. Yin Zhenyuo felt that the meridians in his body were about to explode, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, but he could not make any sound. The secret guard noticed that there was something wrong in the room, and he quickly landed and rushed in with the guards. The moment the door was opened, a huge force with a dragon roar knocked the 2 people to the ground, and the force was so great that the whole bedroom was shaken. Then, a gust of wind blew, and the whole palace was blown away. The guards outside the palace heard the noise in the palace, and rushed into the palace without hesitation. Chu Shan, who came upon hearing the news, was even faster than anyone else. Seeing Yin Zhenyuo lying on the bed, with a pale face and a weak breath, his face suddenly changed. "Your Highness!" The ground in Saibei shook briefly, and the tremor was obvious. Qin Pei was awakened at once. A crisp sound came from the small box beside the desk. He quickly lifted the quilt, got out of bed, picked up the box, and opened it. The tortoiseshell inside, which was specially used for deduction, was cracked and could no longer be used for divination. Qin Pei's eyes froze, and he immediately got up and went out of the room to look south. Just happened to see the scattered purple-red light in the sky that flashed like an illusion. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately returned to the house and directly used his hand to draw a hexagram. No turn to Lin. The great retreater has a great responsibility. He slowly sat on the chair, muttering, "The red snake fell, the dragon shape scattered. The dragon bone is formed, and the world is in chaos." Xiangzila, who was far away at Yazui Pass, was awakened by the obvious pulling pain in his legs in his sleep. Xiao 3, hurry up, my legs. My legs are cramping again." Gongjing number 3 hurriedly helped her repair it. After the pain in his legs subsided, Xiangzila wiped off the cold sweat from the pain in his legs and flashed into the space. "Little ghost cultivator, you haven't been normal recently. Why do you always have leg cramps?" Gongjing number 3's tone was very worried. If it is said that pregnant women lack calcium, but now the child has not grown yet, it should not be the time to lack calcium. Could it be? Is the little ghost cultivator going to grow taller? As soon as the idea came out, Gongjing number 3 immediately denied himself. The little ghost cultivator's current height is the same as when he was in the main world, and it is impossible to grow taller. "I want to know too." Xiangzila sighed helplessly. His eyes gently fell on the small light ball not far away. Changju was covered with a small quilt, and was sleeping next to the small light ball. "I have lived for 2 lifetimes, and my leg cramps are the most severe recently." After thinking for a while, Gongjing number 3 suggested, "Why don't you leave here early? Although the little master has temporarily stopped growing, I can't think of any reason why you have leg cramps, except that the little master needs to take nutrients from your body to grow. You have such severe leg cramps before you grow. If you don't take good care of yourself, I'm afraid your body won't be able to provide enough nutrients for the little master's growth in the future." "You have a point." Xiangzila reached out and took Gongging number 3, looking at the herds of cattle and sheep resting on the hillside in the distance, and the helplessness in his tone deepened a bit. But Xixia has been making frequent moves recently, and Uncle Jing returned to the court because of my persuasion. If I leave, if Brother Xiao has an accident, I can't escape the blame. What's more, as long as Nansha can contain Xixia, then the Xixia army in Sichuan will lose a force, which is also a help to Ju Nuo. It's even more impossible for me to leave at this critical juncture. Gongging number 3 understood Xiang Jila's helplessness. Her family, husband and children really made her feel very difficult. Forget it. If you don't want to leave, sure too, and I can't force you. I try to find out if there are any cows or sheep hidden before, and try to get you some milk or goat milk to supplement your calcium. Milk. Goat milk. Calcium supplement? Xiang Jila glanced at Gongging number 3 in confusion. She knew about milk and goat milk, but what is calcium supplement? His eyes were attracted by the small ball of light again, and Xiang Jila suddenly realized. The little seedlings haven't started to grow yet, so they can't drink it yet. It's not for the little master, it's for you. When the time comes, 3 bowls a day, even if you vomit, you have to drink it for me. What? The sky is bright. The blue sky is dotted with a few soft white clouds. The weather is so good that people can't help but have an illusion of peace and tranquility. Regent Palace. The imperial physician took back his hand from taking Yin Zhenyuo's pulse, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, bowed to Yin Zhenyuo and said, Your Majesty is in good health. Maybe it's a convulsion caused by overwork these days. Take the Ningxin decoction later, and have a good rest. Yin Zhenyuo sat on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and nodded unclely. Butler Li hurriedly stepped forward, and made a pleased gesture to the imperial physician. Thank you, Imperial Physician Zhang. The wound on Chu Shan's body had broken open again, because he ran too hard before. After inviting the imperial physician, Butler Li bandaged him again. Because they used the kind of effective but strong wound medicine, at this moment, the faces of the master and servant were pale. Prince, are you okay? Do you need to lie down and rest for a while? Yin Zhenyuo shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. You should go back and rest first. We don't need you here for the time being. Feeling that Yin Zhenyuo's expression seemed wrong, Chu Shan looked at him worriedly. Your Highness. Get out. Yin Zhenyuo's tone was a little heavier, and even his jaw was tense because of signs of anger. Chapter 623. Chu Shan was afraid that Yin Zhenyuo would get angry and affect his mood, so he lowered his head quickly. Yes, I will take my leave. Your Majesty, please remember to call me if you have anything to do. The sound of the door closing sounded, and Yin Zhenyuo's expression relaxed. The phoenix eyes, which were always silent and deep, now had a bit of absent-mindedness. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. The internal force in his body was still there, but he always felt that something was missing. Your Majesty has the shape of a dragon, but no dragon bones, so he can only be a minister but not an emperor. Qin Pei's words flashed through his mind, and Yin Zhenyuo's thoughts fell back to the day last year when Qin Pei came to him overnight. If the superior dies, the prince will definitely be affected, and the princess will definitely be implicated. Is this the situation that the prince wants to see? Since Xiang Jila introduced him, Qin Pei has said this more than once. But he didn't take it to heart. This time, seeing him bring it up again, Yin Zhenyuo followed his words, and asked for the first time, What will happen if you are affected? Qin Pei stood in front of him. Neither humble nor arrogant, the dragon form dissipated, and the country collapsed. You mean, if I can't keep this so-called dragon form, the great phoenix will be destroyed in my hands? Yin Zhenyuo's tone became colder and colder. Qin Pei nodded lightly and answered with a resounding voice, Yes. Ridiculous. Yin Zhenyuo smashed the high-legged coffee table beside him into pieces with a palm. Qin Pei knelt down again. Yin Zhenyuo stared at Qin Pei for a long time, observing his words, actions, and facial expressions without any expression. After making sure there was no suspicion, he spoke slowly. My lord, if you don't believe in such strange and supernatural things, don't mention this matter again. Yin Zhenyuo's voice was very light, but the pressure he exerted on Qin Pei was full. Qin Pei's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat from fear, but he still tried to make his voice heard by Yin Zhenyuo. God's will cannot be violated. If the prince does not want to listen to the unpleasant but honest advice, I will not say a word. However, the collapse of the country will surely lead to continuous disasters and wars. What are the people of the world to blame? The sound of joints tightening echoed in the house. Yin Zhenyuo could even hear Qin Pei's increasingly heavy breathing. He was afraid. But he did not give in at all. Yin Zhenyuo's phoenix eyes narrowed, and his clenched fist slowly relaxed. How do I know if this invisible dragon shape has dissipated? Feel. Feel? His thoughts returned. For the first time, a strange emotion emerged in Yin Zhenyuo's heart. It was not fear, but a strange feeling of confusion and reluctance intertwined, always feeling that the things that belonged to him were torn into pieces invisibly, but he was powerless to hold on. His 5 fingers opened and closed, and his martial arts were indeed not affected at all. Lin Si, he called softly. The Qilin guards, who had hidden in the dark again, knelt down silently in front of him. Your Highness. Notify Lin Qi to go to the palace to get some news. Yes. At night. After confirming his guess from the news brought back by Lin Qi, Yin Zhenyuo lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then walked to the desk and wrote furiously. While Butler Li brought him some soothing tea, he also sent someone to call Chu Shan. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, Yin Zhenyuo handed the 2 letters to Butler Li. He ordered Uncle Li, tell Sunny and the others to return to their respective positions tonight, and no longer need to stay in the Regent's palace. Tomorrow morning, you will send someone to deliver a letter to Zhong Qiang's 2 disciples saying that the king wants to see them, and then notify Jia Daoheng to expose all the evidence collected in the 6 ministries before. Tomorrow night, leave for Saibei, and hand the letter to Lin Bufan, and leave in Saibei. Hearing Yin Zhenyuo's arrangement, Butler Li's eyes widened. Your Majesty? Once the 6 ministries move, the court will surely fall into turmoil. At that time, not to mention Kyoto, the entire Dahuang will be affected. Go. But, why, I can't order you now. I dare not. Go. Seeing Yin Zhenyuo's firm attitude, Steward Li finally swallowed the words on his lips. Yes, I take my leave. When he turned around, he secretly glanced at Chu Shan. After Chu Shan tacitly looked back at him and gave him a reassuring look, Steward Li continued to bow his head and retreat. Chu Shan. Hearing Yin Zhenyuo's gentle call, Chu Shan immediately perked up. I'm here. You come with me. Yes. In the secret room, Yin Zhenyuo opened a palm-sized copper-locked box and handed it to Chu Shan. After seeing the contents of the box, Chu Shan's face immediately changed, and he knelt on the ground in fear. Your Majesty. I have no second thoughts. Is your brain filled with water? Yin Zhenyuo snorted coldly, interrupting Chu Shan's imagination, and silently closed the box again, locked it, and handed the box and the key to him. The Kirin Guard token and the military token of the 200,000-strong army in the northern frontier are like scrap metal now, so you will keep them for the time being. Keep them for the time being by him? Chu Shan knelt woodenly, and let Yin Zhenyuo put the box in his hand. He quickly analyzed what was wrong with Yin Zhenyuo tonight. First, he wanted to move the entire court without any warning, and let Uncle Li stay in the northern frontier and not come back. Now he handed the Kirin Guard token and the military token to him. Although the prince said that the Kirin Guard token and the military token of the Northern Frontier Army are like scrap metal now, this is all based on the prince's presence. What if the prince is not here? As soon as the thought came out, Chu Shan immediately felt cold all over and put down the box in fear. Your Majesty, please forgive me for not being able to obey your order. The Qilin Guard and the Saibei army swear to live and die with you. I am confused. Yin Zhenyuo turned around and didn't look at Chu Shan again. Obviously, he guessed that Chu Shan knew his intention. Chu Shan's eyes were red, and he nodded heavily. I have been confused for more than a year, Your Majesty knows it. I have been stupid since I was a child. I don't understand the great principles of loyalty to the Emperor and the country. I only know the 4 words of gratitude. In my heart, if it weren't for Your Majesty's cultivation and tolerance of my subordinates, I wouldn't be where I am today. My life was saved by the prince, and everything was given by the prince. Stupid. After being hit by Yin Zhenyuo's 2 cold words, Chu Shan had the courage to disobey Yin Zhenyuo's order for the first time, and stood up on his own when he didn't ask him to stand up. Yes, I am indeed stupid, but isn't the prince just as stupid? Over the years of life and death, the prince has always been carefree and put life and death aside. Now he is just facing a group of remnants of his defeated generals, and his courage is not as good as that of a 3-year-old child, and he has become timid. If the princess knew that you would rather put yourself in danger than reserve most of your strength for her, I don't know how sad she would be. Unexpectedly, Chu Shan suddenly said his plan so boldly. Yin Zhenyuo turned around suddenly, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. Chu Shan, you are so presumptuous. With a loud shout, Chu Shan's heart was timid, his legs softened, and he knelt heavily on the ground again, and a hot tear dripped on the ground along with his movements. The prince has handed over the token and military token of the Qilin Guard to his subordinates this time. Shouldn't the next step be to force the subordinates to swear that after you encounter an accident, they must be loyal to the princess with the Qilin Guard and the Saibei army as loyal to you? Chu Shan! Yan Zhenyu shouted again. Once again, Chu Shan stood under the pressure from Yan Zhenyu and looked at Yan Zhenyu with red eyes. The prince is thoughtful, but why do you think that if you encounter an accident, the princess will live alone? Will the subordinates live in shame? Chapter 624. After leaving the study, Li Guanjia has been restless. Why did the prince let him stay in Saibei? After thinking about it, he couldn't help but return to Yan Zhenyu's study again. After confirming with other guards that Chu Shan hadn't come out, he wandered around nervously. I don't know how long it took to get lost. Yes, I get lost right away. A familiar conversation came from not far away. Li Guanjia looked happy and walked in front of Chu Shan with his short legs and agile steps, pretending to blame and asked, "What's wrong? Did you make the prince angry again?" Chu Shan's face was pale and sweaty. He called Li Guanjia to his side. "Uncle Li. Uncle Li, help me first." Seeing Li Guanjia, Chu Shan's fear just came back. Scared me to death. Feeling Chu Shan leaning on him for strength, Li Guanjia took him to a corner and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is the prince very abnormal?" As Li Guanjia moved, Chu Shan hissed, and the wound seems to have broken open again. Li Guanjia quickly helped him to sit down beside the flower bed, where the potted plants were placed in the corridor. "What happened? Just tell me." He was almost dying of anxiety. Chu Shan shook his head and kept silent about what happened just now. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said to Li Guanjia, "Don't ask about other things. Now go to the study and return the letter to the prince. The prince has other instructions." Seeing that Chu Shan was very taboo about what happened just now, Li Guanjia nodded quickly. "Okay, I go right away." After Butler Li left, Chu Shan breathed a sigh of relief again. God knows how he escaped death just now. Seeing that the prince was unmoved by his persuasion, he had no choice but to say, "Prince, have you ever thought that you really trust the princess, and the princess is now really loyal to you? But what if something happens that we can't think of? For example, what if the princess accidentally finds out that she has your blood? And what if the princess is forced by the situation, in order to preserve your blood? She takes her subordinates, and the Qilin guards of the Northern Frontier Army to someone else, let her subordinates be loyal to another man, and let your child call another man father. Is this the result you want to see, Prince?" Good fellow. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said it, the prince almost drew out 100 blades to chop him. Fortunately, after taking this strong medicine, the prince finally rekindled his fighting spirit and stopped thinking about doing stupid things. After all, with the prince's character, if this really happened, he would probably jump up and strangle the unjust bastard who replaced him even after he died and lay in the coffin. August. It should be the season for the fragrance of golden osmanthus. The entire southern Chu border was filled with the sound of fierce fighting and the strong smell of blood. As Xiang Jile expected, about half a month after Huang Fujing returned to the capital, the Xixiao army arrived. At first, only a small number of cavalry came to test the situation. After confirming that Huang Fujing had indeed returned to the capital, they began to attack fiercely. Fortunately, Xiang Jile had been prepared and divided all the garrison troops into 3 groups. One group guarded the empty city, one group outflanked the Xixiao army from behind and drove them to the wall of Yazui Pass, and attacked together with the soldiers guarding the city. Another group of light cavalry took the opportunity to bypass the enemy camp and give them a surprise attack, cutting off the enemy's retreat. If Xiang Jile's plan was carried out smoothly, after taking down the enemy's main general, victory would be in sight. But Xiang Jile underestimated Nandong Yao's determination to get rid of Huang Fujing and his son. When she saw the vanguard of Huang Fu's army, who captured the main general being beheaded by the soldiers guarding Yazui Pass, when she saw Huang Fu's army safely leaving his back to the soldiers, but suddenly being attacked by the enemy and killed in one blow, her eyes were filled with bloodshot due to anger. She knew that under the imperial power, human life was worthless. But it shouldn't be like this. Soldiers guarding the border should die heroically, not die cowardly at the hands of their own people. Huang Fu Xiao, who was killing the enemy in a position not far from her, was also furious when he saw such a tragic situation. "Stop it, it's all rebellion. We are guarding Yazui Pass, and we have to kill the Xixiao army. It's the Xixiao army that should die. Why are you pointing your knife at your own people?" The guarding soldier chopped off the head of a Huang Fu army soldier with his backhand, and his face, and body were splattered with Huang Fu army's blood, and he smiled like a ghost. Our own people? Guarding the pass? Only your Huang Fu family would be so naive. The battle situation suddenly reversed. It should have been a sure win, but now it has become a miserable defeat because of our betrayal. No, this is not a defeat, because both our side and the Xixiao army have a clear goal, to slaughter the Huang Fu army. Even if Huang Fu Xiao swung his sword like crazy to attack those traitors, and the Xixiao army, he still couldn't stop the Huang Fu army from decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a cool and neat comeback, Xiang Jila harvested several lives again. She wiped the blood splashed on her face, turned around, and saw Huang Fu Xiao's miserable state. She was horrified, and used the barrier of Changju to break through the siege. She knocked Huang Fu Xiao, who was stabbed several times and trapped in the magic barrier, unconscious, and dragged him out of the crowd of enemies. She poured her inner force into her voice and ordered loudly, "Huang Fu army, listen to my order, abandon the city and retreat." Knowing that Xiang Jila had a close relationship with Huang Fu Jing and his son, the few remaining remnants of the Huang Fu army fought their way out of the siege and ran wildly behind Xiang Jila. Behind him came the cheers of the soldiers guarding Yazui Pass and the Xixiao army. Xiang Jila led the injured Huang Fu Xiao all the way north. Feeling that Huang Fu Xiao's breath was gradually weakening, Xiang Jila pulled the reins and changed direction. Seeing where Xiang Jila was going, dozens of remnants of soldiers behind him tightened the reins and stopped. After running for a while, without hearing the sound of horse hooves behind him, Xiang Jila turned his head suspiciously, and found that the remnants of soldiers, who had followed closely at the beginning, were now far behind him. She turned back. "Why don't you follow?" The deputy general named Zhang Changong, who followed Xiang Jila the most closely at the beginning, looked at Xiang Jila warily. "That's the Xixiao's base. What's your purpose in taking us there? Isn't it too late to doubt my motives now?" Xiang Jila sneered, pulled the reins, and turned around again. "No more nonsense. If you want to follow, follow. If not, forget it. Stop. Give us back the young master." Huang Fu Xiao was still in the man's hand. Even if he felt it was a trap, Zhang Changong had to call on the other remnants to catch up. "You traitor, give us back the young master." Chapter 625. After chasing all the way, Zhang Changong led the remnants, and finally caught up with Xiang Jila in a deserted mountain valley full of strange stone forests before sunset. To be precise, Xiang Jila arrived at the destination and stopped to wait for their people to catch up. At this time, Xiang Jila had stopped the bleeding for Huang Fu Xiao with the help of Gongjing No. 3, and Huang Fu Xiao also woke up. He looked at his sister, who was squatting beside him, to make a fire with a gentle look. Such a peaceful picture makes people can't help but destroy its beauty. Except for one person. "I knew you had bad intentions." Zhang Chagong hurriedly turned over and dismounted, and stepped forward to push Xiang Jila away to let her keep a distance from Huang Fu Xiao. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by Huang Fu Xiao. "Zhang Changong, what are you going to do?" Xiang Jila turned his head and saw Zhang Changong's action in midair, and immediately guessed that this person now regarded him as an enemy. Sure enough, the next moment, he persuaded Huang Fu Xiao, "Young master, over this barren mountain is where the Xixiao army set up camp. This person deliberately brought us here, obviously wanting to attract the Xixiao army to catch us all in one fell swoop." As Xiang Jila stood up, sneered, "If I really want to catch you all, I can just quietly evacuate. Why would I bring you all along? Who knows if you want to receive military merit?" Zhang Changong immediately retorted, "When General Wang returned to the capital, if you hadn't insisted that he take away 2/3 of the Huang Fu army, why would we be so passive and take the beating?" "Passively take the beating? So now she is still wrong?" "You have to understand." Xiang Jila interrupted sharply, "The one who killed your brothers was your own people. If you didn't have the approval of the emperor, who was far away in Yuancheng, how do you think they, the mere city guards, would have the courage to collude with Xixiao to attack you? The emperor, they were far away in Yuancheng. This man is not from Nanchu." After capturing this important information, Zhang Changong couldn't wait to help Huang Fu Xiao up. "Young master, this man is not from Nanchu. He definitely has ulterior motives for staying with us. Don't be fooled by his sweet words." "Enough." Huang Fu Xiao angrily shook off Zhang Changong's hand and pointed at Xiang Jila with his backhand. "Everyone in the world will have ulterior motives towards me, except for two people. One is my father, and the other is her." "Young master, you are confused." Zhang Changong looked at Huang Fu Xiao with great sorrow. "You are the ones who are confused." Seeing that the blood that Huang Fu Xiao had finally stopped was about to bleed out again, Xiang Jila immediately asked Huang Fuxiao to sit back in his previous position and scolded Zhang Chonggong and others. What is the critical moment now? Is it the time to start an internal conflict? Zhang Chonggong raised his eyebrows coldly. If you are not of my race, you must kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his neck and even had difficulty breathing. You keep saying that I have bad intentions towards you. Why don't you show me some evidence? Xiang Jila pulled the whip in his hand. Zhang Chonggong's breathing became thinner, and his face flushed red. Other Huangfu soldiers saw this and stepped forward to stop him. What are you doing? Are you going to kill people to silence them? Huang Fuxiao wanted to stand up again, but was stopped by Xiang Zila's eyes. Seeing his brother, who had been through life and death with him supporting him, Zhang Chonggong smiled contemptuously at Xiang Jila and said intermittently, You keep saying that you won't harm us. There must be a reason that convinces us. If you say anything, I will be slighted by you. If you say anything, I will prove it to you. What? Do you think I am easy to bully because you have more people than me? You are talking nonsense. Zhang Chonggong couldn't even pronounce his words clearly. Although I am not a noble man, I still understand the truth. If you can really convince us that you have no intention of harming the young master and the general king, I will never blink an eye if you let me, Zhang Chonggong, go through fire and water in the future. Okay, Xiang Jila retracted his whip, I convince you. Little Jila. Huang Fuxiao struggled to hold her. Xiang Jila stretched out his hand for him to hold, and gave him a reassuring look. Zhang Chonggong, who had regained his freedom, cleared his still dry throat and urged, Aren't you trying to convince us? Come on, give me a reason. Xiang Jila snorted, There's a stream half a mile ahead. Send someone to fetch water, or you accuse me of playing tricks. Zhang Chonggong glanced at Xiang Jila, took off the bronze helmet on his head, and handed it to the person next to him. Go, get some water. Yes. Remember to wash off the dirt on it. Xiang Jila reminded. Seeing that the brothers who were not injured were surrounding Xiang Jila inconspicuously, Zhang Chonggong snorted twice. Let me see what you are up to. After a while, the soldiers brought the water back. Before taking the water, Xiang Jila asked Zhang Chonggong, Do you want to drink a sip to test the poison? Hearing this, Zhang Chonggong actually took the helmet and took a sip of water. The stream water was sweet and clear, and it was like a sweet rain from heaven. Zhang Chonggong almost couldn't help but drink a few more sips. Xiang Jila smiled playfully, took the helmet he handed over and walked aside. With a change of mind, he asked Gongging No. 3 to replace the clear water in the water bag with a potion to remove the disguise on his face, and put the helmet in the hands of another life Huang Fujun, washing his face in front of everyone. What kind of operation is this? Zhang Chonggong and others were full of suspicion. Huang Fuxiao's eyes quickly flashed a complicated look. Chapter 626. As Xiang Jila's fair face was exposed to everyone, exclamations came one after another. Oh my god, this man looks like the young master. No, his face is rounder and his eyes are bigger than the young master's. He looks more feminine than the young master. After washing his face, Xiang Jila poured out the turbid water that had already changed color, and after instructing the soldier holding the helmet to draw water again, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Chonggong. He regained his original voice. I am your young master's biological sister. Is this reason enough to convince you? As soon as Xiang Jila finished speaking, everyone looked at Huang Fuxiao. Huang Fuxiao nodded, twin sisters. In the face of everyone's incredulous expressions, he reminded, Why else do you think father would use her so much? Whatever delicious food is served to her first. It seems to be the case. Zhang Chonggong looked at Huang Fuxiao with hope. I had the honor of meeting the little princess before, it's not. So that person is now the eldest princess. Huang Fuxiao obviously didn't want to hear Zhang Chonggong mention Liu. Look at the young master's expression, as if the crime of deceiving the emperor is not a crime. However, in this situation, whether they are guilty of deceiving the emperor or not, the king seems to be unwilling to let them go. After seeing the situation clearly, he hesitated for a long time, and then Zhang Chonggong blushed and bowed to Xiang Jila unnaturally, and said something. Little princess, I meet. Xiang Jila immediately raised his hand to stop Zhang Chonggong. Stop. There is no need for the princess. The one in Yuansheng has already given you no way out. What's the point of this empty title? It turned out that the little girl had already seen the situation clearly. Zhang Chonggong changed his rudeness just now, immediately knelt in front of Xiang Jila, and bowed his head sincerely. It was Zhang Chonggong who was blind and didn't recognize the little miss. But why didn't you grow up in Nanchu? Zhang Chonggong's words raised many people's doubts. They were already very surprised when they heard that General Wang brought back a little princess from Dahuan. They had never had a chance to understand it, but now that the real owner was in front of them, they wanted to know the situation. Xiang Jila did not answer Zhang Changdong's question, but looked at Huang Fuxiao. Understanding her eyes, Huang Fuxiao made up a reason. When mother gave birth to us, father was away and sick, and happened to encounter bandits. Mother was too busy to take care of herself. In order to escape with me, she was separated from my sister, and was only found 2 years ago. So that's it. Thinking back to these days when Xiang Jila disguised herself so perfectly that almost no one discovered her true identity, Zhang Changdong said sincerely again, "Miss, you are as brave as a man. Zhang Changdong admires you." Xiang Jila nodded. "So, can we calm down and settle here for now?" Thinking of his petty thoughts just now, Zhang Changdong felt a heat behind his ears, of course. Xiang Jila said to him, "Although there are rocks everywhere here, there are streams, weeds, some natural caves on the cliffs around, and bushes not far away. It is still possible to use it for rest in the short term." Zhang Changdong looked around, glanced at the gradually darkening sky, and frowned, "But it seems that food is hard to find here." Guessing Zhang Changdong's thoughts, Xiang Jila raised his hand to interrupt him before he asked the question. "As for food, I have explored the road near here before, and know where to find it. I will bring you food later. You don't have to worry about it. Do you need me to send someone to go with you to find it?" With all his doubts gone, Zhang Changdong no longer had any doubts about Xiang Jila's words. This time, he wanted to help Xiang Jila solve the problem from the bottom of his heart. Xiang Jila shook his head. "No need, that place is secret. If there are too many people, it will be easy to expose the target." "Okay, miss, if you need help from me and others, you must ask," Zhang Changdong said. Xiang Jila nodded and ordered, "Now what you need most is to set up camp quickly, count the remaining people and the injured, and I will take care of the food." "Yes." Zhang Changdong took the order and retreated. "I thought you would rather fight with Zhang Changdong than expose your identity." Looking at Zhang Changdong, who was directing the soldiers to lead the horses to a place not far away, Huang Fuxiao turned his head and pulled the corner of his mouth to Xiang Jila, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. "If you can't laugh, don't force it." Knowing that he was in a bad mood today, Xiang Jila helped him move a little and let him sit against a huge rock, and by the way, continued to light the fire that had not been lit just now. "This is a different time. I concealed my identity before because I was worried about your and Uncle Jing's situation. Now that you have abandoned the city and escaped, in a sense, you have torn your face with Nanchu, so there is no need to entangle." "I see," I thought. "Thought what?" Xiang Jila casually threw a piece of wood into the fire. Huang Fuxiao shook his head and sighed. "I thought you were just dressed as a man because you were worried that your old brother-in-law would be jealous." Accompanied by a cry of pain, the originally weak voice became full of strength. "Xiao Jila, I am injured." Xiang Jila stood up and glared at him with shame and annoyance. "I told you not to talk nonsense. Jun Nuo would never do such a childish thing." Seeing Xiang Jila raising his legs to go to a place with fewer people, Huang Fuxiao shouted, "Where are you going?" Xiang Jila waved his hand at him without turning his head. "I'm looking for food for you." "Looking for food? Really looking for food?" Not to stabilize Zhang Changdong, Huang Fuxiao's eyebrows jumped. It was night. Several bonfires were lit in a hidden canyon. 2 whole sheep with their bellies ripped open were roasted on the fire, and the aroma of meat filled the air. But the soldiers gathered around the bonfire with their heads down, and no one had an appetite. Xiang Jila, Huang Fuxiao, and Zhang Changdong were gathered around the same fire. Zhang Changdong reported to Xiang Jila and Huang Fuxiao in a heavy voice. "The Huangfu army stationed at Yazui Pass has 20,000 infantry, 10,000 spearmen, and 800 cavalry. And now the cavalry that escaped, including this general, totaled only 83 people, of whom 12 were injured. Some of them were probably too seriously injured and died on horseback during the retreat." Xiang Jila picked up a branch and drew a big circle on the ground, which was then divided into 4 very irregular parts. "The one in Yuancheng is determined to eliminate you and Uncle Jing. Uncle Jing is probably in trouble on his way back to the capital." "Miss, I am thinking." Zhang Changdong watched Xiang Jila point the branch in his hand at the largest blank space in the circle. "Although it was tragic today, we were defeated and retreated. The rest of the Huangfu army should not be as tragic as during the battle. Therefore, the remaining Huangfu soldiers who were not killed should not be slaughtered." Chapter 627. Xiang Jila shook his head. "If the main generals were all dead, it would be fine, but the situation now is the opposite. No one can say for sure whether we will kill them or not. We can only say that for now, our early retreat is a good thing for the Huangfu army that did not have time to evacuate. Huangfu Xiao looked at Xiang Jila thoughtfully. So what do you think we should do next, Xiao Jila? Find a way to recapture Yazui Pass. Xiang Jila answered decisively. Only with less than 100 people here? Zhang Chandong looked at Xiang Jila in disbelief. There must be more than just us. Xiang Jila put down the stick in his hand and stuffed half a peeled baked potato into Huangfu Zhao's hand. We were suddenly attacked by the native soldiers guarding the city. Do you think Uncle Jing's place will be better than ours? Is there really someone who dares to be blind, and even dare to touch the army returning to the capital? Huangfu Xiao took the potato and bit off most of it. If someone backs you up, what's there to be afraid of? Xiang Jila said lightly. They all knew who the backer was. Then, according to what the lady meant, should we wait for the general to come back? Zhang Chanong asked. It's always good to be prepared. Looking up at the starry sky, Xiang Jila murmured, I hope I'm overthinking. If Uncle Jing really returned to Yuancheng safely, the situation would definitely not be better than on the battlefield. Kyoto. Be careful of fire. Bang, bang, bang. Beware of thieves. Ding, ding, ding. The night watchman was on his routine patrol. When he passed by Chiju, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if a black shadow flashed by. He thought he was seeing things, and rubbed his eyes. A smell of kerosene came from between his nose wings. He immediately followed the smell and approached Chiju. Puff. Before the screams could overflow, they were instantly drowned in the sea of fire. The heat wave rolled. All the people living around Chiju were alarmed. Oh my God, there's a fire. Hurry, put out the fire. The owner of the study is still inside. Report to the police. Report to the police quickly. Until the sky gradually brightened, the fire in Chiju was still raging. However, what surprised people was that the fire seemed to have spirituality, burning only the entire Chiju without any usurpation. No matter how others poured water, it could not be put out. Regent Palace. After Chu Shan received the news, he immediately reported to Yan Zhenyuo. Chiju caught fire late last night, and Mr. Ming was also inside. Yan Zhenyuo paused while holding the pen, and a large flower of ink immediately spread out on the handwriting that had not yet dried. The scene that emerged in his mind was 2 days ago, when Meng Zhong came to ask for an interview. At that time, Meng Zhong told him many inexplicable but related things. Before leaving, he looked at him with red eyes, straightened his back, and looked at him with a firm look. Your Majesty, if one day I die in an accident, it means that the enemy is here to seek revenge. When I was young, I never believed in God's will, but as I grew older, I found that the deep meaning of God is not something that ordinary people like us can guess. Your Highness, follow the will of heaven and you will prosper. Meng Zhong's last words seemed to persuade him to accept his fate. Ha! A hint of irony flashed in Yan Zhenyuo's eyes. If it was before Yan Beiqi's death, he might have thought of using a compromise method to maximize his interests. But now that the shadowless guards are pressing him step by step, like an arrow from a bow, how can he give in? His life can only be in his own hands. Your Highness, the court will become the one-man show of that eunuch these days. What should we do next? Chu Shan asked. Let Uncle Li inform Jia Daoheng that it's time to tear off the fake disguise, and send a few more people to protect him in the dark. In addition, the 50,000 elite soldiers dispatched by Lin Bufan should arrive in Beijing soon. You should have people pay attention to the dynamics in the palace. Yan Zhenyuo ordered Chu Shan. After Chu Shan received the order, he did not forget to ask then. Do you need to investigate the matter of Chiju in detail? Yan Zhenyuo leaned back in his chair lazily. No need to investigate. After this incident happened, I immediately sent people to the Ming Mansion and the surrounding areas of Chiju to investigate, and found that this matter was not as simple as we saw on the surface. Seeing that Yan Zhenyuo didn't seem to be surprised by Meng Zhong's death, and had no interest in the truth he had found, Chu Shan asked tentatively, Your Majesty, do you know who was responsible for the fire at Chiju? Yan Changzhou and Meng Zhong were both involved. Without thinking, Yan Zhenyuo told Chu Shan the answer, and put the jade pin back in place. At the beginning of the founding of the country, Wang Wei and Chiju complemented each other. How could Yan Changzhou not know the significance of Chiju? Hearing this, Chu Shan shut up obediently. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of Da Huang. At this age, even trees have become spirits, let alone people with more tricks than one. Huang Fujing reunited with Xiang Jila and his sister on the 5th day after the fall of Yazui Pass. Under the guidance of the soldiers, Huang Fujing was obviously surprised to see Xiang Jila restored to his original appearance. Little Jila doesn't need to hide anymore. Xiang Jila smiled at him. Uncle Jing knows the reason why there is no need to hide, right? It was the unspoken topic again. Wang Fujing forced a stiff smile helplessly. Yuan Cheng can't go back. Then, Wang Fujing told Xiang Jila and his sister what happened after he left Yazui Pass. Not long after leaving Yazui Pass, he was besieged by the Qiangyou tribe and the Xixia army. At that time, he realized something was wrong, so he was more cautious and left half of the Huangfu army at the junction of Yinta Pass and Yazui Pass, and ordered those Huangfu soldiers to come back to Yazui Pass to find the young master if his people didn't bring back news within 3 days. The rest of the people followed him to explore the way. After arriving at Yinta Pass without any danger, as expected, the guard of Yinta Pass first led them into the city and entertained them enthusiastically, but when they were drunk, they suddenly turned hostile and said that they had not received the imperial edict. They insisted that Huang Fujing had deserted the battlefield and intended to lead his troops back to Yuancheng to rebel. They were going to be killed on the spot without any reason. Fortunately, he had expected this situation before entering the pass, so he immediately ordered the soldiers, "Don't be greedy when you encounter wine and food." Chapter 628. Just when the generals guarding Yinta Pass thought their plan had succeeded and drew their swords, Wang Fujing and his men also fought back and captured Yinta Pass. This time, they were really convicted of treason. If they went back after receiving the order, they would be surrounded and killed. If they refused to return after being arrested, their entire clan would be implicated. "You little brat, you are going too far." Wang Fujing thrust the crescent blade into the huge rock on the cliff of Guanxia. He didn't even have time to rebel, but Nandong forced him to rebel. The food and weapons hadn't even been fully stockpiled. "Since we can't go back, let's stay here and make our own decisions," Wang Fushao blurted out. He was relieved that Wang Fushao could still remain optimistic despite his miserable appearance. Wang Fujing laughed and scolded, "You little brat, you have a nice idea. Let's not talk about how to solve the problem of the soldiers' helmets, armor, and weapons for the time being. Do you know how much silver is needed to solve the problem of food and grass for 100,000 troops, and the defense of the city?" This question actually stumped Wang Fushao. He secretly glanced at Xiang Jila, then looked at Wang Fushao who was staring at him sharply. "Do you need a lot of silver?" He didn't think about this aspect in detail. Xiang Jila couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, this young man who didn't know the sufferings of the world. Wang Fujing wanted to slap him on the head with his backhand, but seeing that he was still injured, he finally stopped the slap and scratched his neck. He patiently analyzed, "If we rashly establish ourselves as king here, regardless of how well this small piece of tofu is defended, the attack from Nanchu and Xixia alone is enough for us to bear. Nandong Yao is going to close the door. Cough cough in a jar. Cough cough. In short, he will not let us go." When he talked about the latter part, Wang Fujing's eyes gradually deepened. "If there is no food, even if he just stays here with Xixia and makes us attack from both sides, he can still drag us to death. This may be the purpose of Nandong Yao's order to let him return to the capital." All the officials knew that he was returning to the capital, but secretly they killed him on his way back to the capital, and even cooperated with Xixia to kill Xiao and force him to resist. Once he resisted, he would be convicted of treason. Once a rebellion occurs, Nandong Yao can easily take advantage of the opportunity to clean up those ministers in the court who are secretly making small moves or those he has long wanted to move, and then naturally gather the Huangfu army he left in the capital. "Uncle Jing, the problems you are worried about are all things you should think about later." Xiang Jila's voice pulled Wang Fujing's increasingly distant thoughts back. "Now, the most urgent thing for us to think about is how to recapture Yazui Pass. If it's too late, those soldiers who didn't have time to escape will probably be in danger." At this time, Wang Fujing noticed that there were indeed a few people stationed here. "You only escaped 20 or 30 people?" he asked Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila shook his head. "More than that, but not much different. We have not been idle these days. In addition to having people guard the road you must pass on your way back to Yazui Pass, we dare not relax at all for the situation inside Yazui Pass and the actions of the Xixia army. Before you came back, a soldier came back to report that there seemed to be some unusual movements on the Xixia army side, so Deputy General Zhang took a small number of soldiers to go out to explore the situation." "Is there any unusual movement from the Xixia army?" Wang Fujing's eyelids twitched. "Could it be that Xixia has a backup plan? It's not certain yet." "Xiao Jila, you didn't say that yesterday." Before Xiang Jila finished speaking, Wang Fushao took out a potato from the previous night and said while eating, "You told me yesterday that if you were Nandong Yao, you would definitely cooperate with Xixia to get rid of the thorn in your side, and then, no, you would make the best use of everything and let Xixia root out the roots. Therefore, the Huangfu army that has not yet died in the Yazui Pass is very likely to directly confront Xixia during this unusual movement of Xixia. There are only two possibilities. Xiang Jila saw Huangfu Jing's increasingly ugly face, and kept using his eyes to remind Huangfu Xiao to shut up, but Huangfu Xiao became more and more excited. Until no matter what the actual situation is, by then, the crime of fathers collaborating with the enemy will be determined. His father, it hurts, be gentle. Feeling that his ear was about to be twisted off, Huangfu Xiao covered the hand held by Huangfu Jing, and immediately looked at Xiang Jila for help. Xiang Jila looked at him with a smile, and very simply crossed his arms, and turned his head to the side. You deserve it. You're so rude. Huangfu Jing laughed with gritted teeth. Stinky boy, it's a waste if you don't go to tell stories with such eloquence. Huangfu Xiao immediately cried out. Father, it wasn't me who said that, it was Xiao Shila. Xiao Shila also told me. Seeing that Huangfu Xiao couldn't hide his words, Xiang Jila stepped forward to persuade him. Uncle Jing, Brother Zhao's wound has only scabbed for a short time. You pull it so hard, the wound will break open again later. Under Xiang Jila's persuasion, Huangfu Jing finally let go of Huangfu Zhao's ear reluctantly. I'm telling you, you can say I'm plotting to usurp the throne, but you can never say I'm collaborating with the enemy and selling out my country. I've been upright all my life, and even if I want to rebel, I do it in an open and above-board manner. Huangfu Xiao rubbed his ears that were hurt by the pulling, and whispered, This is Xiao Jila's analysis, and I just said it because I think it makes sense. What else are you saying? Seeing that Huangfu Jing was about to raise his hand again, Huangfu Xiao hid behind Xiang Jila without saying a word. Xiao Jila, protect me. You little brat, let your sister go. No, I won't. Who knows if I let Xiao Jila go, you will pick up Yan Weizhan and chase me. Other soldiers also stepped forward to persuade him. Xiang Jila let the timid Huangfu Xiao push him in front of him. Whenever she saw the father and son getting along, Xiang Jila would always think of Jun Nuo and their child inexplicably. I wonder how Jun Nuo will educate the child when he is born. As she thought about it, she smiled softly without realizing it. Thanks to the soldier's persuasion and Huangfu Jing's curse on Huangfu Xiao, the whole canyon changed from the dead air of the past few days, and finally became more lively. Not far away, Zhang Chaogong had just come back from investigating the news, and the pair of gentle eyebrows and eyes without any makeup suddenly entered his sight. Maybe he hadn't seen a woman in the army for too long. Or maybe it was because he had seen her with cold eyebrows and eyes these days, and her decisive decision-making was no less than that of men. It was the first time he saw her with such a gentle look of a woman, and his usually calm heartbeat was inexplicably disordered. Xiang Jila was the first person to notice his return. Lieutenant General Zhang is back. Zhang Chaogong was so absorbed in watching that he did not expect Xiang Jila to suddenly look at him, and quickly put away his smile. Zhang Chaogong's ears felt hot, and he immediately stood up and cleared his throat. Zhang Chaogong, meet the general. Huangfu Jing heard the movement behind him, and stopped the claws that were about to reach behind Huangfu Zhao's collar. Turning around and seeing Zhang Chaogong standing upright with several soldiers behind him, he regained his serious look and nodded slightly to Zhang Chaogong. The sky gradually darkened. The other soldiers gathered in front of a bonfire, as they had done in the past few days, continuing to eat the barbecue and potatoes that they had not finished yesterday. Zhang Chaogong and Xiang Jila gathered in front of a bonfire, reporting the latest news they had found out to them with a serious face. Chapter 629. These days, the brothers who were looking for information said that there was something unusual happening in Xixia. Today, I brought a few more brothers to investigate, and found that the Xixia troops stationed there were transporting batches of thistles to the inner tent. Thistles? Huangfu Jing keenly sensed the key point and asked Xiang Jila, did the Xixia troops use poison this time? Xiang Jila and the others looked at each other, and shook their heads. No. If the soldiers at Yazui Pass had not turned against them, they would not have lost this battle at all. Uncle Jing, do you know the use of thistle? Xiang Jila saw Huangfu Jing's discovery at a glance. After hearing Xiang Jila's words, Huangfu Xiao and Zhang Chaogong all looked at Huangfu Jing. Huangfu Jing did not hide it. The previous antidote, thistle, was the medicine. Speaking of the antidote, Xiang Jila and Huangfu Xiao understood it at the same time. When they came here, Huangfu Xiao had been poisoned, so he had a lot of experience. As for Xiang Jila's understanding of the situation, it was Yin Junyo who told her. And Zhang Chonggong still remained in a state of half-understanding. After all, at the beginning, he was only in the camp of the Huangfu army, and did not participate in Huangfu Jing's first tragic battle to defend the city. Later, when he followed Huangfu Xiao to transport food and grass, in order to avoid the annihilation of the whole army, he did not go to Yazui Pass with Huangfu Xiao, so he only heard about the Xixia army's use of poison. Xixia actually used poison. Originally, Zhang Chunggong's eyes only swept towards Huangfu Jing and his son, and when he saw Xiang Zhila looking at him, his heart tightened, and he was confused about what to say. If I say waste, it sounds like the people on my side are not worthy. If I say extravagance, it seems that it should not be used in such occasions. If I say vicious, I feel like a woman who is fussy. You also think those Xixia people are immoral, right? Huangfu Xiao helped him to round up his words. Zhang Chonggong nodded repeatedly. Yes, they are immoral, aren't they? After saying that, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What was he thinking just now? Fortunately, this episode did not cause any impact between them. Huangfu Jing thought for a moment, and expressed his thoughts and concerns without reservation. The Xixia army did not use poison in the attack a few days ago. There are probably 3 reasons. The first is that these poisons need certain people to be present to achieve the effect. The second is that when they use poison, they actually kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of their own. Therefore, their people must prepare antidotes before using poison to prevent accidental injuries to their own people. As for the third. Speaking of this, Huangfu Jing paused and looked at Huangfu Xiao with a strange look. Continue to speak slowly. Third, in the minds of the Xixia people, poison is also a kind of weapon. They didn't use poison on you before, which was a kind of contempt for killing a chicken with a butcher knife. From now on, the second and third points are more likely. The second point is unlikely. After a little thought, Xiang Zhila overturned Huangfu Jing's second speculation. Life and death are common on the battlefield. As the leader of the army, Uncle Jing should look at the problem from the perspective of the leader to reduce casualties. However, in the eyes of the high-ranking officials in the court, the corpses of the soldiers are just a stepping stone to build the imperial power. With the financial resources to reduce casualties, they would rather make more batches of weapons than spend money on transporting herbs. The storage of thistle must have another purpose. After listening to Xiang Zhila's analysis, the others looked at the fire in front of them in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Xiang Zhila threw a piece of wood into the fire, and stood up. In the end, we have to fight against the enemy. Now, our most important task is to capture Yazui Pass. If we want to live in peace, we must first establish our lives. To establish our lives, we need a place. And the useless Yazui Pass happened to be the first place where they established their lives. If they take down Yazui Pass, together with Yenta Pass, they can at least double the area of a piece of tofu. As for how to defend in the future, let's take it down first. Huangfu Xiao hesitated for a moment. What if the Xixia army comes out and poisons us? Then we take down Yazui Pass before they receive the news. Xiang Zhila looked at him coldly and firmly. Now that you have a place to live, are you afraid of such a scumbag? Okay. Infected by Xiang Zhila's firm eyes, Huangfu Jing picked up his helmet and drank a few gulps of water, then stood up. He swept his eyes over the Huangfu army, who were a little decadent due to fatigue, and said in a loud voice, "Soldiers, listen to my orders." Yes. The soldiers straightened their backs. Huangfu Jing did not force them to stand up, but softened his tone. Eat and drink well tonight, and keep your energy. Tomorrow, follow this general to attack Yazui Pass, and avenge the dead brothers, and wipe out the previous shame. Hearing that the general was going to take them to avenge their dead brothers, and wipe out the shame, the soldiers' fatigue was swept away, and they all stood up. They all responded in unison, "Yes." The Regent's Palace. "Your Majesty, urgent news from Sichuan." Chu Shan hurriedly knocked on the door of Yin Zhenyuo's study, and handed a letter, with a red seal to Yin Zhenyu, with both hands. Sichuan? There were too many things going on in Kyoto these days. After Yin Beiqi's death, even the independent attack on Shishio was delayed. Coming back with an urgent report at this time. Yin Zhenyu frowned, put down the red ink pen that was marking the map of the Imperial Palace, and took the letter carelessly. He opened the urgent report casually, but he didn't expect that there was something hidden inside. Letter within a letter? His eyes darkened slightly. Shinmachi's handwriting. News from Shishio. He immediately changed his lazy state a moment ago, memorized the contents of the letter at a glance. Then he raised his eyes, and told Chu Shan, "Ask Jia Daoheng to meet at the old place at 2 p.m. tonight." Yes. Chapter 630. The sudden autumn wind blew up a few bleak leaves across the street, and the leaves rolled all the way to the end of the long street. At the end of the long street was an antique shop that had been closed for a long time. There was still a bean-sized light in the back hall of the shop. Jia Daoheng, wearing a black cloak, stood hunched in front of Yan Zhenyuo. Your Highness. Yan Zhenyuo sat in the main seat and nodded to the visitor. Sit. As he sat down, he lifted the hood of his cloak back and looked at Yan Zhenyuo with a little restraint. It was very different from his usual confrontation with him. I wonder why the prince is so anxious to find me. Do you still want to avenge the Lin family? Yan Zhenyuo directly stated his purpose. When he said Lin family, he looked straight into Jia Daoheng's eyes, not missing any slight changes in his eyes. As expected, when he heard him mention the Lin family, Jia Daoheng's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. Almost without any hesitation, Jia Daoheng stood up again, clasped his fists, and bowed to Yan Zhenyuo, his tone sonorous. I think about it, every day and every night all the time. When mentioning the tragedy of the Lin family again, Jia Daoheng changed his past flattering humor and unreliability. His eyes were red, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. If it weren't for the vicious scheme of Xixia Ying's Dai Tao Jiang back then, my Lin family would never have been so easily calculated by Qi Su, the dog thief. Qi Su was the official who was poisoned to death by Lin Bufan by drinking arsenic. This trip is dangerous. The king allows you to think it over carefully. Don't you know, Your Majesty, that since the day I followed you, I have put my life and death aside? Jia Daoheng was furious. I am not afraid of danger. I just hope Your Majesty can give me a chance to kill my enemy. At this moment, he seemed to see the glaring red all over the ground. Just like 13 years ago, he watched the executioner's token fall to the ground in the crowd, watched the 138 heads of the Lin family fall to the ground, and the blood flowed into a river. Okay, seeing that Jia Daoheng's expression was so determined from beginning to end, Yan Zhenyuo nodded. Later, you will go back and hand over the things on hand to Chu Shan, leave Beijing in 2 days, and sneak into the Xixia family as Xiangxi to cooperate with someone. Xiangxi? Hearing this name again, Jia Daoheng frowned. Isn't Xiangxi dead? Yan Zhenyuo looked at Jia Daoheng meaningfully, with a cold smile on his lips. If I say he is not dead, then he is not dead. Jia Daoheng understood. Why is it Xiangxi? Because he collaborated with the enemy? Because of the Lin family's past, Jia Daoheng hated people like Xiangxi who collaborated with the enemy the most. Yan Zhenyuo silently poured his inner strength into a letter that had been opened and threw it into Jia Daoheng's hands. Jia Daoheng recognized the stamp on the corner of the envelope at a glance. This was a special intelligence letter for Yan Zhenyuo. Xiangxi's original name was Shiwen. He was one of the non-family branches of the Ying family, and one of the concubines of the Shi family. At that time, the Ying family and the Shi family had a conflict. In addition to Xiangxi, the head of the Ying family also appointed several other concubines to sneak into Dahuang as spies. After a closer look, he roughly knew the whole story. Xiangxi was a concubine of the Shi family, a prominent family in Xixia. Because the family had a conflict with the main branch of the family, they wanted to do something to prove themselves, so they sent several concubines to hide their identities and sneak into Dahuang as spies. Xiangxi was one of them. At the beginning, Xiangxi and the other illegitimate sons who infiltrated Dahuang together were not much different in strength, so they all performed mediocrely. However, as time went on, the other spies of the Shi family were eliminated one by one, and Xiangxi was undoubtedly the one who completed the task most outstandingly among the group of spies. Unfortunately, Xiangxi's subsequent plan was exposed, and in addition to the Ying family, who had been in contact with him, the next head of the Shi family, Shi Luji, was also involved. The result is conceivable. The Shi family has never lacked illegitimate sons. Therefore, between the next head of the family and Xiangxi, the Shi family abandoned Xiangxi without hesitation. Does the prince intend to let his subordinates surrender to the Ying family in the identity of Xiangxi, use the Ying family's hands to get rid of the Shi family, and then get rid of the Ying family together with the people who cooperated with him? After putting the letter back in front of Yan Zhenyuo, Jia Daoheng took 2 steps back and calmly told Yan Zhenyuo what he was going to do. Yan Zhenyuo tore the letter into powder and asked Jia Daoheng, "Are there any problems?" "No problem." Jia Daoheng was confident and asked, "Who does the prince need me to cooperate with?" "Keep it secret for now." Seeing that the matter was settled, Yan Zhenyuo stood up and dusted off the non-existent dust on his body. "When the time is right, that person will send someone to meet you, with a willow branch wrapped around a cypress as a letter." Jia Daoheng quickly stepped aside to make way for Yan Zhenyu and said, yes. After walking a few steps out, Yan Zhenyu stopped and did not look back, but said softly, Yan Beiki is dead. If the Ying family is destroyed again, you will get your revenge. You should restore your original name. Lin Bufan does not want to continue to be estranged from you. Jia Daoheng lowered his head, and a trace of pain flashed across his honest face. I am not a competent uncle. I feel ashamed of him, and I am ashamed to face my brother. If it weren't for the tragedy of the Lin family, maybe he would still be the second master of the Lin family, who had the dream of being a chivalrous hero. In the battle to capture Yazui Pass, Huang Fujing led the army back, and the original soldiers guarding Yazui Pass were lax, and they won a crushing victory. Until the moment when Huang Fujun broke open the city gate, except for the soldiers guarding the city, other soldiers had not even had time to get their weapons. Good fellow, even less reliable than me. Huang Fuxiao opened his eyes, and gained more knowledge again. Xiang Jila frowned and looked at the soldiers, who had no intention of fighting, as if thinking about something. At night, a blazing bonfire was lit at the camp. The soldiers raised their bowls to celebrate, drank wine, ate meat, and tacitly celebrated their reunion after the disaster in their own way. Huang Fujing stood with his hands behind his back, watching Huang Fuxiao chatting with the soldiers without any airs, and nodded with satisfaction. Xiang Jila walked behind him without knowing when. Uncle Jing. Huang Fujing turned around and smiled at her lovingly. Xiao Jila, there is Nanchu's Nanshao today, why don't you go for a drink? He remembered that Xiao Jila seemed to like drinking very much, especially strong liquor. Xiang Jila smiled and shook his head, his eyes full of tenderness. I quit drinking. When she promised Jun Nu not to drink alcohol when he was unconscious, she actually thought that it would be okay to drink a little secretly. But later Gongjing No. 3 said that drinking alcohol was not good for Jun Newell and her baby to grow in her body, so she simply gave up the idea of drinking a little. It is no exaggeration to say that in order to ensure that the baby can have enough nutrition in her belly in the future, Gongjing No. 3 basically has the final say in her diet. She knows that in this world, apart from her and Jun Newell, no one can value this child more than Gongjing No. 3 in Changju. Chapter 631. Why did you quit drinking? For Yan Zhenyu? He doesn't like you drinking. Seeing Huang Fujing's face suddenly change from sunny to cloudy, Xiang Jila couldn't help laughing. No, it's my own idea. After hearing Xiang Jila's denial, Huang Fujing's face was relieved a little. It's good that it's not for him. Although you are a girl, you must always have your own persistence. Don't lose yourself to please a man. Don't worry, Uncle Jing, even if I want to lose myself, Zhenyu will not allow me to lose myself. Thinking of the arrangements Yan Zhenyu had made for her in the past year, Xiang Jila's heart was wrapped in his love and warm, and a hint of sweetness appeared on the corners of her mouth. He is a person. Even if I have no direction now, he will help me find the direction. Although she has only been married to him for 2 years, the changes in the two of them in these 2 years are visible to the naked eye. Under the influence of her past and present lives, she has constantly changed and improved for him, and figured out how to get along with him to make him comfortable and give him a sense of security, so that he will no longer have wild thoughts. And he went from not trusting her and feeling insecure when she just came back to now trying his best to restrain his possessiveness and control desire, to give her freedom, willing to let her do what she wants. The two of them have become more respectful and loving to each other in the constant running-in of the past 2 years. It is said that no one is perfect, but she believes that no one is perfect just to allow everyone to meet their own other half. Just like Jun Nua is not perfect, and she is not perfect either. However, they are together, and their lives have become perfect because of each other's existence. There may be many beautiful things in the world. However, for her, nothing can be better than the couple's support and support for each other. That's good. Huang Fujing's voice sounded in front of him, and Xiang Jila quickly gathered his scattered thoughts. Huang Fujing only sighed softly, and finally reached out to put his hand on Xiang Jila's shoulder, and said to her in a serious tone, Xiao Jila, you have suffered in the past 10 years. Uncle Jing doesn't ask for much now, but just hopes that you can be happy. At the end, Huang Fujing's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped quickly. Seeing Huang Fujing's expression, Xiang Jila guessed that he must be missing his mother again. This man in front of him. Isn't he a pitiful man? She smiled slightly and nodded to him. I will always be very happy. As long as Jun Nu is always there, she will be happy for the rest of her life. Then, she changed the subject and mentioned today's siege to Huang Fujing. Your idea is the same as mine. After hearing Xiang Jila's doubts, Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, The city gate was broken too quickly, and the surrendered soldiers were detained by us without any resistance, which is very abnormal. Uncle Jing, how much do you know about the soldiers guarding Yinta Pass and Yazui Pass? Wang Fujing thought for a while. They are all drawn from nearby counties and villages. Most of them have wives, children and parents at home. Xiang Jila looked at the smiling Huang Fujun, frowned and thought for a moment, then turned back to Huang Fujing. Maybe Uncle Jing can start from this aspect. Huang Fuxiao, who was not far away, saw Huang Fujing and Xiang Jila, and immediately sent away the brothers, who were toasting with him, and ran to the two of them. What are you talking about? When Huang Fujing saw Huang Fuxiao, he immediately put away his fatherly face in front of Xiang Jila, and looked at him with disdain. As for the difference between you and your sister, you are twins. Look at your sister who fought bravely today, and look at you, you can only hide around your sister. Hide around your sister? Huang Fuxiao immediately protested to Huang Fujing, Father, what do you mean I can only hide around my sister? I was protecting my sister. The latter obviously didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, and snorted coldly at him twice. Turning to Xiang Jila, he said gently, Uncle Jing will consider your proposal. Then he told Xiang Jila to go back to the tent and rest early, scolded Huang Fuxiao a few words, and then turned around and left leisurely. Looking at Huang Fujing's back, Huang Fuxiao asked Xiang Jila curiously, what did father talk to you about? Xiang Jila looked at him sideways, want to know? The latter nodded repeatedly. Xiang Jila dared to guarantee that if Brother Xiao had a tail at this time, he would definitely wag it more happily than a puppy seeing its owner. Seeing Huang Fuxiao's appearance, she couldn't help but want to play with him. Go ask Uncle Jing yourself. Go ask your father yourself? Xiao Jila, don't make trouble. Without thinking, Huang Fuxiao shook his head desperately. You know that he started to dislike me after you were born. If I ask him, isn't it obvious that I will be punished? Xiang Jila couldn't hold it in for a while, and chuckled, I envy your relationship with Uncle Jing. Uncle Jing really treats you as his own son. This is the most intimate way for a father and son to get along. Usually, they get along like friends without any pressure, play and bicker, but in an emergency, the father will stand up straight and make a living for his child. Instead of one party giving orders as an elder, and the other party just obeying, and being regarded as unfilial if they refute a little. Huang Fuxiao nodded in agreement. That's right, although he dislikes me, when I am really sad, he will still comfort me in his own way to cheer me up. For example, chasing him for 10 or 8 blocks with Yin Weijian. When he is tired of running, he will forget the sad things after a good sleep. Xiang Jila tsk him and looked at him sideways. It's okay, don't be angry with Uncle Jing. I see Uncle Jing has white hair. What do you mean I'm angry with him? It's good if he doesn't get angry with me. Huang Fuxiao muttered. Then, he regained his serious expression and asked Xiang Jila what he wanted to ask yesterday. By the way, I think the things you analyzed with me before make sense. Why don't you mention it to your father? In their current situation, even if they capture 2 cities, they can't hold on for long without the supply of food and materials. Chapter 632. Otherwise, Nandong Yao would not have forced them to rebel in such a place. Yazui Pass is more like a gift left by Nanchu to the enemy. Xiang Jila looked at the soldiers in the distance, who knew nothing about the actual situation of food and grass, and were immersed in the joy of victory, and pulled the corner of his mouth. Everyone has his own bottom line. Uncle Jing has clearly stated the bottom line yesterday. Why should I make myself unhappy? For Uncle Jing, surrendering to Jun Nua is equivalent to surrendering to Da Huang, which is no different from selling out the country for glory. His bottom line is that he would rather rebel than sell out his country. Huang Fuxiao was in a dilemma. If there is no other reinforcement, the remaining 100,000 Huangfu troops will soon run out of food and grass. Yazui Pass and Yinta Pass have surrendered more than 10,000 soldiers in total, and the rest are very tough. If Xixia attacks again, I feel like we have fallen from one trap to another. Maybe we have become the dog that others want to beat. The dog that others want to beat after closing the door? Xiang Jila stretched out his hand and pinched his face, jokingly saying, that's a good metaphor. Don't use metaphors next time. TSK, Xiao Jila, you are still in the mood to joke with me. I mean it seriously. Huang Fuxiao slapped her hand away. Don't you think everything is going too smoothly? Even he reacted so slowly, Xiao Shila and his father shouldn't be slower than him. Seeing that Huang Fuxiao was rarely serious, Xiang Jila also put away the joking on his face, and said seriously, isn't smooth sailing just what we want? The current situation is that there is Xixia in front and our own people in the back. Under the situation of being attacked from both sides, even if Yazui Pass is a trap, We have to get in. Seeing the worry slowly emerging on Huang Fujiao's face, Xiang Jila patted his shoulder maturely. Don't think too much. Think about the bright side. At least things are going smoothly, and our casualties this time have been reduced a lot. Huang Fujiao gritted his teeth and punched. That's right. We must think about the bright side. What if those Shixiao bastards are really so blind? I will kill one if they come, and I will kill two if they come. Xiang Jila just smiled and said nothing. It was not good to dampen his confidence that had just been ignited. After the celebration, all the Huangfu troops were on guard for the next few days to prevent a sudden attack from Shixiao. During this period, the surrendered soldiers with stubbornness still refused to surrender, eating, sleeping, and scolding Huangfu Jing and his son every day without any mercy. A temporary detention point divided from a large martial arts training ground was surrounded by iron bars on all sides, and curses were heard one after another. Each one was more unpleasant than the other. Until Xiang Jila swung the long whip broke through the air sharply, and then drew a long and narrow gully on the ground not far from them. At this moment, Xiang Jila felt that his world was quiet. Why don't you continue to scold? She put away the long whip and glanced at the scattered people lying on the ground. TSK, no wonder they still have the energy to shout. In this place of detention, the average range of movement per person is really large. It is obvious that Uncle Jing has ordered preferential treatment. No wonder Brother Xiao is so headache. Uncle Jing is really... Xiang Jila sneered, and looked at the guarding soldier with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Do you scold me every day? The soldier bowed his head respectfully. Yes, every day. Xiang Jila snorted coldly, and was about to speak. A rough and deep voice shouted before she could speak. Why, today it's not a pretty boy, but a sissy. The voice seemed to be directed at him, and Xiang Jila looked at the source of the voice with a little surprise. The speaker was a young man with muscles, tough features, and dark skin. Next to the sturdy and dark young man sat a middle-aged man with equally strong features. Even with his eyes closed, he was still full of murderous aura. Xiang Jila recognized the middle-aged man. He was Zheng He, the chief general guarding Yazui Pass. Zhang Chaogong had mentioned before that Zheng He seemed to have had a close relationship with Uncle Jing before he was stationed at Yazui Pass. Later, for some unknown reason, the two broke up. Next to Zheng He was a deputy general named Zhou Yulong. His appearance was extremely different from his name. Although he was called Yulong, he was actually as strong as an ox and his face was as black as a coal ball. Seeing him today, I found that this description is indeed appropriate. Seeing Xiang Jila looking at him, Zhou Yulong pointed at her arrogantly. Yes, I mean you, sissy. What's the point of taking advantage of the opportunity to attack my grandfather? If you have the ability, let Huang Fujing come and fight me in a one-on-one fight. The soldier next to Xiang Jila was about to scold him, but was stopped by Xiang Jila. I want to see what he wants to do. Hearing this, the soldier stepped back respectfully. Since she showed her true face in front of Zhang Changong and others, Xiang Jila has not deliberately concealed her true appearance and voice. Although she is still wearing men's clothes and looks heroic, her face is white and her features are delicate. At first glance, she is indeed a bit feminine. Walking in front of Zhou Yulong, Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows at him through the iron bars, challenging General Huangfu to a duel. Are you worthy, Big Black Bull? Who are you calling Big Black Bull? Zhou Yulong stared at Xiang Jila angrily. Whoever responds will do it. Xiang Jila crossed his arms leisurely, but his eyes fell on Zheng He. The latter still had his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping soundly. No matter how angry Zhou Yulong was beside him, he did not show any emotion. Xiang Jila knew that the military commanders, who led troops for many years, had hot tempers. But Zheng He, although he has a strong murderous aura, he is calm and reserved, unlike ordinary generals. Could it be? Your soldiers here treat us too badly. We only get one meal a day, and there is not even meat. Are you feeding the birds? Zhou Yulong's voice drew Xiang Jila's attention back. Has Xiang Jila sneered at Zhou Yulong, a group of prisoners of war? Are you still dreaming of fine clothes and delicious food? We are all soldiers of Nanchu, but Huang Fujun can eat and drink to his heart's content, while we, the soldiers guarding the city, are locked up and don't even have enough food and clothing. Is Huang Fujing really going to rebel? Zhou Yulong was filled with righteous indignation. Why, one meal a day is not enough to stop you from eating? Xiang Jila raised his fox eyes. His tone was calm. Bah, you think I care? Zhou Yulong spat fiercely on the ground. Traitors. Thinking of Huang Fujing's preferential treatment of these people, and seeing their faces, Xiang Jila was so angry that he laughed on the spot. Oh, traitors? After sneering twice, her smile suddenly disappeared. And she said to the pair of soldiers in front of her who were neither sitting nor standing, "How many invading foreign enemies had the Huangfu army repelled for Nanchu? Do you know? How many cities of Nanchu have been defended in accordance with the king's decree? Do you know?" Chapter 633. The whole world can say that the Huangfu army is a traitor, but you, the loyal and righteous men of southern Chu, are not qualified. They could have defended their own little piece of land in their own garrison, but they came to reinforce you because of an imperial decree. You know exactly how Yazui Pass was lost, and so do the Huangfu army. But how did the Huangfu army treat you? How did you repay them? Facing the attack from both sides, with the Xixiao army in front and the traitors defending the city in the back, what would you do? Should we give our heads to the Xixiao army? Or should we come back and slit our own throats under the tower of Yazui Pass? Let's not talk about this hypothesis, but from the time when the Huangfu army was defeated and fell into your hands, compared with the courtesy that General Huangfu has shown you now. Don't you feel ashamed? The Huangfu army has always been loyal to the emperor and the country, but was forced to go to the point of fighting with you. Don't you have any responsibility? After a series of scoldings, some of the guards lowered their heads in shame. Some of the guards had red and white faces, as if they had been greatly insulted. But because of the deep whip marks on the ground, no one dared to say anything. Xiangjila's face was full of sarcasm, but her voice did not weaken at all. Let's find out your identities. You are still enemies to us now. General Huangfu didn't kill you because he is kind-hearted and thinks that the best fate for soldiers should be to sacrifice their lives for the country, rather than killing each other here. Xiangjila never thought that she could persuade this group of people with these words. In her opinion, most military generals are stubborn. Once they have identified an enemy and the truth, it would be easier to make them change in a short time than to make a sow climb a tree. It's just that there are some things that she has been holding back in her heart, and she just wants to get them out. When she left, she glanced at Zhang He and Zhou Yulong, and told the guards, "Eat one meal a day, and you're still so energetic. From now on, give them food every 2 days. Don't be so polite as before, just throw it in, and let them grab it." The guard was a little hesitant, the general. I explained to the general. Looking at Xiangjila's face that looked very similar to Huangfu Xiao, the guard finally swallowed his hesitation. Yes. Until Xiangjila walked away, the group of silent people began to speak. "Bah, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you still want to teach me a lesson. That pretty boy looks like that Huangfu Xiao. No matter who he looks like, no one in the Huangfu family is a good person." "Shut up, everyone," Zhou Yulong shouted, and all the voices stopped abruptly. Until everyone else sat back quietly, Zheng He, who had kept his eyes closed from beginning to end, slowly opened his eyes. "Xiaoyu." Zhou Yulong was startled and immediately moved closer to Zheng He. "General, did you see it clearly? Is it really very similar to Huangfu Xiao?" Zhou Yulong thought about it carefully for a while before telling Zheng He. "At first glance, there is a 70% similarity, but if you look closely, only the eyes are similar." Zheng He nodded and said nothing more. After scolding the group of soldiers guarding the city, Xiangjila thought more and more that something was wrong. It was clearly Zhou Yulong who started the dispute at the beginning. But later, when she defended Huangfu Jun, Zhou Yulong seemed to have completed his mission and said nothing. She didn't think Zhou Yulong was frightened by her anger, or because of guilt. No matter what, she should tell Uncle Jing about the arrangements she made here today as soon as possible. On the battlefield, even former comrades in arms will become enemies tomorrow. Uncle Jing must know more about the principle of people with different ideologies cannot work together than she does, but Uncle Jing chose to do nothing. This is not a good sign. With something on his mind, Xiangjila quickened his pace. He almost bumped into Zhang Changong, who was looking for her. "Miss." Zhang Changong quickly reached out to help Xiangjila, but his half-stretched hand stopped in midair because Xiangjila stepped back a few steps to avoid him. Xiangjila waved at him and smiled. "I'm so sorry, I was so absorbed in my thoughts, I didn't bump into you, did I?" "It's okay." Zhang Changong waved his hands repeatedly, bowed to Xiangjila. "The general asked me to ask you to go to him quickly, your friend is coming." "Friends?" Xiangjila frowned. "Lead the way. You are courting death." Xiangjila had just opened the door when Huangfu Zhao's furious voice came from inside the room. "You know we can't go back to Yuancheng now. If you have anything to do with us, you will be beheaded and your entire clan will be killed. Flute, listen to us." As the door opened, the people who were about to speak up immediately fell silent when they saw Xiangjila. Not only the person who was about to speak up to defend himself, but also the others who came with him also fell silent. After a while, Lu Pinghai recovered from his surprise. He cleared his throat and looked at Huang Fuxiao. Flute, this is... Xiao Shila is here. Huang Fuxiao reacted and immediately put away the anger on his face, and greeted Xiang Jila. Before he could formally introduce him to several friends, a small figure interrupted his speech. Xiang Jila. Li Yu? Letting Li Yu hold him obediently, Xiang Jila patted her head soothingly. Why are you here? Hearing Xiang Jila's question, Li Yu secretly glanced in the direction of Huang Fuxiao. Seeing that Huang Fuxiao didn't look at her, she looked away disappointedly and shook her head. I wanted to go back to Dahuang to find you, but I got lost. We met Miss Yu in Dahuang Nanling. Xiao Tao touched his nose and continued with Li Yu's words. At that time, Miss Yu was with another girl. When they heard that we were coming to Shisa, it was the girl with Miss Yu who brought us here. What are you doing in Dahuang? Hearing this, Huang Fuxiao's eyes fell on Lu Pinghai and his group, as if he wanted to find out something from them. Qi Muji put his hand to his lips, and coughed twice in embarrassment. If I say that they followed me, and took the wrong road, do you believe it, Brother Muji? Huang Fuxiao's eyes widened, as if it was hard to believe that this Brother Muji, who is perfect in his heart, would make such a low-level mistake as getting lost. Isn't it Brother Muji who took us the wrong way? Xiao Tao echoed from the side, looking aggrieved. Because we took the wrong road, we didn't even have enough money for the journey. Chapter 634. Tao Tao, you still have the nerve to say that to Brother Muji? Lu Pinghai teased with a smile. Don't think that we won't tell him just because Dizzy isn't here. Xiao Tao lowered his head guiltily, and even lowered his voice a bit. Then, the conditions of ordinary inns are really bad, the beds are hard, I travel every day, my feet are blistered, and the bed is still uncomfortable, how can I sleep? And didn't you agree to stay in the inn? Really? I heard that someone used a high bed and soft pillows to be gentle with women. Before Lu Pinghai finished speaking, Xiao Tao covered his mouth with a red face. Don't talk nonsense. Be gentle with women? Huang Fuxiao smiled and looked at Li Yu, and then at Xiao Tao, who was feeling guilty. The scene of Li Yu shyly being held by Xiao Tao's hand suddenly flashed through his mind, and a surge of anger inexplicably rose in his heart, carrying sour bubbles, and blocked his throat. Even the words he spoke were sour. I didn't expect Tao Tao to know how to please a woman now. Knowing that Huang Fuxiao had misunderstood something, Xiao Tao hurriedly explained, Flute, it's not what you think. The clothes around his waist were pulled tightly. Xiang Jila looked down at Li Yu, and found that she was pursing her lips at this time. Her stubborn eyes fell on Huang Fuxiao, and her face was slightly red. These two people. There seems to be something going on. This was the first thought that came to Xiang Jila's mind. Just now I just left for something, and now you are all fighting? Huang Fujing's bold and rough voice came from the door, and everyone in the room regained their composure almost at the same time. Uncle Jing. Father. General. Several people saluted Huang Fujing. Huang Fujing said him casually, and the first sentence after sitting down was, My fellow lords, Xiao appreciates your concern and came here in person, but now my Huang Fu family is different from before. It is not good for you to have close contact with us. Please go back after resting tonight. Qi Muji and the others looked at each other, and finally Qi Muji shook his head, and spoke on behalf of the other two. Huang Fu is our brother. How can we ignore him when he is in trouble? Hearing Qi Muji's words, Huang Fuxiao didn't care about being sour, and looked at Qi Muji with emotion. What he said was, What about your family, don't you want them? Although he didn't have much experience, he didn't know nothing. Huang Fujing nodded in agreement, and added, Xiao is right. You all have families, and brothers can have loyalty, but this loyalty is not blind and hot-headed without considering the consequences. Hearing this, several people bowed their heads. Huang Fujing said a few more concise words, and he got up and left until someone came to find him outside the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Huang Fuxiao, Xiao, have a good time with your friends today, and send someone to send them back to Tianquan County tomorrow. Yes, father. Xiang Jila wanted to catch up with Huang Fujing to talk about the surrender of the army, but Li Yu kept holding her hand. Seeing this, Lu Pinghai, who had been looking at Xiang Jila, could not help but remind her, Miss Yu, men and women should not be intimate, it is not good to be with other men in public. Lu Haiping's words immediately made Xiang Jila's face look speechless. Not long ago, she was called a sissy. Seeing Lu Pinghai talking about Xiang Jila, Li Yu immediately stood in front of Xiang Jila, my friend. Her tone was not heavy, but her attitude was very firm, as if Lu Pinghai was unhappy with Xiang Jila and wanted to be her enemy. In this way, everyone saw that Xiang Jila and Li Yu had a close relationship. Lu Pinghai touched his nose and looked at Huang Fuxiao for help. Huang Fu, who is this? Huang Fuxiao glanced at Liu and turned his head away awkwardly. My sister? His sister? No, no. Lu Pinghai quickly corrected, Miss Yu is not. Liu is holding my sister. Before Lu Pinghai finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao secretly glanced at Liu again and interrupted him, my sister. The air flowing around seemed to solidify, as the 3 words my sister fell to the ground. After a while, several people exclaimed, no way. So you really have a sister. No wonder they look so similar. 1 hee hee 2 ha ha. Ji-ro sat down in the simple reception room, listening to the sonorous sound of soldiers training in the distance. She felt uneasy since she entered Yasui Pass. The thought of is it right for me to follow Liu and his group to look for someone kept circling in her mind. It is true that it is peaceful here for the time being, but it is the front line after all. Her dream is to travel around the world, but her scope of adventure does not include the border where there is war. These days of wandering around the martial arts world have made her accustomed to life and death. She has met all kinds of people who struggle to be heroes at the bottom of the society. Compared with her previous fearlessness, she will try her best to solve any problem. Now she is more or less cherishing her life, and her personality has changed. If it was before, she would definitely help some unfamiliar people because of her passion. But now, after so many losses, she knows that kindness may not always be rewarded. When she helped others, the first thing she considered was definitely what benefits these people could bring to her. There was a burst of footsteps outside the door, and she immediately pulled her thoughts back to the door. 2 figures came in, about half a head apart in height. Ji-ro recognized the people at a glance. Mu. Just as she started, she seemed to think of something. Looking at Xiang Jila in men's clothes, she smiled a little embarrassedly. Should I call you Mr. Mu or Miss Mu? It's just a name, it's all right. Xiang Jila smiled and gestured to Ji-ro to sit down. While Ji-ro was peeking at her, she was also looking at Ji-ro. She always felt that Ji-ro was a little different from the one she had seen before, but she couldn't tell what the feeling was. Miss Mu? Following Ji-ro's unclear name, and Liu's unnoticeable hand poking her waist, Xiang Jila immediately came back to his senses, relaxed his slightly frowned brows, and thanked Ji-ro with a serious face. Thank you Miss Ji for protecting my friend all the way. I just saw injustice. Ji-ro bowed to Xiang Jila in return of the courtesy of the Jianghu. I didn't expect to see Miss Mu here. Coincidence, coincidence. Xiang Jila smiled and waved his hand. Ji-ro's eyes flickered. Miss Mu is from Nanchu? No, it's just that a friend said he encountered some trouble, so I followed him to join in the fun. Xiang Jila brushed off Ji-ro's question in a nonsensical way. What about you? After running so far, have you dealt with the escort agency's affairs? Ji-ro's face flushed when Xiang Jila mentioned the escort agency. She didn't know whether it was because of the shame in her heart or something else, but the achievements that she used to be proud of had now become something that she couldn't talk about. The escort agency is no longer open, she said a little embarrassedly. That's a pity. Thinking that he had touched Ji-ro's heart, Xiang Jila also said with regret, I heard from my people that you moved away before, and I thought you opened somewhere else. After all, she had heard Chun Chou mention that Jinwei Escort Agency had gathered the efforts of several generations to make a name for itself. Now, just because of a prodigal son who loves gambling, the efforts of several generations have been wasted, which is really a pity. Chapter 635. Then, the two of them talked about the few old times intermittently. When Xiang Jila brought up the topic of sending someone to send her back to Nanling, Ji-ro, who had originally thought of leaving before seeing Xiang Jila, immediately changed her mind. To be honest with you, Miss Mu, I traveled all over the country just to leave the sad place of Bailing. Before this, I had settled all the uncles and aunts in the escort agency. Now I am alone and have nowhere to go. Why don't you let me stay here to keep you company, Miss Mu? Worried that Xiang Jila would refuse, Ji-ro lowered her head with a sad look. Miss Mu may not know that I am a married person. Although nothing happened between me and that husband, it is not something that others will believe just because I tell them. There is no hope for me to remarry. If I don't stay, I will continue to wander around the world without a fixed place to stay. I really can't see any meaning in life. Every word she said was sincere and her eyes were sincere and anxious, like a wounded animal begging its owner to take it in. Xiang Jila thought for a moment, and did not give her an immediate answer. You helped my friend, I should thank you, but I can't decide whether to leave you here. I asked the general later. Ji-ro was just a chance acquaintance to her. Although she had met her twice, Xiang Jila was unwilling to keep this variable around because she could feel her changes every time she saw Ji-ro. Without the motivation of interests, they could keep their own business. But once there is a conflict of interest, no one can predict what Jiro, who is good at changing, will do. She doesn't want to take risks. Her emotions gradually changed, but Jiro's face was still full of gratitude. Okay, I listened to Miss Mu. Xiangjila nodded and stood up. I have someone bring you food later. After eating, you should rest well first. Okay. Looking at Xiangjila's back as he left with Li Yu, Jiro clenched her fists slightly at her side. When she was in Bailing, she knew that Mu Zhenyan was not simple. Although she was married, she was free to move and had strong martial arts skills. She also had a certain background in Bailing. Now in the army of Nanchu, she seemed to have a certain status. If she could really get in touch with her. After lunch, Xiangjila took Li Yu back to his residence and let her have a good rest first, and he went to find Huang Fujing. When she turned to leave, Li Yu grabbed her hand. Why don't you ask me? What? Xiangjila was stunned by Li Yu's sudden question. Why don't you ask me what happened in Nanchu? Li Yu lowered her head and didn't look at Xiangjila. Is this important? Xiangjila shook her hand and smiled at her. What do you want me to ask you? Ask about what happened between you and Brother Xiao, or ask you about your true identity? Li Yu choked. Xiangjila, you are always like this. Obviously, she can see the flaws in many things and even figure out the truth herself. But she just refuses to ask her or tell her. It's not that I'm always like this, but I know. While speaking, Xiangjila put his other hand on Li Yu's head and rubbed her hair like coaxing a child. Everyone has their own secrets. Not asking too many questions is the most basic respect for friends. The most basic respect for friends? So, from the beginning of following Xiangjila, Xiangjila has already regarded her as a friend. With this understanding, Li Yu's hanging heart gradually settled down. In the end, the thousands of words on her lips turned into a sentence without a clue. I am Li Yu. Xiangjila understood what she wanted to say, and rubbed her hair again, and said sincerely, I know. From the moment you left Nanchu to find me, I knew that you just wanted to be the Li Yu who didn't have to worry about anything before. As for how you left the Nanchu palace, and what happened between you and Brother Xiao, I believe that as long as you want to tell me, you will tell me yourself without me asking. Therefore, before that, what you have to do is to relax yourself, and don't think too much about anything. Hearing this, Li Yu nodded, and slowly let go of Xiangjila's hand. Uncle Jing. On the martial arts training ground, Huang Fujing had just ordered a soldier, who looked like a sergeant, to do something, and Xiangjila immediately took the sergeant's position and trotted to Huang Fujing. Little Jila, why don't you accompany your friends to see Uncle Jing? Is there something wrong? Huang Fujing wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at her kindly. Xiangjila nodded, his face full of seriousness. Indeed, there is something. Then go sit with Uncle Jing. After seeing Xiangjila's strength in marching and his thoughts, when discussing strategies, Huang Fujing no longer treated Xiangjila as a junior in serious matters. Sometimes he even wondered if Yan Zhenyuo married Xiaoxila as his princess because he knew her ability. In the room. After listening to Xiangjila's story about the surrendered soldiers in the morning, Huang Fujing remained silent again. Uncle Jing, tell me honestly, is there anyone among the surrendered soldiers in these two cities who made things difficult for you? Apart from this, Xiangjila couldn't think of any other reason. Uncle Jing? Huang Fujing thought that Xiangjila couldn't hide the truth, so he hesitated for a moment and finally told Xiangjila the truth. Zhang He, theoretically speaking, is Xiao and your uncle. When the truth came out, Xiangjila's eyes widened. Uncle? Huang Fujing nodded, you heard it right. Chapter 636. He was an orphan without a father or a mother. He was tricked into working as a cook in a military camp by mistake. In the battle with Nanchu, he was abandoned by the Nanchu army because the military doctor misdiagnosed him with an epidemic. He was helped by General Qin, who threw a few herbs and steamed buns from a distance. So after he recovered from his illness, he unilaterally worshipped General Qin as his adoptive father. Is this such a joke? Xiangjila's expression was petrified. Isn't it incredible? I think the same as you. Huang Fujing rarely laughed softly, as if he was nostalgic about the past. It was the first time Xiangjila saw Huang Fujing laugh so gently. When I first returned to Nanchu, he had already made a name for himself in the army. Later, I learned that he wanted to join the Qin family army, but he accidentally let the Qin family army know that he had worked as a cook in the Nanchu army. The Qin family army was worried that he was a spy and almost killed him. When he said this, Huang Fujing laughed twice with gloating. I personally led people to intercept him, but seeing that he really had no bad intentions and did not inquire about any information, I still saved his life and drove him out in the end. Did you become enemies because of this? Xiang Zila asked. Wang Fujing shook his head. After knowing my sensitive identity, he helped me a lot in secret, otherwise, I would not have been able to gain a foothold so quickly. Then why are you strangers now? Wang Fujing sighed. Later, because he found out that I brought Shower back to Nanchu, he wanted to keep Shower by his side to repay his kindness, but I refused. Zhou Yulong called you over today, probably because he heard about your existence from some soldiers, and wanted to meet you. So that's it. Having solved the doubt in her heart, Xiang Zila was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but when she was halfway relieved, she raised it again. Then I will. Wang Fujing waved his hand. Except for him and Zhou Yulong, all the soldiers guarding the city have been replaced. The soldiers who once obeyed his orders are now scattered. Let them starve for a few days to save food in the army. All replaced? Uncle Jing and him, are they working together from the inside and outside? I guess so. Wang Fujing looked at the soldiers patrolling outside the house from time to time. You and I both know that the current situation is very unfavorable to us. If we rashly massacre other soldiers guarding the city, it will definitely cause the anger of other generals in the court. Nandong Yao is determined that you will not massacre the generals defending the city. Xiang Zila interrupted. Wang Fujing smiled. I really won't. After all, when the Xixia army comes, at least we can throw them out to block them. Xiang Zila stopped talking. It turned out that Wang Fujing had also thought of what she was worried about. But what she really didn't expect was that Zheng He had such a relationship with the Qin family army. However, since it is said that General Zheng unilaterally regards General Qin as his adoptive father, I'd better not let Brother Xiao and I have such a relationship. I'm afraid of being struck by lightning, Xiang Zila said half-jokingly. Wang Fujing spread his hands and shrugged. Then he changed the subject. I have carefully checked what you mentioned a few days ago. Except for the 10,000 or so soldiers who surrendered to defend the city, who were able-bodied men from the counties around Yenta Pass and Yazui Pass, the rest of the soldiers were recruited from other places. In other words, it is not feasible to find their relatives in the short term. Without restraint, if we rashly let those people confront the Xixia army, I am afraid they will collude with each other. Xiang Zila pondered thoughtfully. Collusion? Thinking of the news his people brought back, Wang Fujing's eyes quickly focused. Then he stepped forward and put his hand on her shoulder. Don't think too much. Isn't that how war works? If there are not enough people, we can use strategy. And if there are enough people, we can use strength. For the time being, we still have the advantage in numbers. I have also set people to keep a close eye on the Xixia army, and someone will report any unusual movements. Xiang Zila hooked his lips at Wang Fujing, and said nothing more. If the other party really uses poison, I'm afraid that no matter how many people there are, they won't be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. The imprisoned soldiers guarding the city were like a thunderbolt that had fallen at some unknown time, and there was no telling whether the Xixia side would use poison. Because she had doubts in her heart, she quickly ignored Wang Fujing's strange expression. Xiang Zila's thoughts did not last long. Because that night, the Xixia army unexpectedly came to attack with poisonous smoke and powder. When the Huangfu army guarding the city was foaming at the mouth due to the poisonous smoke, the captured soldiers guarding the city were very powerful. They cooperated with the Xixia army from inside and outside to open the city gate. Uncle Jing, didn't you say that someone would report any unusual movement? It was agreed that it would be a joint attack from the inside and outside, but it turned out to be a joint attack from the city defenders and the Xixia army. Amid the chaotic swords and blood, Xiang Zila stabbed the enemy, who wanted to chop her head with a spear, and did not forget to remind Wang Fujing that he had been fooled. Wang Fujing swung up the crescent blade and harvested the lives of several Xixia soldiers, wiped the blood off his face, and opened a safe range for Xiang Zila to kill. Since you are here, just fight. Wang Fuxiao followed Wang Fujing's instructions, and took advantage of the chaos to escort Qi Muji and his men out of Yazui Pass with more than a dozen trusted cavalrymen. My men are waiting outside, follow them and leave. Without a second thought, Qi Muji and his men rejected his arrangement at the same time. Since you are brothers, you can fight the enemy, so why can't we? That is to say, since we are here, you can't let us go back empty-handed. That's right. What is the purpose of practicing martial arts? Isn't it just to be useful one day? This is not the time to joke around, Brother Muji. Knowing that Qi Muji had no sense of direction, Wang Fuxiao turned to look at Lu Pinghai, boiled egg. Lu Pinghai first looked attentive, but when Wang Fuxiao was about to speak, his face suddenly changed, and he looked behind him. General Huangfu, Be careful. Huang Fushao turned his head immediately, and Chi Muji took the opportunity to chop him on the back of the neck with a knife. Brother Muji, why did you hit me? Huang Fushao turned back in pain, and saw three gorgeous faces. Lu Pinghai spat even more unluckily. Damn, the books are all lies. What? A knife to the back of the neck can knock someone out, ugh. Just then, a bloody soldier of the Huangfu army rushed in. Young master, the enemy is rushing over here. The general can't hold on any longer. It will be too late if we don't leave now. The enemy is rushing over, that means. Lost? As soon as the thought came out, several people looked at Huang Fushao at the same time. Flute! Huang Fushao gritted his teeth. If you encounter danger, hide behind me. If I die, you can just leave it to fate. After that, he shouted to the outside, if the situation changes, follow me. Chapter 637. The sky gradually turned pale. Outside the city, the thick black poisonous smoke continued to drift towards Yasui Pass. Inside the city, the fierce fighting continued. Xiao San, is the previous dragnet still there? After killing the enemy for most of the night, both sides began to enter a state of fatigue. But with the help of the poisonous smoke, the Xixiao army was obviously not as passive and laborious as the Huangfu army. There is only one pair of fantasy cards, which have been used before. After all, they are not things from this world. If you use them too much, you will be punished by God. Xiangjila had originally asked Gongjing No. 3 with a try at attitude, and after receiving this expected answer from Gongjing No. 3, she did not dwell too much. Okay, I understand. While expressing her attitude to Gongjing No. 3, Xiangjila once again used her long whip to deal with several Xixia soldiers. After swinging the long spear for most of the night, her physical strength obviously could not keep up, so later on, she still used the long whip again. The difference was that this time, the tail of her long whip was tied to the spearhead of the long spear, which greatly enhanced the lethality of the long whip. Another round of killing the enemy. To be fair, if they just rely on head-on confrontation, the Xixia army is no match for the Huangfu army, but they can use poison. Except for the toxic smoke used on the city defenders at the beginning, which affected a group of soldiers defending the city, the poisonous smoke that burned later was obviously not that toxic, at least not fatal. Then a new problem arises. Although the poison powder and poisonous smoke scattered in the air have limited power, and will not be fatal in a short time after being diluted by space, but over time, if the poisonous smoke is inhaled too much, the soldiers on the Huangfu army side will react slowly. At that time, the Xixia army will kill the Huangfu army like cutting leeks, harvesting the lives of their soldiers one by one. But if the location of the poisonous smoke is found and destroyed, Xiangjila fought to get close to Huangfu Jing, and told Huangfu Jing about this idea, and was immediately opposed by Huangfu Jing. No, the poisonous smoke is coming from all directions. When we knew about the existence of the poisonous smoke, my people tried to destroy the source of the poisonous smoke, but all of them died before they even got close to the smoke tower because of the severe poisoning. While speaking, Huangfu Jing seemed to intentionally avoid Xiangjila's question, and swung the crescent blade to the other side to kill the enemy. Xiangjila was unwilling to give up, and wanted to act on his own, but suddenly the voice of Gongjing No. 3 rang in his mind. Little ghost cultivator, your idea of destroying the smoke tower is okay. She was slightly startled, and was almost cut in half by a Xixia soldier. So you have been listening to the noise outside. Of course, Gongjing No. 3 said, as a matter of course, the sword has no eyes. Although my ability is limited, I still have the ability to help you take the sword and remove the poison. Then, Gongjing No. 3 told Xiangjila his idea again. It would be fine if she went there in person, but bring Changjue with you? Her eyebrows jumped. There is poisonous smoke everywhere now, and Changjue is small. Once poisoned, it will definitely be faster than an adult man. In her impression, the memory hairpin did not seem to have the function of detoxification. Changju has speed and barrier. Gongjing No. 3 reminded, little ghost cultivator, aren't you surprised that you inhaled so much poisonous smoke without any discomfort? Isn't it the bracelet? No, it's Changju who protected you with the barrier. Hearing Gongjing No. 3's words, Xiangjila immediately entered the space without hesitation and carried Changju out. Changju was very helpful in helping Xiangjila to make a hidden barrier and speed up when she carried herself out. After dragging a Xixia cavalryman off his horse, Xiangjila jumped on his horse and broke through the siege. The sky was bright. For winding smoke columns slowly turned from thick black to thick white. A young woman in silver armor was standing on a lookout tower higher than Yentai, holding a telescope, watching the battle in the city without blinking. Behind her was a middle-aged man in copper armor. The middle-aged man's right eye was cloudy and lifeless. Obviously, his right eye was blind. Princess, the third kind of powder has been applied. Under the stage, a soldier was kneeling respectfully to report to her. Carelessly putting away the 1,000 miles watch, the silver-armored woman, Yang Yao, had an elegant smile on her lips from beginning to end. Okay, prepare to evacuate. The middle-aged man heard Yang Yao's order and raised his eyebrows in disapproval. Princess, this is too childish. They came to attack with such a large force, and now they are evacuating without even deciding the outcome. If the news was reported back to the court, who knows how many censors would criticize them. You could also stay here. Just don't bother me after you are poisoned. Yang Yao handed the Qianluang to the middle-aged man and spoke in a calm voice, as if what she said was just a very ordinary thing, and she was indifferent to the so-called victory or defeat. Did the princess come here this time just to avenge her husband? The middle-aged man looked at her in disbelief. When the emperor said this to him, he didn't believe it. Because although the emperor is not a wise monarch, he should not do such a stupid thing as mobilizing troops and ignoring casualties just to let his elder sister vent her anger. Revenge for the prince consort? Yang Yao curled her lips. I guess so. After saying that, she didn't even look at the middle-aged man and went down the observation tower. Almost at the moment she returned to the ground, a soldier guarding the Yentai staggered back. Report, Princess, General, the East Yentai was destroyed. Destroyed? Yang Yao's eyes quickly flashed with surprise. But it was done by the people from Huangfu army? I don't know, the soldier answered truthfully. The other party didn't leave any clues. The destruction of Yentai is more like it exploded by itself. Self-destruction? Impossible. Without thinking, Yang Yao rejected it directly, not to mention the poisonous grass burning on the cigarette tower. Even the container used to burn the grass was made by the palace maids myself, and the quality is high. It is impossible for it to self-destruct. Before Yang Yao could react, another embarrassed soldier staggered back. Report, Princess, General, the cigarette tower in the west exploded. Report, Princess, General, the cigarette tower in the south exploded. Report, Princess, General, the cigarette tower in the north exploded. As if responding to the soldier's words, the cigarette tower that exploded just now exploded several times again. Yang Yao's face gradually became gloomy. In just a few breaths, her months of hard work were all ruined. Chapter 638. She looked up at the man on the observation deck, who was looking into the distance, with a serious face, while holding up the telescope. A slender figure was galloping in the opposite direction on horseback above the boundless desert. He was wearing the bamboo armor unique to southern Chu. There was also a team of dozens of archers chasing closely behind, drawing their bows and arrows. It's Huangfu Jing's people. The middle-aged man put down the telescope and looked at Yang Yao. The poisonous smoke is gone. Inside Yazui Pass, Zhang Chongdong shouted on the tower. Close the gate of Wingqing and beat the dog. Huangfu Jun, who was still listless a moment ago, seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and his originally sluggish look suddenly became excited. Finally, we can beat the dog. I don't know which god rescued us, knowing that the Shixiao army was too despicable, and destroyed their poisonous smoke. I feel comfortable all over after the poisonous smoke is gone. Me too, me too. Kill all these blind things that broke in. Huangfu Jun was excited and fought bravely. Huangfu Jingzi looked around after shouting the poisonous smoke is gone. As expected, Xiang Jilo was nowhere to be found. He immediately rushed to the tower and carefully scanned every chaotic situation inside and outside the city. No matter how hard he looked, he could not find that slender figure. Instead, Chi Muji and his group, who were supposed to leave, were hiding and killing the enemy not far from his sight. Ugh! I won't be so stubborn next time. Lu Pinghai was shaking his hands, his face was pale, and he was spitting while swinging his sword to kill the enemy in a panic. He was dragged aside by Huangfu Shao from time to time to avoid dying at the hands of the enemy. There was no bravery at all when he shouted at the beginning that he would fight with Huangfu Shao. Chi Muji pursed his lips and swung his sword awkwardly. His face was not much better than Zhao Tao's, but he was better than Lu Pinghai in that he did not vomit. At this time, he realized that the so-called martial arts he learned in Yuancheng were all fancy. Huangfu Shao was a man who had escorted food and grass, suffered injuries, and killed enemies. Compared with the previous two, his face was much calmer. In addition to his quick moves, his movements were also skillful. As for Zhao Tao, because he was afraid of blood, he was honored to be the key protected person by the other three people. He was hidden in a secret and safe place with Liu. Screams, the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh, and curses came one after another in the distance. The disgusting smell of blood filled the nostrils, numbing people's sense of smell. The other party used the intoxicating incense. Now I am the only one here who can poison. I want to help Huang Fu Xiao. You wait here for me. The corpses were piled in the fortress erected on the road-blocking wooden horse. Li Yu looked at the broken limbs on the ground from the gap between the corpses with a cold expression, and turned to look at Xiao Tao, who was blindfolded and could faint at any time. The tone of her voice was consistent with her expression, without any ripples. Xiao Tao wanted to grab her with his backhand, but he remembered that she said she was poisonous, so he stopped halfway. He swallowed hard. You be careful. Okay. Xiangjila rode back to Yazui Pass, barely dodging several arrows that flew past her face, and then she anxiously communicated with Gongjing No. 3 about Changju's situation. How is he now? Gongjing No. 3 comforted. He's overdrawn for a while, but he'd be back to full strength after a good sleep. Don't worry too much, just focus on the enemy and protect yourself. That's good. After getting the answer from Gongjing No. 3, Xiangjila finally felt relieved. I go in and see him when I'm done. Half an hour ago, she had planned to use the barrier to pick out the huge cigarette fumes one by one. The material of the cigarette fumes is not the common iron and copper utensils, but ceramic. The kind of ceramic that has been specially smelted, is black and shiny, and has a medicinal smell. Xiangjila asked Gongjing No. 3, but Gongjing No. 3 said that the hardness of this ceramic can no longer be called normal ceramic. Not to mention that this special ceramic is hard and heat-resistant, making it difficult to destroy. Just the strict guards around the Yantai, and the poisonous nature of the Yantai itself, if she were to get close, even with the help of the bracelet and Changju, it would be difficult. After the discussion between the two people and the egg, Changju finally took on everything. He asked Xiangjila to wait where he was, and then he turned into 4 green lights and quickly rushed towards the 4 huge Yantai. Before Xiangjila could react, the Yantai closest to her made a crisp pop sound and split in 2 from the middle, and the scorching flames fell on the soldiers guarding the platform like fire from the sky. The soldiers soon became a mess. Then, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Then, Changju came back, his eyebrows and eyes were full of fatigue, and even his small body became translucent, which frightened Xiangjila and quickly sent him back into the space. Originally, she planned to do something else in Shishio with the help of the barrier, but now that Changju had problems, Xiangjila's first move was to flee. As expected, not long after she ran away, a group of cavalry caught up with her and tried to shoot her with arrows and crossbows. Fortunately, her horsemanship and flexibility were not bad, and with Gongjing No. 3, she returned safely to the gate of Yazui Pass. However, the gate is closed. Xiangjila stared at the closed gate with wide eyes. The idea of catching a turtle in a jar flashed through her mind quickly. The group of archers who were chasing Xiangjila had planned to give up after seeing Xiangjila return to Yazui Pass, but they didn't expect the gate to be closed. They intercepted and planned to win with more people and bring Xiangjila's head back for the task. Inside the city gate, Li Yu squeezed into the melee before the 2nd gate of the city gate was closed. A delicate little girl mixed in with a group of bloodthirsty soldiers was so eye-catching. Huang Fu Xiao saw her from a distance. His face changed drastically on the spot. Li Yu, what are you doing here? Because he was worried about Li Yu, he was distracted for a moment. His footsteps slowed down by half a beat, and his left arm was cut by the enemy's scimitar. Li Yu, hi quickly. Huang Fu Xiao shouted anxiously. But his voice was soon drowned out by the sound of fighting. At this time, Li Yu had already taken off the glove on her right hand, and she had cut a hole on the back of her hand. Her blood seemed to have great attraction. It drew out all kinds of small creatures hidden in the cracks under the Yazui Pass, whether poisonous or not. Wherever it passed, all enemies and friends fell down, foaming at the mouth, lips black, and faces twisted in pain. The small creatures swarmed into the fallen people, and after eating and drinking, they drilled into the next moving target. A protective circle was formed around Li Yu. Huang Fu Jun was the first to find something wrong. As the fight went on, they all moved away from Li Yu. The enemy saw that this delicate girl was dressed in bright clothes, guessed that she must have a status in the army, and rushed to her like a tide, trying to make a great contribution. Chapter 639. From a distance, he could only see the enemies rushing towards Li Yu. Huang Fu Zhao's mind went blank. He no longer cared whether to kill the enemies or not, or whether he was injured or not. Li Yu, run. He waved his sword to clear the way without caring about anything, just to squeeze to Li Yu's side to protect her. Seeing this, Lu Pinghai and Qi Muji on the side immediately followed Huang Fu Xiao, helping him to clear the obstacles behind him on the left and right. After rounds of fighting, they were already covered with various scars of varying depths. Until they got closer to Li Yu, and there were fewer and fewer enemies, Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai finally reacted. Huang Fuxiao had already rushed to Li Yu's side, and caught the pale and shaky Li Yu. Around her, a group of Xixia soldiers had already fallen, stacked up layer by layer to form a tight wall of corpses, protecting her and Huang Fuxiao inside. From time to time, a few little creatures full of blood crawled out of the corpses' ears and noses. This time, even Qi Muji, the most upright and elegant of the four dandies, couldn't help but retching. The troops in the city gradually called off. Tens of thousands of Xixia troops had been divided into two groups and annihilated. In addition to the Huangfu army, the imprisoned city defenders were also standing with swords. Both sides were covered in blood, but when they saw each other, they looked at each other tacitly and smiled heartily, as if all the grudges were wiped out in this battle. Outside the city, Xiang Jila faced dozens of archers. She knew that the biggest advantage of archers was long-range shooting. Facing the dense rain of arrows coming at her, she used the city wall to gain leverage and leaped into the air. When the archers were doubting themselves, she left the space again. She went in and out several times, and with the advantage of visual dislocation, she successfully approached the group of archers and seized some of their crossbows and arrows. While another group of archers aimed their bows and arrows at her, she did the same and easily seized their weapons. Without arrows and crossbows, the strength of the archers is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. In an instant, Xiang Jila went from being passive to active. The long whip was swung out with force, and the spearhead was shining with cold light. It easily wrapped around the enemy's neck and cut the enemy's throat. With a dull sound, the last archer fell to the ground. Good whip method. Applause came from above her head, and Xiang Jila looked up. Zhang He, Zhou Yulong, Qi Muji, Lu Pinghai and others had already stood there and looked at her. That cheer came from Lu Pinghai's mouth. The heavy city gate was reopened. Huang Fujing and Zhang Chonggong immediately surrounded Xiang Jila. "Miss, are you okay? Did you destroy Yantai?" They both spoke at the same time, and Zhang Chonggong's voice was immediately drowned out by Huang Fujing's voice. Xiang Jila instinctively replied to Huang Fujing first. "Yes." As soon as she nodded, Huang Fujing immediately blew his beard and glared. "It's just nonsense." This was the most serious tone Huang Fujing had spoken to Xiang Jila since he met her. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Xiang Jila closed his eyes and shrank his neck, whispering guiltily, "I'm back safely, aren't I?" Back safely? Huang Fujing wanted to get angry, but seeing Xiang Jila's fear of being scolded and his concern that Zhang Chonggong was still beside him, he finally took a few deep breaths, cleared his throat, and said in a slightly calmer tone, "Are you sure you're not injured?" Feeling that he had passed the test, Xiang Jila immediately shook her head, as if she had been pardoned. No. After saying that, she wrapped the long whip back around her waist, and stretched her hands in front of Huang Fujing like a child. "Look, except for a little blood on my body when I killed those enemies, even my hands are clean." Then, she clasped her hands together and begged, "Uncle Jing, please, don't tell him." Huang Fujing naturally knew who the Xiang Jila was talking about. He did not immediately agree to Xiang Jila, but looked at Xiang Jila up and down with trepidation, fearing that he might have missed something. Seeing that Xiang Jila was in a good mental state, except for a little dirt on his face, and some blood on his body, Huang Fujing finally felt relieved. Even his tone was not as tough as before. "There is still a lot of work to do. Find a place to sit down and rest." "Get some rest." "I know." After Huang Fujing left, Xiang Jila looked around and found that Huang Fuxiao was not there. He poked Zhang Chonggong's armor with his elbow. He whispered, "Where is Brother Xiao?" Zhang Chonggong looked at the place where Xiang Jila touched his armor, and turned his face away unnaturally. The young master hugged the woman who came here yesterday, and went to find the military doctor crying. Hearing this, Xiang Jila's chin almost dropped. Cry? Cry to find a military doctor? At this moment, Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai also ran to Xiang Jila. Lu Pinghai took a step forward and gave Xiang Jila a thumbs up without hesitation. "Sister Jila has a great whipping skill." "Thank you." For Huang Fuxiao's brothers, Xiang Jila had more or less goodwill. "If you practice more, you may be more skillful than me in whipping. By the way, do you know where the military doctor is now?" Seeing that several people were about to start chatting, Zhang Chonggong tactfully withdrew from their chat. "Miss, I have to go and get busy. If you have something to tell me, you can send other soldiers to tell me." "Okay, you go and get busy." After Xiangjila's approval, Zhang Chanlong retreated neatly. Many soldiers have been slightly poisoned. The military doctor should still be in the inner city now. Lu Pinghai replied. Okay, thank you. Looking at Xiangjila's back as she left, Lu Pinghai asked Chi Muji a question without any context. Is Dizzy 18? Chi Muji looked at him strangely. Are you scared? You don't even remember how old your brother is. Lu Pinghai chuckled, and when he pulled the small wounds on his body that had been simply treated, he gritted his teeth and hissed, going into battle without armor will really kill you, but fortunately I am lucky. Chi Muji snorted lightly. You should thank Huang Fu. If he hadn't dragged you the whole time, you would have died a long time ago. While speaking, his eyes scanned everywhere, and he always felt that something was missing. Chapter 640. At this time, Lu Pinghai also reacted. No, Gong. Miss you came out. Where is Tao Ao? At this time, Chi Muji finally knew what was missing. His face changed slightly, and he turned and walked quickly towards the inner city. Go to the pile of corpses and wooden horses to look for it. It was noon. In the huge open space of the city gate, soldiers with bandaged wounds were lying in all directions. There were also corpses that had not been dealt with in time. Xiangjila was cautious and careful not to run into wounded soldiers along the way. When she found Li Yu, the wound on her hand had been bandaged. She was sitting in the shadow of a wall, her face pale and eyes closed. The bandage on her hand was random, not the way a military doctor would bandage it. Xiangjila lowered his voice and walked to sit next to Li Yu. Xiangjila, you're here. Li Yu didn't open her eyes, but she knew it was her. At this time, she was the only one who dared to approach her. Seeing Li Yu's slightly wet eyelashes, Xiangjila asked softly, What's going on? Li Yu shook her head, opened her eyes, and looked at the blue sky with a blank look. I left the Nanshu Palace because of Gong Sunming's help. From Li Yu's mouth, Xiangjila learned that Gong Sunming took the risk of being beheaded to bring her back to Dahuang Nanling. After returning to Nanling, because she didn't want to have any other involvement with Gong Sunming, Li Yu left a letter and ran away. She didn't have time to meet up with Chunshou and the others in Bailing, and encountered robbers again. She was rescued by Ji Ro, who passed by. Coincidentally, when Ji Ro was about to take her to Bailing to find Chunshou and the others, they met Chi Muji and others who were lost. Then, with the help of Ji Ro, they took the small paths that were usually not populated and went west. On the way, Zhao Tao got angry because Li Yu had blisters on her feet due to walking too much, and kicked 2 saplings. After listening carefully to Li Yu's explanation, Xiangjila pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, Do you like Brother Xiao? Although she had the answer in her heart, this kind of thing always counts only when the person involved admits it. Li Yu did not admit it, nor did she deny it. She just said slowly, Huang Fu Xiao has reasons to hate me. The tone of someone who has experienced many things. It made Xiangjila feel that the 14-year-old girl in front of her looked older than her, a woman who had lived for more than 40 years in 2 lives. For some reason, she thought of the saying, good love can make a woman more and more childish, while bad love will only make a woman more and more mature, and the trouble she caused. However, don't advise others without knowing their own business. The most difficult thing for people to do is to empathize with each other, so even if Xiangjila wanted to persuade her, she didn't know what position to stand on. Seeing Li Yu lost in thought, she could only reach out and pat her shoulder and change the subject. Then did you tell Gong Sunming the truth about being betrayed by his friend to the bandit camp as a medicine man? As expected, the topic changed, and the gloom in Li Yu's eyes slowly regained its brightness. I did. At that time, Gong Sunming asked me why I ran away. Seeing that I had nowhere to escape, I told him the whole truth. As a result, he denied everything I said, and then he told me all his experiences and how he had been looking for me over the years. Our experiences collided. I immediately realized that the problem was with his friend, and Gong Sunming apologized to me for trusting others wrongly. Compared to when they were in Kyoto, Li Yu's attitude towards Gong Sunming is much more calm now, and he even talks more. Xiangjila pretended to be relaxed and joked, Have you guys covered up the previous incident? Infected by Xiangjila's relaxed tone, Li Yu's eyebrows slowly relaxed. I guess so. After all, for me, I would rather believe that he didn't know. In fact, looking back now, I hated him for several years. In addition to making myself sad, he didn't even know what happened. Even I found it ridiculous. People are often like this. The so-called inability to let go is actually unwillingness. When you suddenly wake up one day, look back at your past self. As long as you have a little rationality, you can find that before this, all the resentment and self-pity were just adding drama to yourself on the stage you built. Xiangjila reached out and rubbed her hair like an elder who doesn't have a past, bravely walk out of the past, face a new life, and see a completely different scenery. That's it. Li Yu rarely responded to Xiangjila's every word. Xiangjila, I used to think you talk too much, and Yin Zhenyuo should be very annoyed with you, but now I feel that your talkativeness doesn't seem so annoying. Hearing this, Xiangjila's smile immediately disappeared, and even the hand that was rubbing her hair was taken back. Pretending to be angry, he glared at her and said, "Tsk, asshole Li Yu, if you can't talk, just say less, and don't bring everything up about my Zhenyuo." This puffed up cheeks and angry look is like a little mouse that has stuffed its mouth with food. Li Yu couldn't help laughing out loud, and two shallow dimples appeared on her face. Laughing means you are in a much better mood. Xiangjila held his chin with his hand, and looked at her. His fox eyes were as bright as shining gems. "Xiangjila, I'm fine, don't worry." Li Yu put away her smile, but there was still a slight arc at the corner of her mouth. "I can see it." Xiangjila sat up again, and sat side by side with her, and asked, "So are you and Gong Sunning reconciled as before? He probably won't look for you again." Li Yu's smile was a little lighter again. "It's easy to make peace, but it's hard to be like before. It doesn't matter to me whether I look for you or not now." Xiangjila remained silent again. That day, the wind was very light, with a little chill in late autumn, and the smell of blood filled the nostrils for a long time. Under the wall, two small figures rested there for an afternoon. Not far from the wall, a pair of eyes that were no longer clear and pure were staring at Li Yu and Xiangjila without blinking. Just when the war was going on at Yasubi Pass, the undercurrent was also surging in Dahuang Kyoto. It has been nearly 3 months since Yin Beiki died. In the past 3 months, since the real Yin Beiki died, Yin Changzhou found a person with a body shape similar to Yin Beiki as a puppet and officially began to control the government. Since the high-ranking officials were all his own people and those with low positions had no say, Yin Zhenyuo had been sick and did not attend the court. Yin Beiki gave all power to Yin Changzhou, and now the Dahuang court has basically become his one-man show. After leaving the court, Yin Beiki was sick in bed as usual, and couldn't help asking Yin Changzhou, who was reviewing the memorials, "Master Yin, why don't you take the throne directly?" Chapter 641. Yin Changzhou gave him a meaningful look. "It's not the right time yet. Yin Zhenyuo's dragon form has dissipated, but the memorial reported that Dahuang is still prosperous, and Beiki and Nanchu are not in chaos. This is not normal. Besides, the rest of the people have just arrived at the palace, and the Yuling guards guarding the outer city of the capital have not been completely replaced by his people. How can he be completely free of worries? It's a pity that the high priest refused to come otherwise." Not knowing what Yin Changzhou was thinking, Yin Beiki immediately changed his face when he saw Yin Changzhou's smiling face. "It's my subordinates who have usurped the throne." Fortunately, Yin Changzhou didn't seem to want to ruin his mood because of Yin Beiki this time, and he let him go easily after Yin Beiki apologized. At this time, the guard outside the door came to report, "Your Majesty, Yunakong, the Regent Prince is here, just outside the door." Yin Changzhou's hand that was flipping the memorial paused slightly. His eyes were full of vigilance. "Yin Zhenyuo?" Ever since Yin Zhenyuo unusually did not attend the morning court, his people have been looking for opportunities to get rid of him. But every time they hinted that Yin Zhenyuo had ill intentions towards the country and the court, there would always be a group of brainless censors who came out to die. The censors hit the pillars a few times, and other court officials with lower positions also began to have opinions, so he could only put it aside for the time being. The assassinations in private were even more brutal. Every time, they were always just a little short of the mark. Occasionally, they would leave a survivor, but he was still under the spell of soul stealing. Nothing he said was true. It was really unlucky. When someone asked about it, the result was that the prince's old injury relapsed, and he was still in bed recuperating. Bah, would a man like Yin Zhenyuo, who was full of bad water and tricks, stay in bed and recuperate? However, facing the regent's palace, which was more solid than an iron road, if he confronted it head-on, it would inevitably alarm Yin Zhenyuo. Now was a critical moment, and it was not appropriate to confront Yin Zhenyuo head-on, so he could only adopt a roundabout policy to slowly infiltrate, and make arrangements in the palace by the way, waiting for Yin Zhenyuo to enter the palace, and then keep him in the palace completely. It was a pity that when he and Qi Hongbin separated the Shadowless Guard, he was busy taking away his subordinates, who were skilled in disguise, and did not take away a few who could use poison. Otherwise, a person like Yin Zhenyuo should be allowed to try forget worries, and continue to suffer. In the end, no one would recognize him. He would be unrecognizable and die without dignity. The shadowless guard should not have been divided into two groups. Realizing that the guards were still outside the door, Yin Changzhou ordered, "Let him go to the Imperial Study." "Yes." Imperial Study. Seeing that it was Yin Changzhou who came to see him, Yin Zhenyu was not surprised at all, as if it was Yin Changzhou who was supposed to come to see him. "Where is Yin Beiqi's body?" Yin Zhenyu didn't say anything polite, and asked for the body directly. "The body?" Yin Changzhou refused to admit it. "Your Highness must be confused. The Emperor is still alive, so how can there be a body?" As he spoke, he walked to Yin Zhenyu's side, and quietly made a gesture to the person hiding in the dark. Several black shadows quickly passed by the shadows. Hearing Yin Changzhou's casual words, Yin Zhenyu stood with his hands behind his back, and did not resist Yin Changzhou's approach at all, as if he had no worries about his situation. "Since I have entered the palace, there is no reason for me to return empty-handed. Why do you force others to do something that you don't have?" Yin Zhenyu raised his eyelids slightly, and gave Yin Changzhou an indifferent look, as if he would not leave until he saw what he wanted. "This deep palace was once my home after all. If I want something, even if I am blocked, I will always come to me without any effort. If that thing does not come, I will rest here for a while, and wait for it to come. If you have time, Eunuch Hong, you might as well stay here to accompany me." After saying that, Yin Zhenyu walked to the seat he had not yet vacated and sat down, crossed his arms over his chest, and closed his eyes. Yin Changzhou saw his behavior and didn't know what he was up to for a moment, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "No wonder the prince came to the palace. It turned out that he wanted to die at home." Such a blatant hint that he was just resting here? Really just resting here obediently? No one believes it. Time is passing, and the two seem to be competing for patience. Until the sky gradually darkens, Yin Zhenyu still sits in his previous position like a wooden stake, with his arms folded across his chest and eyes closed waiting. Yin Changzhou gradually realized that something was wrong when he didn't see the shadowless guard return. Yin Zhenyu never did useless work. What was the purpose of sleeping here? He came with a clear purpose of finding Yin Beiqi's body. He was so sure that Yin Beiqi was dead. Could it be that he had an insider in the palace? Now he said to rest here. Is he just stalling for time so that his inner supporters in the palace can find Yin Beiqi's body? As soon as the thought came out, he immediately denied it. Impossible, his information can't be wrong. Everyone in the palace is already his people. Even if he swaggers to the harem to sleep with the queen now, as long as he doesn't say anything, no one will dare to leak a word. However, I don't know if it's his illusion, he seems to really hear someone fighting outside. Yin Changzhou felt a chill on his back, and looked up at the man who closed his eyes, and rested in disbelief. If his deployment was so meticulous and Yin Zhenyu still broke the game, then he would be ashamed to live in this world. It would be better to kill himself. It is better to see it with your own eyes than to think too much. In order to make himself feel at ease, Yin Changzhou's eyes fell on Yin Zhenyu, and his steps were slowly moving out. "Where do you want to go, Eunuch Hong?" Just as Yin Changzhou was about to move to the door and turn around to step over the threshold, a lazy voice called him from behind. He was startled and immediately took back his foot that was halfway out of the threshold. "Why, didn't you agree to stay here and rest with me?" It's not hard to tell that the owner of the voice really slept. Yin Changzhou's eyes widened, as if he met Yin Zhenyu for the first time. Is he really just sleeping? Is he not playing tricks on him? Thinking over and over again, he couldn't help but squeeze out 6 words with gritted teeth. "Yin Zhenyu, you tricked me. All is fair in war, and courtesy is reciprocity." Yin Zhenyu stood up, and twisted his shoulders and neck to move his tight bones. The fighting outside the door became more and more intense. Amid the chaos, a figure in a bright yellow dragon robe was smashed in. Chapter 642. Yin. Lord Yin. Seeing the bruised Yin Beiqi, what else did Yin Changzhou not understand? But he still found it hard to believe that his shadowless guards, who had been deployed in full force, and the people he had entrenched in the palace, were arranged so carefully. Why? He kept repeating himself. It shouldn't be like this. No reason, it's not yours anyway. Lin Bufan came in from the door, with a sword in his hand, wearing the clothes of a palace guard. The guards following him rushed into the imperial study in an orderly manner, and surrounded Yin Changzhou. You. Yin Changzhou recognized at a glance that Lin Bufan was wearing the clothes of the guard, who had just reported to him that the regent has arrived. That guard was originally his confidant. Where is he now? And these guards who broke in were all strangers, not his people. Where did his people go? Knowing that the situation was hopeless, the chance of escape was even slimmer. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yin Zhenyu. His eyes were red, and his face was full of resentment. How did you do it? When Yin Beiki was rescued a few months ago, Yin Zhenyu was still struggling because there was no one in the palace. The secret passage he retreated through in the bamboo forest was also destroyed by his men. Yin Zhenyu did not give him much response, and raised his eyebrows to look at him. Fighting stubbornly is just a waste of energy. Do you want to come by yourself, or do you want me to go? Yin Changzhou stared at Yin Zhenyu and slowly stepped back. His hands behind his back were taking something out of his sleeve pockets, but he still said in a panic, "What do you want? The shadowless guard is cunning, and has tried to kill me more than once or twice. What do you think I want?" Yin Zhenyu pressed on step by step. Yin Changzhou retreated slowly with fear on his face. When the two were half a step away from each other, he suddenly attacked and threw the thing he had taken out at Yin Zhenyu's face. The incident happened too suddenly. Even though Yin Zhenyu's body quickly turned to the side, he still couldn't avoid the poison powder he threw. Yin Changzhou's mouth curled up with a triumphant smile, but soon, his smile could not be maintained. "Why is it all white? Shouldn't this poison powder be black?" Yin Changzhou inhaled a few mouthfuls by accident and was shocked again. "Why is it flour?" Yin Zhenyu took the opportunity to sweep him to the ground with a sweeping kick, and stepped hard on his chest. Yin Changzhou vomited a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Yin Zhenyu sneered, "You dare to show off your skills in front of me? This man's poisoning skills are not as good as Qi Hongbin and his son. I don't know how Yin Beiki, that idiot, lost his life. Yin Zhenyu, you are the one who did it again." He stared at Yin Zhenyu with his eyes wide open, as if it was hard to believe that Yin Zhenyu could replace the medicine powder he carried with him in his palace. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to let him go, Yin Changzhou gritted his teeth and used his trump card. "You know in your heart that if I die, your good days will be over. Are you sure you still want to touch me?" Lin Bufan looked at Yin Changzhou as if he was watching a joke. "Look at what you said. As if our prince can live a comfortable life if you are alive." Yin Changzhou was about to say something, but Yin Zhenyu stepped hard on him and broke 2 of his ribs. Every breath he took was a piercing pain. Yin Changzhou wanted to curl up, but the man who stepped on him showed no mercy. He couldn't move, cold sweat ran down his forehead, and even breathing smoothly became a luxury. Ever since he stepped on Yin Changzhou, Yin Zhenyu pursed his lips and had a cold face the whole time. It was not until he sealed Yin Changzhou's martial arts and watched him struggle and be taken away with cold eyes that he curled his lips and sneered. "You think I slept through those 3 months?" Since the day he knew Yin Beiki was dead, he had guessed what Yin Changzhou was going to do. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he specially asked the letter guards to deliver secret letters to Lin Bufan in 3 groups, and asked Lin Bufan to lead 50,000 elite soldiers to enter Beijing in batches secretly. This was their tacit understanding over the years. The daily correspondence was usually 1 letter at a time, and only when something really difficult happened would the secret letter be divided into several copies and sent to the recipient through different people. The 3 letters in the hands of the messenger were all incomplete. If one of the messengers did not go there, no one could tell what the content was just from the incomplete letters. When Lin Bufan saw the incomplete letters, he could guess that something happened in Kyoto. Needless to say, he also knew what to do. As for the problem of being familiar with the place, in order to save his life, when he was a child, Yin Zhenyu remembered every blade of grass and every tree in the entire palace, even where there was a hole. When he was older, in order to avoid Yin Xiuyu's suspicion, he only dared to let different palace maids and eunuchs go out every time, and asked each person to tell him a place in Kyoto when they came back for different reasons. Later, when he left the palace and became independent, he took advantage of Chu Shan to take him over the wall to go out, and personally went to those places to verify. Over time, even the elderly maids and the elderly people outside the palace were not as familiar with the blind spots of the entire Kyoto city and the entire palace as he was. Based on these blind spots, he asked Lin Bufan to replace hundreds of people a day in the palace, sometimes taking advantage of the dark night and high wind to sneak into the palace. These preparations took more than 2 months. When most of the people in the palace were his people, it was easy for him to secretly replace the medicine powder he brought with him when Yin Changzhou was not careful. Fortunately, Yin Changzhou's men were good at disguise and martial arts, and only knew the basics of poisons. As for where did the people who were replaced go, of course, the useful ones were kept, and the useless ones were killed. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. This principle will never be outdated no matter when and where. Not long after, Chu Shan found Yin Beiqi's body from the dry well behind the cold palace. At that time, in order to be on the safe side, Yin Changzhou made special treatment for Yin Beiqi's body, so at a glance, Yin Beiqi's appearance did not change much from before his death, and even his body did not become stiff. The harem also regained its freedom in this eradication of the rebellion. The next morning, Yin Changzhou, who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable after just one night, was brought to the court. Yin Beiki, who was poisoned, was also brought to the court with him. In the court, several important officials with slightly changed faces were stripped of their human skin masks in public by Chu Shan, Lin Bufan and others. With the testimony of Queen Xia and all the concubines in the harem, who jointly accused Yin Changzhou of poisoning the emperor, and the testimony of Bian Ji and several lower-ranking civil officials, who accused Yin Changzhou of sending people to kill important officials in the court, Yin Changzhou was sentenced to death without any suspense, and his entire clan was implicated. The incident of the shadowless guards holding the emperor hostage to seize power has come to a temporary end. Death row. There are heavy soldiers outside. Yin Changzhou lay half dead on the rotten straw, coughing a few times with a weak breath. Yin Zhenyuo's kicks not only broke several of his ribs, but also dissipated most of his skills. He still doesn't understand. Even if his people can't enter the regent's palace, they have never relaxed their surveillance of the regent's palace. Even Yin Zhenyuo's elite soldiers stationed in the military camp outside the city have been closely watched by him. How did Yin Zhenyuo do it so secretly under his nose? Chapter 643. Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., he will be executed. How to escape? A slight noise outside the prison drew his attention back. It's time to eat. The jailer rudely pushed a bowl of food into his mouth. It was a proper meal, with rice, vegetables, meat, and a duck egg cut in half. The only thing about the death row that was better than the sky prison was probably the food, which at least allowed the person going to die to have a full stomach. Unfortunately, because the jailer was too strong, his food was knocked over. Yin Changzhou glanced at the remaining half bowl of rice in the bowl with an indifferent look. He didn't know whether it was the light problem or the visual illusion, but he seemed to see a foreign object buried in the remaining half bowl of rice in the spilled food. His face changed slightly, and he immediately endured the severe pain all over his body, turned over and crawled to the rice bowl, and tremblingly pulled out the half bowl of rice that had not been poured out. Soon, the foreign object was pulled out by him. It was a piece of cloth tied with a thick fish belly thorn, tied in a knot, and only as thick as a woman's little finger. There were words as small as a fly's head on the back of the cloth. With the weak light, Yin Changzhou saw the contents of the cloth clearly. He changed his indifference and chuckled in revenge. Yin Zhenyuo. So what if you win this time? The dragon bones are already formed. As long as you are in charge of the government affairs of Dahuang, you will still die. That night. The palace. Several court officials were arguing over whether to declare a national mourning. Master Bian means that the emperor suffered such a great injustice of sudden death, and now even a national mourning is not issued? Bianji ignored the official's words, but saluted Yin Zhenyuo in a dignified manner. I don't mean not to declare a national mourning, but I suggest that everything should be kept simple. There have been earthquakes in many places in the north recently, and the casualties are difficult to estimate. I think we should put the people first and spend money on meaningful things. I hope your majesty will think twice about the extravagant national mourning. Yin Zhenyuo looked coldly at the old officials, who escaped the catastrophe, and then looked at the young Bianji. Slowly, the emperor is kind and wise. When he was alive, he was a wise ruler who cared about the people. Now there is a natural disaster in the north. If the emperor were alive, he would definitely feel sad for the people who suffered this catastrophe. Everything should be kept simple. A few words were spoken lightly, and the final word was given, leaving several court officials speechless. The prince has said that the emperor is a benevolent and wise ruler who cares about the people. If they still insist on helping the emperor to fight for a grand national funeral, wouldn't they push the emperor into the ranks of incompetent rulers? They dare not do such a sinful thing. After sending away the court officials, Yin Zhenyuo sat behind the dragon table and took a sip of ginseng tea handed to him by Chu Shan himself to refresh himself. Prince, it's late at night. Since the matter of the shadowless guard has been settled, why don't you go to the ear room to rest for a while? Chu Shan's tone was full of worry. Since the prince regained his fighting spirit, he seems to have more things to do. Especially in the past 2 months, reports of natural disasters from all over the country have been flying into the Regent Palace like snowflakes, and the prince can only sleep for less than 3 hours a day. If he doesn't rest well, even an iron body can't bear it. It's okay. Yin Zhenyuo's eyes were cold, looking at the pile of reports on the dragon case, as if telling Chu Shan, and also as if telling himself, there will be a lot of busy things in the future. Since the day Yin Beiki passed away, Dahuang has been hit by natural disasters. The prosperity that Yin Changzhou saw was just a whitewash of peace after his people intercepted the natural disaster report. The reason why he did this was all thanks to Qin Pei's reminder to him in Kyoto last year. In his eyes, Qin Pei was not a great alchemist, so he had already prepared for others to know what he told him. As the last generation of Shadowless Guards leader, who worked for Da Huang, Yin Changzhou dared to openly provoke him and attack Yin Beiki. It is not ruled out that someone around him told him something and pointed out some confusion. Just like Qin Pei reminded him. After getting this guess, he immediately inferred Yin Changzhou's character based on Yin Changzhou's background and what he did around Yin Beiki, and put himself in Yin Changzhou's shoes, constantly speculating, if he were Yin Changzhou, what would he do next? In this way, the motives of all the things Yin Changzhou did in these days were replaced by various speculations. And finally inferred that everything he did was centered around wanting to occupy the magpie's nest and seize the Da Huang kingdom. So far, Yin Zhenyu guessed that the most likely reason why Yin Changzhou dared to kill Yin Beiki was that he knew that after Yin Beiki died, something big would definitely happen, and this big thing would be related to his regent. Invisibly, it was in line with what Qin Pei had said to him before. Da Huang was very likely to be destroyed in his hands. Therefore, he not only intercepted the natural disaster memorial to whitewash the peace, but also intercepted and killed all the people sent by Yin Changzhou to inquire about the news, paralyzing Yin Changzhou's judgment. At present, seeing that the world is peaceful, at least he can be afraid. If Yin Changzhou knew that a natural disaster really came after Yin Beiqi's death, it would make him even more unscrupulous. In fact, he won the bet. But, judging from the increasingly serious natural disasters in various places, after winning this battle, what comes in return may be a more difficult road. Prince Chushan did not know when he went back, holding a wooden box in his hand, the princess has sent a letter. Hearing the word princess, Yin Zhenyuo's cold and slightly tired eyebrows faded at this moment, and even the fatigue was swept away. He immediately stood up, and couldn't wait to take the box from Chushan. In the box, in addition to the family letter from Xiangjila, there was also a report from the Qilin Guard. He first read the letter from the Qilin Guard, which mentioned that Xiangjila discovered their existence on the third day of her journey to Yazui Pass, and then tacitly agreed to let them stay by her side, and protect her secretly, but only made one request, that is, not to let the people in Huang Fujing's camp know their true identities. Chapter 644. There were no other abnormalities in the rest of the report. Yin Zhenyuo handed the letter from the Qilin Guard to Chushan, as if nothing had happened. The Qilin Guard's concealment level has declined recently. You should ask Lin Er and Lin San to pay close attention to it during this period. Yes. Chushan took the report letter with both hands and responded respectfully. In addition, send someone to keep an eye on the death row. It's better to be safe than sorry. If the remnants of the Shadowless Guard have not been eliminated, tonight and early morning are definitely the best time to switch. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have already sent someone to keep a close eye on it. Seeing that Chushan showed no sign of leaving, Yin Zhenyuo asked him to do some other things, and Chushan responded to them one by one with reason. When he responded, he also reminded Yin Zhenyuo to take care of his health and rest. In the end, Yin Zhenyuo could only nod his head and say yeah, and casually dismiss Chushan, with the reason that Chushan had just stepped into the threshold with his left foot, which was annoying for him to see. At this time, Chushan realized that the prince was in a hurry to read the letter from the princess and dismissed him. He immediately winked at Yin Zhenyuo and smiled ambiguously, and bowed and retreated before Yin Zhenyuo got angry. Yin Zhenyuo was the only one left in the huge imperial study. He first held his breath and listened for a while, and after making sure that no one was coming here, he stretched out his hand to straighten his clothes, then wiped his hands with a wet towel at hand, and finally carefully picked up the family letter sealed with beeswax, with the 4 words "My husband's personal letter" written on it in a flamboyant style. The family letter was a bit thick, with 5 full pages. Yin Zhenyuo read it over and over again, word by word. The contents of the letter were nothing more than Xixia dared not act rashly again, she was safe with Uncle Jing, the scenery in Shisa was great, she felt like relaxing and having fun, the Qilin Guards protected her very well, so he didn't have to worry, and also asked him to pay attention to his diet and work and rest, and not to let his stomach disease recur. She told him 3 pages just about these family matters. The last 2 pages were all about missing him, telling him in various ways that she missed him, and complaining to him that everything was good in Shisa, except that the weather was getting colder, the quilt was cold, and 10 hot water bottles were no match for him. Yin Zhenyuo's expression changed from trying to purse his thin lips at the beginning to slowly curling up the corners of his mouth, with a soft arc at the end. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Stupid woman." The tone was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her. But soon, his smile stopped. The end of the letter was signed 2 months ago. Normally, the messengers were specially trained to solve various obstacles in delivering letters. They could deliver the letter in 30 or 40 days at the latest. 20 days late was enough to show that the Shisa of Nanchu was not as peaceful as she said in the letter. According to the letter that Shinmachi had sent back to him before, he handed Ning Chuxing's head to Ouyang Yao through Ouyang Ya's hand. Ouyang Yao was angry and asked for permission to put on armor for her husband. And Ouyang Yi took advantage of Ouyang Yao's absence and, with the help of Shinmachi, gradually controlled the palace and dealt with the Ying family. As for how the two brothers reconciled, Shinmachi did not mention it in the letter, but only said that if he wanted to find a breakthrough from the Ying family, he had to start with Xiangxi. So he said Jia Daoling to Shixia to meet Shinmachi. After thinking it over, Yan Zhenduo finally called out, "Chu Shan." Chu Shan, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, immediately entered. He finally mustered up the courage to tease Yan Zhenduo, but was infected by the solemnity on Yan Zhenduo's face, and even the wretched smile turned into a serious cold face. "Prince? Immediately send Lin Ba and Lin Jiu to take Xi and Shi to the south. If you meet Gong Sunming, try to capture him and bring him to Yazui Pass to meet up with Lin Ershi and others." "Yes." At dawn. Death row. A wax ball the size of a baby's finger rolled lightly through the crack of the cell door into Yan Changzhou's cell. The sound was so slight that it was almost inaudible. In the early morning, a jailer rudely opened Yan Changzhou's cell door and took him to the torture room where he was to be put on the wooden shackle before execution. He asked him to sit at the table and put a more sumptuous meal in front of him than yesterday. Yan Changzhou, finish this meal and get ready to go. Yan Changzhou picked up the chopsticks tremblingly, picked up the food, and ate it mouthful by mouthful. Halfway through the meal, Yan Changzhou suddenly turned pale, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground. The Prince Regent's palace. Chu Shan told Yan Zhenduo about the situation in the death row, and bowed his head and blamed himself. "My subordinates have clearly kept a close watch on the death row, but I don't know how these rebels got into the death row." Yan Zhenduo left the palace and returned to the mansion, planning to undress and take a nap. After hearing the news brought back by Chu Shan, he stopped his hand that was about to take off his outer robe. "Except Yan Changzhou, are there any abnormalities among the other rebels?" "No, not even the number of people has decreased," Chu Shan added. "At present, I have ordered the death row to be completely sealed inside and out, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." "Where is the body?" "Two jailers have placed his body in the boardroom. As long as the prince gives an order, I will immediately arrange for the disposal." Hearing this, Yan Zhenduo put on the half-taken outer robe again and turned to walk out. "Let's go and take a look." Chu Shan hurriedly followed. "Does the prince suspect that he has escaped?" Yan Zhenduo looked forward with a cold gaze. "Nothing is impossible for the shadowless guards. We have seen how difficult they are in Sichuan. It is not your people's fault, and you don't need to blame yourself." However, Yan Changzhou's death from poison was beyond his expectation. After all, before arresting him, he had already ordered people to search all the poisons in his body, and even check the places where the poison was hidden in his gums. It is impossible for him to be poisoned. As for the death row, because he knew that he was cunning, he specially asked Chu Shan to allocate heavy troops to guard the death row without leaks. If he could still take the poison successfully under such circumstances, it means there are still remnants of the previous shadowless guards that have not been cleared out. If the remnants have already infiltrated the death row, he has assigned a large number of soldiers to guard it, which has given them a loophole to exploit. Sure enough, seeing Yan Zhenduo go there in person, the jailers were frightened and puzzled. The prince ordered to drag the prisoner's body away and deal with it secretly. "We have dragged the body to the crematorium according to your instructions." How? Chu Shan shook his head and gritted his teeth at the jailers in front of him. "Fools, you've all fallen into the trap." Just when everyone thought Yan Zhenduo was going to get angry, the latter turned around and left without hesitation. Chu Shan hurriedly followed. "Prince, do you need me to send someone to chase them?" "The other party is well prepared. Your people can't catch up." Yan Zhenduo said it firmly. His tone was calm but suppressed, making people unable to help but obey. "Immediately divide the guards guarding the death row into groups to guard the major gates of Kyoto, and do a good job of checking the patients coming and going from Yalu Medical Clinic." "Yes." Chapter 645. Eagles Beak Cliff. Wang Fujing looked at Zhang He with a serious expression. "If you go back to Yuancheng now, you may have a chance to atone for your crime. If you join me in resisting the imperial court and the Xixia army, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive in the end. The current situation is that the battle between the army at Yazui Pass and Xixia is still stalemate, and the one in Yuancheng also intends to let General Dingguiche Jingming lead the army to attack. The food and grass are gradually running out. No matter which one, it tells him that his persistence now is just a fight of trapped beasts. Fortunately, during the Xixia raid half a month ago, he used the same trick to destroy the city defenders, who had massacred Huangfu's army. Now that the internal troubles have subsided, they can focus all their energy on external affairs, which is a blessing in disguise. After hearing Huangfu Jing's words, Zheng He's already tough facial lines became even tougher. His tone was full of strong dissatisfaction. Yazui Pass is my route. You occupied my land, and you don't allow me to stay here? You know that this is not what I mean. That's what you mean. Zheng He interrupted Huangfu Jing mercilessly. Huangfu Jing, don't think I don't know what you're thinking? You are loyal. Am I the kind of person who sells out friends for fame? Huangfu Jing's beard trembled, and he wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. The discussion about not implicating Zheng He ended with Zheng He's refusal again. Zheng He changed the subject and brought the topic to Xiang Zila's siblings again. What do those two children mean now? Thinking of Xiang Zila and Huangfu Zhao's attitude, Huangfu Jing stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulders, comforting her. When the child grows up, he will always have his own ideas. They have their own ideas, and they still call him General Zheng distantly these days. Zheng He's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. Soon, he cheered up again. Since he had to repay his gratitude, how could he be upset and affect his enthusiasm because of such a small matter? Then, he reminded Huangfu Jing, Xiaoxila is a girl, don't you plan to persuade her to leave? Persuade her to leave? Knowing that Xiang Zila had a special identity, Huangfu Jing had persuaded her no less than 10 times after the battle half a month ago, but she always said that she would leave when the time was right. Huangfu Jing had no choice but to let her go. If she wants to leave, no one can stop her. This child's paranoid personality is more or less like her mother. At the same time, on the training ground. What's wrong with you? We agreed before that we would leave after we recovered from our injuries. Now, not to mention that the minor scratches on your skin didn't even leave a scar, and now your physique is stronger than mine. How come you are still addicted to living here? At lunchtime, the soldiers on the parade ground had already evacuated in an orderly manner to eat. Huangfu Shao specially called out his 3 friends, as if he was going to call them to task. Qi Muji was the first to express his opinion. Huangfu, if you didn't come to us today, we would have come to you to talk about this matter. You are right, we were indeed impulsive in leaving Yuancheng. Don't worry, we will leave in 2 days. I thought I would have to argue with the 3 of them, but I didn't expect Qi Muji to respond to his words so readily. Huangfu Shao suddenly felt that he was a bit aggressive, and his tone softened for no reason. I will send someone to escort you to the Black Wind Cliff south of Yinta Pass. Once you cross the Black Wind Cliff, you will reach the border between Shisa and Chaiyang. Then you can go from some small villages along the paths to the official road, and go all the way south to return to Yuancheng. We will draw a map in advance this time, so we won't get lost again. Qi Muji promised. Okay. Since Qi Muji had spoken, Huangfu Shao was naturally convinced. Next, he followed Huangfu Jing's instructions, and told Qi Muji and others how to clear their suspicion of having been to Shisa, and how to deal with Nandong Yao's temptation. Several people listened very carefully, but they didn't understand a word. Seeing Huangfu Shao immersed in it, they kept saying him for a long time to reassure him. Finally, he told his brothers what he remembered. Although Huangfu Shao didn't know what he said, he was relieved when he saw that they seemed to understand. He asked casually, any other questions? Xiao Tao slowly raised his right hand, then, what about the eldest princess? Will she go back with us? Impossible. Huangfu Jing blurted out, then realized that his tone seemed wrong. He straightened his face, and said to the others, you have also seen that she and Xiaoxila are old acquaintances, and they have a good relationship. Solely you is very likely to follow my sister. I don't think so. Dr. Gong Sunming, who came here to help a few days ago, seems to have a good relationship with the princess. Before Lu Pinghai finished speaking, Huangfu Shao couldn't wait to interrupt him, that Gong Sunming also knew Xiaoxila. Really? Lu Pinghai obviously didn't believe what he said, and frowned jokingly, your sister has a wide network of contacts. In the increasingly ambiguous eyes of several people, Huangfu Shao said one thing and meant another, and added half-truthfully, no matter why she stayed, it's not a bad thing for me. After all, if Nandong Yao makes me unhappy one day, I can use her as a hostage to anger Nandong Yao to death. Flute, It's not shameful to like someone, just admit it. Lu Pinghai walked to his side and stretched out his elbow to poke his waist. He felt that Zhao Tao's eyes seemed to fall on him. He remembered that Zhao Tao would rather be laughed at by Lu Pinghai and stay in those comfortable inns for Liu. He also thought that Zhao Tao was the first person to mention Liu. Huang Fuxiao said to Lu Pinghai unhappily, "I don't have the habit of being a monkey. If you want to be a monkey, go by yourself, don't drag me." These words with a slightly heavy tone were said to Lu Pinghai, but Huang Fuxiao's eyes were always on Zhao Tao. The latter looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand how he had offended Dizzy. Qi Muji also felt that Huang Fuxiao was hostile to Zhao Tao. Chapter 646. He frowned at first, and soon, his eyes fell on Lu Pinghai, and a hint of understanding flashed across his eyes. Someone is really a duck, and he is stubborn. Brother Muji, Dizzy has changed. When returning to his residence, Zhao Tao told Qi Muji about Huang Fuxiao's inappropriateness with grievance. "I don't know what medicine he took wrong recently, and he always looks at me with the kind of eyes that make people's backs cold intentionally or unintentionally." Qi Muji shook his head at him and reminded him, "Don't mention the princess in front of Huang Fu recently." "Why?" Zhao Tao was even more confused. Didn't Dizzy like to mention the eldest princess in front of us? He always couldn't help but want to care about the eldest princess, basically for his sake. He didn't understand why Dizzy was so nervous. The past is the past. Qi Muji shook his head again. "Have you forgotten why General Huang Fu went to the battlefield? The positions of the eldest princess and Huang Fu have been opposite since they went to the battlefield. Unless one of them is willing to give up something for the other, they can't be together. Everyone else said they were bastards, but who could see things more clearly than them? The princess has chased him here. Isn't he moved at all?" Zhao Tao looked innocent. Qi Muji was so innocent that he wanted to hit him on the head with a folding fan. "Don't you see that Huang Fu is very conflicted right now? On the one hand, he is resisting his feelings for the princess, and on the other hand, he can't help himself without knowing it. Oh, it's too complicated." Zhao Tao pulled his hair in annoyance. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered what Qi Muji said to Huang Fuxiao, and he stopped immediately. "No, Brother Muji, aren't we going to help Dizzy?" "What?" Zhao Tao's thoughts jumped too fast, and Qi Muji almost couldn't keep up with what he said. "Didn't we agree to help Dizzy before?" Zhao Tao said, as a matter of course. "Why would we help after we go back?" "Look at what he said. It seems like he really wants to go back." Qi Muji sneered at him coldly. "Isn't it because of someone who fainted in the pile of corpses, and even wet his pants?" Qi Muji said this. Zhao Tao immediately remembered half a month ago, when he was so scared that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted after knowing that he was hidden in the pile of corpses. His face turned red for no reason, and even his voice became a little softer. I faint at the sight of blood. What can I do?" Without intending to tease Zhao Tao, Qi Muji told him truthfully with a serious face, "Isn't that it? You are afraid of blood, and Lu Dan and I are not good at martial arts. It is very likely that staying here will only send hostages to the enemy, and drag them down." It is not difficult to hear that there is still some unwillingness in Qi Muji's voice. Zhao Tao immediately understood his intentions, so, "Brother Muji, we are." Qi Muji nodded. "If you are not good at martial arts, then go home and practice well. After all, as long as I am willing, it should not be a problem to study hard and enter the officialdom. When General Huang Fu is slandered, it will be good to help them block some hidden arrows. His father died in battle. If he could succeed in becoming an official, he would most likely be in charge of military affairs if he was appointed. Of course, the premise is that the person in Yuancheng would not be suspicious of their whereabouts these days." Zhao Tao seemed to understand Qi Muji's words, and he took a quick look and found that one person was missing. Where is Lu Dan? He said he had something to ask Huang Fu when he was halfway there, and ran back to find Huang Fu. Qi Muji answered. On the other side, on the way to check the daily consumption and surplus of grain and grass, Lu Pinghai was haunting all the way. "Flute, just help me. Don't think about her. Really, listen to me, the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Rather than not knowing that the bastard will benefit in the future, it is better to. I can't make the decision on this matter." Then seeing Huang Fuxiao's repeated refusal, Lu Pinghai swallowed hard. "I go find the general. It's no use looking for my father. Do you want me to go to Dahuang to find her adoptive father? It's no use looking for those things." Huang Fuxiao denied Lu Pinghai's words without thinking, and warned him seriously, "You are just curious about Xiaoxila now. No matter what you think, suppress it." But, halfway through, Lu Pinghai glanced to the right, and then bit his lips with shock. "But what?" Seeing that Lu Pinghai stopped and did not follow him, Huang Fuxiao impatiently stopped and turned to look at Lu Pinghai. Dizzy, look, is that Gong Sun Ming and the princess? Following Lu Pinghai's slowly raised finger, Huang Fuxiao saw the right wall. Behind the observation tower, Li, with a smile on her face, shyly took something Gong Sun Ming handed to her. The elegant tall figure and the quiet short figure, in this beacon-like pass, unexpectedly matched, forming a unique landscape. However, this landscape fell into Huang Fuxiao's eyes, like a thin needle, which hurt his eyes and heart. A strange yet familiar sourness and anger ignited from the bottom of his heart. He gritted his teeth, turned around and walked quickly in the opposite direction, trying to get rid of the dazzling picture from his mind. Hey, Dizzy, wait for me. Lu Pinghai ran all the way to catch up with Huang Fuxiao. Why are you walking so fast? At this time, Huang Fuxiao just wanted to find a quiet place to stay or beat Gong Sunming up, and he rejected Lu Pinghai again. Don't think about it. Xiao Shila is already married. As soon as the words came out, both of them shut up. Huang Fuxiao was annoyed that he spoke without thinking, while Lu Pinghai opened his mouth in disbelief. Soon, he laughed and scolded Huang Fuxiao, Dizzy, you are too much. You are in a bad mood, and you want me to be depressed with you. At this point, he crossed his arms and leaned back slightly, obviously confident in his guess. If it weren't for seeing your sister being as cool as a man, I would have almost believed it. Almost believed it. Huang Fuxiao frowned and looked at him. Why not? Lu Pinghai laughed. I have never seen a married girl as free as your sister, who can do whatever she wants. She is also so good at fighting, and has friends everywhere. At least, as far as his family is concerned, his stepmother is very free among all the noble ladies in Yuancheng. Not to mention that she constantly participates in various banquets, under the etiquette constraints of other mistresses, who never leave the house. She can go out whenever and wherever she wants. But when he returned home, he couldn't avoid being criticized by his father. He couldn't even think about going out overnight, let alone making those weird friends. On the other hand, Dizzy's sister has been here for at least half a month, and from what they said, it seems that she and Dizzy had been fighting against foreign enemies here for a month or two before they came. Whether it was Miss Ji who was staying here temporarily, the eldest princess, or Dr. Gong Sunming, they all knew her. How high was the probability that she would meet a friend she knew when she went out? And as a woman from Dahuang, she dared to come and go freely between Nanchu and Dahuang. Chapter 647. Dizzy, why don't you say something? Seeing that Huang Fuxiao didn't want to talk to him, Lu Pinghai tried his best to guess why Huang Fuxiao ignored him. After thinking about it, it was still the complicated situation in his house that accounted for most of the factors. Guessing that Huang Fuxiao was worried that his sister would suffer if she followed him, he quickly assured Huang Fuxiao with a serious face. Dizzy, we are brothers, you know what kind of person I am. Although I seem to like to linger in the flowers, it's just an appearance. For so long, I have never let those vulgar women touch me. And I promise you, I will definitely stand up in the future. Being constantly pulled by Lu Pinghai, Huang Fuxiao felt a buzzing pain in his head. He waved his hands. It's not this reason, Xiao Shila is really married. I don't believe it. Lu Pinghai stubbornly insisted on his own opinion. At this moment, Huang Fuxiao, who was in a bad mood, ran out of patience. If you don't believe it, go and confirm it with Yan Zhenyuo yourself. Yan Zhenyuo? Lu Pinghai was stunned. What Yan Zhenyuo? This name sounds a bit familiar. Huang Fuxiao simply broke the jar. Xiao Shila married Yan Zhenyuo. If you want to poach her, you'd better ask the person and her husband first. After racking his brains to think through all the things in his mind, Lu Pinghai instinctively shuddered when he came across Yan Zhenyuo's name, and carefully confirmed it with Huang Fuxiao again. You are not kidding me? Huang Fuxiao nodded heavily. Xiao Shila is my biological sister. I can't joke about her lifelong event. Yan Zhenyuo, is he the one from Dahuang? Lu Pinghai confirmed with Huang Fuxiao again. Is there anyone with the same name? What do you think? Huang Fuxiao squinted at Lu Pinghai. Speaking of this, he was even more depressed than Lu Pinghai. My sister came back, but her heart ran away with that old man Yan Zhenyuo. Lu Pinghai remained silent again. Just when Huang Fuxiao thought he had accepted the fact and was about to remind him to keep it secret, Lu Pinghai suddenly jumped up excitedly. Damn it, Dizzy, are you really that bad? You even dared to go after that person just to make me give up. In the past year, because of the establishment of diplomatic relations with Dahuang, the nobles of Nanchu have more or less heard about the Regent of Dahuang. The reputation of that killer god, who loves to peel people's skin and cure children's night crying, has long been spread in their noble circle. Believe it or not, anyway, I only told you this matter, whether you believe it or not, You have to keep it in your heart. Huang Fuxiao felt very tired, because they were not communicating in the same brain circuit. He waved his hand. Okay, I have to be busy, you go back and pack up, and come back in 2 days. Don't be funny. Lu Pinghai grabbed Huang Fuxiao's sleeve. Yin Junyuo's princess surname is Xiang. Isn't Xiaoxila's surname Huangfu? If there is an alias, it seems that her surname is also Mu. It has nothing to do with Xiang. When did I say her surname was Huangfu? Isn't it? Isn't it normal for a woman to have the same surname as her father or brother? As the two were in a stalemate, Xiangxila's figure sounded behind them. What are you whispering about in the middle of the day? Hearing this, the two turned their heads at the same time, staring at her with green eyes. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiangxila swallowed her saliva guiltily. This look. It was very similar to the time when she did something stupid and was caught by Jun Nuo. Even though these two guys didn't have the oppressive aura of Jun Nuo, she was still wondering in her heart, could it be that she ran to ask Xian San, who was mixed in the Huangfu army, to deliver a letter to Chunshou, and was discovered, and then Brother Xiao thought she had done something shameful? Bah, she sits upright and walks upright. Why should she feel guilty? Just when she was thinking about it, Huang Fuxiao smiled and raised his hand to her. Just like a big bad wolf, who lured the little white rabbit into a trap. Xiaoxila, come here. Xiangxila obediently approached the two of them a few steps. Let's talk nicely. Don't look at me like that. Tell Lu Dan, what is your full name? Her full name? She glanced at Huang Fuxiao in confusion, as if she didn't understand why he suddenly asked her full name. But Huang Fuxiao's friends were still there, so Xiangxila couldn't ask him in person, so he could only turn around and look at Lu Pinghai. My full name is Xiangxila. Why didn't Brother Xiao mention it to you? Before, she had always heard him call her sister Xila, and she thought Brother Xiao had selectively told his friends about her situation. What do you mean Brother Xiao didn't mention it to him? That bastard Dizzy, if they hadn't come here in person, he probably wouldn't even tell them who his biological sister was. Even if they came now, Dizzy only let them know that her lost sister grew up in Dahuang, and didn't say much else. Lu Pinghai asked again, are you really married? I got married when I was 16. Although she didn't understand why Lu Pinghai asked this suddenly, Xiangxila still answered without hesitation. It was as if she was telling others in disguise that she was very satisfied with her marriage, and no one should have any ideas about her. 16 years old, seeing Lu Pinghai's face more wilted than a frostbitten eggplant, Xiangxila looked at Huang Fuxiao with doubtful eyes. The latter curled his lips and smiled at her, spread his hands, and shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't know what was going on. Xiangxila muttered strange things and left. Secretly glancing at Xiangxila's back as he left, Lu Pinghai felt that this was the most uncomfortable time in his life in the past 18 years. It was more uncomfortable than when others said that his mother died. It was more uncomfortable than when he was injured a few days ago. Chapter 648. For the first time in 18 years, he was attracted to a woman. It didn't even start, but it was over. He felt a weight on his shoulders, and looked to his side. Huang Fuxiao put his hand on his shoulder, and said to him in a consoling tone, my sister is as good as me, you and I are brothers, I don't blame you for being interested, but I have to remind you, don't come after me just because you don't like my sister. He had been preparing to lament in front of Huang Fuxiao that I met you at the wrong time, but Huang Fuxiao's words immediately swept away Lu Pinghai's sad mood. He wiped his red eyes with his arm, and angrily scolded Huang Fuxiao, you can go away, I'm not interested in men. Huang Fuxiao snorted a few times to show that he didn't believe his nonsense, and then he said to him in a serious tone, don't mention Xiaoxila again in the future, and don't reveal Xiaoxila's identity to me, otherwise my father will chop me, and I will chop you. Okay, Lu Pinghai patted his chest, don't you know who I am? Huang Fuxiao complained about him with contempt, and only after Lu Pinghai ran away could he no longer bear it, did he put away the careless smile on his face. His mind was full of the scene of Gong Sun Ming giving something to Liu just now. The bright fox eyes slowly turned scarlet. In the evening, near Huang Fuxiao's residence, Liu was wandering on the road that Huang Fuxiao had to take to return to his residence, waiting for him to come back. In his clasped hands, there was a small velvet bag with a vermilion and gold thread embroidered with a phoenix and a singing phoenix. In the small bag, there is a jade rabbit the size of an adult's thumb, which was carved when she was still in the Nanchu Palace. The material for carving the little rabbit is a piece of fine white jade. When she was still living in the general's palace, she secretly bought and hid the material when Huang Fuxiao took her out to play, just to give him a surprise this year. After she lost the little rabbit when she ran away, she felt sorry for a long time. She thought she couldn't give Huang Fuxiao a gift this year, but she didn't expect that the little rabbit would fall into Gong Sunming's hands when she was on the run. Yeah, I know that no matter what I do, I can't make up for the mistakes I made carelessly before, but I will try my best to make up for it. Behind the deserted observation tower, Gong Sunming sincerely put his hands in front of her and handed her the small bag back to her. This is what you left here before, and I am returning it to its original owner now. Seeing that Li Yu looked at him indifferently, like a stranger, Gong Sunming's heart ached, and his face became more sincere. Yeah, whether you believe it or not, I sincerely hope that you can be happy. Let the past be the past. We should not live in the past. This is not to punish others, but to punish ourselves. Li Yu was silent for a moment, and finally looked up at him. Why did you come here? Gong Sunming looked at her frankly. Returning the property to its original owner is one thing. As for the second he paused, I was brought here. And as for who brought me here, I'm sure you know it well. Thinking back to the time when Gong Sunming was indeed introduced to Huang Fujing by Xiang Jila, Li Yu's alienation was reduced a little. Are you sure you won't lie to me again? No, Gong Sunming said, raising 3 fingers on his right hand. I swear, I really hope you be fine, and... He glanced at the thing in his hand and smiled bitterly. You already have someone in your heart, don't you? The red cloth bag is tied with a red string. According to the custom in his hometown, this is a gift for a token of love. Li Yu lowered her head without looking at Gong Sunming, and just said him softly. Gong Sunming returned the spotless small bag and the things inside to Li Yu, and encouraged her, since you like it, be brave. Many times, happiness can be reached by just tiptoeing. Happy? Thinking of the nearly half a year she had spent with Huang Fuxiao, he had been very kind to her, had done many lovely things, and even said he would give her a white lotus in a pool of water. Half a month ago, when the military doctor couldn't touch her wound, he also helped her bandage her wound with unprofessional techniques. Li Yu's face rarely showed the shy look that a woman should have. Okay. She took the things that Gong Sunming handed to her again. Just like when she first met Gong Sunming, he smiled and handed her a steamed bun. Don't be afraid. Brother is not a bad person. An old ending means a new beginning. Just muster up the courage just this once. After all, she did not tell Huang Fuxiao the truth in time, and she was also wrong. When Huang Fuxiao came back, she gave him the gift and told him that the moment she escaped from the palace, she decided not to be a princess anymore, and she wanted to be like before. Li Yu? Huang Fuxiao's voice came from behind, and Li Yu turned her head immediately. She was about to smile at him, but after seeing his appearance clearly, her smile froze. What's wrong with your face? Under the setting sun, Huang Fuxiao's left cheek was swollen, the corner of his mouth was broken, and the right corner of his eye was bruised and swollen. She took 2 steps forward. Did you fight with someone? As she moved, Huang Fuxiao immediately took a few steps back. It's okay, princess. Please speak directly, don't drag it. A touch of disappointment flashed through Li Yu's heart, and this disappointment also appeared on her face. Huang Fuxiao. Princess. Before Li Yu finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao lowered his head and stepped back a few steps, deliberately keeping a distance between the two. Do we have to do this? Li Yu took 2 steps forward and looked at him. As she grew older, her voice gradually showed the tenderness that only women have. Huang Fuxiao suppressed the urge to express his true feelings to her, turned his back to her, and emphasized, Princess, you will be a virgin next year. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Don't come to me again in the future. It's not in accordance with etiquette. It's not in accordance with etiquette. He said that it's not in accordance with etiquette for her to come to him. He must draw a clear line between them. Li Yu's beautiful eyes slowly filled with tears, but soon, the tears in her eyes were quickly hidden by her raising her head. Okay. When she spoke, she no longer had any other expressions, but lowered her head with a faint look, letting Huang Fuxiao turn his back to her, and for a moment, she couldn't understand her inner thoughts. He put his hands behind his back, with his back to her, and his bruised face was pretending to be calm and steady. He wanted to peek at her, but was afraid of being discovered. His reluctant expression looked funny and ridiculous. Chapter 649. There was silence behind him. Just when he wanted to turn around to see if Li Yu had left, his hand was held by a cold hand, and then, it became soft. Since that's the case, her cold voice sounded behind him. Her tone was so free and easy that it seemed as if she had no regrets at all. Giving this to you now is also considered fulfilling what I promised you before from now on. Let's just do this. Li Yu couldn't say the word clear anyway, so she could only perfunctorily replace it with the words let's do this. She stuffed the little rabbit in her hand into Huang Fujing's hand, and ran away in embarrassment. Wang Fuxiao instinctively took steps to catch up with her, but stopped when he saw the military uniform on his body. He wanted to clench his fist, but he didn't expect that the soft thing in his hand was also hard. He looked down and found that Li Yu stuffed him with a delicate velvet bag. He opened the bag with shaking hands and poured out the contents. A beautifully carved, lifelike jade rabbit followed his movements and lay obediently in his hand. The dusty memory suddenly came to him that, "Xiao Lily, we are so familiar with each other, how about you personally give me a little rabbit you made next year? My requirements are not high, just a little more exquisite than the one you gave to Xiao Shila before." In the general's palace, Wang Fuxiao licked his face and approached Li Yu, smiling flatteringly. Li Yu glanced at him lightly, nodded seriously and said okay, and continued to pull the wooden rabbit in her hand. The careless look made Wang Fuxiao think that she was just perfunctory. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that since she came to Yazui Pass, he had never seen her holding a wooden rabbit in her hand again. Since you like it, then talk to her well and grasp it well. Don't wait until you lose it to know how to cherish it. Wang Fujing stood behind him without knowing when. Wang Fuxiao turned around immediately, as if he had received an electric shock, put his hands behind his back, and hid the things in his hands behind his back. "Father, what are you talking about? I am your son, and she is Nangong Yao's sister. Now that we have occupied 2 cities, it is no different from rebellion. We are destined to be hostile to the Nanchu royal family. She and I are also destined to have no results." Wang Fuxiao held the little jade rabbit tightly in his hand. His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. He could only speak firmly and stubbornly. Wang Fujing slowly narrowed his clear and beautiful eyes, staring at Wang Fuxiao without blinking, trying to see something from his expression. But Wang Fujing could not see anything except the wounds on his face. As for the wounds on his face, how could Wang Fujing not know the origin of these wounds? He originally wanted to take him to apologize to Gong Sunming, who was beaten like a pig by him, but he did not expect to see the scene of Li Yu running away and his embarrassed and tangled look after Li Yu ran away. Wang Fujing rarely mentioned that Yin Wei Zhan was chasing him. Instead, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying earnestly, "Xiao, your father is an experienced person and knows the taste of regret better than anyone else. If you stand firm, you can break through all obstacles. There is no regret medicine in the world. Don't wait until you really lose it before you regret it." Wang Fuxiao lowered his head and said nothing. Li Yu returned to her residence in a daze. It was already dark. Ji Rou saw that she looked wrong and immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you?" Li Yu shook her head and avoided her touch, fearing that the Gu King on her body would accidentally hurt her. At this time, Xiang Jila also came back from outside. Seeing Xiang Jila, Li Yu seemed to have found her backbone. "I'm not happy." When she spoke to Xiang Jila, there was a little grievance in her tone. In front of others, Li Yu rarely called Xiang Jila by his full name, because she knew that Xiang Jila used a pseudonym to avoid trouble. Therefore, Ji Rou didn't know Xiang Jila's real name until now. Seeing Li Yu's rare expression of emotion, Xiang Jila glanced at Ji Rou blankly, who also looked blankly. She asked Li Yu what's wrong. Li Yu stepped forward and hugged her. "Would you go out for a walk with me?" Feeling that Li Yu was in a really bad mood, Xiang Jila smiled apologetically at Ji Rou. "Xiao Rou, your injury has not fully healed yet. Rest early, I will take her for a walk nearby." "Okay, Xiao Yu is in a bad mood, and it's time to go for a walk. You go, I leave the door open for you." Ji Rou smiled brightly at the two of them. After seeing the two of them leave, Ji Rou's smile slowly faded. "Oh, the injury has not fully healed yet?" Her voice was flat and low, and no emotion could be heard. "Li Yu was more seriously injured than me at that time. If my injury had not healed yet, her injury would be even less likely to heal. Didn't you take her out anyway?" Li Yu's evasion and unwillingness to talk to her just now, in her opinion, meant that she didn't consider her a friend, and Mu Junyan asked her to stay and rest early just because of Li Yu's words. In her opinion, he also didn't consider her a friend. She knew that it was not easy to get into their circle, so when the Xixiao army attacked half a month ago, she saw that everyone was injured, and she was willing to hurt herself to get a chance to stay. However, it was just a chance to stay. Even if she lived with them, she still didn't know much about their affairs. She didn't even know what she should do to make Mu Junyan treat her like he treated Li Yu. It seems that self-harm is not an option. She has to do something for them. Under the bright moonlight, the martial arts training ground was no longer noisy as it was during the day, and two slender figures were silently moving slowly there. Xiang Jila didn't say a word about Li Yu's unhappiness just now. And with Xiang Jila's company, Li Yu's loss was finally relieved. After hesitating for a while, she asked Xiangjila. At that time, Yan Zhenyuo locked you up. Not only did he not care about you, but he was also deliberately distant from you, and did not allow Huang Fuxiao to take you away. Didn't you suspect that he no longer liked you? No, Xiangjila shook her head without hesitation. When she mentioned Yan Zhenyuo, her expression would always be coated with a layer of tenderness involuntarily. According to his personality, if he didn't like me, he probably wouldn't even give me a glance, let alone lock me up. The so-called indifference was actually just a sullenness in his heart. After all, it was indeed her who concealed it too harshly at that time, which made him feel insecure. Chapter 650. His thoughts inexplicably returned to the time when he did all kinds of stupid things in his previous life. Xiangjila immediately cut off this unbearable past, and turned to look at Li Yu. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Li Yu was analyzing the reason why Huang Fuxiao was alienated from her. When Xiangjila asked this, Li Yu seemed to have become a child who was caught doing something bad. She quickly put her fist to her lips, and coughed twice, to cover up her distraction. No, I just suddenly felt strange. How could you like a person like Yan Zhenyuo? What do you mean by a person with his temper? Xiangjila immediately defended her. What's wrong with my Jun Newell? What's good about him, always bullying Huangfu? Halfway through her words, Li Yu immediately stretched out her hands to cover her mouth. Xiangjila had long guessed that there was something fishy between the two of them. Now that she heard Li Yu blurt out, she laughed playfully twice, crossed her arms, and turned to face the person who covered his mouth, and said with a serious look of enlightenment, "Oh, it turns out that my Jun Newell bullied someone, so you are upset." Li Yu widened her beautiful eyes, and shook her head. Seeing that the joke was almost over, Xiangjila decided not to tease her anymore, and stepped forward to hold her arm. Li Yu, tell me honestly, do you like Brother Xiao? Hands covering her mouth were put down, and when Xiangjila asked this, her breath was slightly choked, and a trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. Shaking her head again, no. No, then why are you unhappy? Is it because Gong Sunming was beaten by Brother Xiao? As soon as Xiangjila finished speaking, Li Yu suddenly raised her head. Gong Sunming was beaten by Huang Fuxiao. When did it happen? It happened in the afternoon. Xiangjila answered half-truthfully, while paying attention to the changes in Li Yu's expression. I thought Brother Xiao beat Gong Sunming because he was angry for you. Li Yu's expression froze, and she curled her lips in self-mockery. How is it possible? Then she asked Xiangjila again, how is Gong Sunming now? He is bedridden, so he must have broken some bones, right? Thinking of Gong Sunming's elegant face swollen like a pig's head, Xiangjila's eyes flashed with pity. It's just a superficial injury, no injuries to the bones and muscles. Dr. Gong Sun said he has the best anti-edema medicine, so it's not a big problem, but it won't look good until the injury heals. That's why he told others that he was lying in bed. After all, his injury really needed rest to recuperate. That's good. Hearing Xiangjila say that he didn't hurt his bones and muscles, Li Yu's heart was finally relieved. Do you have time tomorrow? I go with you to see him. No problem. Having a good idea of Li Yu and Huang Fuxiao's affairs, Xiangjila knew that he would not get any more information from asking, so he did not discuss this topic with Li Yu in depth. The two continued to walk quietly, occasionally encountering several groups of patrolling soldiers. When the soldiers looked over, they waved and greeted them one by one. By the way, Ji Ro's affairs. When preparing to go back to his residence, Xiangjila looked at Li Yu and said, I plan to let her leave after her injuries are completely healed. I think so too. After all, there is no need for Miss Ji to accompany us on the battlefield and be frightened. Li Yu nodded, her eyes focused on the tower in the distance. In fact, when we were about to get here, we had asked her to go back, but she said that we should send the Buddha to the west, so we couldn't go against her kindness. More importantly, the borders are all important military areas after all. Miss Ji cannot go to many places. If she stays here, there will be too many restrictions, which will inevitably make her think too much. Okay, since you have no problem, that's fine. I find time to ask Brother Xiao tomorrow if he can accompany Ji Ro when his friend goes back to the capital of Manchu. Okay. Li Yu nodded, and then she asked Xiangjila, when do you think the war here will end? Xiangjila looked at the groups of soldiers patrolling closely not far away. His tone was hesitant, and his expression gradually became solemn. I don't know either. If Uncle Jing and his men really want to rely on these two cities to survive, unless he is willing to continue to fight and expand the territory, otherwise. The next day, accompanied by Xiangjila, Li Yu went to see Gong Sunming. When the two arrived at Gong Sunming's residence, Gong Sun Ming was sitting in the small open space in front of the house with his clothes on, reading medical books with several military doctors. When he saw the two, he immediately politely asked the military doctors to leave, and then personally poured water for the two. Princess Yaya. When Xiangjila saw Gong Sun Ming's face, which was completely swollen and only bruised, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and thought he had seen it wrong. Dr. Gongsuan's medicine is really effective. He recovered in just one night. After confirming that the swelling on Gong Sun Ming's face was really reduced by half because of the swelling-reducing medicine she prepared, she did not forget to give Gong Sun Ming a thumbs up. Gong Sun Ming coughed twice a little embarrassedly. I said yesterday that it was just a skin injury. Princess, don't worry too much. Then, he turned his head to look at Li Yu, with a gentle smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, and even his tone was a little gentle. Yeah, I didn't expect you to come to see me. Not yet completely accustomed to getting along peacefully with Gong Sun Ming, Li Yu turned her head and said him unnaturally. At this moment, a series of tiny footsteps came from far away. As the footsteps got closer, Huang Fuzhao's figure also appeared in everyone's sight. Today, he was only wearing his inner clothes, holding a military stick used to enforce military law in his hand, and a few thorns tied to his back with hemp rope. Seeing Gong Sun Ming, he immediately stepped forward and held the military stick in front of Gong Sun Ming, and said sincerely, yesterday, Xiao was impulsive and hit Dr. Gong Sun because of a small matter. Today, I came here to apologize. Dr. Gong Sun can beat or scold me as he pleases. I hope that Dr. Gong Sun will not argue with Xiao again after beating and scolding me. He secretly glanced at Li Yu and felt that Li Yu was looking at him nervously, fearing that he would really hit Huang Fuzhao. Gong Sun Ming immediately stepped forward and helped Huang Fuzhao up again. It's just a superficial wound. It has almost healed after a night's rest. Mr. Huang Fu, don't worry about it. It's a great virtue to admit mistakes and correct them. Mr. Huang Fu can correct them. Just based on this point, he is better than many people. Dr. Gongsuan's tolerance is really admirable. Xiao was even more ashamed. As he spoke, Huang Fuzhao was about to kneel down to him. Gong Sun Ming immediately stopped him before he knelt down. Mr. Huang Fu, you are too serious. As the two pushed and shoved each other, Xiangjila had already seen through this childish trick, and was looking at Li Yu with a good show expression, while the latter was at a loss. In this contest between men, Gong Sun Ming was the better one in the end. He not only gave Huang Fuzhao medicine to heal his wounds, but also told him to take good care of his wounds and not leave scars. Chapter 651. It was almost noon when she came out of Gong Sun Ming's place. For some reason, Xiangjila had been feeling uncomfortable in her stomach since she had breakfast this morning. She didn't feel anything when she was thinking about things at Gong Sun Ming's place just now, but now that she had come out, she felt sick again. Seeing that Li Yu was distracted and ignored her, she stretched out her elbow and poked Li Yu's waist, finding a topic to divert her attention. What's wrong? Are you thinking about Brother Xiao and Dr. Gong Sun? No, Li Yu came back to her senses and shook her head. I've been thinking about it since just now. What are you thinking about? Seeing Xiangjila's eager face, Li Yu quickly changed her words. Nothing. The Gu King in her body has been restless since just now. Parasitic poisons are always smarter and more sensitive than ordinary creatures. More than half a month ago, when she and Ji Ro left Da Huang together, she felt that the Gu King in her body seemed particularly restless. This restlessness is a kind of survival instinct of a creature. Fortunately, this uneasiness disappeared after leaving Da Huang, so she didn't take it seriously. But just now, the restlessness of the Gu King in her body started again, which made her think more. She always felt that something big was going to happen. But without confirmation, she didn't dare to confuse Xiangjila. Now she is at the border, and the war may start at any time. No matter what her identity is, or what position she stands on, she can't be like before, only playing with poison and saving herself, not knowing how to save people, and she can't drag Xiangjila's feet. Xiangjila. What's wrong? Seeing Li Yu suddenly become serious, Xiangjila also became nervous. Li Yu suppressed her anxiety and asked her calmly, last time, Xixia used poison smoke, and according to what you said, Xixia used poison powder the time before that. If Xixia attacks again this time, what kind of poison will they use? Smoke? Poison powder? Or will they dissolve the poison in water and quench it on weapons? When Li Yu mentioned Xixia's seemingly useless poisoning methods that actually had a lasting impact on the battle, Xiangjila's expression became solemn. The biggest problem now is that we can't find the Xixia herb supply route. Otherwise, intercepting the herbs in the middle of the journey will also be a big blow to Xixia's attack. She really couldn't figure it out. During the transportation of herbs, the loss, manpower, and material resources all require huge financial resources. How full must the Xixia treasury be to allow the Xixia army to waste resources that should not be wasted? Or did the king of southern Chu promise something to Xixia in order to get rid of Uncle Jing and his son? If we still need to use thistles, we can't dig such a large amount by wild digging alone. I know where the main source of Xixia thistles is. Li Yu's words made Xiangjila's heart skip a beat. Where? Li Yu looked towards the north, as if she had made up her mind, and gritted her teeth and said, Da Huang Sichuan. Sichuan? Xiangjila frowned. She had stayed in Sichuan before, but she had never heard of the people growing this kind of herb, let alone asking when getting medicine in the medicine house. No, there is another possibility. Jun Nua's people said before that a group of Wangwei split off and defected to Xixia. Is it possible that this thistle was specially grown by Wangwei before? Once the previous assumption is established, is it possible for Xixia to learn about the existence of the batch of explosives under Sichuan from the group of shadowless guards who defected to them? A city that is easy to attack and difficult to defend is a useless existence as a border fortress in any country. And most countries disdain to capture such a city. But Xixia has made every effort this time. Perhaps, Xixia's large-scale attack on Yazui Pass is an opportunity for Xixia and the Lord of Nanchu to join forces. A series of thoughts are telling Xiangjila that Huangfu Jing's affairs here are a stepping stone for her to deal with subsequent matters. If the matter of Yazui Pass is not resolved, she will undoubtedly face many obstacles in solving other matters in the future. I will send people to the west to pay close attention to this matter. At present, the biggest problem is that both sides are in a stalemate. If Nanchu sends an expeditionary force at this time, I am afraid it will be another fierce battle with heavy casualties. Hearing the worry in Xiangjila's tone, Li Yu lowered her eyes again and remained silent. No, maybe we can use a stupid method. An idea flashed in his mind. Xiangjila slapped his forehead fiercely, turned around and told Li Yu a few words, and the two separated halfway. Li Yu returned to her residence, while Xiangjila walked quickly in the direction of Huangfu Jing's training. Huangfu Jing had summoned all the vanguard deputy generals to the temporary meeting hall behind the martial arts training ground early in the morning, and discussed defense countermeasures with Zheng He and other veterans of Yazui Pass based on the topographic map of Shuangqing and the high-spirited training of the soldiers. This is another strategy to prevent spies from eavesdropping. When Xiangjila arrived at the martial arts training ground, the soldiers had finished a round of training and were preparing to go to the mess hall for lunch. When they saw Xiangjila, they all smiled and greeted her. Xiangjila responded with a smile one by one. As Zhou Yulong and others left, Huangfu Jing and Zheng He were still arguing in the tent. The Xixia camp is backed by the mountain belly, with rocks forming a forest. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Unless you can capture all the sentries in that area at the same time, no matter how our people break in, they will not be faster than their speed of throwing stones and poisoning. If there is a little smoke, our lives will basically be lost. This is simply a matter of hope and slim. This is Zheng He's voice. Huangfu Xiao retorted, but if we keep waiting here, we will not only consume food and grass, but also the morale of the soldiers. Xixia has not retreated or attacked, but has stationed 50 miles away. They must have some plan. I suspect they are waiting for something or someone. Xiangjila slowed down his pace and walked gently outside the tent. He had just stood still, and had not even had time to put the hem of his military uniform back in place, when Huangfu Jing's voice came from the tent. Xiaoxila is here, come in if you are. Xiangjila, why do I feel a little guilty for no reason? Chapter 652. She obediently lifted the curtain, looked at the two men beside the sand table, and smiled awkwardly. Uncle Jing, General Zheng. Compared to Zheng He's expression of eating shit, Huangfu Jing heard the difference between Xiangjila's address to the two men, and his whole face smiled brighter than the sun, almost blinding Zheng He's eyes. Afterwards, Huangfu Jing pointed to the sand table beside him, and asked Xiangjila with a smile, Xiaojila, you should have heard what Uncle Jing and General Zheng said just now. What do you think about it? Hearing this, Zheng He immediately looked at Huangfu Jing as if he had seen a ghost. Are you crazy? Xiaoxila is just a girl. Why are you asking her these questions? Ignoring Zheng He's fuss, Huangfu Jing waited patiently for Xiangjila's answer. Xiangjila followed Huangfu Jing to look at the sand table, which had mountains and hills. Isn't this near the place where they were defeated last time? Combined with the content of the conversation between the two just now, Xiangjila more or less guessed some of the causes and consequences. She was silent for a while, and bowed to Huang Fujing and said, "Uncle Jing, Jila came here this time because of this matter." "It's also because of this?" Zhang He looked at Xiang Jila in surprise. The latter looked normal. She didn't look embarrassed like an ordinary woman when being questioned by an elder. Instead, she looked relaxed and easygoing, like chatting with old friends. It seemed that the two of them had long been accustomed to this way of getting along. Okay, seeing that Xiang Jila had always been concerned about the military affairs, Huang Fujing was obviously interested and determined to compete with Zhang He. In this case, Uncle Jing will express his position again. Uncle Jing means that instead of waiting here passively, it is better to take the initiative directly. If you are lucky, you can get a batch of food and herbs. At worst, it will not be more tiring than the current stalemate. But this time, the Xixiao army is different from the ones we have encountered before. Looking back at the past few hundred years of the 5 Central Plains countries, except for the Miao royal family, which has completely lost its country and used witchcraft and poison as its own combat weapon, there has never been an army fighting like the Xixiao army now. Zhang He frowned and reminded, "If we go there rashly, I'm afraid we will never come back and alert the enemy. According to what you said, if the Xixiao army is at the gates of the city one day, can we just run away? You are changing the concept. How can a battle at the gates of a city be compared with a night raid? Aren't they both marching? What's the difference?" Xiang Jila looked at the two people who were arguing with a headache. Just as he was about to express his opinion, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached quickly from a distance, and the two people who were still arguing a moment ago shut up at the same time. "Report General, urgent report." A vanguard hurriedly opened the tent and brought a bamboo tube sealed with a wax stamp, as thick as a child's arm, to Huang Fujing. After Huang Fujing took the bamboo tube, he retreated quietly. Huang Fujing did not avoid Xiang Jila's eyes and ears, but directly took out the urgent report from the bamboo tube with a knife in front of Xiang Jila and Zhang He. After a while, he handed the letter he had read to Zhang He. "The court's army is on the way to attack us. If we don't want to be surrounded, we can only fight quickly. It doesn't matter whether we alarm the enemy or not." After reading the content of the urgent report, Zhang He took out the fire starter he carried with him and lit the letter he had read. Slowly, the soldiers guarding the city and the Huangfu army are good at water battles and plain battles. Even if the troops are divided into several groups, it is not easy to defeat the Xixiao army, who are good at fighting with poison in such a natural place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Western Xia is located at the westernmost end of the 5 Central Plains countries and faces the most harassment from nomadic tribes. Therefore, the Western Xia army has the most experience in fighting nomadic tribes such as Qiangyou. Therefore, their marching characteristics are more or less similar to those of nomadic tribes. They are good at using their own advantages, magnifying their own advantages, and are good at deploying defenses and marching in natural dangers. They are flexible in using troops, but they also have fatal shortcomings. Xiang Jila calmly analyzed, and that natural danger, as long as it is combined with that shortcoming, can also turn their guard pass into a death gate. Huang Fujing and Zhang He looked at her at the same time. What's the shortcoming? Disorder or disorder in order are the biggest taboos in marching. Xiang Jila, remember, on the battlefield, there is no distinction between men and women, only life and death. If you want to survive, you must put life and death aside. On the contrary, the more you fear death, the faster you die. The words Yan Zhenyuo said to him suddenly rang in his mind, and Xiang Zila's fox eyes gradually darkened. Cherish your life. Impossible. Without thinking, Huang Fujing and Zhang He spoke at the same time to refute Xiang Jila's words. Dying on the battlefield is the highest honor for a soldier. Even for us, as long as we go to the battlefield, we are ready to not come back at any time. If we cherish our lives, where do so many soldiers come from to charge forward? Why not? Cherishing life does not mean being afraid of death. Xiang Jila crossed her arms and looked at the two middle-aged men in front of her who were taller than her. When she was talking about military secrets, the murderous aura flowing from her body was no less than that of the two men. You only saw the Xixiao army rushing forward desperately when attacking the city, but you didn't notice the greed in their eyes. Just like the nomadic people outside the Central Plains, they must have captured your city for huge benefits. As everyone knows, the Xixiao army is the least like the Central Plains army except the Sangnong army. The Central Plains army has been dealing with nomadic tribes for a long time, and the Xixiao army will more or less be tainted with some of the banditry and wildness of the nomadic peoples. We all understand what you said, but what does it have to do with the Xixiao armies cherishing their lives? Zhang He was confused by Xiang Jila. Huang Fujing was standing aside, and he went from being careless at first to being fully focused later. He listened to Xiangjila's analysis word for word, and the look he gave her became a little deeper. Xiangjila did not answer Zheng He's question immediately, but asked him, in terms of personal ability, General Zheng has fought against the Xixia army. What do you think of the Xixia army's lethality? Although I don't want to admit it, Zheng He touched his chin and pondered, but the bravery of the Xixia army is indeed better than that of our soldiers. If it is an individual, perhaps with the help of Xixia's poisonous smoke, the Xixia army can fight against 4 of our soldiers. Yes, that's the case. Xiangjila smiled slightly. After my observation these days, most of the Huangfu army have faith and follow Uncle Jing's lead, but the Xixia army is different. They value personal ability more. Everyone wants to stand out, and everyone wants to keep their lives to build military merits. Once everyone has this kind of idea, no matter how orderly the Xixia army is, it is just an appearance. What we need to do now is to find a way to get in, and use various methods to praise and kill some people, so that they can cause chaos on their own. Wang Fujing looked at Xiangjila and said her final idea slowly. Xiangjila snapped his fingers. That's it. It sounds feasible, but who should we find to get in? Zheng He frowned. Several faces suddenly flashed in his mind. Wang Fujing looked at Xiangjila, and Xiangjila happened to look at him at this time. The two smiled at each other tacitly. Of course, we should find a few new faces. Chapter 653. Under Xiangjila's insistence, Wang Fujing could not persuade her, and had to let her do whatever she wanted. Tomorrow, she would go to the Xixia camp to investigate the situation, and then determine how to proceed with the next plan. After discussing all the details, Xiangjila returned to her residence at dusk. Qi-Ro and Li Yu were waiting for her to eat. Because there were only 3 girls in the entire camp, Wang Fujing gave them special care, and allowed them to live in an independent small place, and cook their own meals. However, the food was relatively monotonous, and meat and vegetables were in short supply. Basically, they were given whatever the kitchen made for the soldiers on the same day. Fortunately, Xiangjila could always pick up 1 or 2 ownerless pheasants, and dig up some wild vegetables called sweet potato vines, and occasionally let Li Yu and Qi-Ro improve their meals. When the two saw Xiangjila coming back, they stood up with their eyes slightly brightened. You're back. Xiangjila nodded. Before she could speak, the smell of boiled chicken immediately made Xiangjila's stomach churn. She glanced at the source of the smell. The two were waiting for her to eat. There was a small dish of snow-white boiled chicken, and a small pot of yellow sweet potato vines on the table. The familiar feeling of nausea and heartburn came again, and her stomach was churning. Xiangjila could no longer bear it. He covered his mouth and ran to the side, holding the pillar of the corridor in front of the door and retching. Seeing this, Qi-Ro immediately pushed away Li Yu, who wanted to come forward without leaving a trace, and quickly stepped forward to help her rub her back. What's wrong with you? The moment she finished speaking, Li Yu also walked to Xiangjila's side. Xiangjila followed Qi-Ro's touch and distanced himself from her, then waved his hand at the two of them as if nothing had happened. I'm fine. I probably ate too much at the general's place. You guys eat. I have no appetite. The scene of Qi-Ro pushing Li Yu away just now happened to be swept by her out of the corner of her eye. Just such a seemingly inadvertent action was enough for her to rebuild the little defense she had finally let down against Qi-Ro. You look bad. Why don't you go back and rest? Li Yu's voice was cold, but her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Okay, you guys eat by yourselves. Xiangjila nodded. After saying some polite words to let the two of them not worry, he turned around and went back to the room. Due to limited conditions, what they called going back to the room was actually a room with 3 spaces separated by partitions, and each of the 3 of them slept on a simple hard bed. Lying back on the bed, Xiangjila felt dizzy. The churning feeling in her stomach came again. She lay on the bed and retched again. At this moment, Gongging No. 3's voice sounded in Xiangjila's mind. Little Guatio, are you feeling okay? Do you want to drink some milk? Xiangjila fell back on the bed weakly again. I feel like I've been drinking too much milk these days, and I'm a little weak and can't take it. At first, it was just 1 bowl a day. I don't know when it started, but Go Xiao 3 increased the amount of milk she drank. From drinking 1 bowl every night before going to bed, she had to drink 1 bowl in the morning before she could do other things. After drinking milk for a while, her legs stopped cramping, but drinking milk every day, her stomach was so small, how could it not be bloated? Now, she started to feel nauseous. Some pregnant women have very severe morning sickness in the early stages, and that's how they have to get through it. You have to be prepared to vomit for at least 3 months, and maybe even 5 months. Another 3 to 5 months. What? What? Hearing Gongjing number 3's words, Xiangjila immediately sat up in shock. What? What did you say? Pregnant woman? Feeling the amplitude of Xiangjila's movements, Gongjing number 3 screamed again in her consciousness. I'm dying, I'm dying. Little ghost cultivator, you're moving so hard, little master. Do you want it? Little master? After holding her breath for a moment, Xiangjila's chaotic mind finally realized what a little master was. Immediately flashed into the space, reached out, and picked up Gongjing number 3 to look at her. Didn't you say it would be 3 months later? Little ghost cultivator, you're going too far. Gongjing number 3's voice was louder than hers. The little master sprouted in August, and now it's November. Isn't it exactly 3 months? If the little master knew that you didn't even know when he would live in your stomach, he would be so sad. Xiangjila closed his eyes and shrunk his neck, allowing Gongjing number 3 to bombard him. His face wrinkled. Okay, I know. Changju, who was originally guarding the functional soil, saw the interaction between Xiangjila and Gongjing number 3, and immediately jumped in front of Xiangjila. The little face was filled with innocence. Little ghost cultivator. Little ghost cultivator, the little master misses you, do you? Want to play with Ju? These days, Xiangjila has been communicating with him more, and Changju is speaking more fluently. Xiao Ju, I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time after not seeing you for 2 days. You ran so fast today. Have you recovered your spiritual power? Seeing that Changju and Yan Junyo had similar features, Xiangjila immediately let go of Gongjing number 3 with a smile, and was about to bend down to pick him up. No, little ghost cultivator. You have a baby in your belly. Accompanied by Changju's rejection of taking a step back, there was also Gongjing number 3's harsh criticism, like an old mother. Little ghost cultivator, you still have a baby in your belly. Can't you be more quiet? Why are you holding Changju? The stinky stone is short and fat, at least 30 or 40 kilograms. If she really hugs it hard, what will happen? Seeing that Xiangjila had no reaction, Gongjing number 3 reminded again, it was agreed before that it would be 3 months. Now the little master needs to grow, and your first task is to take good care of the fetus. Xiangjila had no doubt that if Gongjing number 3 had hands, there would definitely be a robot egg in front of her with both hands on her hips. Because Changju now has his hands on his hips and looks at her angrily. She looked at the man and the egg in front of her weakly, but I have something important to do tomorrow. Before Xiangjila finished speaking, Changju did not change his posture of putting his hands on his hips, and looked at Xiangjila seriously like Gongjing number 3, take care of the fetus. Chapter 654. Look, even the stones know which one is more important. Gongjing number 3 continued with Changju's words. Can your important matter be more important than the young master? The young master is more important. Changju nodded heavily. The one and the egg sang in unison, making Xiangjila's head buzz. She couldn't help but retch again. The space suddenly fell into silence. Changju rolled away, like a ball, and trotted to the warehouse to find milk for Xiangjila, while Gongjing number 3 didn't bother to preach to Xiangjila, and immediately used his spiritual power to reduce the degree of Xiangjila's morning sickness. After Xiangjila drank half a cup of hot milk with difficulty, she finally suppressed the nausea a little. Changju muttered 2 spells, stretched out his chubby hand and waved it, and a soft beauty couch immediately appeared under Xiangjila. Ghost cultivator sleep. He stepped forward and imitated the adults, helping Xiangjila to lie down halfway. At this time, Gongjing number 3 flapped its little wings and flew in front of her. This time, it was no longer as excited as before, but calmly analyzed the pros and cons with Xiangjila. Little ghost cultivator, I don't want to deprive you of any rights, but you have seen that you reacted so strongly on the first day of the young master's establishment. The morning sickness is really serious. Not to mention that you are now at the border and may be attacked at any time. It is very inconvenient even if you just live like an ordinary person. Moreover, pregnant women with severe morning sickness in the early stage of pregnancy generally have low progesterone levels, and it is difficult to keep the baby. The decision of whether the young master stays or goes is up to you. Xiangjila was half lying on the soft couch. Her right hand, which had a thin callus from holding a gun and whipping in the past few months, involuntarily covered her lower abdomen. She seemed to be unable to believe that the baby she had been looking forward to, with Gongjing number 3 and Changju, had taken root and grown in her belly so unexpectedly. No, it wasn't that he was caught off guard. At least she knew the 3-month deadline, but there were too many things in these 3 months, and time passed too quickly. The hand covering her lower abdomen slowly tightened. After 2 lives, Xiangjila felt confused for the first time. Xiao San, I have no reason not to have this child. There was a faint noise outside, and Xiangjila didn't have time to say anything else. He immediately flashed out of the space, and half lying on the bed. Xi and Lu landed outside Xiangjila's residence silently. "Come in." Xiangjila sat up straight. Xi and Lu respectfully handed Chuncho the letter to her. "Urgent?" Seeing the unusual stamp on the letter, Xiangjila frowned and walked to the window to unfold the letter in the afterglow of the setting sun. As the contents of her heart were exposed in front of her, her fox eyes widened and her face became paler. She felt distressed for a moment, and her stomach churned again, and she vomited the milk that she had finally drunk in the space again. The letter brought by the letter guard contained a series of eye-catching and shocking natural and man-made disasters. There was no pattern, and the disaster seemed to fall just for the sake of falling. Even the Kyoto moat, which had never experienced a drop in water level, dried up to only 1/3. Today is November 28th, but the last record of news is November 1 ST. It will definitely take some time to deliver the letter. Xiangjila closed the letter with shaking hands and tried to calm his voice. "Wang, what's the situation with the prince?" Thinking of Chuncho's explanation, Xi and Lu's eyes dodged, and he lowered his head. "I don't know." Xiangjila calmed his trembling heart and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Please send a letter to Chuncho for me and ask her to reply me as soon as possible." "Yes." Xiangjila didn't dare to delay for a moment and walked to the low desk to grind the ink by herself. When she was writing, she smelled the ink and her stomach churned again. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to suppress the urge to vomit. A letter was quickly written. After thinking for a while, she lit the oil lamp in front of the desk, took out another piece of rice paper, and told Chuncho some other things. After she and Leo left, Xiangjila flashed into the space again and looked seriously at the one person and one egg who came to greet her. "I want to keep the child, and I must also quickly resolve the things here." Gonging number 3 was about to persuade, but Xiangjila directly handed the urgent document to the one person and one egg. The one person and one egg looked at the urgent document for a while, and then looked at Xiangjila awkwardly at the same time. "What's written on it? I can't understand your words here." Xiangjila took back the letter with shaking hands, calmed himself down first, and then read the contents of the letter to them clearly. On September 29th, earthquakes occurred in Xianghui, Xiaochuan, Hantian, Hanjiang, Qianxian, and Shimianpo, causing countless casualties. From September 29th to October 3rd, the riverbed water level in Ningyan, Zhangquan, Jiushan, Lansu and other places dropped suddenly and dropped to the bottom. Overnight, many places fell into drought, and the people complained bitterly. At the same time, Liangjiang, Huishui, Jinghe, Jinko and other places had heavy rains for several days, and the water level was at risk of crossing the river bank at any time. On October 5th, the dams built in Liangjiang, Huishui, Jinghe, and Jinko collapsed at the same time, and several counties near the coast of Suhai became lakes at the same time. On October 6th, Lianshan and Yaoziling collapsed, and the mountain was split in half overnight as if by a sharp blade. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Rumors spread in Sichuan about the evil dragon stole the country, and the dragon vein was cut in half. On October 9th, the East China Sea earthquake was accompanied by a tsunami, and countless people were affected. On October 15th, the mountains in Shizhou collapsed, burying 20 villages alive. On October 19th, there was a sudden flood in the Nanling and Bailing. On October 20th, a large area of lightning struck the 4 southwestern counties of Dahuan at the same time, causing a large area of forest fires. On October 22nd, the water in Liangjiang receded, and mobs rioted everywhere. On October 23rd, Zhangquan, Jiushan, and Lansu rioted, and officials in several places were beheaded by the mob. On October 24th, the 5 counties in the northern part of the Saibei were shaken at the same time, and the casualties of the Northern Army in the earthquake reached 50,000. Stop, don't read anymore. As Xiangjila's voice became more and more trembling, Gonging number 3 could no longer listen. "Little Guatio, calm down, sure too, and I will do our best to protect you and your mother." The next morning, Huang Fushao brought Qi Muji and others to the rocky canyon, where they had previously avoided the Xixia army. Xiangjila was dressed in a dashing men's suit, and Li Yu, who was also dressed in men's suit, followed. As soon as he saw Li Yu, Huang Fushao immediately got angry. "Little Jila, she doesn't know martial arts. Why did you bring her here? Sneaking into Xixia's camp is so dangerous." Xiangjila glanced at Huang Fushao in confusion. "Xixia is good at poison. Li Yu can also use poison. Take her with you for safety." Uncle Jing also agrees. In fact, it was Xiangjila who went to Huang Fujing early in the morning to persuade Huang Fujing to let her take Liu with her. Since seeing Ji Rou's push of Liu yesterday, Xiang Jila no longer wanted Liu to get close to Ji Rou. Liu is simple. If Ji Rou has not left for some purpose, Liu is definitely a very easy target to use. Knowing that Huang Fuxiao's words are not what he means, Xiang Jila does not want to continue to entangle with Huang Fuxiao, so he intentionally or unintentionally pushed Liu to Qi Muji and others. Please help take care of Liu. I'm leaving, then wait for my signal, and during the process, you must not touch the people and things that Liu does not allow you to touch. Chapter 655. Half an hour later. Xiang Jila tiptoed and held her breath as she approached the Xixia camp. Perhaps because there was a group of people guarding 50 miles outside Yazui Pass, the camp here was not as heavily guarded as she imagined, but the place was too big, and considering her current situation, it was not advisable to run around too much. Xiang Jila lowered his eyes, and thought for a moment, then immediately flashed into the space. Xiao 3, I have something to trouble you too. Gongjing number 3 immediately came forward. Tell me, what do you want us to do for you? Chang Ju sat obediently beside Xiang Jila, staring at Xiang Jila's belly without blinking. Xiang Jila reached out and touched Chang Ju's head, and said to Gongjing number 3 truthfully, I want to find the place where the Xixia army's food and herbs are stored. Okay, wait. After saying that, it stepped back a few steps, and turned to look at Chang Ju. Sure too, come here. Chang Ju did not hesitate at all, and quickly walked to Gongjing number 3 and stood there. His chubby little face was full of a serious look, and his chubby hands skillfully made seals. The egg and the baby slowly lit up with red and green light. The two rays of light first slowly merged to form a ball of light. The ball of light kept expanding. Just when it was about to touch Xiang Jila, it suddenly scattered, like a big net covering the entire space. The entire space was red and green. However, these two dazzling colors only lasted for a few breaths, and the space returned to normal. Chang Ju opened his eyes with a pale face. The imperial green color on his neck was a little darker, and the color of Gongjing number 3's pink egg body was a little lighter. Then, the electronic screen for selecting tasks appeared in front of Xiang Jila. Unlike before, this time, there was a colorful painting on the electronic screen. Defense map? Gongjing number 3 and Chang Ju adjusted their breathing, jumped into Xiang Jila's hands, and walked to Xiang Jila's side, explaining, This is the defense map of the Western Xia army. Don't look at this corner. It's not small. It occupies a lot of land. There are not many soldiers, but there are many poisonous insects. The yellow dots are where you are now, the red dots are the granary, the green dots are the medicine warehouse, the black spots are the weapons warehouse, and there are scattered black dots, which are places where poison liquid or poison powder is applied for defense. In addition, the red and black triangle represents the commander's tent, which is very poisonous. Xiang Jila crossed her arms over her chest, and seeing those dense black dots, like countless ants crawling, the familiar churning in her stomach came again. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and retched again. Little ghost cultivator, is it really okay for you to go out like this? Xiang Jila waved her hand, took out a sour plum from her waist bag, and put it in her mouth. This was what Gongjing number 3 had found last night from its pile of Chinese country's treasured snacks. Although she didn't know how long it had been there, seeing it solemnly guaranteed that the sour plums would not upset her stomach after being nourished by spiritual power, Xiang Jila still chose to believe it. What surprised Xiang Jila the most was that once she took the strange-tasting sour plum in her mouth, the churning feeling in her stomach subsided a lot, and she didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. So, Gongjing number 3 picked out a few bags of sour plums from a pile of snacks, and asked her to take them with her for emergency use. No problem. Holding the sour plums, Xiang Jila suddenly felt refreshed. Why don't you take the stone with you? Gongjing number 3 was still worried. Don't take it for now. You must have consumed some spiritual energy just now. Help me protect the baby. When I finish my work here, I will go back to Dahuang to take care of the baby. After saying that, Xiang Jila left the space again. Oh no, how are the distribution points in that diagram just now distributed? Almost in tune with her, after she finished muttering, a beautiful colored diagram fell in front of her. Xiao San, you are really too considerate. Xiao Guixiu, sure too, and I worked together to make a layer of protection on the bracelet yesterday. Pay attention to the temperature changes of your wrist. If you feel the bracelet is hot when you are close to a place or a person, then the other person is dangerous to your stomach and must stay away. Okay, no problem. With the help of the map and Xiang Jila's agility, in less than half a day, he had figured out most of the Xixia camp and understood the main weapons used by the Xixia army and their deployment. The rest of the place was basically the soldiers' tents, granaries, medicine warehouses, and weapons warehouses. There were more people there. Just when Xiangjila wanted to explore the granaries and medicine warehouses, a figure moved quickly and passed by her not far away, causing a little movement. The patrolling soldier seemed to be unaware of it. Just when Xiangjila wanted to catch up, her bracelet became slightly hot. She stopped immediately. Was that person carrying poison? Or was the direction that person was heading towards poisonous? Just as she was thinking, her stomach growled at an inopportune time. It immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers guarding not far away. Who is it? Xiangjila immediately covered his mouth and slipped into space. When the soldiers arrived, the place where Xiangjila had stood was already empty. Strange, I clearly saw a figure just now. Maybe I saw it wrong. Alas, it's the boss who said that someone would come to harm the eldest princess and asked us to be on high alert recently. Now, we don't know whether that person has come or not. We only know that we are all on high alert now. I don't know who the eldest princess offended. In the space. Seeing Xiangjila suddenly appear, the man and the egg who were playing together beside the functional soil hurriedly came up to him. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xiangjila covered his stomach and looked at Gongging number 3 weakly. I'm hungry, but I don't want to drink milk. I ate too many sour plums today and didn't eat much yesterday. Now my stomach is empty. It's really worrying. Seeing that it was just a false alarm, Gongging number 3 immediately cursed and asked Changju to go to the warehouse to get beef and potatoes. Chapter 656. Just give me a cooked potato, I want more. Before Xiangjila finished her words, Gongging number 3 interrupted her with a hoarse voice. What do you want? If you are hungry, eat first, don't think about other things. After that, it howled in the direction of the warehouse. Sure too, your barrier power probes outward, and tell the little ghost cultivator if there is any abnormality. In the distance, Changju's reply sounded from the other end of the warehouse. Ah. After getting Changju's response, Gongging number 3 flew in front of Xiangjila and firmly advised, eat something, it won't delay you for too long, you have to know that you are not one person. With the experience of the previous night, Xiangjila resigned himself to raising his hands to interrupt Gongging number 3's endless preaching. Okay, hurry up. It should be said that these two guys are really fast. Look at the flying ingredients that are cut and sliced by themselves, and the branches that appear out of nowhere to form a fire, and the pottery pots that are placed on the fire and add water by themselves. Even the storybooks dare not write so exaggeratedly. In the space, under the hillside, a small tent was set up. In the small tent, Changju took a step with his short legs, and put a delicate ivory small square table and 3 small square stools of the same material and pattern that were pulled out from the warehouse heavily on the solid mud ground. Stinky Stone, take it easy. Watching the fire beside the clay pot, seeing Changju treating his heart roughly, Gongging number 3's voice even changed its tone. This set of ivory and ebony carved crane chasing dragon table was given to me by that girl from Huaxia. If you dare to scratch the pattern on it, I will tear your bones apart. Stinky bird. Changju angrily put his hands on his waist and cursed Gongging number 3. Stinky Stone. While cursing with Changju, Gongging number 3 did not forget to spread thick velvet table mats on the table and stool. Xiangjila, can't these two guys just be quiet for a while? After being pulled by Changju to sit down, Xiangjila looked at Gongging number 3, who was still directing the spatula and plate to put the dishes on the plate, and put his hand to support his chin. Little 3, why didn't I realize that your spiritual power can be used to cook before? There are many things you haven't discovered. Gongging number 3 directed Changju to push a fragrant potato stewed beef in front of Xiangjila. Beef can supplement iron. Eating more is good for you and the little master. Xiangjila looked at the beef in front of her that had been stewed to a soft state in a short time. Iron? Oh, the iron here refers to an element that can replenish blood discovered in Huaxia country. It is different from the iron or used to make iron chains and shovels here. Replenish blood? Xiangjila looked down at the potato beef soup that Changju put in front of her, which exuded a rich meaty aroma. The amazing thing is that this time, she didn't feel nauseous. She tried to lower her head and sip the hot soup, but she didn't vomit. She took another piece of steaming hot potato with chopsticks and put it to her nose and sniffed it. After confirming that there was no nausea, she put the food into her mouth. The stomach that had not eaten for 2 days was immediately ironed by the warm soup and soft potatoes. Delicious. The fox eyes lit up slightly, and she took 2 more pieces of beef. However, she was not so lucky with the beef this time. As soon as it went down her stomach, the familiar nausea came again. Not only did she vomit out the beef, but she also vomited out the small piece of potato and the few mouthfuls of hot soup she had just eaten. Feeling like she was about to vomit bile and her stomach was cramping, Xiangjila took the water Changju handed her and rinsed her mouth, then weakly stuffed a sour plum into her mouth. I'd better make a quick decision and go back to bed. Gonging number 3, Changju, It should have been done a long time ago, so you can't mess around. In the evening, a thick black smoke rose from the southwest of the Xixia tent. When Huang Fuxiao, Qi Muji and others saw it, they immediately dragged Liu and sneaked towards the direction of the black smoke. Xixia camp. The princess was assassinated and the food was burned, which caused a great uproar in the camp. Soldiers put out the fire, caught the assassin, and for a moment, the Xixia camp, which seemed to be empty, was suddenly crowded. The princess was poisoned. Military doctor. Military doctor. What military doctor? The princess herself is also a master of poison. Catch the assassin quickly. Go, take a look behind the mountain. There are many animal traps there. If the assassin escapes there, we can definitely catch him. Hurry up and send someone to find General Gao back. Outside the granary. Put out the fire quickly. Oh no, there's thick smoke over there at the medicine storehouse. You, go to the medicine storehouse and take a look. For soldiers were assigned by their superiors to the medicine storehouse. In the beginning, for safety reasons, the grain and herbs were not placed together, but in 2 places in opposite directions. No one expected that their medicine storehouse would be placed outside the big tent. It's always me. I'm asked to do the meritorious service when no meritorious service is shown. I'm responsible for all these trivial matters. Walking on the secret mountain road to the medicine storehouse, Soldier A complained. Soldier B agreed. These days, everyone wants to return home in glory, but it's not easy to make merit. I don't agree with your idea. Soldier C frowned. Making merit depends on ability. Without ability, you may not be able to pick up the pie even if it falls in front of you. The quietest soldier throughout the whole journey was Soldier D. Didn't he want to make merit? Didn't complain? No, he wanted to. But ever since he saw a brother being secretly dealt with by Commander Lu for killing too many enemies, and the military merit was given to the current Hidutu, he knew that success is never achieved by just talking and complaining. As for abilities, who in the army is not the best, but to gain a foothold in the army, in addition to ability, you also need to have connections with the higher-ups. Otherwise, even if you fight 10 people alone, you may be brave in battle, but you won't know how you died when you come back from the battle. While thinking, he has already fallen far behind the other 3. Just as he was about to catch up, he saw 3 handsome boys jumping out from the jagged rocks, one of whom looked particularly feminine. Before he could see what the boy did, his companions had already fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Soldier Ding immediately turned around and tried to run back, but halfway through, he felt a pain in the back of his neck and completely lost consciousness. If I can let you escape like this, how can I survive? Huang Fuxiao said Pa, squatted down, took off his armor and put it on himself, stuffed a pill specially made by Liu into his mouth that could make him die painlessly in his sleep, and then dragged him to the depths of the rocks. After everything was done, he did not stop for a moment, and immediately joined the others. Before he could speak, Liu came out from the rocks nearby, holding the map that Xiangjila had left for them at the preset meeting point. I know more about toxicology and pharmacology than you do. I go to the medicine warehouse. Liu pointed to the location of the granary. You go to the granary end, and get in quickly while it's still chaotic. You don't know martial arts, and you may not be able to protect yourself if you encounter danger. Qi Muji frowned slightly when he saw the places marked with poison and heavy guards on the map. You and Dizzy should go to the medicine warehouse, and we should go back to the granary end. Chapter 657. Thinking of Xiangjila's arrangement, Liu did not reject Qi Muji's proposal. Huang Fuxiao understood the overall situation and nodded without hesitation. Okay. If the soil under your feet is reddish during the day and blue under the light of fire or moonlight at night, those places must be poisonous. You must be more careful before you act. Liu warned, before coming here, don't spit out the pill I put under your tongue, let alone swallow it. As long as the pill is still in your mouth, ordinary drugs will not work on you, and the poisonous insects will not dare to get close to you. Okay, you have to be extremely careful too. Qi Muji nodded. Zhao Tao had been patrolling around while they were arranging the tasks. Seeing that everyone was doing their work as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but remind them, did you find that something is missing? When Zhao Tao reminded him, Huang Fuxiao immediately found something wrong. Where is Xiao Shila? Since Xiao Shila sent us the signal and gave us the map, she should have come to meet us, but now she is missing. Where did she go? Is it possible that she gave us a signal to let us do what we want, and then she went to do other things? Lu Pinghai reached out and touched his chin. The others were silent. After all, they had seen Xiang Jila's skills, and maybe he really could do other things. Let's act according to the original plan first. Huang Fuxiao pondered and gave an ultimatum: pay more attention to the surrounding movements during the process. Okay. After separating from Qi Muji and others, Huang Fuxiao and Li Yu rushed to the medicine store with their own thoughts. He didn't know if he was affected by Li Yu's mood, but he always felt that he had no appetite these 2 days. The sky gradually darkened. Not long after Huang Fuxiao and his group left, Xiang Jila returned to the mountain valley where they stayed during the day. There was a man in black on his shoulder. The mask on the man's face had been taken off, his hair was scattered, and there was a trace of dark blood on the corner of his mouth. This person was not someone else, but Shinmachi. How do you feel? How do you force the poison out? After putting Shinmachi down, Xiang Jila, who hadn't eaten properly for 2 days, felt that his martial arts skills were wasted. He panted and washed his face with the cold stream water, and sat side by side with him, beside the fast-flowing stream. Not long ago, Xiang Jila, with the help of the space, went in and out to confirm the points marked by Gongjing number 3 and Changjue for her, hid the map at the meeting point agreed in advance with Huang Fuxiao and his group, and returned to the camp to burn the granary. On the way back, she passed by the big tent. She wanted to get rid of Ouyang Yao, the big troublemaker who advocated the use of poison in Shixia. Unexpectedly, someone was faster than her. Before she could react, she bumped into a skilled man in black. The man in black seemed to know her, and dragged her away. She didn't even have time to hide in the space before she was chased by the soldiers. Indistinctly, she seemed to hear the soldiers behind her saying that the eldest princess was poisoned, and they wanted to catch the assassin. Xiang Jila's eyes were about to be wide open. If she had known that a warrior was coming to enforce justice, she would not have come. While running, Xiang Jila found something wrong. The eyes of this warrior looked a little familiar. The speed of running was too fast. Xiang Jila didn't have time to think about it. Another wave of nausea came, and she quickly covered her mouth with her other hand. The man in black noticed her mishap and immediately slowed down. After walking a few steps, Xiang Jila felt the jade bracelet on her wrist getting hot. She instinctively pulled the man in black to the side and blurted out, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt dizzy, and a herbal aroma mixed with ambergris came from her nostrils. The man in black switched positions with her, and then he groaned, staggered, and carried her and ran. Go west. Seeing that the man in black had been hit by an arrow in the back right shoulder, the arrow was so deep that the arrowhead could not be seen at all, and black blood was oozing out along the arrow shaft embedded in the flesh. Xiang Jila even forgot to struggle. The arrow was poisonous, and that poisonous arrow should have been hit by her. Hearing her instructions, the man in black immediately turned around. As he ran, Xiang Jila found that there were fewer and fewer pursuers behind him. It turned out that the commotion at the other end attracted the attention of the pursuers. As for who it was probably. It had something to do with this person. Xiang Jila pondered in her heart, and at the same time, she also had a guess about the identity of this person. After leaving the territory of the Shixia camp, seeing that there were no pursuers catching up, the speed of the man in black also slowed down. Xiang Jila immediately struggled to get off the ground and took off the mask of the man in black. It's you, Shinmachi. No wonder the way of doing things is so familiar. Before Xiang Jila had time to ask in detail, Shinmachi coughed lightly, and a red and black blood stain immediately overflowed from the corner of his mouth that was half raised due to pleasure. The poison has not completely penetrated into the 5 internal organs. There is still hope. Without any hesitation, Xiang Jila immediately put his left hand on his shoulder and half supported him to this hidden canyon location. With the help of Gongjing number 3, Xiang Jila's discomfort dissipated a little. It was early winter. Although it had not snowed yet, the weather had begun to get colder. After recovering, her body felt a little cold. She looked around and saw some dead branches and hay in the bushes not far away. She got up and picked up some dead branches and hay and ignited them with the fire starter she carried with her. After going back and forth several times, the bonfire became prosperous, and Xiang Jila finally felt that most of the coldness on his body had been dispelled. Suddenly remembering that Shinmachi was still by his side, Xiang Jila immediately turned around. The latter was covered in cold sweat, His brows were tightly knitted, and he seemed to be experiencing some kind of pain. Chapter 658. This was the first time she met Shinmachi again after Yin Junyo told her that he had broken Shinmachi's rotten peach blossom, and the two of them had reached a temporary cooperation. Xiangjila first sent a signal to the Qilin guard, who had quietly followed her out this morning. After thinking about it, she walked back to his side and said to him in a distant tone, "It's hard to find a doctor right now. I help you pull out the poison arrow first." Although she couldn't enter the space because of him, it was also true that he helped her block a poison arrow later. She couldn't bear to watch him poison in front of her. Looking at the firelight swaying in the wind not far in front of him, Shinmachi was silent for a moment, and took out a wax ball the size of a man's thumb from his waist. "Thank you. This is golden wound medicine." Xiangjila took the wax pill cautiously, helped Shinmachi up, and walked a few steps closer to the stream. Shinmachi followed her movements, stretched out his hand to support his right shoulder, and laughed weakly. "I thought we were no longer friends." One thing for one thing. After he sat cross-legged with his back to the stream, Xiangjila tore off a few pieces of cloth from the hem of his robe, folded one of the small pieces into a cloth pillow, let him bite it in his mouth, and said truthfully, "You saved me. I don't want to owe you a favor for this." After saying that, she returned to the fire, picked up some more durable firewood, and built a small fire next to Shinmachi. Then she went around Shinmachi's back, half knelt on the ground, holding the dagger she carried with her, and slowly opened his clothes at the wound. The smell of blood in her face made Xiangjila feel uncomfortable. She suppressed the churning feeling in her stomach again, and tried to divert her attention by talking. "Can this poison be cured? Now I am working with Yin Junyo. I blocked that arrow for you just to make Yin Junyo owe me a favor. Don't think too much." Hearing the abnormal tone of Xiangjila's voice, Shinmachi took off the cloth pillow he was biting. Under the dim and swaying firelight, his face was pale and his lips were cracked with an abnormal dark color. The poison on the arrow is called Xiaoyao. It kills ordinary people immediately after seeing the blood. It is named because it is the most efficient way to die among all the poisons. However, this poison does not harm me much. Once the poison arrow is pulled out, I can squeeze out the poisonous blood around the wound. It will not be a problem. His voice was hoarse and his tone was a bit careless, which was completely different from his attitude when he was alone with her before. Shinmachi has changed. Xiangjila suppressed his surprise and swallowed the surging feeling in his throat. "Okay, it will be a little painful when the poison arrow is pulled out. Just bear with it." Shinmachi nodded and bit the cloth pillow in his mouth again. The dagger in his hand was burned hot. As Xiangjila's hand raised and fell, Shinmachi suddenly widened his eyes and bit the cloth pillow in his mouth. His body was tense and spasming due to pain, but he didn't make a sound. The poison arrow was pulled out and a blood arrow came out. Xiangjila gritted her teeth and held her breath to squeeze out the black blood around the poison arrow. She didn't relax until she saw the blood turn bright red. This relaxation made her notice the bloody wound, and she couldn't hold it back, and vomited again by the stream. Shinmachi's face was as white as paper, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hearing the movement behind him, he stretched out his left hand and pressed several acupuncture points around his right shoulder to slow down the blood flow. Turning his head to look at her, "What's wrong with you?" The scene she saw in her previous life was 100 times bloodier than his current wound, but he still didn't change his expression. Could it be that he was spoiled by Yin Junyo in this life? "It's okay, I probably ate something wrong." Xiangjila washed the blood off her hands with the fast-flowing stream, scooped up some water from the stream to rinse her mouth, put a sour plum in her mouth without leaving a trace, and waved at him. She didn't dare to tell anyone about her pregnancy. After wetting the rag and returning to Shinmachi, Xiangjila helped him wipe the blood off the wound and broke the wax pill to sprinkle the golden wound medicine on the wound. Shinmachi didn't say anything else, but he knew in his heart that her symptoms were not caused by eating something wrong. With a guess in his mind, his pupils shrank slightly. A huge sense of loss suddenly surged into his heart. Not long after, the wound was treated with the golden wound medicine, and the blood scab on the wound coagulated. Xiangjila simply bandaged him with rags, and was about to help him up and take him back to the fire. Shinmachi couldn't help it after all. While she was helping him up, he stretched out his hand to pinch Xiangjila's wrist and took her pulse. Xiangjila's body stiffened, and he instinctively wanted to break free. This struggle hurt the wound on Shinmachi's body, and he groaned, "Don't move." There was no abnormality in the pulse under his finger, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiangjila took advantage of Shinmachi's relaxed vigilance to pull his hand away, took a step back, and let him fall to the ground in embarrassment, and said condescendingly, If you dare to pull and tug again, I will leave you here to feed the wolves. Shinmachi smiled bitterly, and said sorry to her, then moved to the fire with difficulty. Seeing that he was really embarrassed, and did not do the disgusting things like before, Xiangjila finally reached out to lend him some strength, and helped him back to the fire. While waiting for Qilin guard, Xiangjila was worried that Shinmachi would find out that she was pregnant. So she pretended to close her eyes, and rest to establish communication with Gongjing No. 3, and told him about her worries. Gongjing No. 3 comforted her, "Don't worry. Even a doctor with excellent medical skills will need a month to feel the pulse of pregnancy." Hearing this, Xiangjila secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shinmachi's technique of feeling the pulse just now was so skillful that he knew medicine at a glance. Although he said that he would cooperate with Zhenyu, who knows if such a person who is focused on results will suddenly change his mind. Thinking of this, she distanced herself from Shinmachi without making a sound. Shinmachi had not closed his eyes, and his eyes were always closely following Xiangjila, who had closed her eyes. When he saw her move aside, he finally spoke weakly, "You really don't have to be so defensive against me. If I really wanted to do something to you, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself." Xiangjila opened her eyes and lowered them, and did not move further, nor did she speak to him again. The two fell into a strange silence. Finally, it was Shinmachi who broke the silence. "Although I don't know why you approached Ouyangyao's tent, I feel that our purpose is the same. We both want Ouyangya to die. At this time, Ouyangya is poisoned. Although she will not die for a while, she can't use poison in the short term. If you want to do something to the Xixia army, now is the best time." Hearing this, Xiangjila's heart was alarmed, and he looked up at him vigilantly. "What do you know? You don't have to look at me like this." Her vigilance deeply hurt his heart. Shinmachi instinctively straightened his back, and accidentally pulled the wound. He immediately reached out to cover his right shoulder, and coughed lightly. "I have a personal grudge with Ouyangya. Even if you don't show up today, I will come to take Ouyangyao's life." Chapter 659. Personal grudge? Xiangjila frowned, as if considering the credibility of Shinmachi's words. If the information she and Ju Nua had previously found out was correct, Ouyangya seemed to be Shinmachi's mother. Yes, personal grudge is one of them. Shinmachi nodded slowly and said weakly, "No matter what, Ouyangya has a reason to die. Personally, his father died because he was dragged into the water by this woman and connected with Xixia, and was suspected by the king and died in the hands of the Yin family. If Yin Juanao was his father's murderer, then Ouyangya was the instigator of his father's death. How could an instigator live freely and have countless lovers after his father's death? For the public, she is the source of most of the poisons in the Xixia royal family. The sky spider established by Xixia 10 years ago was also to allow her to develop strange poisons more smoothly. To successfully conquer Xixia, she must be killed first. As for why he wanted to do it himself, it was nothing, just wanting to see if Ouyangya regretted her father when she was about to die." Shinmachi's voice was light, but his attitude was firm. Xiangjila couldn't help but blurt out, "But isn't she your mother?" "Mother? Ha!" Shinmachi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "From the moment she betrayed my father and fled back to Xixia, she was no longer worthy of being my mother. If she had just fled back to Xixia and restored her title of Grand Princess, it would have been fine, but for Ning Chusheng, she actually used her former identity as the Princess of Pingnan to negotiate with the King of Xixia." At this point, Xiangjila also understood the cause and effect, and it was meaningless to ask further. In short, the complicated grievances between the mother and son had nothing to do with her. At this time, several shadows fell not far away, and the Qilin guards came. There was a noise on the other side, and Shinmachi's people also came. "Princess, meet the Prince of Pingnan. Prince, meet the Regent Princess." The people on both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. After meeting their own masters, they did not forget to bow to the other master. Seeing Lu Yun take over Shinmachi, Xiangjila stood up and turned around, and was about to take a step forward to leave with the Qilin guards. Shinmachi's voice came from behind her. "Princess Regent, thank you for what you did today." Xiangjila paused, first surprised by his address to her, then curled her lips slightly, and said generously, "You're welcome." Shinmachi pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment, but he still reminded, "When I sneaked into the Xixia tent, I also found a large number of arrows at the other end of the tent, and there were heavy guards around the arrows. If you think this information is useful, send someone to investigate. The Xixia army has been active these days, and they must be preparing for war." After a pause, he added, "Ouyangya went to the battle this time, ostensibly to wear armor for her husband, but the ultimate goal is to take down Yasui and Yenta Pass for the king of Shishia. Xiangjila's footsteps stopped again when he opened his mouth. After hearing his words, she did not look back. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Watching the figure of the Qilin guard gradually disappear into the darkness, Shinmachi suddenly smiled, his eyes slightly moist. Due to the vibration of the chest, the wound on his right shoulder broke open again. Luyuan hurriedly took out the golden wound medicine and was about to reapply it to him, but he raised his hand to stop him. Don't touch the wound she bandaged for me. Luyuan hesitated for a moment, and finally took the medicine back. My lord, why are you doing this? Shinmachi smiled bitterly. Pain can make me sober. Let him know clearly that she bandaged his wound just because he blocked the arrow. But even he himself didn't know why he blocked the arrow for her. After all, at that time, the thought of not letting her get hurt in his mind was just a flash. Ouyang Yao is in a coma now. Do you need your subordinates to give her another stab? Lu Yun's words brought Shinmochi back to his senses. Shinmochi half closed his eyes, hiding the ambiguous meaning in his eyes. The poisonous blood in her body will kill ordinary people if they touch it. Shishia camp. The fire in the granary had been extinguished long ago, and the soldiers in the tent slowly restored order. In the tent, under the acupuncture of the military doctor, Ouyang Yao suddenly leaned over the bed and vomited a few mouthfuls of thick black blood. When she woke up slowly, her bright peach blossom eyes were stained with a hint of anger because of anger. Princess, you finally woke up. The military doctor put away the needle, came to her side with a happy face, and skillfully helped her sit up, as if she often did this. Indeed, she often did it, because this military doctor was not someone else, but Ouyang Yao's personal maid, named Banksia, who had been with Ouyang Yao for 10 years. This time, she was also accompanying her to deal with such emergencies. After all, the fewer people know the secrets of the princess, the better. Taking the clear water handed to her by Banksia, Ouyang Yao rinsed her mouth and asked weakly, Is Gaosheng back? I'm back. General Gao went to the granary and the weapons camp as soon as he came back. Banksia answered. I really need to go and take a look. Ouyang Yao coughed twice, and her chest still hurt. After all, the things in the armory are the key to the success or failure of our battle with the Huangfu army. Seeing Ouyang Yao's pale face, Banksia suggested, Princess, the poison in your body is very strong and has great destructive power. Even if it is removed, the damaged parts will not recover in a short time. How about you take a rest? After Banksia said this, Ouyang Yao's heart ached again. Has the rebellious assassin been caught? The rebellious son actually used the poison she taught him, and the martial arts taught by Shen Yanshu to deal with her. If it weren't for Banksia, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. No. Banksia shook her head truthfully. We searched almost the entire Shishia camp, but there was no trace of the assassin. Seeing Ouyang Yao's face gradually darken, she quickly added, General Gao has sent people to search the surrounding hills, and there should be results soon. Hearing this, Ouyang Yao threw the soft pillow next to her to the ground with a ferocious look. Chapter 660. After saying goodbye to Shinmachi, Xiangjila left 2 Qilin guards near the Shishia tent to meet Huangfu Xiao and others according to the situation before leaving, and asked Lin Ershi to help her investigate the place Shinmachi mentioned. It was dawn of the next day when she returned to Yasui Pass. Lin Ershi was also fast. He met up with her when she returned to Yasui Pass, and also retrieved 2 poison arrows from the place he investigated. She was already exhausted due to severe morning sickness, and a day and night of hard work. After meeting Huang Fujing in a hurry, Xiangjila briefly explained to Huang Fujing the distribution of Shishia's camps, the storage of granaries, and the preparation of medicines in the medicine warehouse. It is rare for cooperation to be so full-hearted. Shishia must have some plan. Huang Fujing stroked his newly grown beard and pondered. As for the arrows you mentioned, if we are not in a high position or fighting on the same flat ground, aiming a large number of arrows at the tower to kill soldiers will cause too much loss, which is not the best strategy. But what if the arrows are poisonous? Xiangjila calmly told Huang Fujing his thoughts. Once all the poison arrows are fired at once, even if the losses are great, it will be more than enough to break the city gate. If the Nanchu army arrives to suppress the rebellion. Huang Fujing suddenly tightened his fists, and even his beautiful eyes slowly turned red. No matter what, those arrows cannot be kept. As if she had guessed Huang Fujing's thoughts, Xiangjila warned, if you rashly move those things, I'm afraid you will alert the enemy. Hearing this, Huang Fujing immediately turned to look at her. Xiaojila, what do you think we should do? There are only 2 ways to poison arrowheads. One is to directly add poison when forging arrowheads, But this method is more labor-intensive for blacksmiths, so the second method is generally used. Before Xiang Jila finished speaking, Huang Fujing added to her words, "Soak in poison in a later stage, and then dry it." That's the case, but nothing is absolute, so before I came back, I secretly asked someone to take 2 of them back for Dr. Gong's son to study. The 2 discussed the poison arrow again. Huang Fujing wanted to pull Xiang Jila to continue discussing the relevant countermeasures, but when he saw that Xiang Jila's face was not right, he finally swallowed his words and sent Xiang Jila back to rest. After a simple wash and lying on the bed, Xiang Jila was physically exhausted, but his mind was very active. Although she tried to keep her breathing even as if she was sleeping soundly, she still couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was full of what Shishio was doing now. According to Shinmachi, no matter how good the cooperation conditions between Shishio and Nanshu were, as long as the Huangfu army was destroyed, Shishio would definitely turn against them and take down the Yazui and Yintao passes. Once these 2 passes were taken down, Shishio would inevitably attack Nanshu as fast as a locust swarm across the border. As for the reason why Shishio wanted to attack Nanshu, Xiang Jila's intuition told her that it was definitely related to the current external and internal troubles of Dahuang. There are many natural disasters and man-made disasters in Dahuang, and the people have no harvest. There will inevitably be unrest. Soldiers have to suppress the unrest, so how can they spare time to stop the invasion? As long as Shishio is fast enough, take the opportunity to take over Nanshu and then nibble away at the southern part of Dahuang. If they fan the flames and cooperate with Beiki at that time, Dahuang will basically be surrounded. Even if Jun Nu is brave, he will not be able to defeat thousands of troops with his weak and disabled soldiers. She suddenly remembered what Qin Pei had said to her in Saibei before. Xiang Jila frowned slightly. Could it be that he really had to go to Saibei? There was a slight noise outside the door. Someone came in. Liu was still working in the Shishia tent, and did not see Jiro when he came back. Then, it was most likely Jiro who opened the door. Xiang Jila quickly closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. People's 5 senses are always particularly clear when they close their eyes. Xiang Jila clearly felt that Jiro had been watching her bed for a long time before she made any move. Her hands under the quilt had slowly clenched into fists, waiting for Jiro to do something to her, so that she could directly catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. What she didn't expect was that Jiro just lifted the quilt on her body and tucked it to both sides of her body. Then he turned and left. Not long after, there was the sound of the door closing. Xiang Jila slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Jiro left, with a complicated expression. Could it be that he really blamed her wrongly? Jiro left the room and jogged for a long time until she was almost at the training ground. Her heart was pounding so hard that it almost reached her throat. Still no use. Yesterday, when Mu Junyan took Liu out, she knew that Mu Junyan must still be on guard against her. At that time, she was thinking, is it really right to force yourself into a circle that doesn't belong to you? But the cold eyes and ridicule these days, as well as the fate of the escort agency, all told her that if she didn't have a good backer, no matter what she did in the future, she would have no way out. So, she still had to find a way to make Mu Junyan let down her guard against her. She had wanted to use some things to dispel her guard, so when she knew that Mu Junyan was pretending to sleep, she thought of pretending to be friendly in front of her. But when she saw Mu Junyan's clenched fists under the quilt, she showed her fear. She didn't have the guts to play tricks in front of Mu Junyan. "Miss Ji?" A hearty voice sounded behind her, with a bit of surprise in the tone. Jiro's heart tightened, and she turned around immediately. She met Zhang Changdong, who was coming towards her. "Deputy General Zhang." She smiled and greeted Zhang Changdong. "This is an important training ground, Miss Ji. You better not wander around." Zhang Changdong bowed to her without a smile. Jiro had never dealt with these people before, and didn't know how to resolve the embarrassment in front of her. "I could only learn from the past and find an excuse. I'm here to look for Liu. Miss Li is not here." Seeing that Zhang Changdong almost had the words "you are not welcome here" carved on his face, Jiro smiled awkwardly. "Really? Then maybe I found the wrong place, because I saw Mu Junyan had gone back to rest, and I was worried about Liu, so I came out to look for her." "Junyan?" Zhang Changdong was stunned for a moment when he heard Jiro's unfamiliar name, and then asked carefully, "That Junyan is the girl who lives with you and Miss Li?" "That's right." Jiro nodded. "Why, is there any problem?" Zhang Changdong quickly reacted and smiled at Jiro. "No problem. In that case, I go back first." After Jiro said goodbye to Zhang Changdong, her face darkened the moment she turned around. There's something wrong with this Deputy General Zhang's attitude. When she called Mu Junyan just now, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. It seems that he doesn't know who Junyan is, but when he asked her and knew that Junyan was the girl who lived with Liu and her, he knew who Junyan was. Could it be that Junyan is not Mu Junyan's real name? Chapter 661. The sky was dim. The ground was cracked and the same color as the sky, and there were starving people everywhere. The country will be forever secure. Suppress the legitimate wife and support the illegitimate wife, and keep your promise. This is the fate of you coveting the country of Da Huang. If you were not greedy for power, how could Da Huang end up like this? The disaster has been said to Da Huang. As the only person in charge of Da Huang now, I asked the regent to go on stage to offer sacrifices to the heavens, write a confession of guilt, and sacrifice his death to the people. The subjects of the world knelt down and bowed in the direction of Kyoto. Please ask the regent prince to come up to the stage to offer sacrifices to the heavens, write a confession of guilt, and die to sacrifice to the people. Under the high platform, corpses were everywhere, and the long steps were stained with blood. The crossbowmen who had already drawn their bows and arrows stood around, surrounding the entire high platform. On the high platform, Yan Junyuo's hair was scattered, fluttering in the fierce wind. The black clothes were covered with watery cuts, and blood was dripping down the turned and rolled blades. Even though he was in a very embarrassed state, he still stood proudly, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes still contained the domineering aura that looked down on the world. I did nothing wrong. Why should I blame myself, and why should I sacrifice the people? Standing in front of the crossbowman was a handsome man in gorgeous clothes and a golden crown. He looked at Yan Junyuo sanctimoniously. Everything started because of you. If you don't die, the people of the world will die. Before he finished speaking, Yan Junyuo sneered disdainfully. Why do you think that I will die obediently because of your words? The people are so broad. Why do you repeatedly say that it is all my fault? Even if I die, I will do it according to my own will. When will it be your turn to talk too much? Stubborn resistance, the handsome man snorted coldly, raised his hand and said, shoot. As his voice fell, a waterfall of arrows fell, all pointing at Yan Junyuo. Junyuo, run. Xiangjila suddenly woke up. The hair on her forehead was already soaked with cold sweat, and her heartbeat was as fast as a drum. Looking out the window, she saw a sunset. Another day passed. She tiredly pressed her hand on her brow to try to push away the despair lingering in her heart. No, the problem here can't be delayed any longer. Muttering to herself, she threw off the quilt and got out of bed, but her feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. Damn it, I haven't eaten for a few days, I'm numb from hunger. Xiangjila cursed in a low voice and flashed into the space. Kyoto. A piece of blood-stained gauze was thrown into the basin, and after being rubbed and washed by a rough big hand, it was once again printed around a wound with flesh torn apart. Your Majesty, I really feel that things are very weird recently. How about we find a temple to worship? Chu Shan carefully helped Yan Junyuo clean the deep wound on his back, sprinkled it with golden wound medicine, and bandaged it. These days, the prince encountered assassinations almost every day and was injured almost every day, which really made Chu Shan uneasy. For how many years, the prince has not been injured as frequently as now. And the prince's injuries were not because of inferior skills, but because of bad luck. He saw it with his own eyes several times. Once, the assassin died in the hands of the prince. When the weapon in his hand fell off, it actually scratched the prince's leg by some unknown reason, leaving a wound on the prince's thigh. Fortunately, the knife was poisonous. Fortunately, the mansion always had antidote pills, otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. Another time, the prince was assassinated on the way back to the mansion after the court. The carriage of the mansion seemed to exist to affect the prince's performance. The assassin's poisonous arrows were fired at the prince as if they were free. The prince had to fly away from the carriage several times to dodge the surrounding of the carriage. The siege seemed to be intercepted by a net, and the prince was hit by an arrow, and the situation was reversed. Unfortunately, all the assassins were killed, and the mastermind could not be found. The most outrageous thing was this time, the assassin sneaked in and planned to assassinate the prince secretly, but because he stepped on a stone, he jumped behind the prince in advance, and the prince, who was always agile, stood still as if he was scared silly and was chopped with a knife. If the prince had not taken a big step forward at the critical moment, I am afraid he would have been chopped into 2 pieces by the assassin's sword. Seeing that Yan Junyuo did not respond to his words, Chu Shan could not help but speak again. Prince, I am serious. You really need to think about it carefully. Has there been any news about Yan Changzhou? Not wanting to argue with Chu Shan about bad luck and evil, Yan Junyuo picked up the plain gold rice bowl and drank the Chinese medicine in the bowl. The moment he put the bowl down, the rice bowl, which was originally round and regular, suddenly became an irregular circle. Chu Shan was no longer surprised by this situation. After all, the prince's bad luck these days was not only reflected in the assassination. These days, even the things that the prince touched seemed to be stained with bad luck. It was really unlucky. It was normal for the porcelain bowl that the prince picked up to eat to crack on the same day. In some cases, the bowl broke into 2 pieces before the prince put it down. There was also a teacup. For a period of time, the prince could not even drink hot tea. Once the hot tea was in the prince's hand, the broken pieces of the teacup were just like hidden weapons and splashed everywhere. This happened several times, and even the prince himself was almost injured. At first, they all thought that the porcelain in the palace had been tampered with. Later, they specially bought several sets of porcelain bowls and teacups from other places, and asked several confidants to eat and drink hot tea with porcelain bowls. After confirming that the bowls and teacups were safe, they were placed in front of the prince. As a result, any high-quality porcelain would crack without exception, and even splatter like a hidden weapon in the hands of the prince. At this time, they realized that the problem was with the prince. Later, the weather was cold, and the prince's stomach could not stand the cold. There was really no other way, so he could only discuss with housekeeper Li, and take turns to feed the prince warm water with a silver spoon. A man feeding another reluctant man warm water, this scene, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Especially when this job fell on the head of Li Guanjia, it was just like a grandfather feeding his grandson. The image of the prince as wise and powerful suddenly became like a fool. In short, for these things, Li Guanjia secretly left the house, and went to the temple to pray countless times. Later, the prince's bad luck became more and more serious, and Li Guanjia simply spent a lot of money to make a set of pure gold teacups and bowls and chopsticks for the prince. Although they were deformed after use, it was better to prepare a few sets to use in rotation than to let the prince take risks every time he ate. At that time, he also asked Li Guanjia, "Why don't you make silver tableware for the prince?" Li, the butler, put his hands on his hips as if it was a matter of course. How can silver tableware be worthy of the prince? If it weren't for the prince's recent special situation, I would have wanted to inlay gemstones on the prince's tableware. Chu Shan's face turned cold when he heard it. The old man doesn't do anything else, but he will do something fancy. Chu Shan, do you remember what the prince said? Yan Zhenyuo's voice pulled Chu Shan back to reality from his memories. I'm here. What do you want, the prince? Chapter 662. Send someone to find Qin Pei and bring him back to Kyoto. Yan Zhenyuo looked at Chu Shan seriously and repeated his arrangements. Send a letter to Shinmachi and tell him that the Shadowless Guard has colluded with the Ying family. Send him a portrait of Yan Changzhou and ask him to pay attention. In addition, as far as I can see now, among all the places in Dahuang, it seems that only Nanling and Bailing are the most stable. Let Chunshou find a way to keep the princess there, and don't let her come back. Chu Shan looked up suddenly. My lord, if the princess knew, then don't let her know. Go. Knowing that no one could change Yan Zhenyuo's decision, Chu Shan could only grit his teeth and bow his head. Yes. After Chu Shan left, Yan Zhenyuo changed into his regular clothes, disguised himself, and rode alone to the outskirts of Kyoto. It was early winter, and in previous years, Kyoto would have welcomed the first snow like goose feathers, but this year, not even the size of rice grains of snow had fallen. On the streets that should have been wide and bustling, there were now only large pieces of dust brought up by the cool breeze. The fields on the outskirts of the city had already cracked. Since the beginning of autumn, the fields here have been extremely dry. The land that should have been used to grow crops was now scorched yellow. Several people were digging something in the fields. A large area of the moat was exposed, and several vultures were circling in the air. It was desolate. Yan Zhenyuo rode his jade horse, and walked slowly on the road. The biting cold wind slapped his face, like one slap after another, as if mocking his self-confidence in fighting against the sky. Ever since the first porcelain bowl broke in his hands, he has been having the same dream. In the dream, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't resist the arrival of various natural disasters. Dahuang's country was in ruins, the people were living in hardship, and rebel armies in various places rose up one after another. Not only did he kill all the people around him who cared about him, but he was also forced by an unknown force to offer sins to the heavens. He couldn't tell whether the dream was repeated because he had been thinking about it during the day and dreaming about it at night. Today's cold wind woke him up. Regardless of whether the dream was true or not, he would never compromise. His life could only be in his own hands. Xiang Zhila handed over 2 arrows to Gong Sunming, and Gong Sunming quickly gave a reply. These are arrowheads soaked in poison, which are extremely poisonous. Once they penetrate into the flesh and blood, they will spread all over the body, and there is no way to save them. However, the biggest flaw of poison arrows is that they will become ineffective when exposed to water. Therefore, the place where the poison arrows are stored must be very dry. After getting this answer, Xiang Zhila, Huang Fujing and Zheng He immediately made a battle plan, set fire to the camp. Since the weakness of the poison arrows is so obvious, there must be heavy troops guarding nearby. I'm afraid setting the fire will require some careful planning. Zheng He suggested. Zhou Yulong is more familiar with the other side of the rocky hill. We can let him. Huang Fujing raised his hand to interrupt. Since Shower and his friends have sneaked in, it's most appropriate to let Shower and his friends handle this matter. Xiang Zhila nodded in agreement. After the last fire on the granary, the Xixia army's defense will only be more stringent, and our burning of the weapons camp this time is not our ultimate goal. Western Xia Camp. After 2 days of hard work, Chi Muji and his companions didn't do well, but with their excellent communication skills and way of judging people, basically no soldier would ignore them whenever they chatted with someone. Hey buddy, have you heard that the brothers guarding outside Yazui Pass will be rewarded when they return to the capital? Lu Pinghai was very familiar with one of the soldiers who was returning to the camp. Chi Muji interrupted him seriously. Don't talk nonsense. If you expose such groundless things, you will be punished with a military stick. That brother is right. I heard it too. It's just... Xiao Tao painted his face black on purpose, looking like a dirty little brother next door. When he said the last part, he emphasized it again. I just heard it too. Oh, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Lu Pinghai waved his hand impatiently at Xiao Tao. Forget it, I won't say anything. Xiao Tao wanted to sneak away, but Chi Muji grabbed him by the collar. You are asking for a beating, aren't you? The noise of the few people quickly attracted other soldiers who were returning to the camp. Because they had sneaked into the infantry camp, military officers with higher positions rarely set foot here, so even if Chi Muji and others were joking, it would not reach the ears of the leaders in a short time. That's why they had the opportunity to talk nonsense without restraint. Okay, I tell you, big brother, please let go first, let go. Xiao Tao begged for mercy timidly. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Pinghai glared at him. Xiao Tao looked around fearfully and asked others to promise. You have to promise me that you can just hear about this kind of thing, and don't tell anyone, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to go back alive and marry a wife. Later, the person who came up to hear the news said unhappily you. Xiao Tao raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I tell you. After saying that, he immediately lowered his voice and moved into the crowd. This is what happened. As more and more people wanted to hear the news, Xiao Tao's voice gradually disappeared in the crowd. Lu Pinghai looked at Chi Muji and saw the latter nodded slightly to him. He quietly left the crowd and trotted to a small forest behind the mountain to meet Huang Fuxiao. Chapter 663. Flute. What? Huang Fuxiao immediately went to meet him. Lu Pinghai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said breathlessly, Tao Tao has already said it. As for whether it can develop as we expected, it is hard to say. Okay, just say it. Next, we will act according to our signal. Okay. After responding to Huang Fuxiao's words, Lu Pinghai turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Huang Fuxiao. Braised eggs. What? Be careful, all of you. I know you, bitch. Lu Pinghai smiled and waved at him. Looking at Lu Pinghai's back as he left, Huang Fuxiao put his hand on his chest. He didn't know if it was because of his stomach or chest discomfort. These days, he always felt that something bad was going to happen. Looking at the darkening sky, he turned around and trotted in the opposite direction of Lu Pinghai. The medicine storehouse was heavily guarded by soldiers coming and going. Since he and Li Yu knew 2 days ago that the most important thing in the medicine storehouse was not the thistle but the primer that triggered the poison, the two of them had been hiding in a slightly farther valley, using weeds as cover, and using a simple telescope made of bamboo to watch the movements around the medicine storehouse, looking for an opportunity to attack. In the past 2 days, the two of them tacitly did not mention what happened in Nanchu, and communicated like ordinary friends. Li Yu saw that Huang Fuxiao treated her like a friend who met by chance, and she felt uncomfortable, but she did not want to disrupt the delicate balance between the two. Tiptoeing back to Li Yu, Huang Fuxiao asked, what happened? Li Yu handed him the Qianluang in her hand. Another batch of thistles was shipped out today. Do you need to wear a mask for just thistles? Huang Fuxiao muttered to himself and took back the telescope. Not just thistles, Liu reminded. Did you see the medicine bags worn by those patrol soldiers? Where are the medicine bags? Wang Fuxiao raised the telescope again and looked at the patrol soldiers' waists along Liu's fingertips. Sure enough, almost every soldier had something like a sachet hanging around his waist. The cloth of the sachet was dark and dark. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see it at all, and these people seem to be guarded by these two groups of soldiers. There are no other new faces. Therefore, as long as they can knock down these two groups of soldiers, the medicine storehouse will be safe. If I'm not mistaken, there must be herbs such as wood, pinelia, and aconite in the medicine storehouse, and the main material of the primer is a mixture of cinnabar and poisonous blood. How do you know? Wang Fuxiao looked at her in surprise. Thistle can be used alone to detoxify, and mixed with wood, pinelia, and aconite, it can produce a miasma that makes people hallucinate, but this miasma will not cause hallucinations in a short time, and those who transport thistles wear masks when they enter, which means that there is not only miasma, but also poison gas. Liu explained. What she didn't tell Wang Fuxiao was that the Gu King in her body became particularly agitated after sensing the primer. Obviously, the Gu blood of this primer was incompatible with her Gu King. No wonder. Wang Fuxiao suddenly realized and put down Qianluang. When we go there, we have to be careful not to get tricked. You don't have to go there. I have the Gu King in my body. Wang Fuxiao was confused by Liu's incoherent words. What? I won't get tricked. Liu emphasized. Wang Fuxiao's eyes were filled with more doubts. So what? Liu did not answer him, but took out a small lavender porcelain bottle from her bosom and stuffed it into his hand. It contains the knockout drug Gong Sunming gave me when Xiang Jila and I came here. This small bottle can probably knock down 600 people, which is enough for you to lure everyone down. You go and knock them down, and I go in and steal the primer. No. Wang Fuxiao refused. Why? Liu looked up at him, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Because I care about you. I'm afraid you get hurt, and I don't want to take Gong Sunming's things from you. Under Liu's gaze, Wang Fuxiao felt that his heartbeat was out of control, and the words on his lips were stuck, and what he finally said became, because I don't trust you. A quarter of his heart collapsed, and Liu lowered his eyes sadly, and took back the porcelain bottle in his hand. That's right. He had already made it clear. What was she expecting? Then I go with you. She didn't know martial arts, so she was at a disadvantage. Infantry battalion. After Zhao Tao told the infantrymen everything he had heard, the infantrymen were all furious. This is simply too much. Why should we infantrymen be the first to charge, but the cavalrymen take the credit in the end? Okay, big brothers. Zhao Tao looked like he was trying to keep things quiet. I just overheard it accidentally. If the bosses knew that I not only eavesdropped but also secretly told you about their plans, I would definitely not live to see the end of the battle with Nanshu. I still want to go back and get married. You must not give me up. Look at your achievements. Are we like this kind of people? Lu Pinghai patted his shoulder and smiled at him. Besides, even if some brothers really can't help but ask for an explanation from the boss, you can get attention in this way and work for the welfare of everyone. Even if you die, it will be a worthy death. Zhao Tao's face immediately turned pale after hearing what Lu Pinghai said. Qi Muji looked at Lu Pinghai disapprovingly. What are you talking about? Although we were born in a humble family, we are upright, and will never do such a despicable thing as betraying our brothers behind others' backs. That is to say, although we were born in a humble family, and did not have much education, we also know what righteousness is. That is to say, it is already very great that Brother Taozi let us know the truth. Don't worry, as long as we are still alive, we will definitely let you go back alive and marry a wife. Seeing the simple-minded infantryman defending him, and thinking about his own deception, Zhao Tao felt a little bit reluctant. He secretly glanced at Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai, and found that Qi Muji looked normal, while Lu Pinghai's eyes also flashed a trace of entanglement. At night, the three of them sneaked to the armory together. While hiding in the dark, Zhao Tao hesitated and said to the two, I feel that we are using the infantry in a tent like this. Is it too much? Qi Muji looked at Zhao Tao in confusion. Why do you have such an idea? Then he looked at Lu Pinghai again. Although the latter was not as straightforward as Zhao Tao, under the moonlight, his entangled expression was revealed, as if telling Qi Muji that he and Zhao Tao had the same idea. Chapter 664. Qi Muji looked at the two of them, and his expression suddenly became serious. On the battlefield, every breath is a murderous intent. As long as you have a little compassion for the enemy, just a moment of mercy is enough to kill you. Brother Muji, don't be so serious. Seeing that Chi Muji's tone was slightly unhappy, Zhao Tao's eyes also weakened a little. We must understand the truth. Don't worry. We know what to do. Lu Pinghai nodded at the side. Chi Muji looked at the two and sighed silently. After all, they still lack experience, and they don't know how dangerous human nature will be when they really meet in battle. The moon is high in the sky. It seems that God knows that they are going to do something big, and today is particularly good. Except that the air is a little dry and cold, there is no wind. Huang Fushao dragged the last soldier, who was knocked down, into the bush, and moved his tired shoulder joints. A total of 513 people finally got it done, but I am so tired. Li Yu handed him a medicine bag looted from the soldiers and asked him to hang it on his waist, reminding him, according to the rules of the past 2 days, the time for the Xixiao army to transport thistles is Mao Shi and Wei Shi, so we must get things done before dawn today. Go in. Huang Fushao nodded and walked ahead. Li Yu wanted to ask him to put on the veil, but when she was about to speak, he had already walked away. She could only follow him in disappointment. Entering the medicine store, Huang Fushao only felt a strange fragrance. Then, a strong fishy smell and a strange smell of herbs lingered at the tip of his nose. The torch in the medicine store ignited without fire, and the whole medicine store was illuminated. At that time, they only had time to see the primer hanging in the middle of the medicine store, and did not have time to take a closer look at the whole medicine store. This time, they looked closely under the light of the medicine store, which made them both stunned. The medicine warehouse covers a large area. The two were prepared for this huge warehouse, but they didn't expect that it was divided into several different areas. Because some medicines need to be kept at a constant temperature to ensure their efficacy, the medicine warehouse has a lot of charcoal in addition to the charcoal basin for heat preservation. In other areas, different compartments are made to store herbs with different preservation requirements. Some are placed with ice, and some are nourished with water. A large amount of thistles are piled in the corner like firewood, which seems so out of place with the carefully divided warehouse. All the herbs were not placed in rows and columns like in a normal warehouse, but were divided into different areas to form a circle. In the center of this circle was a man-made square snake cave, 1 foot wide and 2 feet deep. Under the weak light, the cave was full of colorful things. The primer they wanted to take was now hanging in the center of the snake cave, like a natural treasure. This was beyond Huang Fujiao's expectations. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. You didn't tell me there were poisonous snakes here before. Li Yu lowered her head. Maybe I made a wrong judgment. Misjudgment at this critical moment? Huang Fushao couldn't help but look at Li Yu again. Li Yu just looked up at him. Is there something on my face? No. Huang Fushao turned his face away guiltily and changed the subject. This thing is hung so high, you need qigong to take it. Li Yu nodded. I can only ask you for it. Asking him? Huang Fujiao's heart skipped a beat again. Li Yu was not normal. Just thinking this, he felt a warmth on his cheek. He turned his head suddenly, and saw Li Yu blushing and backing away, lowering her head. Be careful, I wait until you come back safely. He. He was kissed by Li Yu. Huang Fujiao's heart trembled, and he became incoherent. I go get it now. Fortunately, the whole process of getting the primer went smoothly. When it landed, a small body fell into his arms. Soft and fragrant. Huang Fushao, you are amazing. Huang Fushao gently pushed her away and handed her the palm-sized primer in a brocade box. Keep it well, don't lose it. Okay. Li Yu took the primer from his hand obediently. After everything was settled, the two were about to leave, but Li Yu suddenly walked around in front of him, tiptoed, and put her hands around his neck, gently pulled, and without any defense, her beautiful lips were imprinted on his thin lips. Huang Fujiao's eyes widened. The little girl in front of him closed her beautiful eyes and kissed him. Because she had no experience, her kiss was very awkward. The fragrance of her lotus body filled his nose, and Huang Fushao felt a warm current rushing down from his lower abdomen. He suddenly pushed her away, trying to regain some reason. Li Yu, what are you doing? We can't do this. Li Yu's eyes were full of grievances. Huang Fushao, I will be a virgin next year. Huang Fushao pushed her away and was about to stride forward. So what, after all, we won't have. Before he finished speaking, a small body pressed against his back. Huang Fushao, I will marry you when I reach the age of marriage. I will not marry anyone else except you. Please stop saying that there is no result, okay? Her tone was pleading, and the cold and hard defense line that Huang Fushao had built up with great difficulty began to crack slowly. He said stubbornly, but your brother and my father are now at odds with each other. I don't want anything, I just want to be with you. Li Yu eagerly stated her position to him. Wang Fuxiao, I will marry you when I reach the age of marriage, okay? Faced with her repeated statement, Wang Fuxiao's nose was sore, and he could no longer suppress his feelings. He turned around and hugged her tightly. He bent down and buried his head in her neck, choking and whispering, Lily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude to you. God knows how uncomfortable he has been seeing her these days, but can't talk to her properly. Only he knows that he has been saying no result just to know her position. Now that her position is clear that she wants to be with him, how can he bear to really let her leave even her relatives? Wang Fuxiao. Li Yu also hugged him shyly. The two of them didn't know how long they hugged each other before Wang Fuxiao realized, oh no, we have to get down to business quickly, and can't delay any longer. Okay. Li Yu nodded obediently. The bright red lip balm had been applied to his lips, when their lips touched just now. Now, her lips have returned to their original purple-red color, which is particularly attractive under the light. Wang Fuxiao suddenly felt dry in the mouth, and couldn't help but bend down and kiss her cheek again, and reached out to hold her hand. This hand-holding made Wang Fuxiao feel a long-lost satisfaction, and he even thought of the name of their child in the future. However, just as they were about to leave the medicine storehouse, something suddenly changed. Chapter 665. A colorful venomous snake as long as an adult's arm blocked their way at the door of the medicine store. Without giving them any chance to react, the venomous snake arched its body and jumped up directly towards Wang Fuxiao. Wang Fuxiao pulled out his dagger and wanted to cut the venomous snake in half, but he didn't expect that his speed was still half a beat slower. Li Yu was faster than the venomous snake. She strode forward and blocked Wang Fuxiao. The venomous snake bit her right hand. It was unknown what poisonous thing it had touched. After the venomous snake bit Li Yu, she died on the spot, and Li Yu's lips also changed from beautiful purple red to black as ink. The little face that was originally a little rosy suddenly turned pale like frost and snow. Wang Fuxiao, it's a pity, I can't marry you. This short sentence seemed to have exhausted all her tenderness. She wanted to put her hand on his face, but she finally fell down powerlessly. Wang Fuxiao looked at her with tears in his eyes, with a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth, and slowly closed her eyes in his arms. Lily. Wang Fuxiao wiped away the tears in his eyes with his arms, and quickly took her hand, and covered his face. Lily, I'm here, you hold on, I will take you back to find Gong Sun Ming immediately. Lily. Lily, don't scare me, wake up. Lily. No matter how he shook her, the person in his arms gradually lost her voice. The words she said just now, I will marry you when I reach the age of marriage, were still ringing in his ears. In the blink of an eye, they were about to be separated forever. Wang Fuxiao was heartbroken. He leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, murmuring, Lily, there is no need to wait until you reach the age of marriage. I will marry you now, and get married when we return home, okay? He didn't feel the expected soft touch on his lips, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the body had stiffened so quickly? He closed his eyes, and increased his strength, even using his mouth to chew it, but it was still hard. Until a burning pain came from the right side of his face, and a pungent mint smell came from the tip of his nose. Wang Fuxiao, are you awake? Are you okay? Back to reality, Wang Fuxiao found himself holding a dusty wooden stake and chewing it with tears streaming down his face. The place where he chewed was full of saliva marks, and the dust was chewed clean, and some places were peeled. Li Yu was holding a black and green object in his hand, and placed it on the tip of his nose. The pungent mint smell just now was emitted from this thing. Wang Fuxiao instinctively looked at Li Yu, whose eyes were still cold as usual. Where was the tenderness and shyness in front of his beloved? He seemed to be extremely frightened, blushing and jumping away a few steps, wiping away his tears, and pooing several times in a row to try to wipe off the ash and bark in his mouth. He waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay. Li Yu looked at him. Her tone was rarely concerned. You seem to have been infected by miasma just now. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? When Wang Fuxiao entered, he paused for a moment, and she guessed that he must have been infected. Fortunately, he was fine when she took out the primer, but when she took out the primer, he became abnormal. Not only did he pounce on a wooden stake and chew it, he also laughed and cried, and mumbled something in his mouth, like a fool. If she hadn't slapped him in the face, and put the thick mint to his nose, he would not wake up for a while. After Li Yu said this, Wang Fuxiao immediately realized that everything he had seen just now, including Li Yu's attitude, was an illusion caused by the miasma. While secretly glad that Li Yu was safe, he was also afraid that his dirty thoughts would be discovered by Li Yu. He could only turn around with a guilty conscience, and said in a muffled voice, It's none of your business. For short and neat words plus a stubborn back figure successfully choked back the words that Liu was about to say. She also wanted to tell him that this miasma would cause the person infected with it to amplify his inner desires and fears, and in more serious cases, it would prompt him to do things that he would not even dare to think about normally. Seeing that the wood was gnawed by him, she wanted to ask him if he was hungry. But his attitude clearly told her that no matter how she showed her kindness, he would keep a distance from her, and told her not to be self-indulgent. Forget it, just let him be happy. She had been holding a grudge against Gong Sun Ming for so many years, but finally found out that it was all just a coincidence, and she had become a joke in her own imaginary speculation. If she hadn't met Xiang Jila, she wouldn't even know what her future life would be like. Now here with Huang Fuxiao. Although her heart was throbbing, she couldn't stand his real disgust. Repeated intentional approaches were met with ruthless push-aways. Then, forget it. She is a human being, and she can get hurt too. She was scared, and didn't want to be a joke anymore. After setting a trap near the medicine store, and sending out a signal, Liu took some herbs such as wood, pinelia, aconite, and thistle from the medicine store, and wrapped them with a primer in an outer robe, and carried them on her back. Before leaving, the two of them took 2 sets of armor from 2 unconscious soldiers. The atmosphere was awkward and no one spoke all the way. After putting on the armor, Huang Fuxiao thought of the venomous snake in the hallucination, and the scene of Liu dying in his arms, and couldn't help but say, "Wait for me here, I take you away after I'm done." "No need," Liu refused in a cold voice. "I know poison, and if necessary, maybe I can help you." As she spoke, she swiftly put on the clothes she had taken from the soldiers. The heavy armor made it very inconvenient for Liu to move around, so she simply took off the armor and threw it aside. Just as she was about to go back to the medicine store to get a set of clothes without armor, her arm tightened, and she was pulled by Huang Fuxiao. "I won't be able to protect you when the time comes, so don't drag us down." As soon as he said this, Huang Fuxiao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He clearly didn't mean that. "Don't worry, I won't." As she said that, Liu tried to break free from his hand again. Seeing that her attitude was more distant than before, Huang Fuxiao felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He followed her struggle and let go of her hand, and even his tone became bad. "Whatever you want." After saying that, he stood there in a huff, holding the machete he had picked up, motionless. Chapter 666. At the same time, Yazui Pass. The Nanchu punitive army arrived faster than anyone expected. As if they had discussed with the Xixia reinforcements, the two armies attacked from the front and back, outflanking the 2 cities of Yinta Pass and Yazui Pass respectively. Although the 2 cities had been prepared for battle, the poison of the Xixia army was always the biggest variable. As Xiang Jila expected, the Xixia army did not use poisonous smoke or poisonous fog this time, but to Xiang Jila's surprise, the Xixia army stationed outside the city actually had poisonous arrows. I saw poisonous arrows being sent into the Yazui Pass one by one with longbows without any gaps, and they were embedded in the soldiers' flesh and immediately cut off their throats, without even a chance of rescue. Watching the soldiers die in front of her, but unable to do anything, the emotional instability and physical fatigue in the early stages of pregnancy made Xiang Jila feel a strange sense of powerlessness in her heart. The rain of arrows made it difficult for the Huangfu army to move forward. After the rain of arrows, tens of thousands of Xixia soldiers rushed forward without caring about their lives. With the help of the rain of arrows, the city gate was quickly broken. Fortunately, after that round of arrows, the Xixia army did not shoot any more arrows. In the chaos, Xiang Jila killed several Xixia enemy soldiers, jumped onto the tower, retreated to Huangfu Jing, and breathed slightly. It seems that the poison arrows on the Xixia side have been used up, and Brother Xiao is probably in big trouble. At this time, Huangfu Jing had climbed up the tower and was standing on the tower, looking at the battle situation below with a serious face, his eyes deep, as if he was calculating. Indeed, he was worried about the situation at Yinta Pass. The number of Xixia troops was wrong, and the Nanchu punitive army that followed did not see the main general, so there was only one possibility. Report. The scout's loud report immediately confirmed his idea. The gate of Yinta Pass is about to be broken, requesting reinforcements. Zheng Yi rushed to Huangfu Jing upon hearing the news. Huangfu, Yinta Pass cannot be lost. The 2 passes are connected. Once Yinta Pass is lost, Yazui Pass will really become isolated and helpless. Seeing the enemy troops about to surge onto the tower, Xiang Jila made a prompt decision. "Uncle Jing, I will go to the Xixia camp to help Brother Xiao and others intercept the replenished arrows and crossbows. One of you and General Zheng will reinforce Yinta Pass, and the other will stay at Yasui Pass. In this way, the pressure from front and back can be reduced, and the chances of defending the two passes will be greatly increased. Although this move seems flawless, it is risky. Before Zheng He could finish his words, Xiang Jila raised his spear and swept the Xixia soldiers to the ground, leaving Huang Fujun to pounce on them and harvest their heads. At this time, what's the risk? Xiang Jila wiped the blood off his face. His fox eyes were full of determination. When two sides meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. When the two sides fight, if their strength is equal, it depends on who wants to live more. Zheng He wiped the necks of the two Xixia soldiers with his backhand and objected, the problem is that the strength of the two sides is very different. 2 against 1, it doesn't matter if you just rush. Who doesn't understand the truth? But is this the time to analyze the truth or make long-term plans? Obviously not. In a hurry, Xiang Jila looked at Zheng He provocatively. Is General Zheng afraid? Afraid that he can't defend the cliff mouth and lose face in front of Uncle Jing? With a slight tremor of the gun flower, she skillfully and neatly cut the throats of the two soldiers. Uncle Jing wouldn't be as timid as you. The words Uncle Jing wouldn't be as timid as you aroused all of Zheng He's desire to win. Who said I'm scared? As he said that, Zheng He swept his legs and knocked down the front few Xixia soldiers and stopped some of the Xixia soldiers rushing over. Huang Fu, I'm familiar with Yasui Pass. You can leave it to me. Hurry up and lead the troops to reinforce and defend Yinta Pass. Seeing that Xiang Jila had aroused Zheng He's enthusiasm with just a few words, Huang Fujing was also unambiguous. Okay, then do as Xiao Shila said. After the two passes are defended, we will reunite at Yasui Pass. Okay. Familiar with the terrain of Yasui Pass, Zheng He was stationed at Yasui Pass. With a loud whistle, the city guards who were fighting with the Xixia soldiers gathered in the direction of the whistle. Huang Fujing took the opportunity to lead the Huangfu army to break through and support Yinta Pass. Xiang Jila was not idle either. He jumped on his horse. Little Ghost Cultivator. Gongjing No. 3 shouted in Xiang Jila's mind as a warning. Xiang Jila slowed down his movements. Little 3, I know my situation and know my limits. At this time, if you ask me to hide in the space or hide aside, I can't do it. Faced with the Xixia army that kept coming, Xiang Jila had to speed up her slowed-down movements again. Because of the movement, her lower abdomen began to ache. However, at this moment, her mind was full of thoughts. She couldn't retreat, and she couldn't get into trouble. Not long after, Gongjing No. 3's reminder came to her mind again. Little Ghost Xiao, you have to stop. Little 3, if you stop halfway, do you know what it means? While replying to Gongjing No. 3, Xiang Jila once again used her spear to sever the neck arteries of two enemies. The warm blood splashed on her face, making her heart boil with blood, and her stomach churned. At this moment, if she stopped, she would definitely be chopped into pieces. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow the churning feeling in her stomach. In this life-or-death situation, with no way to retreat, I can only fight my way out. Please. And Xiao Ju, help me protect my baby. The remaining 10 Qilin guards quietly took away the horses of the Xixia cavalry, mounted their horses, and followed Xiang Jila as the center. It's really worrying. After listening to Gongjing No. 3's submissive complaints, Xiang Jila felt as if her lower abdomen was wrapped in a layer of cotton wool, soft and warm, and even the occasional pain caused by the excessive movement just now disappeared. Not only that, she also felt a warm current in her right hand constantly replenishing her strength, and Xiang Jila was grateful in her heart. Then she felt movement behind her, and she turned back quickly, meeting the firm gazes of Lin Er and the 9 Qilin guards behind her. She smiled, whipped her horse and rushed in the opposite direction of Huang Fujing like an arrow from a string. Following behind them, there was also a slender figure wearing women's clothes and carrying 2 swords. Chapter 667. In Space. Gongjing No. 3 not only has transparent wings, but also has a transparent egg body, which looks like a shadow, which shows that its spiritual power is overconsumed. Sure too, the little master is protected by spiritual power, and is safe for the time being, but I have to go into seclusion. This time, the seclusion will take a long time. You must take good care of the little ghost cultivator. Stinky bird. Chongju wanted to reach out and hug it, but found that the fat little hand went straight through its shadow. Obviously, its spiritual power loss this time was more serious than any other time. He could only get so anxious that his eyes turned red. Stinky bird. Stupid stone. The robot eye of Gongjing No. 3 also lit up red, and the robot egg was still the same robot egg. However, for some reason, when Chongju saw Gongjing No. 3, His nose felt sore, and he wanted to cry. Gonging number 3 did not give him time to cry. With the egg as the center, a formation with a pattern of crane flapping wings quickly appeared around it. Before entering the formation, he did not forget to remind Changju, "I set a crisis trigger in the space. As long as the little ghost cultivator is in danger, you can appear instantly, but after you appear, you can only let the little ghost cultivator take you back to the space. You need to be more careful. Once your spiritual power is depleted too much, you will also fall into a coma. If I am not by your side, it is unknown when you can wake up. You need to be more restrained, and don't expose your identity to cause trouble to the little ghost cultivator." Changju was rarely obedient, and did not refute Gonging number 3's words, and nodded. He was originally a jade hairpin made of spiritual stone. Because of the power of the ancient blue dragon seal, he became spiritual, and was awakened by the remaining dragon energy of the blue dragon. Later, he absorbed the spiritual stone contaminated with the vulgarity of the mortal world, and a series of coincidences turned him into a human form. Therefore, he has the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world, so he can be as willful and naughty as a child. Because of his emotions, he always knew that during the long years, when he was still a hairpin, besides the little ghost cultivator, there was also the fairy servant Shanshui. That's why he was friendly to Xiangjila and developed a deep relationship with Gonging number 3 during the months of playing and fighting. Seeing Gonging number 3 disappear in the formation, even though he felt bad, he knew that the young master and the little ghost cultivator needed his protection now, so he couldn't cry. Turning his head, and seeing the small ball of light being nourished by the rich spiritual energy, Changju seemed to have found spiritual comfort. He sniffed, moved his small body to the functional soil, sat next to the fence erected behind Gonging number 3, and choked up, "Young master." Changju is sad. As if sensing something from him, the seedling in the light ball moved, sprouted 2 tender buds, quietly moved to Changju's side, and rubbed Changju's face with its small leaves, as if to comfort him. Feeling the cool touch on his face, Changju immediately opened his eyes. When he saw the seedling that had moved in front of him, he immediately sat up. "Little master?" Seeing that Changju was in high spirits, the seedling immediately returned to its original position, motionless and obediently allowing the light ball to wrap around it, as if it was not him who had rubbed Changju's face with its leaves just now. Because of the movement of the seedling, Changju clearly saw the golden dragon pattern curve on the trunk of the seedling. The Shisha camp. The sound of fighting had already shaken the sky. The air was filled with waves of disgusting stench, mixed with the smell of human blood, not only choking the nose, but also irritating the eyes. As Xiangjila worried, when Huang Fushao and others were about to take action, they encountered the Shixia army going to get arrows for support. In order to avoid accidents, Huang Fushao and Li Yu could only temporarily leave the medicine storehouse and go to the armory to meet Qi Mu and his group. However, before he reached the armory, the surroundings had already been in chaos. The Shixia infantry and cavalry had a conflict for unknown reasons. Qi Muji, an infantryman, joined Huang Fushao and Li Yu in the chaos. "Where are Lu Dan and Tao Tao?" When Huang Fushao saw Qi Muji, he immediately asked about the whereabouts of the other 2 brothers. As he was talking, a fast horse rushed forward and was about to hit them. Huang Fushao immediately put his arm around Li Yu's waist and took her aside. Lost. Qi Muji was at the other end, and took advantage of the chaos to stab the galloping horse in the belly, splashing horse blood all over his body. "Follow me. Don't get lost." At this time, Huang Fushao didn't care about being upset, and looked at Li Yu with a serious face. After seeing Li Yu nod, he looked ahead and approached Qi Muji. However, what Huang Fushao couldn't see was that Li Yu quietly cut the black spot on the back of her right hand with a short knife, from an angle he couldn't see. There were poisonous substances in the Shixia camp, otherwise those poisonous arrows would not be so easy to make. Because of the existence of poisonous substances, it is necessary to prepare antidotes and arrange medicine stores at any time. Now, stimulated by Li Yu's goo blood, poisonous insects crawled out from every corner. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of another person. In the main tent, Ouyang, who was recovering from her injuries, felt that her life goo was going wild, and immediately stood up and put on armor. "Princess, where are you going?" Banksia, who had lifted the tent and entered, immediately put down the food in her hand. "My treasures are all crawling out. I guess it's that rebellious son who is causing trouble again." Ouyang glanced at the scorpions and spiders crawling out of the tent, and a hint of murderous intent flashed quickly in her charming peach blossom eyes. The descendants of the Shin family are indeed all the same hypocritical and disgusting. When Xiangjila arrived at the Shixia camp, The small group of soldiers sent by Huang Fujing to wait for Huang Fuzhao's orders still didn't know what had happened. Chen Er, who was temporarily in charge of the troops, was even surprised to see Xiang Jila suddenly appear. "Miss, why are you here?" Since knowing that Xiang Jila was Huang Fuzhao's biological sister, Huang Fujing's confidants took Xiang Jila for granted as Huang Fujing's daughter. Especially after seeing Xiang Jila's ability, all of them sincerely called her Miss. Xiang Jila wanted to refuse and not let them call her that, but she remembered that Zhang Chongdong almost had an internal conflict because he didn't trust her, so she could only accept their calling. Over time, everyone in the Huangfu army called her that. Sitting astride the horse, Xiang Jila's eyes swept over the 100 people in front of her. Seeing that everyone's surprise didn't seem to be fake, even though she had the answer in her mind, she couldn't help but ask Chen Er again, "Didn't the young master give you a signal?" Everyone looked at each other. Almost all of them looked at Xiang Jila and shook their heads at the same time. No. The original plan was to start at the hour of Su, but now it was the end of the hour of Hai, and there was still no signal. It seemed that they were in big trouble. Knowing that time was running out, Xiang Jila briefly told everyone about the situation at Yazui Pass. At the end, she pulled the reins and said in a serious tone, "Everyone is here." The soldier's instinct made the originally scattered soldiers stand at attention. Yes. Xiang Jila glanced at the people in front of him one by one, and said, "Break up into small groups, and form a small team of 10 to encircle the barren mountains, and take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Xixia camp. When to act, look at the signal from this." "Master." "Little." Master, a soldier in the army, raised his hand weakly, and asked in a low voice under the eyes of everyone, "What is your signal?" Xiang Jila glanced at the full moon that had risen to the middle of the sky. The fox's eyes were filled with murderous intent, fire. She hadn't played with burning the camp for a long time. Chapter 668. Seeing the soldiers in front of him start to whisper, Xiang Jila's expression became stern, and he asked loudly, "Any questions?" Everyone was shocked by her momentum, and blurted out in unison, "No." Xiang Jila continued to speak loudly. "The fire started, the enemy camp was in chaos, and what you have to do is to fish in troubled waters, and kill the enemy. When you go into battle and kill the enemy, the more you put life and death aside, the greater your chance of survival will be. So do you want to survive?" Everyone blurted out again, "Yes." "Can you charge forward regardless of everything and come back alive?" The woman in front of him tightened the reins, and sat on the horse, with an invisible aura of a veteran of the battlefield. When they heard her solemnly say such an order, everyone was like a demon, and the passion in their heart seemed to be ignited instantly. "Yes." "Very good, remember what you said, come back alive." After saying that, Xiang Jila pulled the reins and rushed to the Xixia tent with the 10 Qilin guards behind him, and Ji Ro who followed at the end. It was not until Xiang Jila left for a long time that the blood of the crowd gradually cooled down. They all said after realizing it, "That's not right, Brother Chen. Didn't we all obey the general before we came here?" Soldier B continued Soldier A's words, "Yes, even if the general is not here, we still obey you, miss." She was the young lady possessed by something just now? Soldier C spontaneously added the second half of the sentence that Soldier B did not say, without filtering it in his brain. Everyone's eyes fell on Soldier C. Soldier C was the soldier who asked Xiang Jila what is the signal at the beginning. Being stared at by everyone, he felt uncomfortable, and even his voice became a little softer. "Did I say something wrong?" Chen Er looked at the direction where Xiang Jila led his men away for a long time, before he looked back at his brothers behind him. General Huangfu's daughter should be like this. After saying that, he did not forget to ask, "Why, do you think she lacks momentum?" Everyone was speechless. "What do you mean by lack of momentum?" It was because of the excessive momentum that their blood boiled. While their mouths responded 3 times in a row, their brains were still chasing after them. Inside the Xixia camp, there were already corpses everywhere and fires everywhere. The soldiers were still fighting non-stop. Compared to the chaos when Huang Fushao and Qi Muji met, now it was simply a Shura field. At the beginning, only the Xixia army was killing each other, but later a large number of agile masked men in black mixed in. The black-clad men slashed their necks when they saw the soldiers wearing Xixia armor, and the Xixia army's captains and vanguards all joined the ranks of exterminating the black-clad men. The 10 Qilin guards dispersed around Xiang Jila tacitly, forming a protective circle around her with her as the center, helping her to deal with the enemies around her to relieve her pressure. Is there any big shot in the Xixia camp? These black-clad men are so sharp in their moves that they don't look like people from the underworld, but rather like the death squads raised by the upper-class nobles. After Jiro killed several Shixia soldiers with all her might, she retreated to Xiangjila's side, back to back with Xiangzila. Xiangzila pulled the spear out of the enemy's throat neatly, and the fine steel spear head wrapped in blood beads drew a gorgeous stream of light in the turbid air. A large number of Shixia soldiers rushing forward were swept down, hitting their companions behind them, and blocking some of the soldiers who came back. It gave the two of them a short breathing space. This time, Xiangzila did not hide the poison arrow from her. The Shixia Grand Princess is in the big tent, and the poison arrows used by Shixia to attack Yasui Pass are related to her. When she saw these men in black, she roughly guessed that Shinmachi must have come too. Jiro turned around and chopped, knocking the soldier who rushed to Xiangzila's right side to the ground. Catch the leader first, I'm going to the main tent. Such a good opportunity to show off. If you don't show it well, it's really a waste. Jiro thought it was easy, but in the end Xiangzila dragged her back. Oh, Yang Yao can poison. Even I can't get close to her, you're going to die. Sure enough, the person who was full of confidence the moment before immediately gave up the next moment. Then how can I help you? She blurted out. Xiangzila glanced at Jiro. A trace of tangled and complex emotions flashed in his eyes. She looked around and saw that there was indeed no one who could be used. She calmed down and said, "Follow me." Then, she put the spear on her back again, pulled out the long whip, and rushed to the granary at the speed of reaping 3 lives with one whip. The battle was also fierce at the granary, and there was a faint smell of saltpeter in the air. Xiangzila's instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger made her hair stand on end. She looked at the front right, which made her hair stand on end. There were a lot of boxes half a person's height neatly stacked there, and the boxes were tightly covered with oilcloth. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary grain storage. Shixia didn't have saltpeter or anything like that, so explosives were very precious. Unless it was a particularly large battle, they would not be willing to use explosives. Even if they used explosives, they would not make such a stupid mistake. Isn't this obviously inviting the enemy to sneak in and raze them to the ground? Inexplicably, Xiangzila thought of Shinmachi again, and the grudge between him and the princess of Shixia. Retracting her thoughts, she turned to look at Jiro, who was fighting hard not far away, and drew her gun again to pick off the Shixia soldiers blocking the way. Can you get out? What? Jiro turned to look at her in confusion. Xiangzila turned over and kicked away the Shixia soldiers who wanted to sneak attack from behind, looked at the densely packed granary, and raised her chin towards the chaos behind her. You go, and tell them to run away. Jiro looked carefully and recognized Chimuji, who was fighting with the Shixia army in the crowd, and immediately responded, no problem. As for who they are, Jiro thought that as long as she recognized Chimuji, the rest of the people who knew Chimuji could be notified along the way. Seeing Jiro's fighting, and slowly slowing down, Xiangzila knew that she had reached her limit. Without any hesitation, she took out the fire starter she carried with her, and ignited the explosive fuse. The flames lit the fuse, and shot out beautiful sparks. The burning of the sparks was slower than that of ordinary fuses, and the secrecy was also very good. Looking at the hidden sparks, her fox eyes slowly narrowed, and she understood her habits thoroughly. Now, she was finally sure that this was the explosives that Shinmachi had hidden. The purpose was probably to raise the Shixia camp. In her previous life, her habit was to tamper with the explosives that should have exploded instantly, and then give herself a quarter of an hour to escape. After whipping away the 2 Shixia soldiers who wanted to chop at her, she called over one of the Qilin guards, who was killing the enemy. You all drive the Shixia soldiers around here over here. Yes. The Qilin guard didn't ask why, and immediately put his hand to his lips and blew a whistle. The other Qilin guards, who were killing the enemy in the melee, withdrew tacitly. After the Qilin guards left, the Shixia army, which had no opponents, turned their attention to Xiangzila. Xiangzila was not idle either. Facing the people rushing over and slashing at her with knives, she picked up the fire on the ground and ran. While running, she set the Shixia granary on fire, and did not forget to scream in fear. Don't come over here. Chapter 669. Huang Fuxiao was separated from Li Yu in the chaos. Chimuji was separated from Lu Pinghai and Xiao Tao in the chaos. The 2 people who were desperate to find their companions were like mad buffaloes crashing into a flock of sheep. When they saw a living person from Shixia, they asked if they had seen Li Yu, Xiao Tao, and others. When they got a negative answer, they directly slashed the other person's neck with a knife. The 2 people were tirelessly asking questions and killing people. The scene was funny and weird no matter how you look at it. When Jiro killed them, she felt that she didn't even have the strength to raise the knife. Obviously, she had just entered the battle not long ago. Obviously Mu Junyan was still swinging his spear to kill the enemy with ease. Tell me, have you seen? Hey, it's you. Huang Fuxiao exclaimed, and immediately put down the knife on Ji Ro's neck. Chi Muji, who was standing by, saw this and immediately came to Huang Fuxiao's side. Miss Ji? Ji Ro had never seen Huang Fuxiao before, and her purpose just now was only Chi Muji. Now that she saw him up close for the first time, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Still remembering what Xiang Jila had asked her to do, she immediately said to the two of them, Mr. Mu asked me to come and tell you to run away. Where is she? Chi Muji wiped the neck of a Xixia soldier with his backhand and looked in the direction where Ji Ro came from. The granary was already ablaze. Where is she now? Ji Ro was stunned by Chi Muji's question. Mu Junyan only told her to notify them, but didn't say what she was going to do. Moreover, when she saw the boy who looked 70% similar to Mu Junyan, she had a vague guess about Mu Junyan's identity. After all, it was not as simple as she said to help a friend. Before she could react, Huang Fuxiao responded faster than her. She must be doing something important, and our presence nearby may affect her performance. It was like this before in Nanling. I wanted to stay and help, but I ended up being the one who held them back. What's more now? Thinking of this, Huang Fuxiao glanced at Ji Ro, who had interrupted. He should say that even though Ji Ro had helped Chi Muji and others, he still felt that Ji Ro was a little, not very upright. Xiao Xila sent her here, perhaps to avoid affecting the work. Feeling that his analysis was very reasonable, Huang Fuxiao immediately dragged Chi Muji and Ji Ro. We can't find Li Yulu Dan and the others here. Let's go look for them somewhere else. Miss Ji, please help me find them. Being pulled by Huang Fuxiao's collar, Ji Ro's heart skipped a few beats for no reason. Just after they ran a distance, there were several loud noises behind them, and in an instant, the ground shook and the mountains collapsed. Many Xixia soldiers, who were still fighting, fled in panic. Huang Fuxiao immediately turned his head and looked back. Under the moonlight, there was smoke behind him. The area around the granary seemed to be razed to the ground. There was no fire at all. He widened his eyes in horror and blurted out, Xiao Xila. After saying that, he turned around and ran back, ignoring the shaking ground. Damn it, Xiao Xila was so brave that he played with explosives? And why was the explosive so powerful? The ground is still shaking now. Don't let anything happen. Chi Muji didn't know what he was thinking, so he stopped him immediately. Huang Fu, calm down, run first. My sister is still behind. Huang Fuxiao immediately broke free from his hand. Soon, Chi Muji and Huang Fuxiao were separated. Before he ran halfway, he met Xiang Jila and the 10 Qilins she brought with him in the crowd. Seeing Huang Fuxiao, Xiang Jila's nervous mood came to his head, and he scolded him. Why don't you run to an open place when the ground is shaking? Are you looking for death? Isn't it because I'm worried about you? Huang Fuxiao yelled back, and carried her on his back, and ran back to meet Chi Muji. Feeling that the person behind him didn't respond, he immediately asked timidly, Are you injured? Xiang Jila was suddenly carried on Huang Fuxiao's back, and her mind was confused. It wasn't until Huang Fuxiao spoke to her that she reacted. Feeling regretful, even her tone softened a little. No, let's find a place to wait for the earthquake to pass. Behind him, the Qilin guards wearing Huang Fu army armor were following closely, but Huang Fuxiao didn't care. While running with Xiang Jila on his back, he didn't forget to ask her, Have you seen Li Yu and the others? No one at the granary. Now that the earthquake is going on, the camp is not safe. I guess everyone will rush to an open area. Then we go over there and look for them. As they ran, the speed of the earthquake began to slow down. Huang Fuxiao's steps also began to slow down, because not far away was the open area they were looking for. At this time, a lot of people were already standing or sitting on that inconspicuous flat ground. Some wore Xixia army armor, some wore Huang Fu army armor, and some wore black clothes with their faces covered. After the fight and earthquake, the groups of people who should have been hostile were surprisingly harmonious at this moment. Facing the strange visitor who suddenly entered, everyone's attention was attracted. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and a bit weird. It was in this strange atmosphere that Xiang Jila got off Huang Fuxiao's back. Chapter 670. Feeling that Huang Fuxiao was tense, as if ready to fight with others at any time, Xiang Jila stood in front of him calmly. Based on the principle of not fighting if you can't win, Xiang Jila waved to the people who were looking in his direction and smiled harmlessly. What a coincidence, is there an earthquake there too? Isn't this nonsense? Others resisted the urge to roll their eyes at her, and the soldier standing not far away, who was drawing out the water bag to drink water, even poofed and spurted out all the water he had just drunk. The people standing around him took 2 steps back in disgust. This retreat also allowed Huang Fuxiao and others to see the appearance of the person drinking water. The hearts of several people were finally half relieved. The person drinking water was Lu Pinghai, and the person standing next to him was not someone else, but Xiao Tao. However, after looking around, Huang Fuxiao did not see Li Yu's figure, and his eyes darkened. After everyone's attention was diverted from Xiang Jila and his group, Huang Fuxiao immediately stepped forward and pulled Xiao Tao and the others aside. Have you seen Li Yu? The two looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Hasn't she always been with you before? I lost him. Now Li Yu is really missing. Huang Fuxiao's mood became more irritable for no reason. At first, Li Yu did follow him, but for some reason, not long after he met up with Qi Muji, she disappeared. It's like she disappeared suddenly. There is still an earthquake now, and I don't know if she will be in danger. With this in mind, Huang Fuxiao started to move in the direction he had just come from. Where are you going? Xiang Jila glanced at the clouds that were gradually gathering towards the round moon in the west, and grabbed Huang Fuxiao's arm. Lily is missing. I'm going to find her. The weather is not right tonight. It's best not to walk around. Xiang Jila reminded. In the book about Huaxia that Shaoxing gave her before, it was mentioned that when strange phenomena fall from the sky, there will be a great disaster. Judging from the earthquake just now, this disaster is inseparable from the earthquake. Qi Muji knew Huang Fuxiao's feelings for Li Yu, and saw his dilemma, so he walked to his side. I go with Huang Fu to find her. We are both good at fighting, and we can take care of each other if there are any problems. I go too. Ji Rou, who was silent at first, also spoke up. Li Yu is a girl, so I can take care of her if I go. If she guessed correctly, the young man named Huang Fu was the commander of Yazui Pass. In General Huang Fu's ears, when he was running away just now, she also heard him say his sister is still behind, and then he carried Mu Junyan back. So, Mu Junyan is his sister. Mu Junyan's surname is not Mu, but Huang Fu. If she can get the favor of Huang Fu at this time, maybe she can become Mu Junyan's sister-in-law. This is her idea. Because of her impure motives, Ji Rou has always grown up in the martial arts world, and is not good at hiding her emotions. Therefore, her eyes looking at Huang Fuxiao also have a certain purpose. Huang Fuxiao dislikes this kind of eyes from the bottom of his heart. She evaded. Mu Ji can come with me. You stay here with Lu Dan and the others. The induction between twins is more sensitive than ordinary intuition. Even if Xiang Jila did not deliberately mention Ji Rou to Huang Fuxiao, he knew that his sister was actually on guard against this person. In addition, the look in her eyes when she looked at him increased his disgust for her. Ji Rou seemed not to hear Huang Fuxiao's refusal, and still said enthusiastically, It's okay. Li Yu is missing. I'm also worried. One more person means one more strength. Lu Pinghai listened and thought it made sense, and also persuaded, Yes, DZ, just let her follow. One more person means one more strength, and that will help you find her too. Seeing Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai express their opinions, Xiao Tao simply followed them. I go too. I'm familiar with the range of infantry. Huang Fuxiao looked at Xiang Jila. What do you think? Knowing that his personality is the same as Huang Fuxiao's, and that others can't persuade him of his decision, Xiang Jila looked at Ji Rou deeply, and then said to Huang Fuxiao, In that case, let's go and look for it separately. The tacit understanding between the twins lies in this. Many things that cannot be expressed in words, as long as they look at each other, they can understand what the other wants to express. Huang Fuxiao thought about it for a moment, and finally nodded, Okay. Before he left, Xiang Jila did not forget to remind him, If there is another earthquake, you must run to an open place. No matter whether you can find it or not, you can't stay in one place for too long. Okay. After the few people left, Xiang Jila walked to 2 of the Qilin guards and whispered to them. The 2 who received the order followed Huang Fuxiao and his group silently. Sensing that the atmosphere around him became increasingly subtle, Xiang Jila glanced at the black-clothed man, who was quietly preparing to draw his sword, and took the remaining Qilin guards to another direction. What she didn't know was that at the moment she left the crowd, a poison arrow aimed at her was taken back at lightning speed. The Shixia tent was still standing. If it weren't for the fact that 9 out of 10 tents were empty, people would definitely think that the earthquake just now did not have much impact on the people in the tent. In the spacious main tent, Ouyang Yao fell to the ground in pain, holding her chest, turned her head, and looked up at the pair of eyes in front of her that looked very similar to her own. Rebellious son, are you going to die? Shinmachi kicked her over and stepped on her back. He raised his hand to wipe the black blood from the corner of his mouth. His body was burning like fire, and he felt that his internal organs were about to melt. Are you afraid of death, or am I unwilling to die? Oh Yang Yao, don't you know? He smiled cruelly. I am your mother. Oh Yang Yao insisted, you and I both have the mother-child goo. If I die, you will not have a good end. Really? Hearing Oh Yang Yao's words, Shinmachi's tone was not surprised at all. Then why don't you guess why I dare to touch you so unscrupulously even though I know the existence of the mother-child goo? As he spoke, he stepped harder, and Oh Yang Yao was unable to move. Her pretty eyes almost popped out of her head. He knew about the existence of mother and child goo, but he wasn't afraid. Not only was he not afraid, but he still dared to touch her? When did you know? And when did you cure the poison? You can even cure mother and child goo. She herself didn't even notice that her voice was trembling when she asked 3 questions in a row. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She kept muttering to herself. How could Shin Yanshu, a son who was not of pure Shixia descent, easily cure the poison that many poison doctors had spent their entire lives trying to develop? Seeing that Shinmachi had no intention of answering her question, Oh Yang Yao raised her eyes again, her eyes full of bloodshot. How did you do it? How did you do it? Shinmachi sneered and leaned forward. The dark blood on the corners of his mouth made him look like a deadly demon from hell under the flickering candlelight. Why do you think I would tell you? Chapter 671. In fact, he was just deceiving Oh Yang Yao. He did not solve the mother and child goo. In his previous life, he had never met Oh Yang Yao, so he had never been poisoned, let alone the so-called mother and child goo. However, when he plotted against Oh Yang Yao 2 days ago, he was poisoned by a poison arrow. If it was only the Xiaoyao poison, he should have recovered after Xiang Jila helped him pull out the poison arrow. But he did not. Not only did he not recover, but even the wound that was no longer bleeding showed signs of rotting again. His first reaction was that when he plotted against Oh Yang Yao 2 days ago, she had set up a trick on him, and he was poisoned without knowing it. Therefore, he would not hesitate to use the manpower and material resources accumulated in Bailing and Nanshu over the years to demolish the Shixia army guarding here. As for the mother and child shared the same fate in his body. For now, he could only suppress it temporarily, and take it step by step. Oh Yang Yao didn't know what he was thinking at this time, and was so angry that he vomited a large mouthful of black blood again. Seeing that he was unmoved, her mind worked rapidly, and finally her tone gradually slowed down, with a hint of annoyance. You are still blaming mother, right? You only heard one-sided words from the Pingnan Palace about what happened back then. It is normal for you to have a grudge against mother. Knowing what Oh Yang Yao was up to, Shinmachi curled his lips and sneered. Don't try to use your cheap mother-son relationship to bind me, you are not worthy. Seeing that Shinmachi was not moved by soft and hard words, the severe pain in her chest made Oh Yang Yao no longer pretend. You just want the goo man. Let's take a step back. I will return the goo man to you, and you let me go. The cold tone was completely different from what he had just said, and there was a hint of murderous intent in it. Shinmachi knew that this was Oh Yang Yao's normal attitude towards him. Just as he was about to speak, a soldier who was convulsing due to the severance of his tendons was mercilessly smashed into the tent. Along with the soldier, a set of crossbows and arrows were also smashed in. Lu Yun stepped forward and bowed. Just now this man wanted to sneak attack the Regent Princess, but was caught by my subordinates. Shinmachi heard this, and his murderous intent surged. He kicked Oh Yang Yao over mercilessly with his foot that had been half loosened, and stepped hard on her chest again. His eyes were red as if stained with blood, and every word he spoke seemed to be squeezed out from an ice cave, hard and cold. How dare you attack her? You? As if he had seen something, Oh Yang Yao ignored the pain in her chest and suddenly laughed. You. Ahem. You are not attracted to that pregnant woman? Pregnant woman? Shinmachi's pupils shrank slightly. Xiang Jila is pregnant? No, he noticed something wrong with her 2 days ago, and he took her pulse, and it was not a happy pulse at all. Oh Yang Yao, this vicious and scheming woman, must want to take the opportunity to disturb his mind. Can't believe it. Seeing his teeth clenched and the muscles on both sides of his cheeks twitching with anger, Oh Yang Yao seemed to have discovered something ridiculous and laughed happily and hoarsely. Do you really care about that pregnant woman? How could such a person be tempted, and the object of your affection is a married man? After a burst of hoarse laughter, seeing that Shinmachi ignored her, she continued to talk to herself. That girl thought I didn't know. In fact, the little baby beside me felt it since she first came here. It likes to eat the essence and blood of pregnant women, so as long as the pregnant woman is pregnant on the first day, it can be detected. I was wondering at first, how could there be a pregnant woman? And a girl who didn't know her place? But it's true, There are strong men everywhere in this military camp, and it's normal for her to be lonely when she first falls in love. Seeing that she hasn't been pregnant for long, it's probably because she is ignorant of the world, and was deceived by some wild man to have an affair. Shinmachi immediately came back to his senses after hearing the ugly dirty words, and the strength of his feet increased a little. He shouted coldly, "Nonsense." Ouyang vomited a mouthful of poisonous blood again. Because of his strength, his eyes darkened, and he continued to laugh. "Why, you are the one who had an affair with that girl? I kill you." Shinmachi was furious, and was about to kill Ouyang, but suddenly, he noticed something unusual. If the information given by the spy was correct, then there should be a medicine maid named Banksia beside Ouyang. Now the whereabouts of the medicine maid are unknown, and his people have not returned any news except telling him that Liu was captured. Poison Man. Poison Man. Are you stalling for time? He slowly calmed down, and his peach blossom eyes with strong murderous intent slowly narrowed. Drag me, so that your maid can kill the Poison Man? Chapter 672. Ouyang said TSK and smiled coldly. You are as cunning as your father, but it's too late. After saying that, she swung out a poison needle with a feint, and took advantage of Shinmachi's dodging to roll over, and keep a safe distance from Shinmachi. The mother and son confronted each other again. Liu Yun immediately stepped forward to protect Shinmachi behind him. Ouyang met Liu Yun's eyes and smiled gently. Liu Yun is so old now. I still remember that when I picked you up on the roadside and brought you back to the Pingnan Palace, you were like a wolf cub. Her eyes were extremely attractive, like a whirlpool that drew people's minds and hearts. When he looked into her eyes, he felt dizzy, and the scene she just described appeared in his mind. No, he was not brought back to the Pingnan Palace by this woman. He was the prince of the Pingnan Palace at that time, and was brought back by the current Pingnan Palace. Feeling that his consciousness was beginning to lose his control, and gradually developed in the direction that the woman in front of him said, he tried his best to get rid of the annoying voice of this woman. As he struggled, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. After the pain, his consciousness suddenly became clear, and all the scenes described by Ouyang disappeared in an instant. At this time, Liu Yun found himself half kneeling on one knee on the ground, with a long sword in his hand cutting his left wrist, and the master, who had just been protected by him, stood in front of him again, with two thin steel needles between his fingers. Mix the hard blood of the goo person with your poisonous blood, and then use the powder to assist. Place it in the oil lamp, and ignite it to form a phantom poison, and then combine it with hypnosis to make the enemy turn against you, and become your weapon. Shinmachi looked at the woman in front of him coldly, and spoke his original guess word by word. Because of the backlash of hypnosis, Ouyang face quickly became depressed, and even her usually dark temples began to show signs of graying. This time, she was really hurt. He smiled with a gloating smile. You haven't walked much on the right path, but you have mastered the unorthodox ways. That's how you turned my father against the king back then. Ouyang pursed her lips and said nothing. The last trump card has been turned over. If she wants to survive from this rebellious son, now she can only wait for Banksia to get things done. A hand covered with dust and blood came out of the soil from the far side of the tent. Then, there was the sound of the tent cloth being torn, and the surrounding gravel was pushed open, making a dull sound when rolling down. Liu crawled out of the soil covered in blood and dirt. Her face was as white as paper, and even her lips, which were always beautiful purple-red, became pale and cracked. There was a large bloodstain on her chest. She frowned and covered her chest. After taking a few hard breaths, she rolled and crawled, digging the gravel to hide in a secret place. Not long after she crawled out, another slender figure covered in blood and mud also broke out of the ground. The owner of this figure was none other than Banksia, the maid beside Ouyang. Before the earthquake, the poisonous insects raised by Ouyang became restless because of the Goo King on Liu and the primer taken away, which attracted Ouyang's attention. When Huang Fushao took advantage of the chaos to kill the enemy, Ouyang sent Banksia to mix in with the chaotic army and directly kidnapped Liu. Since ancient times, there has been a crushing blood suppression between medicine people and Goo people. No matter how poisonous the Goo King in Liu is, it will be like a drop in the ocean when it encounters Banksia, and will not cause any harm to her. On the contrary, as long as Banksia wants, she can kill Liu at any time. That's why they can easily get Liu's hard blood after capturing her. According to the plan, they intended to take out the Goo King in Liu's body before she died, but they didn't expect that there would be an earthquake at the critical moment, giving Liu a chance to resist. Banksia was not careful for a while, and Liu snatched the dagger used for bloodletting. When the two fought, they were injured. Bloodline suppression made Liu almost completely defeated by Banksia. Just when Banksia was about to deal with Li Yu, the earthquake intensified and a landslide occurred, burying them both alive. Due to their special physiques, the landslide did not cause much harm to them this time. Not far away, Li Yu could hardly run anymore. Banksia chased after her, slowly raising a hideous smile at the corner of her mouth. The Goo King was soon in her hands. Huang Fuxiao and his companions encountered several minor earthquakes on their way back to look for Li Yu. Fortunately, everything was fine. Due to the earthquake, they returned in a different direction. While looking for Li Yu, Ji Rou did not forget to ask Xiao Tao and others about the relationship between Huang Fuxiao and Li Yu. Tired of being asked, even Lu Pinghai smelled something unusual. Miss Ji, why are you asking so much? Ji Rou tried to smile openly. Li Yu is my friend. I think that Huang Fu young master is handsome and cares about her. If they can really get married in the future, I will naturally be happy for her. However, Li Yu has a strange personality and always likes to be alone. I am afraid that the king of Xiang has intentions, but the goddess has no dreams. We are now enthusiastically matchmaking with good intentions, but we are afraid that we will accidentally create a couple with resentment, which would be bad. The words were strange, and even Chi Muji had to look at Ji Rou a few more times. People who grew up in the power center, as long as they are not particularly stupid, can see through Ji Rou's tricks. But Ji Rou thought that she could easily control them because she had saved their lives, and she was happy to express her opinions for Li Yu's good to several people. She also said a few nice words to Huang Fuxiao from time to time. Huang Fuxiao's heart was filled with Li Yu's safety, and he had no intention of paying attention to her at all. There was a fierce fighting sound in the distance, and several people looked at each other and accelerated the search. When passing by a bunch of dead branches, a subtle sound attracted Ji Rou's attention. She glanced at Huang Fuxiao and others, and found that they were far away from her. With courage, Ji Rou used her sword to push away the bunch of dead branches that made the sound. Under the pale moonlight, Li Yu was like a clay doll that fell into a pool of blood, and even her breathing was so weak that she could hardly see the rise and fall of her chest. Trying to focus her eyes, Li Yu's tense nerves relaxed instantly when she saw that the person who found her was Ji Rou. Help me. Having her hard blood taken out, and then being injured by Banksia when she was killing him, an ordinary person would have died long ago. If it weren't for the Goo King's strong vitality, Li Yu wouldn't have been able to make it back to the place where she was separated from Huang Fuxiao. Unexpectedly, the chaos here had already ended. However, she no longer had the strength to move even a little bit. Help you? Li Yu's consciousness gradually blurred, and she fell into a coma before she could respond to Ji Rou. Ji Rou was holding her saber at this time, and she was struggling with her mind, thinking about whether to stab Li Yu again. Miss Ji, did you find anything over there? Lu Pinghai's voice came from a distance. Ji Rou was startled and retracted the knife that was about to stab Li Yu's heart. She casually covered the unconscious Li Yu with a dead branch again. No, let's look for it somewhere else. Chapter 673. Just after Ji Rou and Huang Fuxiao and his group left, two Qilin guards quietly landed beside Li Yu. Not long after Li Yu was taken away, Huang Fuxiao also led Lu Pinghai back. Lu Dan, are you sure it's here? He searched all the dead branches around, and there was no figure he wanted to see except a few corpses left over from a fight not long ago. Lu Pinghai searched the last pile of dead branches and found nothing. The tone changed from the initial firmness seeing Ji Rou holding a knife in this position and wanting to kill the princess, to uncertainty. Maybe I misunderstood Miss Ji. Could it be that he really saw it wrong? It doesn't matter. You can help me keep an eye on Ji Rou. It's unexpected. Ji Rou is not okay. It's a good thing to be more cautious. Huang Fuxiao patted his shoulder, rarely arguing with him. Let's go look for it nearby. Flute. Before Huang Fuxiao took a step, Lu Pinghai stopped him with hesitation. Huang Fuxiao stopped and turned around. What's wrong? Thinking of Chi Muji's analysis with them, Lu Pinghai hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking what was in his mind. If. While speaking, he carefully observed the changes in Huang Fuxiao's expression. If this time, the princess really got into trouble. Before Lu Pinghai finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao's heart tightened, and he immediately interrupted him with a pale face, and there was a bit of panic in his words. There is no if, don't say something like this in front of me a second time. After saying that, he turned his head, and continued to search the place he wanted to search just now. In the second half of the night, the earthquake started again. This time the shaking amplitude of the earthquake was obviously larger than the previous ones. After the earthquake, the mountains collapsed. A considerable number of Xixia soldiers were buried alive. Fortunately, Although the shaking amplitude of this earthquake was extremely large, it did not last as long as the first earthquake. As soon as the earthquake ended, the long silent fighting sound started again. The layers of white clouds in the sky slowly gathered into dark clouds, and in the distance, there was a faint sound of thunder. Thunder in winter. Xiangjila suddenly felt abnormal. However, at this moment, she did not have time to think too much. Right now, she had only one goal: to take advantage of the chaos now, find Ouyang Yao and Gao Sheng, kill them, and cut off the retreat of the Xixia siege army. In this earthquake situation, Gao Sheng should be with the Xixia army in the camp, and Ouyang Yao should be escorted to a safer place than other soldiers. Time passed bit by bit. The sky gradually turned pale. The troops of the parties had already been exhausted from fighting. In the mountain stream, where the terrain was raised by the landslide and rubble, there were corpses everywhere. After Xiangjila strangled Gao Sheng's neck with a long whip, he directly asked Lin Shi to take Gao Sheng's head back to Yazui Pass. She was exhausted and retching on a big rock that was about to fall. The fight just now was too exciting. If it weren't for the damn nausea, she would have almost forgotten that there was a baby in her belly. The several Qilin guards, who followed her, looked at her worriedly. The princess's reaction to the corpse was a little too big. The sour plums she brought with her were lost in the fight. Without the sour plums to suppress the nausea, Xiangjila was about to vomit bile. Seeing that she was having a hard time vomiting, the leading Qilin guard stepped forward and said respectfully, "Does the princess need to find a place to rest?" After vomiting a small mouthful of bile again, Xiangjila's nausea finally subsided a little, but her mouth felt bitter. The heartburn made her very irritable, and she wanted to curse. But those were June Nua's people. She couldn't bear to curse. She could only wave her hand weakly, and said in a hoarse voice, "No need, the earthquake has dispersed the reserve army of the Xixia camp. It's a good time to cut the grass and root it out. Gao Sheng is dead now. When Lin Ba finds Ouyang Yao's location, we will take advantage of the victory to kill Ouyang Yao as well. We have already offended Xixia completely. What's the difference between killing a general and killing one more princess?" While she was talking, Lin Ba also came back. "Princess, there are several places in the Xixia camp that are poisonous from time to time. At the beginning, all the black-clothed men who chased the Xixia army were annihilated, and most of our people were also killed. The Xixia princess fell into the hands of the assassin. The Xixia army is now regrouping to rescue the Xixia princess." Assassin? Xiangjila's eyes darkened, and he ignored his fatigue and rode ahead with his spear on his shoulder. "Let's go and have a look." The corpses left behind by the various troops fighting along the way. The weather was cold, and the corpses had become completely stiff in just a few hours. Xiangjila rode on his horse. His heart was as calm as water, but his stomach was still churning. Under the guidance of Lin Ba, Xiangjila and others soon arrived at Ouyang Yao's camp. The military tents were densely packed in front of them, and entering was like walking into a huge maze. Except for some tents that collapsed during the earthquake and some that were damaged during the fighting, a large part of them were still standing intact on the vast plain around the barren mountain, which was one of the few places that had not been greatly damaged by the earthquake. Looking at the tents that had not been completely burned, Xiangjila frowned slightly. "It seems that we are too late." Just as she finished speaking, Ouyang Yao's mocking voice arrogantly broke into her ears. "Yin Zhenyu, what if you rushed thousands of miles to save your wife? Your woman can't stand loneliness. With the seed of another man, the green on your forehead is comparable to the grassland at the foot of Mount Buzhou." Xianggjila was shocked. June Nuo is here?" She immediately held her breath, raised her hand to signal the Qilin guards to keep silent, and carefully identified the source of the sound. As if to give her confidence, the familiar and long-lost sneer made Xiangjila's heart ecstatic. It was indeed June Nuo. A burst of rapid and chaotic horse hoof sounds appeared, covering up the voice after the sneer. Xiangjila looked at the source of the voice with dissatisfaction. Chen Er was galloping over, with the remaining dozens of Huangfu soldiers. Seeing Xiangjila, he immediately joined her enthusiastically. "Miss." Seeing Ji Ro and Zhao Tao behind Chen Er, Xiangjila put away the dissatisfaction on his face, and returned to a serious expression. "Why are you here?" Chen Er did not dare to hide anything. The young master was captured by the Xixia army, and I came to rescue him. Chapter 674. After Chen Er's concise explanation, Xiangjila roughly understood the cause and effect of Huangfu Shao falling into the hands of the Xixia people. "Brother Shao fell into the hands of the Xixia people in order to save you." Xiangjila looked at Ji Ro inquiringly. Ji Ro looked at her openly, with a bit of regret in her tone. Mr. Huangfu is a good man. It's all my fault for being impulsive. Chen Er asked from the side. Miss, what should we do now? Xiang Jila retracted his gaze and made a silence gesture to Chen Er and the others behind him. Chen Er was confused at first, until, I came here to help Xixia take Yazui Pass and Yenta Pass, and Xixia treats me like this? Before Xiang Jila could react, Chen Er exclaimed, did Xixia find reinforcements? My mind was full of thoughts. This is going to be a tough one. The other party called himself the king. The person who came must be a prince. And Xiang Jila was even more shocked than Chen Er. She didn't even respond to Chen Er, and she got off her horse and walked forward. The Qilin guards followed. Chen Er hesitated for a moment, then got off the horse. Follow the young lady. We will definitely be able to rescue the young master. Everyone's attention was focused on the reinforcements of the Xixia army, and they naturally ignored the clouds gathering in the sky. Following Xiang Jila's command, the horse quickly found the source of the sound. The tent where Ouyang Yao was located had long been destroyed by the fight, and only a bare frame remained. Around the tent, the burned tents were still emitting black smoke. With the big tent as the center, a large area was vacated due to the burning of other military tents. At this time, Yan Zhenyuo was confronting Ouyang Yao in the broken tent, and thousands of Xixia soldiers surrounded the tent. The Xixia soldiers in the front were half crouching, drawing their bows and arrows, ready to guard against sudden changes at any time. At Ouyang Yao's feet, the injured Lu Yun was half supporting the seriously injured Shinmachi, and Shinmachi was half leaning on Lu Yun. Not far behind Ouyang Yao, a burly man who looked like a forward was holding a saber on Huangfu Zhao's neck. Next to Huangfu Zhao were Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai, who were also held hostage. Xiang Jila held her breath and slowly approached. What she saw was the Xixia army surrounding a certain place, ready to attack. She thought for a moment, turned her steps, and hid behind a large tent that was not affected by the flames, but was a little far away from the main force. The edge of the large tent was still stained with a lot of splattered blood. Xiang Jila was busy walking forward, and accidentally stepped on the body of a Xixia soldier with a broken hand and a stomach injury that squeezed out the intestines. She quickly covered her mouth to stop the dry heave that was about to overflow from her lips. It seems that the battle situation here is not much better. She dared not act rashly again. Huangfu Zhao's voice of cursing Yan Zhenyuo floated into her ears from the layers of people. Yan Zhenyuo, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? In the center of the Xixia army's encirclement, Yan Zhenyuo was unmoved and didn't even look at Huangfu Zhao. Ouyang Yao was equally surprised as Huangfu Zhao. Yan Zhenyuo, are you stupid or am I stupid? You said you came to help Xixia without bringing anyone with you. Do you think I would believe this nonsense? I can defeat thousands of troops alone. This is an open secret in the 5 countries of the Central Plains. Yan Zhenyuo's eyes fell on the thousands of Xixia troops behind Ouyang Yao. When he spoke, his slender hands had already reached his waist. She turned the tables and held the life of Shinmachi, the rebellious son, in her hands. Thousands of Xixia troops have surrounded her enemies. Even without Gao Sheng, Ouyang Yao's self-confidence has been unprecedentedly inflated. Seeing Yan Zhenyuo's overestimating his own ability and boasting, she sneered, Yan Zhenyuo, I would like to see. Before she finished speaking, she felt a breeze with the fragrance of osmanthus blowing on her face, and several dull sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground were heard, and the air was quickly filled with a bloody smell. The Xixia people who had held Huangfu Zhao's neck with a machete had already rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. There was a sword mark with blood flowing on their throats. Hundreds of arrows were shot at the same time when Yan Zhenyuo moved. In an instant, the Xixia soldiers who didn't know that they would be shot by arrows while standing suddenly screamed. The poison arrows of the Xixia army were all digested by their own people, without any waste. When the poison arrows were shot, Huangfu Zhao and his men instinctively fell to the ground, taking the opportunity to roll over and distance themselves from Ouyang Yao. But, before they could celebrate their escape, a machete was put on their necks again. And Lu Yun was motionless because of Shinmachi's serious injury. There was no place safer than behind Ouyang Yao. The whole process took only 2 breaths. When Ouyang Yao came back to her senses, Yan Zhenyuo had already stood back to where he was just now, slowly wiping the blood off the soft sword in his hand with a silk handkerchief and wrapping it back around his waist. Xiang Jila, who only heard screams from the outside, was anxious and pulled off the armor of the Xixia corpse beside her and put it on herself. Seeing a large group of people following behind her, she once again made a few moves to make them silent and wait for the signal. Chen Er nodded slowly. At Xiang Jila's signal, several Qilin guards also mixed into the Huangfu army brought by Chen Er. Without the obstruction of the burden, she gradually mixed into the Xixia soldiers surrounding the Xixia tent and moved forward. The other Xixia soldiers saw that she was wearing their own armor and let her move forward. Two enthusiastic Xixia soldiers even reminded her, "Be careful, that guy called Wang, he's very good at cutting your neck." Xiangjila nodded to the two gratefully. "I know." Just as she was about to turn around and move forward, she was blocked by a wall of flesh in front of her. "Brother, please make way." The other party was unmoved. "Brother." Xiangjila looked up and met Chu Shan's signature silly smile, and she gasped. Chu Shan immediately spoke before her, "Brother, don't go forward." He was also wearing the armor of the Western Xiao army. Xiangjila's fox eyes widened, and he was about to ask Chu Shan what he was doing. Before he could say anything, the layers of white clouds that had already gathered together quickly turned from white to black, and then a strange gust of wind suddenly blew. Lightning was surging between the dark clouds, and from time to time, there were a few deafening thunders. It was like the sky was roaring. Everyone, including Xiangjila, looked up immediately. What they saw was lightning falling quickly, hitting the center of their encirclement. I don't know which unlucky guy was struck, and he screamed and died. Seeing this, Chu Shan quickly formed a semicircle with his index and middle fingers and put them to his mouth to whistle, dragging Xiangjila to run. Xiangjila's face changed immediately. Don't drag me to run, I can't run." Chu Shan decisively said, "I'm sorry," then carried Xiangjila on his shoulder and ran away. Xiangjila, Chu Shan's light work was really good. Soon, Xiangjila was away from the chaos and the lightning circle. He glanced behind him and saw a small number of Xixia soldiers who were still happily wiping their companions' necks with their daggers. Chapter 675. The road was bumpy. Xiangjila felt that Chu Shan's muscular arms hurt her stomach and abdomen, and the familiar feeling of nausea came again. She couldn't hold it back for a moment, and the bile splashing from her throat spitted all over Chu Shan's back. Chu Shan shuddered, stopped immediately, let go of Xiangjila, and looked at her in horror. Xiangjila covered her mouth and wanted to explain, but Chu Shan was faster than her and knelt in front of her before she could speak. "Princess, please don't tell the prince that I don't want to die yet." Xiangjila, At this moment, Chen Er and his group were also startled by the thunder and surrounded them. "Miss." Seeing Chu Shan, dressed as a Xixia soldier, kneeling in front of Xiangjila, he immediately drew his sword. "Don't move, we are all on the same side." As he said that, Xiangjila asked Chu Shan to stand up first. Seeing the thunder in the distance like the firecrackers at the beginning of the year, loud and frequent, Xiao Tao anxiously stepped forward and asked, "What happened? Have you rescued Dizzy and the others?" Chu Shan said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the uncle will be able to come back and reunite with us soon." "Uncle? Uncle?" Xiao Tao blinked, and felt that he recognized the words spoken by the big guy in front of him, but when they were put together, he didn't know what the big guy was saying. "What uncle? Who is uncle?" Xiangjila stretched out his hand, and Chen Er immediately understood, and raised his hand to let the remaining dozens of Huangfu soldiers gather. This should be the largest group of Xixia troops. After suppressing this group of Xixia troops, the Xixia camp can basically be taken down. Hearing Xiangjila's words, everyone immediately became motivated. "Yes." After that, everyone, led by Chen Er, rushed into the chaotic and few remaining Xixia fights. For a moment, the empty space that was originally full of people was left with only Xiangjila, Zhao Tao, Ji Rou and Chu Shan. Not long after, Wang Fuxiao, Qi Muji and Zhao Tao were brought back by several people wearing Xixia soldier armor. Seeing Xiangjila, Wang Fuxiao immediately spoke, "Little Jila." Guessing what he wanted to say, Xiangjila nodded directly, "I know." The thunder in the distance gradually approached this side. And Yin Zhenyo was also rushing here at the same speed as the thunder. Now, Xiangjila finally saw the clue. These thunder and lightning are all directed at. His eyes glanced at Ji Rou, who was silently watching Huang Fuxiao. The word Zhenyo that was about to come out of his mouth was changed by Xiangjila to directed at your master? Chu Shan smiled bitterly, yes. The speed of the thunder and lightning falling was getting faster and faster. Yin Zhenyo was agile and fast, and only a shadow was left. Just when Xiangjila was considering whether to go forward and drag him into the space, he flexibly joined in the killing of the Xixia soldiers. Wang Fuxiao gasped and exclaimed, "My God, this speed of dodging lightning, can you still be called a human?" While Huang Fuxiao was amazed, the thunder chasing Yin Zhenyo immediately quieted down after he killed the Xixia soldiers and his left arm was slashed by Byron. The sky gradually cleared up, and a few rays of sunlight shone through the thick clouds. From the thunder to Yan Zhenyu being injured, and then to the clearing of the sky, the whole process took only a few breaths, which was enough to make Huang Fuxiao and others stunned. This thunder was really coming for him. Most of the Xixia soldiers in the distance were charred and fell to the ground. Xiang Jila stared at the scene in front of him for a long time, and then he came to his senses after making sure that he was not dreaming. Did he do something unforgivable while I was away? In the middle of winter, he was chased and struck by drought thunder. Chu Shan, who had been protecting Xiang Jila, was sweating profusely. I want to know why more than you. It was okay to be unlucky before. Some time ago, they also found out tragically that as long as the prince led the troops, those deadly thunders would strike immediately, and they would only stop when the prince was injured every time. If the prince had not noticed the first thunderbolt, and accidentally let the vanguard of the army hurt himself, I am afraid that tens of thousands of the prince's imperial guards in Kyoto would have been killed by the thunderbolt. However, seeing the miserable situation of the Xixia army, Chu Shan suddenly felt that the prince's bad luck was not so useless. No wonder he suddenly decided to come to the southwest, and said he wanted to verify something. At that time, he thought that the prince was thinking about the excuse of the princess. Just as Chu Shan was thinking about it, Yan Zhenyu had already staggered to the front of the few people. Unlike his high-spirited self in the past, his eyes were now dark and blue, and the stubble on his lips looked like it had grown for several days. He looked more than 10 years older. Seeing Yan Zhenyu's breathing was a little disordered and his steps were slightly unstable, Chu Shan immediately stepped forward to support him. Master, how are you? Yan Zhenyu looked at Chu Shan, who was emitting a strange smell, with disdain, took a step back, and shook his head. He couldn't help but look at Xiang Jila, who followed Chu Shan and walked in front of him, and his tired eyebrows were stained with a smile. Long time no see, Lele. After saying that, he pushed aside Chu Shan, who was blocking him, half bent over, and held her in his arms in front of everyone, resting his chin on her neck, greedily absorbing her warmth. It's great to see you again. The sweet-scented osmanthus on his body had been completely covered by the smell of blood and burnt. Realizing that he had put nearly half of his strength on her, Xiang Jila didn't care about the woman's modesty, and hugged him with her backhand, whispering in his ear distressfully, "Fool, didn't you take a rest all the way here?" Far away. Shinmachi, who was seriously injured and unconscious not long ago, is now in good spirits. He is supporting Liu Yun. In Liu Yun's hand, there is a head wrapped in cloth. At the broken end of the head, there are dark blood stains that continue to seep into the cloth and drip onto the ground. Seeing Xiang Jila reunited with Yan Zhenyu safely, Shinmachi's heart finally relaxed. Then, his eyes blurred and his body shook uncontrollably. Liu Yun's face changed slightly, and he struggled to stabilize him again with himself as a support point. Master. Chapter 676. Shinmachi waved his hand and was about to speak, but a sweet and fishy taste suddenly surged in his throat. He didn't have time to swallow it back, and a striking black blood streak flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He coughed twice, wiped the black blood from his lips, and said in a calm voice, "I'm fine, go back. There is still half a year, enough time to plan." When Liu Yun helped him turn around, Yan Zhenyu in the distance was still half hanging on Xiang Zila's body. He seemed to have noticed something, and he immediately raised his eyes. Just in time to see the backs of Shinmachi and Liu Yun supporting each other, and leaving in a low-key manner. The owner of the back figure no longer walked as calmly and steadily as before. Yan Zhenyu suddenly remembered that when he arrived just now, he saw Ouyang Yao hitting his heart with a silver needle embedded in her fingertips. But the man was poisoned, and when he saw him arrive, he still had that "I knew you would come" face that asked for a beating. If the timing was not right, Yan Zhenyu almost went up to beat him up again. However, no matter how much they beat him, the tacit understanding between the two could not be replaced by anyone. Just by looking at each other, they could already guess what the other wanted to do. They immediately seamlessly connected what they should do next, and took their positions. Hence, there was the scene in the back where Shinmachi was seriously injured, and Yan Zhenyu wanted to help Xixia. While Yan Zhenyu was distracting Ouyang Yao, Shinmachi used his serious injury as a cover to force out the poison needles on his body. When Yan Zhenyu led the lightning to turn thousands of Xixia soldiers upside down, Shinmachi and Liu Yun directly dragged Ouyang Yao, who was busy dodging the thunderstorm, to the side and cut off her head neatly. Once Ouyang Yao died, as long as Shinmachi could make good use of Ouyang Yao's head to do something, Xixia's change of ownership was basically a foregone conclusion. In the past, when Shinmachi was injured while doing things, he could still negotiate with him and paint a cake for him. But this time, he said nothing. As if thinking of something bad, A complicated look flashed across Yin Junyo's eyes, and he quietly distanced himself from Xiang Jila. After dealing with the affairs of the Xixia tent and counting the food and herbs that could still be used, Yin Junyo refused Xiang Jila's request to go back to Yazui Pass with him. I have something to do here during this period, and I will stay here for a few days. If there is anything urgent, you can send someone to find me here. Xiang Jila had a lot of questions in her mind and wanted to ask him. Seeing that he seemed to want to distance himself from her, it was not a good time to have a long conversation. She could only swallow the words on her lips. Calculating the distance between the two places, Xiang Jila was sure that she could come directly to him when she was doing the system task, so she reluctantly said goodbye to him. Xiao Tao, who was not far away, saw that the relationship between the two seemed unusual, and couldn't help but approach Huang Fuxiao and asked, "Flute, who is that person?" Huang Fuxiao was so worried about Liu that his mind was wandering. Xiao Tao looked at him for a long time without any reaction, and then he stepped forward and poked his waist with his elbow. "Flute." "What?" Huang Fuxiao came back to his senses, and saw Xiao Tao's enlarged face in front of him. He was frightened for a moment, and he instinctively took 2 steps back and cursed, "Tao Tao, you are going to die, you are so close." Xiao Tao touched his nose with an innocent look on his face. "Isn't it because I saw that you didn't react?" Then, he asked Huang Fuxiao the same question again without giving up. "Him?" The wandering soul slowly gathered back. Huang Fuxiao first glanced at Ji Ro, who was not far away, and wanted to talk to Chu Shan, but was always avoided by Chu Shan. Then he looked at his sister who couldn't move her legs since she saw Yin Junyo. Muttered reluctantly, "My brother-in-law." Chi Muji, who knew that the man was Yin Junyo when he was held hostage, was shocked. Outside Yazui Pass, the ground was covered with blood and corpses. On the broken wheels and broken tracks, there were flags that had not yet been burned. Xiang Jila and others returned to Yazui Pass at dusk. The mess in sight was a testimony to the tragic battles of the past 2 days and 1 night. When the scattered soldiers guarding the city walls saw them coming back, they immediately announced, "The young master and his men are back." Then, the city gate made a heavy, slow, dull sound. Zheng He and Zhou Yulong squeezed out from behind the door in a mess. "You are finally back." As they said that, they carried Huang Fuxiao and walked in quickly without saying anything. "Come on, follow us, Xiao Jila, you should follow us too." Ji Ro wanted to follow, but Chi Muji stopped her calmly. "General Zheng didn't call us, I'm afraid it involves military secrets. Let's go back and wait." Huang Fuxiao and his sister didn't even know what happened. They were dragged to Huang Fujing's residence. Basins of black blood were brought out from the room, and the brother and sister's hearts jumped at the same time. "What's going on?" Huang Fuxiao's eyes suddenly became sharp, and when he swept to the soldiers beside him, the soldiers were inexplicably startled. Hearing Huang Fuxiao's voice in the house, Gong Sun Ming immediately opened the door and came out. He bowed to Xiang Jila first, then looked at Huang Fuxiao, his face full of seriousness. General Huang Fu was ambushed during the great victory at Yinta Pass, and was deceived by a woman. When they were carried back, they were ambushed on the road and delayed some time, causing General Huang Fu to miss the best time to detoxify. Now the only thing that can save General Huang Fu is Li Yu's heart blood. But now Li Yu's heart blood has been cut out once, and if it is cut out again, I'm afraid. Before Gong Sun Ming finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao jumped up like a sleeping child when he heard Li Yu's name, and held Gong Sun Ming's arms tightly with both hands. "Li Yu? Li Yu is back?" He looked excited. "What did you say about bleeding? Who drew her blood?" At this moment, the 2 Qilin guards, who escorted Li Yu back, also appeared from the dark and saluted Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila immediately guessed that the matter was not simple. She stepped forward decisively and pulled Huang Fuxiao away. "Calm down first, and listen to what Dr. Gong Sun has to say." Gong Sun Ming, who had regained his freedom, nodded slightly to Xiang Jila to express his gratitude, and then said, "Li Yu has agreed to the matter of the blood in her heart, but since you are back, I still feel it is necessary to tell you about her current situation." Then, he briefly explained to the brother and sister how the 2 Qilin guards escorted the unconscious Li Yu back today, allowing him to protect her heart meridian in time, and how Huang Fujing was carried back not long after Li Yu slowly woke up. After hearing that Li Yu's heart was damaged by the blood being drained from her heart, her lungs were injured by the dagger, and her lower abdomen was stabbed, causing her to have no offspring even after escaping danger. Huang Fuxiao's red fox eyes immediately filled with tears. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Who is it?" The words that were not spoken were still stuck in his throat, and the hot tears fell down his cheeks first. Gong Sunming glanced at Huang Fuxiao lightly, and was indifferent to his heartache that was evident in his words. You may know more about this question when you ask the princess's escort. The most important thing now is to detoxify General Huangfu. Chapter 677. After saying this, before Xiang Jila and his sister could react, Gong Sunming continued, You all know that Li Yu is a good person. Selfishly, I don't want you to dig out her hard blood. Besides, the Gu King in her body has merged with her. If you dig out her hard blood, the Gu King will not survive. If Li Yu wakes up, the memories related to you will definitely disappear with the death of the Gu King. After listening to Gong Sunming's words, the brother and sister looked at Gong Sunming at the same time and said in unison, Does it have to be Li Yu's hard blood? It must be Li Yu's blood. Gong Sunming nodded heavily. With his hands clenched into fists, Huang Fuxiao asked in a choked voice, Can I go see her again? Have you made a decision? Facing Gong Sunming's question, the brother and sister both lowered their eyelids. A life that they care about, and a memory that is extremely precious to them. No matter who chooses, they will choose the former. The former, once gone, is gone forever. And the latter, once gone, they can still create a better one. But between Huang Fuxiao and Li Yu, Gong Sunming seemed to know what Huang Fuxiao was hesitating about, so after he made the request, Gong Sunming stepped aside and let Huang Fuxiao enter the house. As soon as she entered the room, a strong smell of blood hit her nose. The windows in the room were tightly closed, and several oil lamps were lit, illuminating the room. Li Yu's face was pale, so pale that even the pale blue blood vessels under her skin could be seen clearly. At this time, she was half leaning on a makeshift chair, breathing weakly. When she saw Huang Fuxiao enter the room, her eyes lit up, and then quickly dimmed. He came to see General Huangfu, not her. General Huangfu, it will be fine. She wanted to smile and comfort him, but she really couldn't smile. She was injured, and every time she spoke a word, the wound would feel a piercing pain, and her voice was so soft and vague. Huang Fuxiao's attention was almost all on her at this time, and he could still hear her words clearly no matter how vague they were. He wanted to go forward and hold her hand. But he was afraid of hurting him, so he could only put his hands behind his back to suppress this impulse. He had a lot of things to say to her, but now was not the right time. In the end, coming in to see Li Yu turned into seeing Huang Fujing, who was unconscious on the bed, with his eyes closed and a sallow face. When had he ever seen Huang Fujing like this? Huang Fuxiao secretly hated himself for being heartless and thinking about Li Yu when his father was seriously injured. At the same time, he felt that he was useless. His father was seriously injured, and he should have contributed the most, but now it was Li Yu who helped him. Confused and nervous, Huang Fuxiao looked left and right, but didn't dare to look at Li Yu. This series of small actions, in Li Yu's eyes, turned into, even if she was willing to save General Huangfu, Huang Fuxiao still hated her. The disappointment in her eyes became more and more intense, and Li Yu finally lowered her eyes, and returned to her usual indifference. After Li Yu lowered her eyes, Huang Fuxiao's eyes fell on her again. The atmosphere in the room was weird for a while, until Gong Sunming came in to chase them away. Huang Fuxiao left reluctantly. After he left, Gong Sunming looked at Li Yu. He knows you will lose your memory. Thank you. Have you really thought it through? Recalling Huang Fuxiao's ignorance when he was alone with her, Li Yu smiled bitterly and nodded weakly. I have thought it through. They thought she didn't understand anything. In fact, she knew everything. Outside the room, Xiang Jila had been unable to establish contact with Gongjing No. 3 and was about to slip into the space to check the situation. Seeing Huang Fuxiao coming out in a daze, she immediately stepped forward. What happened? Huang Fuxiao pursed his lips and turned left and right, turning to an empty corner behind the house. After confirming that only Xiang Jila was following him, and no one else was passing by, he removed his hard-built disguise, slid down the half-worn top beam column in front of the house, and covered his face with his hands in frustration. After a while, he raised his face and said weakly, Xiao Jila, I feel uncomfortable. Xiang Jila felt something and squatted beside him, letting Huang Fuxiao lean on him. My father taught me to be a man who stands tall and upright since I was a child. But how to stand tall and upright, I still have no idea until now. I only know that I lost a lot of face for him when I was young and ignorant a few years ago. For a long time, I even thought that the phrase not enough to do things, but more than enough to do things was about me. Do you know, since I found out that I am not my father's biological child, I have been struggling inside, really. If I were my father's biological child, it would be understandable for him to be good to me, but I am not, and our mother is. Every time I think of this, I feel very sorry for him. Tell me, why is Liu the eldest princess, if she is just a common girl, even an orphan? Speaking of this, he could no longer speak, sobbing and crying softly. Xiang Jila understood this feeling. Just like at the beginning, she always thought she was the apple of her mother's eye, but in the end she found out that she was just a tool for her mother to take revenge on Xiangxi. At that moment, she felt like the sky was about to fall. And Xiao Ji's heart was probably more complicated than hers. After all, they are siblings, and they grew up in different environments and experienced different things. She had experienced the betrayal of her friends and relatives in her previous life, but she could love Jun Nuo purely without distraction, and she could ignore everything for Jun Nuo. But Xiao Gu couldn't do that. Uncle Jing had given him too much. He felt ashamed. Especially when he knew that he was Xiangxi's child. With his temperament, he must have thought that he was not worthy of being Uncle Jing's child. Under this premise, after knowing that Liu was the eldest princess and her royal brother wanted to kill them both, he couldn't control himself from being attracted to Liu. This was the root cause of his bad attitude towards Liu. He was punishing himself, but he also hurt Liu invisibly. At this time, Xiang Jila knew that any words of comfort seemed so pale. She could only reach out and gently touch his back, telling him in her own way that she was always there. After an unknown amount of time, she finally felt that the person leaning on her shoulder was gradually calming down, and she said firmly, "Uncle Jing will be blessed by heaven, and so will Liu." Xiang Jila always had inexplicable confidence in Gong Sunming. Whether this confidence came from the fact that she had also benefited from the conditioning prescription he prescribed for her, or because of the relationship with Yan Zhenyuo, even Xiang Jila himself couldn't tell. She only knew that since Gong Sunming said there was hope, she firmly believed that Uncle Jing could be saved. Perhaps Xiang Jila's confidence was passed on to Huang Fuxiao. After hearing Xiang Jila's brief words, Huang Fuxiao also felt his mood slowly calm down. The brother and sister returned to Huang Fujing's residence and sat back to back like two children on the stone piers that fixed the pillars beside the house. Confusedly, she watched the medicine boy and other military doctors busy coming and going. If Uncle Jing escapes this time, Liu will be our benefactor. Do you still plan to keep your distance from Liu as before? Chapter 678. After hearing what Xiang Jila said, Huang Fuxiao was silent. After waiting for him to say a word for a long time, Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows. Why, you don't like her? I like her. Huang Fuxiao blurted out. Xiang Jila winked at him with a look of "I knew you would do this." Huang Fuxiao lowered his head guiltily like a child who had done something bad and was caught. But, if I get closer to her because of this time, she will definitely think that I am close to her because of guilt. I don't want to. Since you like it. Before Huang Fuxiao finished speaking, Xiang Jila raised his hand to interrupt him. After waiting for a long time without hearing Xiang Jila continue speaking, Huang Fuxiao thought he was hallucinating and looked up at Xiang Jila. What? As if he had been waiting for Huang Fuxiao to raise his eyes, Xiang Jila's face was full of seriousness after meeting his eyes. Since you like it, don't have too many concerns. In this world, many sad stories of infatuated men and resentful women are all tragic accidents caused by twists and turns. I know what you are worried about, but when it comes to love, you have to cut the Gordian knot. Try your best now. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, try your best. It's better than thinking about losing the one you love because of your hesitation, and your heart will be cut like a blunt knife. Xiaoxila, you see it clearly. Huang Fuxiao stared at her blankly. He regretted that he said too much. Xiang Jila's face was full of the demeanor of a master. This kind of simple truth, if you see the joys and sorrows of others, you will naturally understand it. I won't tell you that I almost lost Jun Nuo because of the trap in my previous life. One experience makes one wiser. How can one not be thorough? You know so much. Does Yan Jun Nuo know? Huang Fuxiao suddenly said this, and Xiang Jila almost choked to death on his own saliva. Why does he want to know all this? Without answering Xiang Jila's words, Huang Fuxiao continued to talk to himself. But, if one day, the two of you are on opposite sides. He stopped talking halfway. No, there is no time for you to be on opposite sides, because no matter what happens, you will stand on Yan Zhenyuo's side without hesitation. He and his father tried their best to bring her back to Nanshu, but ended up being a villain. He still remembers it. Sighing, he smiled bitterly. Xiaojila, sometimes I really envy you. You can love Yan Zhenyuo so freely and straightforwardly. And he and Liu. What are you envious of? Xiang Jila looked at Huang Fuxiao in confusion. When she saw the obvious affection in Huang Fuxiao's eyes, she immediately shuddered and warned, Jun Nuo is your brother-in-law. Don't have any ideas about him. Huang Fuxiao choked and turned to look at his sister beside him. The fire rack used for lighting outside the room had already lit a bonfire. When he saw the flickering flames in Seongjila's fox eyes, he immediately realized what she had misunderstood. He was speechless. I'm not interested in men. I don't care who you are interested in, just don't set your sights on Jun Nuo. In the second half of the night, Huang Fujing was finally out of danger. Hearing the notification from the medicine boy, the brother and sister who were dozing outside the door immediately went into the house. It's too late. General Huangfu's right hand was the source of the hidden weapon. The poison was too deep. Even if the poison was removed, it couldn't be saved. After several hours of high-intensity concentration, Gong Sunming's spirit was obviously weaker than during the day. Huang Fuxiao immediately walked to the bedside. Seeing Huang Fujing's cheek sunken in just one day, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. His nose felt sore and uncomfortable, and Huang Fuxiao's voice was also a little nasal. Then when will he wake up? Glancing at the sky outside the window, Gong Sunming said softly, probably in the evening tomorrow. Then, what about Liu? Huang Fuxiao looked at Liu, who was also in a coma not far away. When will Liu wake up? Gong Sunming looked at Huang Fuxiao and shook his head. Her Gu King was removed from her body, and the Gu blood in her body needs some time to recover like a normal person. During the recovery period, she will be in a coma. Finally, he added, there is no exact time. The length of time depends entirely on her physical condition. Seongjila glanced at Huang Fujing, then turned his gaze to Liu and asked Gong Sunming, when can Liu move? Liu is a girl, and it is inconvenient for her to be unconscious here with Uncle Jing. Gong Sunming obviously thought of this. Wait 2 days, at least wait until the wound on her body scabs over, otherwise it will be bad if she bleeds again. Okay. Seeing that the brother and sister had no intention of leaving, Gong Sunming could only persuade them again. Everyone is very tired these days. You go back and rest first. I and a few military doctors will take turns to guard here tonight, and we will send someone to notify you if there is an emergency. It's not something you don't think until Gong Sunming said it. Seongjila realized that she hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. When she came back at dusk, she was still thinking about resting her spirit if conditions allowed, but she didn't expect that Uncle Jing's incident would happen. Chapter 679. Now that it was past the time to rest, she was not sleepy at all. What was even more strange was that Gongjing number 3 had not reminded her for 2 days. All these unusual things prompted Seongjila to say goodbye and go back to the space to take a look. She looked at Huang Fuxiao. Huang Fuxiao obviously didn't want to leave. Gong Sunming didn't persuade her, but said to Seongjila, General Huangfu, and Liu still need a few medicines. I heard that there is a medicine warehouse in the Xixia camp that has not been cleared yet. Since young Master Huangfu has to do useless night watch here, he probably can't leave. Tomorrow, please find a few people to go there to help me get some medicine back. After a brief eye contact, Seongjila understood and nodded immediately. No problem, write down the herbs you need and I arrange it tomorrow. At this point, she also reminded Gong Sunming, most soldiers are illiterate and have never been to the medicine storehouse. Remember to draw the shape of the herbs to avoid making mistakes later. Okay. Huang Fuxiao, who was unwilling to leave, immediately stepped forward and pulled Seongjila away and immediately came to Gong Sunming. I can read and have been to the medicine storehouse. I know which herbs have names and which ones don't. Why don't you let me go? You have to stay here. I go get the medicine, right quickly, don't talk nonsense. Under the coercion of Huang Fuxiao, Gong Sunming reluctantly turned around and walked to the desk to pick up the pen. After writing down a few names of medicines, Gong Sunming handed them to Huang Fuxiao, who took a look. Pointing at 2 of the names, he said, Park Salt and Cold Water Stone. I don't think I've seen them in the medicine storehouse. Park Salt and Cold Water Stone are not medicinal herbs. Park Salt is made from the juice of sweeping frost, and Cold Water Stone is salt essence. These 2 things are usually stored in sealed pottery jars. Remembering that there seemed to be a row of jars in the medicine storehouse, Huang Fuxiao nodded. Okay, I understand. As he said this, he did not forget to drag Seongjila with him when he left. As they were about to return to their residence, Huang Fuxiao pulled Seongjila aside and took the initiative to tell him what Gong Sunming had said yesterday. Xiaojila, your people rescued Lily. I want to know what Lily was like at that time. As if he had expected Huang Fuxiao to ask this, Seongjila reached out and patted the back of his hand, signaling him to stay calm, and then raised his voice and shouted behind him, come out. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 Qilin guards, who appeared out of nowhere yesterday afternoon, ran flexibly from behind the 2 people to them. Knelt down at the same time. Princess, uncle. This title. Wang Fuxiao looked at Xiang Jila and concluded, people said by Yan Zhenyuo to protect you. Xiang Jila did not hide it, and admitted it generously. When you go out, there are more or less some unsafe factors. With Zhenyuo's people around, I can sleep more peacefully. Of course, it was just an admission. The 12 Qilin guards were one of her trump cards. She couldn't show them all to others at once, even if that person was her brother. It wasn't that she didn't trust her brother, she just felt it was unnecessary. Those who really wanted to protect her would continue to do their best to protect her, regardless of whether there were Qilin guards or not. But if she met someone who was openly nice to her, but actually wanted to harm her, wouldn't she be handing a knife to the other party if she showed all her trump cards? She was not smart, so it was very necessary for her to be cautious. Otherwise, if something happens to her, and she is controlled by someone, Jun Nuo will definitely be the one who suffers. What did you see at that time? Wang Fuxiao's question pulled Xiang Jila's scattered thoughts back. The 2 Qilin guards looked at Xiang Jila at the same time. Xiang Jila said, just report it truthfully. The Qilin guards received the order, and told the brother and sister the whole process from Xiang Jila sending them to secretly follow Wang Fuxiao and his group to their rescue of Li Yu without hiding anything. When Wang Fuxiao heard the last part, his face was no longer dark enough to describe it. At that time, Lu Dan took me back to that place to look for Li, but he didn't find her. He kept saying that he had wronged Jiro, but he didn't expect. After connecting the cause and effect, Xiang Jila roughly knew what Jiro was up to. She wants to replace Li Yu. As soon as the conclusion came out, Wang Fuxiao immediately jumped up in anger. Replace? Who does she think she is? Is she worthy? Xiang Jila's eyes were cold. If she knew who she was and knew her position, everything would be easy. The problem now is that even she herself doesn't know her own weight. Jiro returned to her residence. The uneasiness that arose from nowhere in her heart made her toss and turn all night and unable to sleep. The collision sound of the soldiers picking up the fallen weapons, the harsh sound of the chariot being dragged, and the sound of the corpse being lifted and put on the cart, and the sound of the cartwheels rolling on the floor came from time to time. The fight that Chi Muji and others participated in yesterday could only be regarded as a melee at best. However, it was just a melee, and this kind of fighting was completely different from the fight when the escort encountered bandits. Not to mention the battles where tens of thousands of troops fought together. She had never participated in a real war, but after seeing the mess and blood inside the city gate, she probably knew where the cruelty of war lies. The more she understood this cruelty, the more she didn't want to participate in it. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sleep. She simply sat up and analyzed the attitudes of others towards her when she came back today. Zhao Tao was fine, but Chi Muji and Lu Pinghai had obviously alienated her. Did they see something when she designed that Huang Fu Zai Gongzi to fall into the hands of the Shixiao army yesterday? So you are on guard against her today, but you can't blame her for this. No matter what the means, as long as you can achieve your goal, you have already won is the creed she has learned from her experience in the martial arts world a few days ago. She just wanted to use the Shixiao army to get herself an opportunity to take care of Master Huangfu. She wanted to use Master Huangfu to get a foothold in Mu Zhenyan. What did she do wrong? Originally, everything happened as she expected, but she didn't expect Mu Zhenyan's friend to come and disrupt the situation. It would be fine if he disrupted the situation, but he happened to be a master with outstanding appearance. She didn't know the master, but she had seen one of the strong men on the master side in Nanling before. It seemed that his name was Chu Shan. She had wanted to ask the strong man named Chu Shan about Mu Zhenyan and her master friend. But he was so tight-lipped and didn't say anything. And Li Yu? She should have killed Li Yu, who was still alive, last night, and shouldn't have hesitated. Now she didn't know if Li Yu was dead. If she was dead, it would be all over, but she was afraid that someone would rescue her. What if Li Yu was just pretending to be weak and fainted at that time, saw her draw her sword, and then was recognized and rescued by the people here? Jiro couldn't help but feel her hair standing on end while thinking wildly. No, she had to go back to see if Li Yu was dead when she had a chance. Chapter 680. Having made up her mind, Jiro turned up and was about to lie down again. She accidentally saw Xiang Jila leaning against her cubicle, and she immediately sat up again and screamed. Ah! Jun Yin, you are standing here without saying a word, it's scary. Xiang Jila pulled the corner of his mouth. I saw that you were thinking about something so deeply, I'm sorry to disturb you. Jiro's eyes quickly dodged, and then she met Xiang Jila's eyes calmly, and smiled embarrassedly. I'm not thinking about anything, I'm just worried that after this battle, there will be other people coming to fight us. No one can say for sure. As he spoke, Xiangjila walked into Ji Ro's cramped little world and sat on the small stool beside her bed. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Ji Ro was a little flattered by the sudden concern. It's not bad, actually, she said a little embarrassedly. With martial arts skills, you should do something meaningful. If Xiangjila hadn't known in advance that Ji Ro pushed Li Yu away calmly and secretly wanted to kill Li Yu, he would have almost believed that she was a person who was consistent in appearance and heart. After all, people in the martial arts world always value loyalty. At least, most people in the martial arts world are like this. Are you planning to reopen the escort agency? Ji Ro was slightly choked by Xiangjila's inexplicable question. It depends on the situation. That's what she said, but she knew in her heart that it was impossible to reopen the escort agency. She was a woman, and after experiencing the dangers of the martial arts world, her passion had long been worn out. In the past, she was protected too well by the uncles and aunts in the escort agency, and she didn't know the dangers of the world. After experiencing Ji Gang's plan to marry her off and venturing into the martial arts world alone, she realized that this world was not tolerant of women. Even if she could reopen the escort agency, how could she, a woman with no one to rely on, revive the agency when surrounded by wolves and tigers? If she fails, she might even lose her life. She envied Mu Junyan for having such self-protection ability and connections, and she was also jealous of Li Yu for being favored by Mu Junyan and not having to worry about anything. Thinking of Li Yu's life or death, Ji Ro's eyes flashed with anxiety, anxious to know whether Li Yu was dead or not. People who practice martial arts have night vision. Without lighting, Xiangjila could still clearly see Ji Ro's changing expression. Judging from her look, the escort agency probably doesn't plan to reopen. The anxiety in her eyes must be because she regretted not giving Li Yu another blow yesterday. With this guess, Xiangjila tightened his fists and said casually, "Didn't you go looking for Li Yu with Chi Muji and the others before? Li Yu is back? I'm telling you so you don't worry." Hearing Xiangjila's words, Ji Ro's heart immediately skipped. Back? Xiangjila frowned slightly. Why? Don't you want her to come back? It's good that she comes back. Ji Ro knew she had lost her composure and immediately covered it up with a dry laugh. If she hadn't come back, I don't know how disappointed Mr. Huangfu would have been. Yes, Xiangjila seemed to be thankful. She was lucky to be rescued by a soldier who knew her from a pile of firewood and branches stored by the Xixia army. Dr. Gongsun also said that if it had been a few moments later, she would probably have lost her life. I really thanked that soldier later. Ji Ro agreed. Xiangjila blurted out, "That's for sure, Brother Xiao cares so much." At this point, she immediately stopped talking and changed the subject vaguely. Anyway, you should have a good rest these 2 days. When Li Yu is out of danger and comes back to bed, I may need you to help take care of her. Whether it's a trouble or not, we are friends and should take care of each other. Ji Ro's tone was sincere, and she said it as a matter of course. Xiangjila stared at her for a long time, as if judging whether what she said was sincere. Just when Ji Ro was considering whether to say something more sincerely, Xiangjila suddenly smiled. "That's right." Then, she stood up and stretched as if a heavy stone had been put down. After saying goodbye to Ji Ro, she returned to her own little world. There was a steady snoring sound not far away. Ji Ro's mouth curled up a strange smile. Barren Mountain. Yin Junyuo didn't stay there for long before he encountered a small earthquake and tornado. Fortunately, Chu Shan and others had been prepared and arrived in 2 batches. All the needs for camping were in the hands of the last group of people who arrived. After working for most of the night, they finally found a new place and successfully set up camp. In the simple tent, Yin Junyuo sat in the big tent with a bandage on his right hand, his eyes fixed on the map of Da Huang. On the map, almost all places were marked in red. Chu Shan changed the dressing for his old wound on his back, put away the medicine box, and returned to Yin Junyuo to persuade him. "Your Highness, you haven't had a good rest in the past few months, and the healing of your wounds can't keep up with the speed of new injuries. How about you lean on me to rest for a while?" Yin Junyuo raised his eyelids towards him, and looked at the map again. Seeing that Yin Junyuo's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked haggard, Chu Shan did not give up, and used his trump card. "Now that the princess knows you are here, she will definitely find a chance to come and see you secretly. Sooner or later, she will know what you have experienced these days." Yin Junyuo paused slightly, as he traced the direction of the red mark, and continued to ignore Chu Shan's words. "After the princess knows, she will definitely be angry again. Why do you think I had to come?" A cold question immediately blocked Chu Shan's words. Chu Shan's pupil shrank slightly, and his trump card failed. Yan Zhenyo did not give him too much time to be shocked, but asked again, "How is Uncle Li doing now?" Speaking of such serious matters, Chu Shan changed his funny expression just now, and stretched out his hand to close his mouth that was wide open due to shock. Lin Bufan rebelled. There has been no earthquake in the northern part of the Saibei since Lin Bufan betrayed Da Huang. Steward Li secretly hid the dragon robe at the instruction of the prince, and conspired with Bianji and Guoziang to rebel. Not long after the prince left Kyoto, Kyoto also snowed. In the 5 southern states, Qin Buku had plans to establish himself as king, and the water level that had been rising sharply for days showed signs of receding. As expected, Yan Zhenyo lowered his eyes. "I will write a letter later. You can ask Uncle Li to do as the letter says in your name." "Prince?" Chu Shan looked at him hesitantly. "Is this really okay?" He let his trusted subordinates all turn against him. "Chu Shan, you talk too much." Hearing the displeasure in Yan Zhenyo's tone, Chu Shan did not dare to delay for a moment, and withdrew from his heart. After being away from his master, his mind began to become active again. He was now the hope of Li Guanjia and Lin Bufan. At present, the trump card he used could not make the prince obedient, so he could only take the initiative and let the trump card come to the prince himself. Chapter 681. After Chu Shan left, Yan Zhenyo rubbed his brows in frustration. After months of poor rest, his mental state had long been stretched to a string. It was not that he did not want to rest, but since he did not kill a group of assassins at the cost of injury not long ago, he had been suffering from some divine punishment and was entangled in strange dreams. As long as he closed his eyes and fell asleep, he would be in a bloody dream endlessly. In the dream, he was like a lost dog, imprisoned on the ground by an invisible force, desolate as dust. He watched helplessly as the blood rain fell from the sky, corroding the people of Da Huang, and the piles of corpses turned into piles of bones, but he was powerless. The whole dream, from beginning to end, kept repeating that sentence. When the dragon bones come out, the dragon shape scatters. The dragon bones are destroyed, the dragon shape gathers. Deadlock, no solution. At noon the next day, Xiang Jila woke up from the dream in a daze. Her first reaction was, how did she fall asleep as soon as she touched the pillow last night? After 2 days, and 1 night without a good rest, coupled with severe morning sickness, she felt as if she didn't know what year it was when she opened her eyes. Her second reaction was that she just wanted to close her eyes and continue sleeping. Her mind was full of tired and hungry. Her tired body was not well recovered because of overdrawn. She couldn't help but wonder what happened to Gongjing number 3 these days. When Xiang Jila thought of Gongjing number 3, who had been out of contact for 2 days, he suddenly lost all sleepiness. No, why did Xiao 3 disappear so suddenly? I listened to the surroundings. Ji Rose seemed to have gone out a long time ago, and was not in the compartment. Xiang Jila immediately lifted the quilt and flashed into the space. The space was sunny at noon. What came into view was still a large area of potatoes, lush grass, and chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep raised together were happily running on the grass. Not far away, Changju sat in front of the functional soil, sitting on the ground, holding his chin with both hands, and quietly looking at the seedling on the functional soil. Today's space is too quiet. The silence gave Xiang Jila a bad feeling. "Xiaoju," she called softly. Changju paused for a moment, then turned around. Seeing that it was really Xiang Jila who came in, Changju immediately jumped and ran to Xiang Jila. "Ghost cultivator." Looking around and not seeing Gongjing number 3, Xiang Jila frowned. "Where is Xiao 3? Hearing Xiang Jila mention Gongjing number 3, Changju's smile, which had been raised because of seeing her, collapsed instantly. He pointed at Xiao Miao and said with a wrong mouth, "Stinky bird, protect, little master, loss, retreat. It has lost its spiritual power to protect the seedlings." "Is it going to retreat now?" Xiang Jila told the truth as she understood it. Changju nodded with red eyes. Xiang Jila lowered her eyelids, recalling the time when she fought her way out of the siege 2 days ago. The pain in her lower abdomen and the fatigue in her body disappeared because she asked Gongjing number 3 for help. Feeling a little guilty, she reached out and touched Changju's soft hair. "Do you want to go out with me? Without Xiao 3 to play with you here, I'm afraid you will feel suffocated." When Changju heard that Xiang Jila was going to take him out, his eyes lit up immediately, but when he saw Xiao Miao, who was alone and wrapped in a ball of light, he shook his head. "Protect, little master." After persuading him several times, Changju still refused to leave the space, and Xiang Jila did not force him anymore. He leaned over and said to him, "In the future, I will pay more attention and will definitely protect myself and my little baby, so that you will not lose too much spiritual power. Now that Xiao San is not here, if you find that I have done something wrong, let the bracelet heat up to remind me, okay? Chong Ju tilted his head and looked at Xiang Jila for a long time before slowly nodding, okay. After washing his face in the space and feeling his spirit slowly recovering, Xiang Jila left the space. When she changed her clothes and went to visit Li Yu, she happened to meet Huang Fu Xiao, who was leading his troops to the medicine warehouse near the barren mountain. From the situation, it seems that they want to move all the medicine warehouses back. Ji Ro was also in the queue. The brother and sister's eyes met briefly and nodded slightly. Huang Fu Xiao spoke first. I heard from Miss Ji that you fell asleep as soon as your head touched the pillow when you returned. You must be very tired, so you don't have to go this time. Ji Ro looked at Xiang Jila and was about to explain, but Xiang Jila didn't give her a chance to explain. Before she could speak, he said to Huang Fu Xiao, okay, be careful. After that, she stepped aside to make way for them. As early as yesterday before returning to the room to rest, the brother and sister had already discussed it. Let 2 Qilin guards sneak into the medicine collecting team, take Ji Ro with them, intentionally or unintentionally reveal some useful information to Ji Ro, and then keep a close eye on her, and when she makes a move, they will catch her red-handed. Really? Really, there's no mistake. My brother who came back from the deserted mountain late last night said so. Desolate mountain? The conversation between the 2 soldiers immediately attracted Xiang Jila's attention. I also heard that since yesterday morning, there have been many thunderbolts in the deserted mountain. I don't know if it's a mountain monster that is about to become a spirit, and even God can't stand it. Look, the thunderbolt didn't kill the mountain monster yesterday, and there was an earthquake and a strong wind last night. Seeing that the people around him were talking in a serious manner, another soldier leaned lazily against the wall and laughed and scolded him. Don't look at some weird illustrations in normal times. Mountain monsters. Why don't you say that there are immortals in the mountains, who are about to ascend to the immortal class? I mean recognize. Halfway through his words, the soldier who said there was a mountain monster saw Xiang Jila standing not far from them, and immediately stood up straight. Miss. Chapter 682. Another person, who had his back to Xiang Jila, immediately looked back. After seeing Xiang Jila's appearance, his back was also straightened. Miss. Xiang Jila put away the casualness on his face, and walked in front of the 2 people with his hands behind his back. Are you all free? No, we were just passing by to relieve ourselves. Passing by. While speaking, one of the soldiers reached out and poked another soldier beside him. We go back to practice now. The other person understood. Yes, I just passed by to relieve myself, now I'm going back to practice. After saying that, the 2 of them immediately turned around and headed towards the training ground. Wait a minute. The voice of Xiang Jila came from behind, and the 2 of them tensed up again, shrinking their necks and waiting for the next words. Where is the place in the deserted mountain where the strong wind blew yesterday? Desolate mountain. Your Highness, there are many people from the Nanchu Huangfu army heading to the other side of the mountain. Do we need to intercept them? Huangfu Jun? Hearing the guard's report, Yan Zhenyue paused his hand that was wrapped around his waist. No need, as long as they don't come this way, just let them go. Yes. Soon after, Chu Shan, also dressed in a tight outfit, came in through the curtain. Your Highness, everything is ready. Yan Zhenyue nodded, and was about to speak when there was a commotion outside the tent. He glanced at Chu Shan, who understood and immediately came out through the curtain. Soon after, the commotion died down. Chu Shan came in through the curtain again, followed by Xiang Jila, who was laughing dryly. After bringing the person in, Chu Shan was very tactful and took his leave. After a quick meeting yesterday, they parted ways. Today, they met again. Yan Zhenyue was happy, but soon he suppressed his joy. What are you doing here? As he turned his head, Xiang Jila saw the dark circles under his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes, and her heart suddenly tightened. She smiled at him in a relaxed manner. I miss you, so I came to find you. She originally wanted to choose a companion task, but she didn't expect that Gongjing No. 3's retreat this time would not even have a companion task. The entire task interface only had an option for teleportation. All these abnormalities made her feel uneasy. However, no matter how uneasy she was, she still had to meet Jun Nual. So she tentatively touched the teleportation option, but as soon as she clicked it, she suddenly appeared near his tent without any preparation. As luck would have it, she was discovered by the guards. If Chu Shan hadn't come out in time, she would have had a fight with Jun Nual's men. Seeing that he was not as happy as when they met yesterday, Xiang Jila approached him and asked directly, Why, don't you miss me? Yin Zhenyu distanced himself from her without leaving a trace. Still without looking at her, I have something to deal with right now, you go back first. At this time, Xiang Zhila could see clearly that he was dressed in a neat outfit. Based on past experience, he must be going to kill someone again, or sneak into a place to do something, which requires him to do it personally. This matter is probably difficult enough. Thinking of Chu Shan's hesitation to see her just now, and thinking of the strange things he had seen happen to him in the past 2 days, Xiang Zhila stepped forward and held his hand, and asked sincerely, Zhenyu, I feel that you are very strange now. Have you not had a good rest recently? Also, what happened to the lightning strike yesterday and the strong wind last night? Can I help you with something? After a series of questions, Yin Zhenyu's face changed slightly, and he broke away from her hand again without a sound. There are a lot of things to do recently. You go back to Yazui Pass first, and I will find you after I finish my work. Xiang Zhila tried to grab his hand without giving up. He shook it off again. This happened several times, and Xiang Zhila's emotions that he had been holding back also came up. Yin Zhenyu, what do you mean? She was so angry that her stomach churned, and she ran to the side to retch. Yin Zhenyu saw this, and immediately stepped forward to help her. She pushed him away. Why do you care about me? Aren't you very arrogant? What's the big deal if you have something to do? If you want to be busy, just do it. Let me fend for myself here. Anyway, I'm used to morning sickness these days. Xiang Zhila's tone suddenly rose, startling Chu Shan, who was guarding outside the tent. Just now, he heard that the two of them seemed unhappy, and he felt something was wrong. That's why he sneaked towards the front of the tent, but he didn't expect to hear such explosive news. Morning sickness? The princess is suffering from morning sickness? Chu Shan's eyes lit up. Soon, he felt something was wrong again. No, the prince and the princess have been separated for almost a year. If the princess suffers from morning sickness at this time, doesn't it mean that a large piece of grassland has grown on the prince's head? It's over. Should he seize the opportunity to rescue the princess? Or Chu Shan? Just when Chu Shan's mind was full of wild ideas, Yin Zhenyu's angry low voice scared away all the possibilities he imagined. He stood up immediately. Prince? You lead people to act according to the plan and come back before midnight. Yes. Hearing that Yin Zhenyu would not participate in this operation, Chu Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he secretly prayed that the princess's arrival would allow the prince to have a good rest. After noticing Chu Shan had left the tent, Yin Zhenyu turned around and walked to the simple small square table, poured a glass of water for Xiang Zhila, and handed it to her. At this time, Xiang Zhila had already walked to his single bed and sat down. Seeing the golden teacup filled with water in front of her, she turned her head away angrily. She couldn't vomit anything, and her nausea never subsided. Her fox eyes were filled with tears because of nausea. Thinking of his coldness, she felt even more wronged. After finally meeting each other, she never dreamed that she would tell Yin Zhenyu about the child in this way. How long? He asked in a hoarse voice. How long? Xiang Zhila turned her head and looked at him again, still without any intention of taking the golden teacup from his hand. His eyes fell on her flat belly, and the golden teacup in his hand was deformed by his sudden force. Child, how long? When did you have it? He spoke word by word, his voice was low, and people could not tell his emotions. Hesitating for a while, worried that he would misunderstand something, Xiang Zhila raised her hand and made a 6 gesture to him, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. After all, the child was delayed for 3 months at her request. It should have been 3 months, but because of something, it was delayed, so now it's 6 days. A sneer accompanied the dull sound of the teacup being thrown to the ground, and Yin Zhenyu's cold voice sounded beside Xiang Zhila. Xiang Zhila, it's just a few months since I last saw you, and now you have learned to lie to me. Chapter 683. Lying? Xiang Zhila looked up suddenly. He had misunderstood. I didn't lie, she argued loudly, telling Yin Zhenyu everything like pouring beans. The child is really yours. It was the time we met again at the inn. As soon as you left, the bracelet told me that you, the seed sprouted. Speaking of the word sprout, Xiang Zhila's face was as red as fire. Under his probing gaze, she choked and continued with red ears. It's just that I had something to do at that time, so I asked the bracelet to help delay it for 3 months. 6 days ago, the 3-month deadline had just arrived, and my reaction came. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Xiang Zhila simply stood up and threw herself into his arms. She reached out and hit him lightly a few times. Her nose felt sore. She was emotional and couldn't stop crying. Do you know how I have been through these 6 days? I was hungry, but I vomited as soon as I ate. I vomited as soon as I ate. I vomited bile. If it weren't for the bracelet, your child would have tortured me to death. The bracelet also told me that the child had such a big reaction on the first day of rooting. After 10 months of pregnancy, I will have to feel sick for at least 3 to 5 months. You bastard, you don't care about me, but you doubt me and treat me so coldly. Beating him didn't make him feel better. Xiangjila pinched his arm directly. Why don't you think about it? Besides you, who else can make me willing to suffer this kind of pain? Yin Zhenyu, you are a fool and a bastard. Whoa. The more he talked, the angrier he became. Inexplicably, he thought of his cold attitude just now, and the hard work in the next few months. Xiangjila simply pushed him away, and lay on his single bed, and cried loudly. Yin Zhenyu stood there in a daze. When Ouyang Yao told him that she had a child, he thought of many possibilities. It might be her deception to the Xixiao army, or it might be something Ouyang Yao made up to confuse him. He only ignored the magical bracelet she mentioned before, and he didn't expect that they hadn't gotten it so many times before, but it worked in that one quick encounter, and that time, he just came out a little late. Okay, don't cry. His voice returned to its usual coldness. He swallowed back the last sentence, you look ugly when you cry. After being married to Xiangjila for several years, Yin Zhenyu didn't learn much about coaxing people, but he still knew that some hurtful words should not be said when she was crying. Xiangjila seemed to be arguing with him, and the more he told her not to cry, the more tears she shed. Why do you care about me? You don't believe me anyway, so just let me cry to death. She didn't want to cry, but once she got emotional, she couldn't control herself. She didn't know how long it had been before she felt a long slender hand sweeping her back. Then with a click, the bed, which was very solid a moment ago, collapsed to a 30-degree angle when the person behind her sat down next to her. Xiangjila almost instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, stretched out her hands to hold his neck and jumped on him. Yin Zhenyu instinctively held her tightly in his arms, and took 2 steps back. The two stared blankly at the bed footboard that had collapsed on the ground, and then stared at each other blankly. Now, do you know why I don't let you touch me? Yin Zhenyu held her waist and hips with both hands, as if he was holding a child, and spoke softly. Xiangjila looked at him with wide eyes. These past few months, have you been living like this? While she was talking, Yin Zhenyu had already put her back on the ground, and kept a distance from her, changing the subject. Is it really hard? Xiangjila didn't intend to let him go so easily, and stepped forward to hold his hand again. Silly Zhenyu, you haven't answered my question yet. The force was too strong, and his bandaged hand injury broke. Xiangjila immediately let go. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yin Zhenyu just glanced at the wound on his hand, and shook his head. It doesn't matter. The two of them fell into an awkward silence. It's not that I don't believe you. In the end, it was Yin Zhenyu who broke the silence. It's just that in this kind of thing, anyone would doubt it first. Then don't you think the bracelet thing I mentioned is outrageous? Xiangjila lowered his head, and twisted his fingers. Yin Zhenyu's eyes were entangled with her slender fingers, watching her small movements due to nervousness, and thought for a while. You have experienced a lifetime, and come back again, and you can also be a living person. Which one is not outrageous? Then aren't you worried that the bracelet I mentioned is also fake? Xiangjila asked him seriously. What good will it do you to lie to me? Yin Zhenyu asked back. No. Xiangjila spoke sullenly. Yin Zhenyu said him softly, and helped her sit behind a desk where he was reading the map. Isn't that right? After that, he asked again, did the doctor take your pulse? Xiangjila shook his head and looked up at him. Within a month, the doctor can't tell anything. If Gong Sunming was here. Before Yin Zhenyu could finish his words, Xiangjila spoke before him. Even if he can tell something, I don't want too many people to know for the time being. Why? Xiangjila's hand slowly rested on her belly. Because when I was working in the Xiang mansion, I heard from the maids in the mansion that babies under 3 months old are very stingy. They are not happy if others know their existence except their biological father. If they are unhappy, they will leave. Yin Zhenyu was silent for a moment, squatted beside her, and stretched out his hand to lightly rest on the back of her hand covering her belly, if it's too hard. Guessing what he wanted to say next, Xiangjila quickly reached out and covered his mouth. Silly Zhenyu, this is fate, you are not allowed to refuse. Yin Zhenyu, Okay, I know I cried a little too much just now. Seeing the entanglement in his eyes, Xiangjila softened his tone. At most I promise you that after Uncle Jing's affairs are resolved, I will go back to the mansion to take care of the baby, and not go anywhere until the baby is born safely, okay? Yin Junhua lowered his eyes, as if to judge how credible Xiangzila's words were. After all, the promises made by the little woman have never been fulfilled. He doesn't care whether there is a child or not, but he is afraid that if the child has any accidents, it will implicate her. Junhua, okay? Seeing that he had no reaction, Xiangjila simply reached out and grabbed his ears and gently shook his head, saying coquettishly, I will take good care of myself and the child. You don't have to worry, really. Yin Junhua was dizzy from being shaken, and directly grabbed the restless little hands in his hands, explaining, you know that this is not what I mean. Chapter 684. I know everything. Xiangjila leaned into his arms. But Junhua, if the love between husband and wife is strong, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to have a child? In this world, the one I love most is Junhua, and the second one I love is our little baby. When the time comes, we will be a family of 3, a couple, and it will be very happy just thinking about it. Speaking of this, her eyes were full of spirit, as if in the next moment, she could see her and Junhua's child Chenghuan in their lap, calling daddy and mommy. However, her beautiful dream did not last too long. Because not long after she leaned on Yin Jun, the whole tent collapsed, which was very unpleasant. Even though Yin Junhua was alert, he still couldn't escape the fate of being crushed. Xiangjila was in a hurry and dragged him into the space. When Yin Junhua appeared in the space, the whole space was obviously trembling. Changju, who was sitting in front of Xiaomiao, was surprised when he saw Xiangjila bringing someone in. When he saw who was coming, his face immediately became happy. Master, little ghost cultivator. Because of joy, he flew to Xiangjila today. Yin Junhua instinctively protected Xiangjila behind him. Changju was not annoyed, and excitedly ran around Yin Junhua. Master, Changju misses you. Xiangjila smiled and comforted, Junhua, don't worry, his name is Changju, he has protected me many times before, and there is also a thing called Gongjing number 3 here, but it just happened to be busy recently. I will let you meet it when there is a chance in the future. Before she and Junhua recovered their memories of their past lives, Gongjing number 3 said that there was a seal on Changju's hairpin that Junhua had cast before. If Junhua entered the space, the aura on his body would make Changju feel it, and he would break the seal directly. Therefore, she has always been very conflicted about whether to let Junhua know the existence of the space. Unexpectedly, she encountered danger today and accidentally dragged Junhua in. Fortunately, the consequences were not as serious as Gongjing number 3 said. No. Changju ran and shook his head, finally stopped in front of the 2 people, and looked at Xiangjila pitifully. Master, it's not right. Xiangjila's heart skipped. What's wrong? Heavenly Way. Changju pointed to his head, and the wound on Yin Junhua's body. Master, it's not right to be injured. Xiangjila tried to tell Changju what he understood from his words. What's wrong? You mean, that Heavenly Way let your master get hurt, and the way he got hurt is not right. Changju shook his head. He kept saying no. After Xiangjila had communicated with him several times without success, he actually wanted to reach out and pull Yin Junhua. Yin Junhua glanced at Xiangjila, who was sweating on his forehead. He wanted to shake off Changju's hand, but he forcibly suppressed the action of shaking off Changju and let Changju pull Yin Junhua to the granary. Xiangjila followed closely behind. Where are you taking your master? Changju didn't take Yin Junhua anywhere, but just took him to a haystack behind the granary, pointed to the haystack that exuded the fragrance of wheat, and curved his eyebrows. Master, sleep. Yin Junhua frowned. Xiangjila saw this and understood Changju's intention, and immediately dragged him to lie on the haystack. Yin Junhua was about to speak when something magical happened. The fresh scent of wheat that entered his nose calmed his restless heart in the past few months. The bloody scene that he could see as soon as he closed his eyes in the past few months did not appear again this time. Maybe it was because he was too tired, or maybe it was because Xiangjila made him feel safe by his side. He, who was always very cautious, could fall asleep as soon as he touched the bed. I have never seen him so tired. Xiangjila's nose was sore, and she reached out her hand to cover his cheek, which was slightly sunken due to fatigue. Her eyes fell on the wound on his arm that was broken by her pinch. She pointed at his arm and asked Changju in a low voice, Do you have medicine and water? Give me some? Theoretically speaking, Gongjing number 3 had given Xiangjila so many strange rewards before, and there should be no shortage of golden wound medicine. Sure enough, after Xiangjila asked, Changju quickly brought her medicine to treat the wound. While he was sleeping, Xiangjila reached out and opened his waist belt. Yazui Pass. Wang Fu Xiao, and his team took back a lot of strange herbs from the Shishia medicine storehouse before midnight. When I took the herbs you needed, there were many other herbs on the shelves, so I took them all back. Some I couldn't bring back, so I burned them directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gong Sun Ming stood in front of the cart, pulling various herbs that were randomly tied together, pulling out this one to smell, picking up that one to chew. After a long while, he looked at Huang Fuxiao. These are common miasma-removing herbs. They can be boiled in water to cool off the heat. Keep them for now, and use them later. That's fine. Huang Fuxiao nodded, and ordered the soldiers to move all the herbs to the warehouse. After Gong Sun Ming got what he needed, he turned around and was about to go back, but Huang Fuxiao chased him and called him. Dr. Gong Sun, please stay. Gong Sun Ming took a half step and stopped in midair, as if he had been acupunctured from a distance. He quietly waited for Huang Fuxiao's next words. As if he had made up his mind, Huang Fuxiao said to Gong Sun Ming firmly, Li Yu, I will not give up. Gong Sun Ming finally took the step that stopped in midair, and still did not look back. However, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he did not take Huang Fuxiao's words seriously. Whether you give up or not has nothing to do with me. The final choice is made by Li Yu. Chapter 685. After saying that, Gong Sun Ming left without looking back. Huang Fuxiao took a step to catch up. Qi Muji, who was standing by, saw this and immediately stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder. Huang Fu, you are impulsive again. This sentence pulled Huang Fuxiao back from the edge of an angry outburst. He clenched his fists. I know. Then, he looked around and did not see his sister. He wondered, where is Xiaoxila? In the space. Chongju had already slept beside Yin Zhenyuo after he fell asleep. After treating all the wounds on Yin Zhenyuo, big and small, new or old, Xiaoxila also lay down beside him. The worry in her eyes never dissipated, tossing and turning. Finally, she still rested her head on her hands, looked at the person sleeping beside her, and murmured worriedly, Zhenyuo, what happened to you in the past few months? Obviously. When they parted 3 months ago, he had no wounds on his body. Moreover, his own injury recovery speed and his skin recovery speed are extremely fast. His injuries cannot leave scars. Little ghost repair. Gongjing No. 3's voice suddenly rang in Xiangjila's ears. Xiangjila shuddered, sat up again and looked around. In the vast space, except for the glowing seedlings, the cattle and sheep had already rested on the ground, and there was no trace of Gongjing No. 3 at all. Little ghost cultivator, don't look around. My spirit is a little weak now, so I'm still in seclusion. Gongjing No. 3's voice rang again. I sense the arrival of the master, so I established contact with you. Time is limited, so I keep it short. Master's aura is not right, Chongju has sensed it. But what happened to Master? Now my spiritual power is limited, and I can't sense it. When I brought Jun Nua into the space, Xiao Ju pointed at Jun Nua, and said Heavenly Tao. Could it be because of that Heavenly Tao? Gongjing No. 3 was silent for a moment. I can't say for sure. But I will be back as soon as possible. Okay. With just one word, Gongjing No. 3 didn't understand what Xiangjila was feeling now. In order to prevent Xiangjila from being too anxious, Gongjing No. 3 did not tell her that when heaven knew that the master's evil spirit had drifted to this place to experience tribulations, if he knew that it and the little ghost cultivator were here, it would inevitably intervene. If the master's aura was really because of the intervention of heaven, then it would be a big trouble. On the fairy mountain of Penglai surrounded by fairy air. In front of the white jade table, a young man with white hair and a white robe embroidered with yin and yang tai chi pattern sat cross-legged, concentrating on using tortoise shells to tell fortunes. Soon, 2 hexagram coins with exquisite and complex patterns overlapped. The young man gently pushed the overlapping hexagram coins apart. His slender fingers were clearly jointed and cold and white like jade. His fingertips fell on the hexagram coins, like a touch of cool frost falling on people's hearts, making people feel the coldness eroding their whole bodies for no reason. The first hexagram is a decisive kill, and the last hexagram is a newborn. The man raised his eyes from the hexagram to the person sitting opposite him. His eyebrows were as cold as water. It's really like this. The person opposite was wearing a pure black cloak, and his tall and straight figure was almost completely hidden in the cloak. Hearing the young man's words, he hooked his thin red lips wickedly. I knew it would be like this. Meng Zhang. Yin Zhenyuo slept for 3 days and 3 nights intermittently. The reason why it was intermittent was that during this period, Xiangjila had left the space and asked Chu Shan to send someone to deliver a letter to Huang Fuxiao, telling Huang Fuxiao that she had something to do these days, and would go back after she was done. As a result, she just came out, and Yin Junyo followed her out awake. Xiangjila thought it was a coincidence. Unexpectedly, the next few times were like this. As long as Xiangjila left the space, Yin Junyo would stop whatever he was doing in the space and leave the space. In other words, she could hide in the space, but if she wanted to hide Junyo, she had to be in the space as well. However, these were not the problems. The problem was that as soon as Junyo left the space, he would wake up immediately, no matter how deep he slept in the space. After several times, Yin Junyo's spirit was even more depressed than before. Xiangjila saw it and was anxious. He simply made up his mind. After Chushan came back from work again, he discussed with him to let Yin Junyo rest for a few days, and not disturb her no matter what happened. When Chushan heard Xiangjila say that he had found a place for Yin Junyo to rest for a few days, he almost raised his feet to agree. But princess, our idea is beautiful, but the prince may not cooperate. Chushan said in embarrassment. You know, in order to make the prince obedient, he even played the trump card of the princess, but it still didn't work. Xiangjila held his head high and assured Chushan he will cooperate this time. Curious about how Xiangjila would convince Yin Junyo, Chushan immediately followed Xiangjila with an air of watching the fun. As Chushan expected, Xiangjila had just asked Yin Junyo to go with her to the place where they had rested before, but Yin Junyo refused directly. I have rested enough these days. Yes, Xiangjila looked at the haggard face, standing in front of his desk with his arms folded, and nodded seriously. I have rested enough. Your Highness, have you not looked in the mirror for a long time? Speaking of this, she wanted to put her hand on his desk, but the shadow of the last time the big tent collapsed made Xiangjila's half-bent waist straighten up again, and resumed the action of holding his chest with both hands. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him with disdain. You must not know how ugly you are now. The area around your eyes is as dark as if you were punched twice, and your skin is dark yellow like a sick ghost. Now don't say you are 24. If you go out and tell others that you are 42, no one will doubt it. Maybe, if you go out with me with this face, others will not think that we are a good match, but will only think that we are father and daughter. If you meet 1 or 2 lechers who like me, they may ask your daughter if she will get married. Chushan, who was outside the tent, felt a chill on his spine when he heard Xiangjila's words. Princess, you can talk and make a fuss, but don't joke about this kind of thing. Sure enough, after hearing what Xiangjila said, a thick haze gathered around Yin Junyo at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiangjila. He called out her name word by word. If it were before, Xiangjila would definitely not dare to test the edge of death, but now it's different. She is tough. Yes, old man Yin. When she spoke, she even stood up straight. Old man Yin? It didn't sound like she was joking when she heard her seriousness. Yin Junyo gritted his teeth and smiled. You are getting more and more courageous. Not only did you dare to complain about his old age, but now you even dare to say that he is ugly. Chapter 686. Xiangjila raised her chin proudly. It's natural, the prince gave me the courage. Women, you really can't spoil them. Yin Junyo sneered and stood up, took 2 steps forward, grabbed her chin, and squeezed the small flesh on both sides of her cheeks to the middle with both hands in revenge. I am Father Yin. Then you are old lady Xiang. Xiangjila's face was squeezed like a pufferfish that was inflated into a ball, and the lines on her face were squeezed into 2 long and thin grooves. Seeing her like this, Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows and smiled. Old lady Xiang, your face is full of wrinkles now. Xiangjila immediately counterattacked, and stretched out his hands to try to win back a city, but his hands and feet were not as long as Yin Junyo's, so he was not at an advantage. Yin Junyo, if you have the guts, let go, let's fight one-on-one. Yin Junyo smiled with interest. Now it's a one-on-one fight. Why should I let go? You just bully me with your long legs. Xiangjila tried hard to wave her short legs and short hands to arch in front of him. Yin Junyo immediately let go of the hand that was pinching her face, and easily stretched out his hand to hold her forehead, letting her hands wave like propellers, and leisurely brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. If you have the guts, grow taller. Xiangjila, just very angry. With a burst of anger, Xiangjila's familiar churning feeling in his stomach came again. Realizing that something was wrong with her, Yin Junyo immediately released his hand on her forehead, and nervously wanted to carry her horizontally to the bed, but she stopped him. After her reaction passed, he helped her sit behind the desk, quickly poured a glass of water, bent over and handed it to her. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Xiangjila took the teacup and put it down quickly, and while he was bending over, he reached out and pinched his face. The fox eyes blinked at him provocatively. Silly Junyo, do you dare to insult me for being short? This time, Yin Junyo did not tease her like before, but looked down in disappointment. The tone was disappointing. Do you really care that I am 6 years older than you? Xiangjila hated to see him like this, and shook his head quickly. How could it be? Let alone Junyo is 6 years older than me. Even if Junyo is 16 or 26 years older than me, as long as it is you, I will not care. But you clearly did not say that just now. It's different just now. What I did just now was... Halfway through her words, Xiangjila immediately reacted. Yin Junyo, are you done yet? She reached out and hit his arm unhappily. You're pretending, keep pretending. When he first met Uncle Jing and Brother Xiao, didn't he use this look and tone to trick her into saying all kinds of nice things? Careless. How could she forget that this man used this look every time he wanted to hang her up or wanted her to cooperate more? I knew that after having a child, you didn't love me as much. Yin Junyo didn't care about the tone, as long as he could control a stupid woman. As he expected, Xiangjila really couldn't bear to see him being wronged. Even though she didn't want to be treated like that, her body still honestly hugged him back and comforted him. Silly Junyo, how could that be? Chu Shan, who was eavesdropping outside the tent, heard with his own ears how the two of them turned from fighting to friendship, and from childish quarrels to endless love talks. At first, he could still listen to the interaction between the two of them with goosebumps all over his body, but in the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and left. Too disgusting, unbearable. If he had known this, he would not have come. Inside the tent, after realizing that Chu Shan had left, Xiangjila immediately dragged Yin Junyo into the space. Beside the warehouse, there was still a pile of wheat, and Changju was still waiting beside the wheat. Seeing the couple, he greeted them enthusiastically. Are you here? Xiangjila reached out and touched Changju's head, then turned to look at Yin Junyo. Be obedient. If you don't want to be disliked by me, just stay alert. Yin Junyo looked at her flat belly with a rather depressed look. Now it seems that even if he keeps his spirits up, he may not be able to do anything. Anyway, he is here, and he is no longer as resistant as he was just outside the space. He laid down obediently in the place where he lay before, and fell into a deep sleep in a short while. When he woke up again, the sky was dotted with stars, and it was dark all around. However, these were not important to him. What was important was that he felt that his whole mental state had returned, and even the injuries on his body did not hurt anymore. Not far from the haystack, a small bonfire was lit. The little woman he had been thinking about was sitting by the fire with a child named Changju. The two of them had their backs to him and put their hands to the fire in unison, as if they had a tacit understanding from birth. Looking at the backs of the big and small, for the first time, Yin Junyo felt that having a child was not as bad as he had imagined. Not far from the bonfire, a small seedling emitting a warm halo attracted his attention. He was about to stand up, but Xiangjila, who was warming herself by the fire, heard the noise behind him and immediately turned to look at him. Awake? As she spoke, she wrapped 2 baked potatoes that were still warm in the oven with a handkerchief. Are you hungry? Eat something. Yin Junyo took the potatoes, his eyes fixed on the seedling. Xiangjila smiled at him. After you finish eating, I take you to see it. While Yin Junyo was eating potatoes, Xiangjila was not idle either. She had arranged a lot of things for him to do, including how long he had slept in there, and what she wanted him to do in the past few days. Seeing Yin Junyo's hesitant expression, Xiangjila said to him seriously, I know you are always busy with official duties, but health is everything. If you don't rest well, your body will definitely not be able to bear it for a long time. What if something happens to you? What will you do to me and my mother? Hearing her take the initiative to bring up this topic, Yin Junyo lowered his eyelids and looked at the 2 potatoes in his hand that were still warm. He said softly, Xiangjila, if what? After waiting for a long time without hearing Yin Junyo's next words, Xiangjila picked up one of the baked potatoes and helped him peel it. Yin Junyo turned his head to look at the little woman next to him. When he saw the satisfaction between her eyebrows, the words on his lips became, If you can choose a child, do you like a boy or a girl? His hand stopped peeling the potato. Xiangjila looked up and thought for a while, then adjusted his sitting position and leaned his head on his shoulder. Finally, he said slowly, I haven't thought about this carefully. Aren't boys and girls the same? Chapter 687. Changju heard the 2 people's discussion and came to Yin Junyo with a baked potato in his hand. He and Xiangjila stood on the left and right, sandwiching Yin Junyo in the middle. Yin Junyo rarely pushed Changju away and let the big and small approach him. On the surface, His expression was normal, but at this moment, he had already felt a strange feeling in his heart because of the big and small approaching him. This feeling was like he had been sitting in the ice and snow for years, and suddenly someone brought him 2 thick quilts to keep him warm. He didn't particularly like this feeling, but he didn't hate it either. Ju-like, boy. Changju looked at Xiangjila, then looked at Yin Zhenyu, pointed at the seedling not far away that was emitting warm and soft light, and said stubbornly, "Little master, boy." "Little master?" Yin Zhenyu looked at Xiangjila, seemingly not understanding why Changju pointed at a seedling and called him little master. If he remembered correctly, Changju seemed to call him master. The little master should be his child. His child is a tree? Ha! Ridiculous. This. Xiangjila looked at the seedlings on the functional soil, and was a little embarrassed to speak. "What are you saying? That's my land, and the seedlings are the seeds you planted? And your baby is a tree? Huh?" With an upward ending tone, Xiangjila closed his eyes again from the bottom of his heart, not daring to look into Yin Zhenyu's eyes. "That's it, that's what you understand." I'm afraid this is the first time Yin Zhenyu has heard such a ridiculous thing since he was a child. As expected, as soon as Xiangjila finished speaking, Yin Zhenyu immediately looked at her with a strange expression. "So what you mean is that you and I are both human beings, but you gave birth to a tree?" At this point, Xiangjila simply gave up. It's not a question of whether it's a tree or not. It's just that you loosened the soil and planted the seeds. What the seedling grows depends on what the father looks like. I, as a mother, am a piece of land. If he really grows into a tree, then you can only blame yourself as a father for being a piece of wood. Yin Zhenyu stared at her, and suddenly he seemed to think of something interesting, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Even if it is wood, it is still a beautiful piece of wood. As long as you gave birth to it for me, wood is wood. I don't want our children to be wood in the future. What? What? Xiangjila opened his mouth slightly, and prepared a lot of words to attack Yin Zhenyu, but he was stuck. Yin Zhenyu's eyes fell on the seedling not far away, and he repeated what he had just said. At the end, he said to Xiangjila seriously, "I don't know whether this wooden kid likes gems or gold." "Silly Zhenyu, are you okay?" Xiangjila widened his eyes, put his hand on his head, and then put his hand on his head. "Didn't get enough rest. Did you sleep, stupid?" "Don't really sleep, stupid." Seeing the worry in her eyes, Yin Zhenyu grabbed her hand that was on his forehead, and put it to his lips, and pressed it. "Silly girl," he smiled at her gently, "you just said it so clearly. This metaphor is almost a simile. If I can't understand anything, how can I be your husband?" He was teasing her again. Xiangjila reached out, and poked him in the waist with his elbow. "Silly Zhenyu, you're having fun teasing me, right?" Yin Zhenyu felt pain, but the corners of his mouth lifted up involuntarily. At first, he was really surprised when he knew that the seedling was most likely his child. But he knew it was impossible after thinking about it. How could a person give birth to a tree? Later, the little woman loosened the soil and sowed seeds and told him a lot. He understood it immediately. Perhaps this little seedling is also a metaphor. Growing here is to let them know roughly how strong the child is in his mother's belly. At present, it seems that the little seedling is growing well, which means that the little guy should have good vitality. Inexplicably, he thought of the little woman telling him that she was willing to suffer this kind of pain for him. Yin Zhenyu's eyebrows were inexplicably filled with tenderness. He stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms, but said coldly, "Xiangjila, you don't really think you are pregnant with a tree, do you?" Xiangjila immediately raised his voice when Yin Zhenyu accidentally guessed his reaction when he first saw Miuzi. "I'm not as stupid as you." The sharp retort was enough to explain everything. Yin Zhenyu tried hard to hold back his laughter. Yes, you're not stupid. Happy days always pass very quickly. After staying in the space for only a few days, without any heavenly punishment or other interference, Yin Zhenyu's spirit and energy recovered quickly. During these days in the space, the two of them tacitly avoided talking about anything in the outside world. Changju likes to pester Yin Zhenyu these days. What's rare is that Yin Zhenyu not only doesn't resist Changju like he did when he first entered the space, but also holds Changju in front of the functional soil and watches the seedling grow up with him. Even though the seedling didn't move all day, Yin Zhenyu and Changju watched the seedling grow up, while Xiangjila stood behind them, looking at the two figures, one big and one small, squatting in front of the functional soil with gentle eyes. At night, before Yin Zhenyu went to bed, he would always put his hand on Xiangjila's lower abdomen and gently rub it, as if he had a lot to say to the child. But he said nothing. On the last night in the space, Xiangjila suddenly had a brainwave and asked Yin Zhenyu. Zhenyu, what if the child only looks like me and not you in the future? The loose haystack was covered with a layer of soft brocade. The bed they made temporarily in the space was more comfortable than the bed Xiangjila slept in the cliff mouth. Yin Zhenyu hugged her from behind, put his hand on her lower abdomen, and buried his head in her neck. What's wrong with looking like you? His voice was filled with fatigue, as if he could fall asleep the next moment. Xiangjila pulled his hand away and turned to face him. Yin Zhenyu also lost some of his sleepiness because of her little action. What's wrong? You didn't answer me. Xiangjila put her arm around his neck, half coquettishly, and asked shyly, what's so good about the child being like me? Chapter 688. Just when Xiangjila was expecting him to say, I like my child to look like you. Yin Zhenyu smiled at her tenderly, and his eyes on her were also covered with a layer of warmth along with his tenderness. It doesn't matter if it looks like you but not me, but if it looks like neither me nor you, then you're dead. Hearing Yin Zhenyu's words, Xiangjila's shy smile froze on her lips, and all her charming thoughts disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, she shouldn't have any hope of silly Zhenyu saying sweet words. Pregnancy reaction these days, Xiangjila's mood is always getting too high. Now that Yin Zhenyu is by her side, she feels at ease, and her nausea has also decreased. After complaining to Yin Zhenyu that he can't say gentle love words, she obediently buried her head in his arms and fell asleep. The corners of Yin Zhenyu's mouth curled up softly. He habitually pressed his lips to her forehead, and slowly fell asleep while holding her. In the quiet space, time seemed to be standing still. A beam of golden light mixed with red and green light came out of Changju's body, and the golden light slowly spread, first turning into a flexible dragon, and then gathering into a human shape, quickly covering Yin Zhenyu and merging with him. Feeling the power being drained from his body, Changju shuddered and woke up immediately. When he opened his eyes, he saw the golden light mixed with red and green light merging into Yin Zhenyu's body. He immediately turned over and sat up, eyes full of astonishment. When he woke up the next day, there was no one besides Xiangjila. Based on her experience, she found two figures, one big and one small, sitting cross-legged next to the functional soil. These two people are really. Xiangjila bit his lip and silently swallowed his smile. It's just a small seedling. You two really can't get tired of looking at it every day. Hearing her voice, the two paused at the same time and turned back to look at her. This expression and action. Xiangjila sighed again. If you say that this is a father and son, there will really be people who believe it. Walking to the two of them with her hands behind her back, she changed the action of crossing her chest with both hands, and raised her eyebrows to look at the two of them in a deep manner. You have been together these days. Tell me, are you hiding some little secrets that you don't want me to know? Changju instinctively looked up at Yin Zhenyu beside him. Yin Zhenyu's eyes flickered slightly, hiding the complicated pain in his eyes. He raised his hand to hold her and brought her to his side, one hand covering her lower abdomen, and the other hand pointing at the small seedling with a halo in front of him. The little secret is that the little bud has sprouted two new buds. I think the little guy will be well raised in your belly. Changju watched the interaction between the two curiously, and he also touched his belly like Yin Zhenyu did when he put his hand on Xiangjila's belly. Seeing this, Xiangjila immediately pushed away his hand on his belly with his ears burning. Changju is still here. Yin Zhenyu chuckled softly and took back his hand. Okay, I'm going out. Xiangjila frowned slightly, feeling Zhenyu's smile was not right. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just when Xiangjila was about to take Yin Zhenyu out, Changju followed. He stretched out his hand and tugged at the hem of Xiangjila's clothes, frowned, and said seriously, Ghost Cultivator Ju wants to go out. At this point, he pointed at Yin Zhenyu. Protect the master. Protect Zhenyu? Xiangjila frowned and looked at him. Recalling Yin Zhenyu's recent bad luck, Xiangjila felt that letting Changju go out didn't seem to be a bad thing, and looked at Yin Zhenyu. Take Changju with you. Is it convenient? Yin Zhenyu and Changju looked at each other for a moment and nodded. Okay. Well, you look similar anyway, so you can just say that you found Changju, and you get along well with him. Yin Zhenyu, Changju, The three of them left the space, and pretended to come back from the depths of the deserted mountain. Seeing Chu Shan scolding his subordinates from a distance, Xiangjila stretched out his elbow, and poked Yin Zhenyu's waist and abdomen, jokingly saying, I didn't expect Chu Shan to be so manly when scolding his subordinates. Seeing Yin Zhenyu's face darken on the spot, Xiangjila immediately added, Thanks to Zhenyu's good teaching, he has trained such a simple boy to be so outstanding. The dark face immediately brightened. Hearing the movement beside him, Chu Shan immediately turned around, and when he saw the few people, who looked like a family of 3, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Just as he was about to go forward with his subordinates to greet them, a loud warhorse neigh attracted everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, a green-maned and white-haired horse galloped happily towards Xiangjila. Xiangjila's fox eyes lit up, and she immediately shook off the hand held by Yan Zhenyu and took 2 steps forward. The jade horse stopped majestically in front of her, and she reached out and patted its horse face familiarly. "Dekong, are your injuries healed?" The jade horse raised its hoof happily and snorted before rubbing in front of her, as if to tell her, "It's healed a long time ago." Then it moved a few steps closer to Xiangjila, trying to tell Xiangjila how much it missed her. As a result, Yan Zhenyu grabbed the reins and said, "Be careful, she is not in good health, don't be impatient and hurt her." Although Yusong didn't know what the male owner meant by inconvenience, it still took 2 steps back to keep a distance from Xiangjila. Said Chu Shan to protect Xiangjila and walked Yusong. Yan Zhenyu took Changju into the big tent. As soon as the curtain was released, Yan Zhenyu's aura suddenly changed, and he was like a completely different person in front of Xiangjila. He stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and a barrier immediately appeared outside the big tent. Changju shrank and knelt on the ground, lowering his little head. "Master!" His voice was vaguely filled with fear. Yan Zhenyu's tone was calm. "You have fully utilized the blood from my fingertips, and the residual soul that was sealed on the hairpin. They have all become human forms." Changju trembled and dared not speak. The purpose of the beating had been achieved, and Yan Zhenyu withdrew the pressure on Changju. "Forget it, I appreciate your sincerity, and you can keep this body." "Thank you, master." Changju respectfully bowed to Yan Zhenyu and thanked him. Yan Zhenyu nodded slightly. "Get up." After seeing Changju stand up, he continued, "The heavenly Tao interfered, and my barrier was dispersed by the heavenly Tao. The dragon veins of the 5 countries in the Central Plains have changed drastically. I am in Dahuang, and the dragon veins have always liked dragon energy, so they will naturally flow to Dahuang. The turmoil in the world has become inevitable. What you and Shan Shui have to do is to protect the mistress and the young master in the turmoil." Hearing this, Changju's face fell. "Ju can't fight the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao has reached out to the mortal world at this time point, it is nothing more than speculating that the spiritual essence of my body and soul sacrificed to the world in exchange for her rebirth has not completely dissipated, and the heavenly punishment has fallen, which means that he has known my existence and wants to take this opportunity to force me out. I will handle the heavenly Tao issue." Hearing this, Gongjing number 3 looked outside hesitantly. "Little ghost cultivator, you don't have to let her know about this. Here, I have always kept my word." However, the remnant soul was awakened by the heavenly punishment of the heavenly Tao. "I am afraid that there will be more and more troubles in the future." Fortunately, when the evil spirit experienced the catastrophe, in order to give himself a more real experience, he still left a trace of essence on this flesh. With the attraction of essence, his remnant soul can merge with the body of this world. When Yan Zhenyu wakes up, their souls and bodies will merge and become one again, and Yan Zhenyu's memories of his original world will be restored, and he will know of his existence. I think, after knowing the motives of the heavenly Tao, he will know how to arrange things later. After all, it is more appropriate for the mortal body to do things in the mortal world. Chapter 689. At noon, Xiangjila came back from walking the jade horse, and went to find Yan Zhenyu as soon as possible. When she entered Yan Zhenyu's tent, and found that he was still sleeping soundly, and Changju was guarding him closely, Xiangjila's brows were tightly furrowed. "What's wrong with him?" Changju immediately gave up his seat to Xiangjila. "Master, I'm tired, take a rest." Tired again? Now, Xiangjila was even more worried. Originally planned to go back to Yazui Pass today, but had to postpone it for another day. Fortunately, Yan Zhenyu was sound asleep this time, and there was no such thing as the big tent collapsing, or being struck by thunder, or blown away by the wind. Yan Zhenyu did not wake up at lunch. Yan Zhenyu did not wake up at dinner either. Chu Shan was worried about Xiangjila's physical condition, and came twice during this period to persuade her to rest in the tent next to her, but was rejected by Xianggjila. After Chu Shan left, Xiangjila picked up Changju, who was sleeping soundly behind the desk, and put him next to Yan Zhenyu. After covering the two with a quilt, Xiangjila found that the two looked more similar when compared together. She chuckled, and in a blink of an eye, she saw Yan Zhenyu's eyebrows were still tightly furrowed even when he was sleeping, and she couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke them. Unfortunately, the wrinkles between his eyebrows were too deep, and she couldn't smooth them out no matter how hard she tried, so she had to give up. Silly Junyo, what did you dream about? It seems like a very difficult problem. The sleeping man didn't answer her question. Xiangjila stretched out her hand to rub her tight waist and yawned. She glanced at the sky. It was indeed time to rest. Her eyes first fell on the bed that became a little crowded after the long Ju was added. In the end, she asked Shushan for a quilt and rolled up the quilt to sleep on the floor beside the bed. The sun was rising. Xiangjila opened her eyes and saw Yin Junyo's face magnified in front of her. She gasped and was about to shrink back, but he pulled her back. Why are you running? Xiangjila realized at this time that she was already sleeping in the bed. Where is Changju? Xiangjila immediately looked around. Finally, she saw the place where she slept last night, and there was a small bulge. She looked at Yin Junyo with a smile. Silly Junyo, I advise you to be a human being. Changju is still so young. Yin Junyo turned his head to look at Changju meaningfully, and then put his eyes back on Xiangjila. He won't get sick, but you will. While speaking, he once again hugged her tightly in his arms, as if he was holding a treasure that had been lost and found again. Xiangjila was almost choked by him. Xiangjila. What? Hearing that his tone was wrong, Xiangjila gave up struggling and obediently let him hold her, not knowing why. Yin Junyo's eyes were slightly red. After waking up from the long memory, he clearly had thousands of words to say to her, but in the end, he could only squeeze out 2 words with a choked throat. Idiot. It was just a mortal soul, but he spent hundreds of years cultivating to become a ghost with a physical body, and he was not afraid of death and broke into his immortal palace just to see him. Isn't he an idiot? At the beginning, he experienced the love tribulation, but he succeeded in overcoming it because he suddenly realized and withdrew in time. I thought their fate ended here. I didn't expect this idiot to recklessly break into his world again. In the end, Xiangjila didn't see his expression, but felt that Yin Junyo was a little abnormal today, and he still kept saying, Silly Junyo, don't you know that it is very rude to call someone an idiot in the morning? The shackles on her body loosened, and Xiangjila was pushed back to the bed. Thinking that he was going to do something to her early in the morning, she immediately changed her face and refused. Silly Junyo, you can't hug me and lift me up now, I'm pregnant. Seeing her hurriedly using her belly as a shield, Yin Junyo couldn't help but smile, stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? As he said that, he hugged her tightly again and closed his eyes. Lulu, sleep with me for a while. Strange. That's what she said, but Xiangjila still closed her eyes again. After all, she was really tired. As for going back to Yasui Pass, it's only morning now, she squinted. It should be in time if they travel at noon. In time. I feel the person in my arms slowly relax. Yin Junyo, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes again. He gently raised his hand to cast a barrier for the two of them, isolating all interference from the outside world. Then, he gently and slowly stroked her forehead and cheek with his fingertips. Finally, his slender fingers stopped on her calves and gently stroked them. There was endless regret and remorse in his eyes. If I had known my true heart earlier when I met you again in the upper realm, you wouldn't have to suffer the torture of the ghost array. It was noon. Xiangjila and Yin Junyo were going back after lunch. Yin Junyo saw them off. There were more than a dozen guards accompanying them. Junyo, the protection of the Qilin guards you left for me is enough. I really don't need so many people. Xiangjila walked beside Yin Junyo and said softly, besides, there are too many people, it's inconvenient to do things, and it's easy to expose your identity. Layli. What's wrong? She accidentally met Yin Junyo's affectionate eyes, and she blushed and dodged as if she was electrocuted. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that after waking up from her nap in the morning, she felt that Junyo seemed to be more affectionate than before. No, maybe he had always been affectionate before, but his affection was just enough before, for fear that she would be proud. Now, he seemed to have become unscrupulous. She felt embarrassed by this kind of direct gaze. Hearing the movements of the master in front, the people behind him lowered their heads very tactfully, and did not dare to overstep their boundaries. Yin Junyo took a step closer to her, naturally put his hands around her waist, bent down and whispered in her ear, be careful when you go back. When he stood up, he intentionally or unintentionally brushed her cheek with his thin lips. Xiangjila's heart was beating like a young girl who had just begun to fall in love. Oh my god, silly Junyo actually kissed her in public. Bah! She is his wife, isn't this natural? Why is she nervous? Why is she shy? Pretentious. She cursed herself inwardly. A low laugh came from her ear, And Yin Junyo leaned close to her ear again, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I have discovered now, Xiang Jila, when we are in a big fight, you are more shameless than anyone else, but when it comes to such daily trivial matters, you get nervous. The warm breath spread around her earlobes, and Xiang Jila felt goosebumps running from the back of her neck to the coccyx. Her face turned redder, and she stepped on him in anger. Yin Junyo, shut up. Can such things be said in public? Chapter 690. After Xiang Jila and the guards escorting her walked away, Yin Junyo's face, which was still normal, suddenly became gloomy. Chu Shan. Chu Shan stepped forward tremblingly. Your Highness? You stay here to meet the princess, and wait for me in Nanling before the 15th day of the first lunar month. Your Highness, didn't you say before? Now I need to report to you when I do something? I dare not. By the way, Your Highness. Suddenly remembering what Xiang Jila said to him before he left, Chu Shan asked in confusion, the princess said that the young master in your tent is your newly recognized godson. Is it really okay to bring the young master with you? Yin Junyo glanced at him coldly. Are you questioning the princess's decision? Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Chu Shan quickly lowered his head. It was my subordinate who overstepped his authority. Not long after Yin Junyo returned to the camp, he rode his jade horse and left the barren mountain alone. Chu Shan, who was always ready to meet Xiang Jila, was left staring at the young master in front of him. Chu Shan remembered that the princess had brought this child with her before. Because he looked a bit like the prince, he thought the princess was going to punish the prince. I didn't expect that after a year, this child would still appear so coincidentally, and suddenly become the prince's adopted son. But I have to say that this child seems to look more like the prince than when they first met last year. Not to mention the adopted son. Even if the prince told others that this was his biological son, people would believe it. But on second thought, the last time I saw this child was in Sichuan, and now I can actually meet him in Shisa of Nanchu. He is just a child of 5 or 6 years old, and he came from the deep mountains. It's a bit weird. When Chu Shan looked at Chongju also looked up at the big man in front of him, who had been staring at him. Suddenly, he grinned and gave Chu Shan a mischievous smile. Fool. Chu Shan, Xiang Jila stayed at Yin Junyo's place for 7 days. Due to the chaos in the previous days, no one got any good results. So these 7 days were relatively calm, except... Jiro, why did you do this? In the temporary cell where the rebels were held, Xiang Jila looked coldly at the embarrassed woman in front of him. There was a very obvious scar on the woman's right arm, which looked like it had been there for several days, and the blood next to the scar was dark. Around the empty cell, the flickering firelight shone on the woman, adding a bit of eerie atmosphere between the two. Liu has always been hard to give her true heart. Since she can live in the same room with you, it means that she has regarded you as a friend. Why do you still want to kill her? When Xiang Jila returned to Yazui Pass today, it was already dark. When Xiang Jila heard the Qilin guard, who was secretly staring at Ji Ro, report that Ji Ro was going to attack Liu, he hoped for a moment that he had heard wrong. Ji Ro, the once ambitious and passionate man of the Jianghu, has now become selfish and mean. Ha! Ji Ro's cold laugh successfully pulled Xiang Jila back to his senses. What are you laughing at? Xiang Jila frowned. I'm laughing. During these days when I was by your side, it seemed that you only looked at me straight in the eye when I wanted to do something to Liu. In your heart, you never regarded me as a friend, maybe even worse than a stranger, because you looked down on me from beginning to end. Am I right, Mu Jun? Oh no, I should call you Xiang Jila now. Speaking of this, she laughed at herself. You are not only the Regent Princess of Da Huang, but also the brother of General Nanchu's son. With such a prominent status. No wonder you look down on me, and don't want to be friends with a commoner like me. Before coming to the temporary cell, Huang Fuxiao had already mentioned to Xiang Jila that Ji Ro knew her identity, so she didn't feel too surprised when Ji Ro said these words in front of her. After all, Ji Ro is not stupid, but she has little experience, so she is short-sighted and blinded by a single leaf. If she had a wider experience, she would not have said the word prominent. After all, in two opposing countries, each has their own identity, and if one fails, he may lose his head at any time. Not knowing Xiang Jila's thoughts, Ji Ro only saw that Xiang Jila didn't even bother to talk to her, and the mockery on her face became even worse. Why, I said that you are so little bit of a... That's right. This world is so cold and indifferent. It has always been the world of the strong. A weak person like me with no identity or background can only be oppressed at the bottom. And you can call the shots as long as you enjoy the glory brought to you by your ancestors. The heaven is unfair. The world is unfair. Hearing Ji Ro muttering to herself, talking about the strong and the weak and fairness, Xiangjila refuted mercilessly. You are wrong. This world is not unfair. It just never sympathizes with the weak. The unfairness you are talking about is just because you are weak now, and you feel that the whole world is against you. The more you want to get something, the more you miss it. Chapter 691. In this world, anything you want needs to be obtained with something of equal value. If you want to get everything, you have to work hard. Only when you become stronger, and have the ability to control things in your hands. Before she finished, Ji-Ro suddenly raised her voice and interrupted her. Who can't say nice words? If I had your ability and your status, I could also say what you are saying now. No, I can say it better than you. Have you improved your ability now? Faced with Xiangjila's question, Ji-Ro's face froze and her voice became weaker. I was born in a bad family. You can't choose your family, but you can choose how to live better. Xiangjila said sternly, you are weak, but that's not a reason for you to complain about the injustice of the world, nor is it an excuse for you to make your heart dark and dirty. I don't accept it, why? Ji-Ro stood up excitedly, and wanted to rush to Xiangjila to lift her collar, but the iron shackles on her feet limited her distance. When she was 2 steps away from Xiangjila, she fell heavily to the ground due to inertia. The 2 Qilin guards who were protecting Xiangjila in the dark were worried that she would rise up again, so they showed up and pressed Ji-Ro to the ground, one on the left and one on the right, not allowing her to get up again. Why? She clenched her fists and struggled unwillingly, gnashing her teeth as she looked at Xiangjila, repeatedly asking why as if she wanted to vent all the anger she had received in the past few months when she was alone in the world. This scene was seen clearly by Huang Fuxiao and others who came later. Seeing Ji-Ro looking like the whole world owes her, Lu Pinghai couldn't help but retort. Your question is so shameless. Your ancestors didn't have any influence, but you don't blame them for not working hard to build a rich family for you. You blame others for their good background. Your abilities are not outstanding, but you don't blame yourself for not working hard to improve your abilities. Instead, you say a lot of things that are unfair. Why, is it fair for others to give all the good things to you who got them without any effort? Ji-Ro choked, but still said, you have been well fed and well clothed since birth, you don't understand. We have no worries about food and clothing. Lu Pinghai seemed to have heard a big joke. He pointed his thumb at the 2 people standing on his left and right. Young Master Huangfu, the son of General Huangfu, lived with others until he was 5 years old, and he couldn't even have enough food to eat. Brother Muji lost his father at the age of 7, and a bunch of relatives came to the family to eat up the family, and the family property was almost divided up by the biased grandmother. And when I was young, as long as I didn't follow my stepmother's wishes, I was locked up in a small dark room and didn't even have food to eat. You said, we have no worries about food and clothing. This kind of worry-free food and clothing is given to you. Do you want it? Ji-Ro was speechless again. Obviously, she didn't expect that those wealthy families, who looked glamorous, actually had so many twists and turns inside. Seeing that Ji-Ro had been silent, Lu Pinghai continued, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about Li Yu, who you attacked a few days ago because of jealousy. You only saw that young Master Huangfu and Xiao Shila had a good relationship with her. In fact, before she met you, what did Li Yu experience with him? Do you know? Did you participate in it? Lu Pinghai became more and more excited. Li Yu gave up her princess just to catch up with DZ. If it were you. Before Lu Pinghai finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao stepped forward and covered his mouth. That's enough, you can shut up. Lu Pinghai said a lot, but Ji-Ro only extracted the most important point. It turns out that Li Yu is the princess of Nanshu. No wonder you all revolve around her. From the moment she said this, Xiangjila didn't even bother to ask her questions. She used to think that it was just Ji-Ro who changed. Now it seems that Ji-Ro has not changed. She has always been such a selfish and self-centered person in her bones. It's just that she was too successful before, so others couldn't see it. Now that she has encountered many setbacks, the dark side of her heart has been magnified. Yes, to a commoner like me, any more words are nonsense. You noble people, every word you say to your own people is precious. Isn't the so-called fairness or unfairness just up to you to say it? Ji-Ro was still pressed to the ground and couldn't move. Seeing that Xiangjila not only ignored her words, but also turned away, she could only look up and smile bitterly, saying sadly, Mu Junyan, I used to think that you were different from others. Because you helped me, I tried my best to become friends with you. I didn't expect that you were such a person. I was blind. Blind? She actually had the nerve to say she was blind in front of her. Xiangjila was so angry that he laughed. He turned around and looked down at Ji-Ro. You keep saying that the world is unfair. Do you know that a person's life is actually a process of trying his best to make unfairness fair? From peddlers to wealthy families, who has not encountered unfairness? But in the face of so-called injustice, some people are trying to accumulate strength and prepare for it, while others simply become blood-sucking leeches, hoping to get charity from others by relying on them. At this point, Seongjila squatted in front of Ji-ro and said slowly, "Ask yourself, when you expect others to treat you sincerely, have you shown some sincerity? You didn't. When others are using sincerity to exchange sincerity, you try to take shortcuts." Ji-ro, it's not scary to be in a low point. What's scary is that you don't know you've fallen. Whether a person is sincere or not can be seen by the people she treats. Ji-ro seems harmless and obedient to her and Liu, but does she really think they can't see the smile that doesn't even reach her eyes? Ji-ro looked at Seongjila for a long time with red eyes. After struggling for several times, she still couldn't get rid of Qilin Guard's hand. Finally, she slowly lowered her eyelids. No more words. After seeing Seongjila leave, Wang Fuxiao and his group also left. Xiao Tao couldn't help but look at Ji-ro and follow the others. "Flute, no matter what, Ji-ro has helped us, and also asked for help when you were in trouble." Seeing Xiao Tao's intention, Chi Muji interrupted, "But it is true that she wanted to kill Princess Liu. Tao Tao, you are still young and don't know that people are treacherous. A few days ago in the Xixia camp, you thought the infantry were kind and didn't take precautions against them, but you were almost trampled to death by those kind infantry. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Xiao Tao choked and his voice became a little softer. "That's one thing, and besides, the Xixia army is the enemy, and it certainly can't be compared with Miss Ji-ro. Moreover, Ji-ro has not succeeded yet. Can't we make it fair, and let her go?" Hearing this, Seongjila also stopped, turned around. His calm eyes swept over the people behind him, and finally fell on Xiao Tao. "Let her go, and then give her another chance to attack our people? I don't think Ji-ro is such a person." Xiao Tao insisted on his own idea. Seeing that Wang Fuxiao, Chi Muji and Lu Pinghai all showed disapproving eyes, Seongjila turned around again and walked forward. He did not give Xiao Tao a direct answer, but said ambiguously, "Liu is a victim. When she wakes up, we will see what she says." Chapter 692. Speaking of Liu, Wang Fuxiao remembered what Gong Sun Ning had said to him before, and he couldn't help but feel a little more worried. "I'm afraid Liu may not remember what happened when she wakes up." Everyone was silent again. Finally, Chi Muji broke the silence. "Maybe it's not appropriate to say this now, but I think we still need to say goodbye to you." After years of tacit understanding, Wang Fuxiao guessed Chi Muji's plan at once. "You're going back now?" Chi Muji nodded, pretending to be relaxed and joking. Before, the return plan was disrupted because of the Xixia tent incident. Now the 2 passes, and 2 cities are slowly recuperating. "If we don't go back, we will have to settle down here." Xiao Tao was about to say something, but was blocked by Chi Muji's eyes. "That's right, you should have gone back a few days ago." Wang Fuxiao felt disappointed, but did not speak to keep him. I want to stay," Xiao Tao said. "I still think." "Tao Tao." Chi Muji called him sternly. Xiao Tao knew what Chi Muji wanted to warn him about, but Miss Ji had helped them after all. If they were to be silenced just because they did something wrong, wouldn't they be people who repay kindness with enmity? "In short, I won't leave until Miss Ji's matter is settled," Xiao Tao said stubbornly and ran away quickly. Chi Muji had always treated Wang Fuxiao and the others as brothers, and took care of Xiao Tao like a younger brother. Xiao Tao is willful and simple, which is his strength and weakness. So all along, the other 3 have protected him very well, but he did not expect that now. Seeing Chi Muji's intention to apologize to her, Seongjila raised her hand to stop him from saying something before he opened his mouth. "Mr. Chi, don't worry too much. The child is too young. He must experience some things to grow up." In the second half of the night, a thin figure sneaked into the temporary cell where the prisoners were held, and knocked out the 2 soldiers guarding it. Ji-ro opened her eyes immediately after hearing the noise. She saw that the person who came was Xiao Tao, who was wearing the armor of a Huangfu army soldier. She felt a strange feeling of loss and expectation in her heart. She felt disappointed because the person who came was the most useless one among the young masters. She expected that this useless young master could really save her. Not knowing what Ji-ro was thinking, Xiao Tao clumsily took out the key to the prison door from the soldier, and helped her open the prison door, and the shackles that locked her feet. "Brother Mu Ji is determined to leave tomorrow. I can't persuade them, so I went to apologize to Liu, and then came to save you." "Is Liu awake?" "No, but the apology is a token of my heart." She won't remember such things when she wakes up. While speaking, he had already stripped off the armor on the guard. Put on this and follow me. Ji-ro only took a glance at the armor in his hand, and immediately understood Zhao Tao's intention. He quickly put on the armor that was a circle larger than himself, and then combed his hair, put on the helmet, and hid all his hair inside the helmet. The two of them hid, and ran in the direction where Zhao Tao had prepared his horse. The journey was so smooth that even Zhao Tao had to doubt himself, whether he was really so amazing. Just when the two thought they were about to succeed, a feather arrow came through the air, and embedded into the ground next to Zhao Tao's ear. Zhao Tao pushed Ji-ro away, and rolled over. Then, torches were lit up around them. The firelight made it impossible for the two to hide. Zhang Chaogong walked in front, and made a pleased gesture to Ji-ro. Miss Ji, Mr. Zhao let the prisoner go without permission, and he needs to be dealt with according to military regulations. If you don't want him to be implicated by you. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Tao immediately stood in front of Ji-ro. She refused to leave, and I dragged her away by force. If you want to deal with it according to military law, just deal with me. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Tao took off the purse he was carrying, turned around and stuffed it into Ji-ro's hand, looking at her with clear eyes. You go, I stay. Although there's not much money in the purse, there's a jade pendant in it. It should be enough for you to spend for a while after pawning it. When Zhao Tao stood in front of her, Ji-ro had already thought about how to put the responsibility on Zhao Tao. Now that Zhao Tao really took everything on himself, her mood became heavier. You? Why did you help me? Obviously. You helped me, I have to repay you. I can't be an ungrateful person. Repaying a favor? You didn't look down on me? We are all human beings. Why should I look down on you? The young man in front of her had clear eyes, and for a moment, Ji-ro felt ashamed in front of him. Mr. Zhao, whether she can leave or not, I'm afraid your words don't count. Zhang Chaogong's voice sounded, dispelling a lot of the strange feeling in Ji-ro's heart. Zhao Tao turned around and looked at Zhang Chaogong again, and was about to speak. The soldiers behind Zhang Chaogong spontaneously made way. For a moment, the newcomer attracted the attention of everyone present. Li Yu? Li Yu was wearing a black hooded cape, with her black hair tied into a ponytail, and she slowly walked into the crowd with the support of Xiang Jila. After stopping, she let go of Xiang Jila's hand, coughed weakly twice, and then looked at the two people in the crowd with a pale face, and said softly, Let's all go. Zhang Chaogong looked at Xiang Jila in confusion. Xiang Jila glanced at Li Yu, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. She nodded slightly to him, her tone quite reluctant. Since Li Yu won't pursue the matter, let her go. Outside the city gate, Ji-ro pushed the money back to Zhao Tao, and climbed onto the horse neatly. I take the jade pendant, and you can keep the silver. Zhao Tao was worried and wanted to stuff the purse into her, but she refused again. If you insist again, I won't even take the jade pendant. Zhao Tao was so scared that he quickly took the purse back. Ji-ro took the opportunity to pull the reins and took a step back, turned the reins and rode away. The loud neighing of war horses pierced the night sky. The brown horse galloped all the way, leaving a line of flying dust in the night. Not even a word of goodbye. Zhao Tao looked in the direction she left in shock. Although he was surprised that she left so suddenly, he was very considerate of her, because she had bad memories here. He scratched his head and walked back. The city gate that was specially opened a crack was closed again. Ji-ro rode on the horse and ran a long way before stopping. Recalling Zhao Tao's undisguised concern, and the clear eyes when he looked at her, her eyes were slightly moist. She looked in the direction of the closed city gate, and a trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in her eyes. She whispered, Zhao Tao, thank you. Chapter 693. On the tower, Xiang Jila and Li Yu stood side by side, watching the gathered soldiers take Zhao Tao back to the interior to find Huang Fuxiao. You haven't lost your memory. Xiang Jila's tone was certain. Li Yu turned to look at her, and the familiar look was enough to explain everything. Don't tell Huang Fuxiao, she said. Xiang Jila reached out to gather her cloak, pretending to be disgusted. I don't want to get involved in the entanglement between you two. After wrapping her tightly, she took a step back with satisfaction. But why are you willing to let Ji-ro go when she treated you like this? Li Yu's eyes fell unfocused on the direction where Ji-ro had just left, and she said softly, if you make a mistake at the beginning, try to correct it. Ji-ro shouldn't have stayed or even appeared at Yasui Pass, but she still came to escort us. It can only be said that everything has a cause and an effect. It was because she stayed that the following things happened. Isn't it good to correct the chaos from the root now? Li Yu's words were all about Ji-ro, but every word was about herself. Don't worry, I won't tell Brother Xiao. Xiang Jilo looked at her seriously. Then he asked, what are your plans for the future? Li Yu's eyes fell on Xiang Jila's hand again, and a faint light slowly ignited in her cold eyes. I couldn't practice medicine before because of the Gu King, but now I have the heart to practice medicine. If you practice medicine, Gong Sun Ming should be happy to accept you as his apprentice, right? Xiang Jila gave her a serious suggestion. Ji Ro also nodded seriously. Before I detoxified General Huangfu, I had already talked to him. Xiang Jila was about to ask something else, when a burst of hurried footsteps behind him interrupted their conversation. Huangfu Xiao heard that the first thing Li Yu did after waking up was to go to the tower to get some fresh air, so he immediately rushed over. Lily, how do you feel? Why did you come out just after getting out of bed? Lily? Sure enough, after saving General Huangfu, her value in his heart began to rise, so much so that he could ignore her identity. Li Yu suppressed her emotions and looked at him coldly, her eyes distant and confused. Who are you? Weiyang City, Northern Qi. Zhai Jioma, Shang Wenche, carelessly threw the memorial handed over by the ministers on the desk, his face gloomy. These old guys, do they really think I dare not touch them? They even interfere with my harem affairs. The eunuch beside him carefully handed him a cup of tea. Your Majesty, don't be angry, the dragon's body is the most important. Shang Wenche gritted his teeth and smiled, saying with a double meaning, no one wants me to be healthy more than those old guys. Bian Sun, who had just returned from work, saw his master getting angry again because of the harem, and was about to hesitate whether to withdraw his footsteps into the imperial study. Since you are back to report, you sneak in but don't come in, are you kidding? Being discovered all of a sudden, Bian Sun could only laugh dryly. Your Majesty is worried, and I don't want to bother your Majesty. Shang Wenche raised his eyebrows at him with a smile, and his deep eyes made it difficult to see what he was actually thinking. If you can help me share these worries, it would be great. Hearing Shang Wenche's words, Bian Sun's face suddenly changed, and he knelt down quickly. I dare not. After looking at Bian Sun lying on the ground for a long time without changing his expression, Shang Wenche slowly said, get up. After Bian Sun stood up, he asked again, how did you find out? It's the same as the news at the beginning. Lin Bufan really established himself in Saibei. Talking about business, Bian Sun said calmly, it's strange to say, since Lin Bufan established himself in Saibei, there has been no earthquake. After hearing what Bian Sun said, Shang Wenche looked at the open secret letter on the imperial desk thoughtfully. He pondered, looking at the many disasters that Da Huang has suffered in the past few months. The common point is that Yan Zhenyu is in power. No matter how you look at it, these disasters are like heavenly punishment, and since ancient times, once heavenly punishment appears, the country is not far from overthrowing. What does your Majesty mean? Bian Sun looked at Shang Wenche and vaguely guessed his next plan. As expected, after Bian Sun asked Shang Wenche the question in his heart, Shang Wenche reached out and took the secret letter again and curled his lips meaningfully. I promised Xiang Jila that I would never invade Da Huang during my reign. I never joke. You can help me deliver the letter to Sangdong. He will not invade, but he must find a way to pick up the leaks. Yazui Pass. It has been a few days since Huangfu Jing woke up. In the first few days after waking up, he has been lying in bed weakly. It was not until the third day, after Xiang Jila returned to Yazui Pass, that he had the energy to sit up with a straw pillow. After sitting up, the first thing he said was that he wanted to see Xiang Jila alone. Will Uncle Jing be scared by this? This was the first sentence Huangfu Jing said when he saw Xiang Jila. He was short of breath, and his breathing was intermittent. Now he was still very weak. He looked like he had been lying there for more than 10 days. He was so thin that he looked unrecognizable. He was covered with a grayish paleness and looked very depressed. But when he saw Xiang Jila, he still forced himself to smile gently at her. Seeing that the strong arm on the right side of his body was now only an empty sleeve, Xiang Jila's nose was sour, and she smiled at him with red eyes. Uncle Jing, who are you looking down on? Chapter 694. The smell of medicine in the room was very strong. Just by smelling it, Xiang Jila could already imagine how bitter the medicine Huangfu Jing had drunk these days was. Uncle Jing was bravely injured in order to resist the foreign enemies. Jila admired him so much that he couldn't wait to be scared. In a trance, Huangfu Jing seemed to see himself injured in military training for the first time, and his beloved woman said something similar to him. A Jing will go to the battlefield to kill the enemy in the future. Every time he is injured, it is the honor given to a Jing by the battlefield. What I like most is the honor of merit. How could I be scared by a Jing? Uncle Jing? The voice of the little girl beside the bed sounded, and the woman in front of him disappeared and turned back to Xiangjila's appearance. The heart was choked, and Huang Fujing's smile became bitter. Uncle Jing is now a useless man. How can he be brave or not? Xiangjila shook his head in disapproval. Uncle Jing is wrong. Yinta Pass was saved because of Uncle Jing's timely assistance. Now that the Xixiao army has been defeated, the Nanchu putative army is in a state of waiting and watching and not daring to act rashly. Yinta Pass and Yazui Pass have basically stabilized. Uncle Jing can't take most of the credit, but at least he can take a small part. Don't say such self-destructive words in the future. The Southern Chu Expeditionary Army. This is exactly why Huang Fujing is looking for Xiangjila. You have seen the current situation in Shuangwan City. Now I can't lift the sword with my right hand, so it is basically impossible for me to fight the enemy. Zhang He is a conservative person. If he defends the city when everything is stable, it will be fine. However, the current war situation is changing rapidly, and he is not a suitable person to defend the city. Xiao'er has the ability, but he has always lacked experience and maturity. Now that they have occupied Shuangwan City, which has no natural advantages, it is too difficult for him to defend it. Huang Fujiao's analysis was not long, but due to his weak body, he spoke intermittently for nearly a quarter of an hour before he finished. Xiangjila roughly understood what he meant before he could continue. So Uncle Jing asked me to come here to mean that you plan to let me guard the two cities of Shuangwan. Huang Fujiao slowly closed his eyes and opened them again, indicating that this was what he meant. Xiangjila lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then softly refused, I'm afraid this is not suitable. No, Huang Fujing shook his head slowly, you are suitable, at least so far. I haven't seen anyone more suitable than you. Is there no one more suitable than her? Is it because of Jun Newell? After thinking it over, Xiangjila could only think of this possibility. Huang Fujing's scattered eyes slightly condensed. Knowing that he couldn't hide it from her, he finally nodded. Yin Jun Newell will not sit idly by and ignore you. Then I will never agree to it. Xiangjila stood up again, with a bit of displeasure in his tone, Uncle Jing, you are using me to contain Jun Newell. What if I am willing to merge these two cities into the Dahuang territory? Uncle Jing, do you know what you are saying? Xiangjila looked at the emaciated middle-aged man in front of him with disbelief. Uncle Jing, who had a lot in mind, would never say such a thing. At this time, saying such a thing. It was obvious that he was trying to escape. Huang Fujing slowly closed his eyes, not daring to look at Xiangjila. I have made up my mind. You are the one guarding the two passes and two cities. It is most appropriate. I said I will not agree. Xiangjila was equally resolute. Dahuang doesn't need these two cities. Besides, Xixiao and Nanchu don't dare to act rashly. This is a good time to be independent. Uncle Jing, what you need to do now is to cheer up and manage these two cities that belong to you. Xiaoshila. Uncle Jing, I understand your feelings, but now that your arm is gone, shouldn't you work hard to recover your body and then find a way to avenge the lost arm? Revenge for the lost arm? I thought Xiangjila would say a lot of sentimental words when she saw that he was determined and could not refuse, and promised him with tears and snot that she would protect the two passes and twin cities well. He even thought about what to say next. I didn't expect her to say such words, which made him a little speechless. Xiangjila nodded seriously. Yes, your arm has been with you for so many years. You can lose your fighting spirit for it, which shows how important it is to you. Therefore, you must cheer up, practice your left-handed sword, and beat the enemies who invaded the two passes and twin cities. Believe me, Yin Weizhan must also want to avenge its old partner. Old partner? Why didn't he realize Yin Weizhan was so spiritual before? The change of style was so sudden that Huang Fujing was petrified on the spot. Is he abnormal now, or is Xiaoshila abnormal? Uncle Jing. Are you listening to me, Uncle Jing? Xiaoshila. Huang Fujing stretched out his left hand tremblingly, and wanted to pull her to say something, but Xiangjila excitedly held it with both hands. Uncle Jing, you don't need to say more, I understand everything. Don't worry, Shuangwan and the two cities, even if they are not merged into Dahuang, will be my home in the future. Although I can't always guard it, I will always let people pay attention to all its dynamics. As long as you get into trouble, I will definitely not sit idly by. Little. He wanted to say something else, but Xiangjila let go of his hand in a hurry. I go to see Dr. Gongsun to see if your left hand can hold the knife again. Don't worry, everything will be fine. It was not until she left Huang Fujing's room that Xiangjila secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the door. Fortunately, she was smart. No one could understand the pain of loss better than her, so she could understand what Uncle Jing did. Uncle Jing was seriously injured and lost his arm, so he must be uncomfortable. But she didn't expect that Uncle Jing would retreat because of this incident and expose his inner weakness in front of her. To be fair, she hoped more than anyone else that Uncle Jing could hand over Yasui Pass to her. But not in this way. What she hoped more was to become a partner with Uncle Jing, rather than being the one who got the advantage. In the long run, she couldn't always appear here under the name of Mu Junyan. When one day, Huang Fujun, who thought he was still a soldier of Nanchu, found out that his general had packed him up and sent him to a neighboring country, would they really accept it? She didn't think so. Not to mention how incredible this matter seemed to others. If it was not handled properly, it might not only cause Uncle Jing to be unable to recover in the future, but also very likely cause a rift in the Huang Fujun, who were united from top to bottom. After thinking about it, Xiang Jila decided to let Gong Sunming help Huang Fujing do a complete examination. When she sent someone to call Gong Sunming to check Huang Fujing's pulse, Zhang Chagong also came. "Miss, Master Qi and others are ready to go back." The young master asked, "Do you want to see them off?" "Qi Muji?" Xiang Jila lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Strictly speaking, these people had a life-and-death relationship with her in the Xixia camp a few days ago. Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai, Huang Fuzhao's brothers, are worth making friends with, but Zhao Tao. Thinking of what Zhao Tao did, Xiang Jila really didn't want to have too much interaction with him. Then he said, "I can't leave for a while. Please ask the young master to say goodbye to the young masters for me. Also, ask the young master to come to the general after sending Mr. Qi and the others off." "Yes." "Wait. Miss? Look where General Zheng is now. If he is not busy, please ask him to come." "Yes." Chapter 695. Outside Yasui Pass. Huang Fushao knew that Liu had agreed to let Jiro go, so even if he was unwilling, he could only respect Liu's opinion. "Xiao Shila can't leave his father's place, so I, as your brother, say goodbye to you on behalf of my sister. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again, so take care of yourselves." Huang Fushao said goodbye to the few people in his military uniform. Since Huang Fujing and Liu were injured, he has lost a lot of weight in just 10 days. Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai both bowed to him. Qi Muji rarely frowned as usual. "No need to see me off. We have always had a deep bond. Maybe we can meet again soon after this separation." Lu Pinghai also smiled at him in a relaxed manner. "Maybe one day, we will meet again on the battlefield. You can't run away, I will let you go." Huang Fushao heard Lu Pinghai's words, and most of the loss at the parting disappeared, and he laughed and scolded, "Lu Dan, it's time for you to change your name to get out. I'm leaving now, aren't I? Dizzy, don't miss me too much. Get lost, don't get in the way." Zhao Tao was not punished by military law, and felt a little guilty when he looked at Huang Fushao. Seeing that Huang Fushao and Lu Pinghai were still joking without any grudges, he couldn't help but feel envious. Once, he and Dizzy had a better relationship than with Lu Dan. "Dizzy." He raised his eyes to look at Huang Fushao, and called out carefully. Qi Muji and Lu Pinghai also ignored him tacitly. Huang Fushao smiled at him politely. "Zhao Tao, take care on your journey." Dizzy doesn't call him Tao Tao anymore? Zhao Tao's heart choked. He couldn't tell what he felt now. He could only bow to him with red eyes. After 3 neighs of horses, the horses' hooves flew, the dust was raised all the way, and the 3 reddish-brown horses soon disappeared from the sight of several people. At the same time, the palace of Nanchuan City. Nangong Yao looked at the memorial in his hand with deep eyes. His face looked strange. "Regent Princess?" A young man who looked like a civil servant bowed to him respectfully. "Yes, in recent months, the people of Dahuang have been living in poverty. According to the clues given by the king, I have visited Nanling, Bailing, and Kyoto. After asking around, I found that many people saw young Master Huangfu traveling with another woman who looked similar to him, and the 11th princess was with a woman who looked similar to young Master Huangfu. At that time, there was also a tax and silver embezzlement case in Bailing that shocked the whole of Dahuang. That case was handled by the regent of Dahuang in Bailing himself. It is possible that Huang Fushao and Yin Junyuo's simultaneous appearance is a coincidence." Nandong Yao seemed unwilling to believe this fact. After all, once Huang Fujing's daughter is the regent princess of Dahuang, the whole problem becomes complicated. The civil official lowered his eyes, and did not rush to argue with Nandong Yao, but asked softly, "Has the king forgotten the Nanling rebellion?" Nandong Yao only remembered at this time that it was Huang Fujing who secretly planned the Nanling rebellion and first caused chaos in the southern part of Dahuang. But later, the Nanling rebellion was quelled by Yan Zhenyu for no reason. Obviously. The spies reported that they were just a little bit away from success. Looking back now, the two of them might have already turned hostility into friendship at that time. So, Yan Zhenyu handed him a letter of credence as the regent of Dahuang, requesting the two countries to establish diplomatic relations, but Huang Fujing played hard to get and asked him to send him to Dahuang. Thinking that he was tricked, Nandong Yao clenched his fists and made a clicking sound. Good, it's really good. Northern Sai. The wind was cold, and the snow was white. In a temporary resettlement camp, the candlelight was flickering. Lin Bufan sat opposite Qin Pei with a serious face. Now the earthquake in Northern Sai has stopped temporarily. Although the heavy snow has solved the drinking water problem for most people, the warmth and food problems of the people have not been solved. I wonder what you think. Qin Pei put his hands to his mouth and exhaled lightly. He felt that his hands had regained consciousness, and then he slowly spoke, Wait. Wait again. Lin Bufan stood up. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, the people will definitely not survive this winter. The earthquake a few days ago killed many people in the northern part of the border. It was unusual for the northern part of the border, which had little rain and snow, to suddenly have a heavy snowstorm. With the bitter cold all year round and the sudden snowstorm, if he waited any longer, he was afraid that he would not be able to wait for any turnaround, and the soldiers and the people would die first. If we make trouble, the people will die faster. Qin Pei's words successfully stopped Lin Bufan's steps. Lin Bufan did not look back. If we don't make trouble, the people will riot sooner or later. After saying that, he strode away. Qin Pei looked deeply at the candlelight in front of him. The north wind blew through the gap in the tent and into his collar, which was not tightly tied. It was freezing cold. It was lava in a blink of an eye. Since the chaotic battle in mid-November, Yazui Pass and Yenta Pass have gathered the remaining soldiers and broken armor again. The wounded soldiers were treated with the herbs retrieved from the Shisha camp. However, except for the seriously injured Huang Fujing, the people and soldiers in the two passes and two cities began to face more serious problems. There is very little food and grass left. The people in the two cities within the two passes have been unable to farm and harvest because of the war in recent days. In addition, the Xixia army came and destroyed some farmland and robbed many cattle. If we collect food from the people again, I am afraid that the people will leave soon. Zhang He looked at the Huang Fushao siblings with a serious expression. I have discussed with Xiaoyu that if we distribute the little food and grass left to the people, and let the people take in the soldiers and the people will find a way to solve the problem of insufficient food, and let the soldiers help with farming in the spring, it is also a solution. But in this way, the pressure of food and grass in the army will be completely transferred to the people. The final result is probably the same as the result of not coming up with a solution, which is useless. Huang Fushao looked at the map of the two passes and two cities, and saw that there were dry fields and barren mountains all around, which made him feel troubled. Just then, the soldiers guarding the city came to report. General, young master, a small group of guards came to the city gate, claiming to be the young lady's people, and they are here to see the young lady. Looking for Xiang Jila? Huang Fushao and Zhang He turned their eyes to Xiang Jila, who was sitting quietly beside them. The latter was also at a loss. Looking for her? Come here to find her. Suddenly thinking of a stupid man, Xiang Jila immediately stood up. I go and see. Then she said to Huang Fushao and Zhang He, you guys discuss the general countermeasures first. I'll be back later. The two watched Xiang Jila leave all the way, and after Xiang Jila left without a trace, Zhang He retracted his gaze from her and looked at Huang Fushao. You should also know what your father meant after waking up, right? His tone was a bit elusive. Huang Fushao lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, carefully considering his words. Xiaoxila is indeed more suitable than me. Chapter 696. Don't you feel unwilling at all? Zhang He asked. Why would you feel unwilling? Huang Fushao asked inexplicably. Zhang He was speechless. Seeing that he looked like he had swallowed a fly, Huang Fushao immediately understood why he asked such a strange question. Does General Zhang think that I am the kind of person who is jealous of my sister? Or are you worried that I will do something that is not good for my sister? Two questions in a row. Zhang He looked at Huang Fushao in surprise at first, and then smiled at him with relief. You are honest, but I am petty. I often heard that children who grew up in the capital are more cunning than thieves. There are countless cases of brothers and sisters killing each other, not to mention that Huang Fushao and Xiang Jila are just siblings who met halfway. Normally, Huang Fushao should be unwilling to accept Huang Fujing's plan, but this child did not. Zheng He marched and defended the city for many years, and he was still alive, not because of his strong martial arts, but because of his self-awareness and conservative strategy of running away if he couldn't win. He knew that he was not a talented general, so he never showed off. This time, he followed Huang Fujing to guard the two passes together. He respected Huang Fujing as a matter of course. As long as Huang Fujing's arrangements were not unreasonable, he would accept them with pleasure. The only difference was the last sneak attack on the Xixia camp, and this time. It was fine last time. But this time, Huang Fujing was seriously injured. Not long after he woke up, he told him that he wanted a little girl to govern the two passes and two cities. He really couldn't understand why he didn't use his own son, but used this daughter who he recognized halfway. But soon, his hesitation was dispelled. Because he knew that Xiang Jila would be the lord of the two cities in the future, Zheng He paid more attention to her than before. The more he paid attention to her actions, the more Zheng He found that this little girl was different from ordinary girls from noble families. She handled military affairs with quick and decisive means, and was not like the kind of lady raised in the boudoir at all. When encountering things that need to be discussed, she would not hide them by herself until she couldn't solve them before thinking of asking for help, and she would not be the kind of petty family who was arbitrary and arbitrary. There will be no twists and turns between Xiao Xila and me to fight for power and favor. General Zheng should not mention such things in front of Xiao Xila in the future. Regardless of whether Zheng He's words were sincere or false, Huang Fuxiao still made his position clear to him. I understand. Zheng He nodded solemnly. Close the gates outside the city. Xiang Jila saw Changju, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, being led by Chu Shan, and even his tone suddenly rose. Why are you here? Chu Shan looked puzzled. The prince left the young master to meet the princess, and the young master is here? Is there any problem? Xiang Jila took 2 steps forward and led Changju aside, and asked in a low voice, Didn't you say you came out to protect Jun Nua? How? Changju tilted his head and looked at Xiang Jila, grinning boundary. Master. Safe. Little ghost cultivator. You mean, you put a barrier on your master is safe, so you came back to find me? Xiang Jila tried to translate Changju's meaning. Changju nodded vigorously several times, pointing to Xiang Jila's belly, which was not yet pregnant. Go back. Raise. Little master. Guess again. An inexplicable feeling of restlessness came up, and Xiang Jila pulled his hair irritably. Changju, can't you just talk properly? She kept saying one word at a time. She was a little suffocated. Changju thought about it, and nodded to Xiang Jila again. Okay, little ghost cultivator. Really? Xiang Jila said tentatively, then tell me a complete sentence? What does little ghost cultivator want to ask? Changju, your uncle. What were you doing before? You could say such things before. Why didn't you speak properly? Because of excitement, Xiang Jila's eyes suddenly widened, and Changju seemed to be frightened, and said aggrievedly, Ju, I just learned it in the past 2 days. Chu Shan, who was standing by, saw the two of them talking about something incoherently. Seeing that Changju seemed frightened, he could only step forward to help. Princess, the young master is a bit shy. Seeing Xiang Jila's gloomy eyes, Chu Shan gradually became silent and stood back in his original position very tactfully. Xiang Jila's eyes were back on Changju, and his tone slowly slowed down. Did you really learn to speak this way in the past 2 days? Changju nodded and pointed at Chu Shan, who was standing not far away. Chu Shan, that idiot taught you that. Chu Shan, a fool? Xiang Jila couldn't help but chuckle, and the restlessness in her heart dissipated because of her laughter. She nodded in agreement. This description is quite appropriate. Then he asked Changju a few more questions about Yan Zhenhua's whereabouts. The answer he got was that they didn't know, and Xiang Jila was a little discouraged. It would be great if Xiao San was here. Xiao San could sense his physical condition and whereabouts. Chapter 697. As if she had felt something, after Xiang Jila finished muttering, Gongjing No. 3's voice immediately appeared in her consciousness. Little ghost cultivator, did you miss me? Little 3? Xiang Jila thought she had heard it wrong. You're back? In the space, Gongjing No. 3 flapped his wings, adding another layer of protection to the seedling. Just came out of retreat today. I see that your retreat this time is different from the previous ones. I thought something big happened to you. Xiang Jila told Gongjing No. 3 what he thought in his heart. With the young master, everything is urgent. Isn't it necessary to deal with everything in advance? Gongjing No. 3 evaded the important issues, and was vague about it. The only thing it could tell Xiang Jila was that it had come out of retreat. It had let slip other things, It was afraid that the master would strike it with a thunderbolt and destroy it. Fortunately, Xiang Jila, who was outside the space, knew that Gongjing number 3 had come out of retreat again. Chu Shan's hesitant look interrupted her mood to reminisce with Gongjing number 3 several times. She nodded to Chu Shan and said, "Does Chu Shan have anything to say?" Chu Shan told Xiang Jila what Yin Zhenyu had told him, as if he had been pardoned. "Will you leave in the next few days?" After hearing Chu Shan's words, Xiang Jila was puzzled. Did Zhenyu say where he was going? Chu Shan shook his head. "The prince didn't tell me, so I didn't dare to ask." I didn't dare to ask again. No. It's okay that Chu Shan didn't dare to ask. When she was communicating with Changju just now, when she asked about Yin Zhenyu's whereabouts, Changju obviously shrank back. Changju also seemed to be afraid of Jun Newell. "What's going on?" Xiang Jila glanced at Changju again, then turned to Chu Shan and said, "I arranged for you to stay for a while later. I leave with you after my problems are solved in the next few days." "Does the princess need our help?" Chu Shan asked. "Not for now." Returning to the place where he had just discussed matters with Zheng He and Huang Fuxiao, Xiang Jila did not hide anything. "My people are here to take me back. I can't stay here for too long. Let's get things done as soon as possible. I still think it's better to implement it according to the method I first proposed to you. The first time we did it, it was really a little too." Huang Fuxiao didn't say anything more. Xiang Jila probably understood what he meant. The idea was too grand. They didn't agree with her approach. When Xiang Jila was distracted, Huang Fuxiao had already guessed who was coming. He looked at Xiang Jila deeply. "Do we have to go?" Xiang Jila nodded. His attitude was firm. "We have to go." Then, she added, "But before I go back, I will find a way to solve the problem that has been bothering us these days." She had said so much. Huang Fuxiao knew that it was useless to say anything more. He could only lower his head silently, to show his support for her decision. Zheng He did not say a word from beginning to end. In the evening, Xiang Jila and Huang Fuxiao went to Huang Fujing's residence together. Gong Sun Ming was changing the bandage on Huang Fujing's wound, who had just taken a bath. He had recovered his spirits, and Li Yu, whose face was still pale, was helping him. There was also a military doctor beside him, who was learning Gong Sun Ming's bandaging technique. Seeing Li Yu, Huang Fuxiao's eyes brightened up. "Li." Seeing Li Yu's distant gaze, his Li changed to Miss Li. In order not to affect Gong Sun Ming's dressing change, Xiang Jila did not let Huang Fuxiao get too close. The scene suddenly changed to Li Yu looking at Gong Sun Ming, Huang Fuxiao looking at Li Yu. Xiang Jila pulled Huang Fuxiao to prevent him from coming forward and scaring Li Yu. Gong Sun Ming, who was changing the dressing, ignored the interaction between the few people. Wound bandage, just firm, not too tight. The use of medicine must be adjusted according to the degree of wound healing. General Huangfu's wound is special, healing is slow, and it is easy to get infected, so it is not suitable to be exposed often. The trauma medicine should be changed about every 3 days. Li Yu carefully handed Gong Sun Ming a bandage and scissors, and humbly replied, "Okay, I remember that." About a quarter of an hour later, Huang Fujing's wound was bandaged again. Gong Sun Ming gave a few instructions to another military doctor, who learned his bandaging technique before leaving with Li Yu. When he left, he nodded slightly to Xiang Jila and Huang Fuxiao to show that he had said hello. Li Yu followed closely behind with the medicine box. Huang Fuxiao wanted to reach out and hold her, but as soon as he reached out his hand, Xiang Jila dragged him to Huang Fujing's bedside. Although Huang Fujing's face was still pale, his complexion was much better than the first 2 days after he woke up. "Are you here?" Huang Fujing gently lifted his eyelids and closed them again. The military doctor beside him tactfully withdrew. "Uncle Jing." Xiang Jila had just started talking when Huang Fujing interrupted him softly. "I heard from old Zheng that you have handled the affairs of the 2 passes and 2 cities well these days." "I heard from old Zheng?" Xiang Jila instinctively glanced at Huang Fuxiao, who happened to look at Xiang Jila as well. The two of them saw each other's doubts at the same time. Could it be that General Zheng had been here before them? The next sentence, as if to confirm their thoughts, Huang Fujing continued to speak weakly. "Is it Yin Zhenyu's people who came to pick you up?" Xiang Jila glanced at Huang Fuxiao and nodded, "Yes." Seeing that Huang Fujing was about to speak again, Xiang Jila spoke before he could. "Uncle Jing, I asked Dr. Gongsun, your left-hand strength is not bad. When you can get out of bed, you can hold the knife with your left hand again." Xiao Shila seemed to have no patience to listen to Xiang Jila's next words. Huang Fujing interrupted lightly. "What is the purpose of you and Yin Zhenyu coming here one after another? You know it in your heart, don't you? What is it all about?" The topic took an unexpected turn. this questioning tone. Xiang Jila thought he had misheard. Wang Fu Shaoxian on the side spoke impulsively. Father, what do you mean? Do you think that Xiao Jila and Yin Junyuo's purpose in helping us is not simple? Xiang Jila forced himself to smile at Huang Fu Jing. Uncle Jing, what you said just now gave me an idea that is not much different from Brother Zhao's, but I still want to hear what you actually mean. There is no such thing as a third time. Didn't you come here this time just to pretend to shirk responsibility, so that I would be determined to hand over the 2 passes and twin cities to you? Wang Fu Jing closed his eyes again. It is a blessing for the 2 passes and twin cities of Nanchu and Shisa to have the good fortune to be remembered by the Regent King and the Regent Princess of Dahuang. However, if you play hard to get too much, you will lose more than you gain. This understated remark not only erased everything she had done in Yazui Pass these days, but also humiliated Jun Nu. Chapter 698. Xiang Jila was not able to calm down for a moment, and a familiar churning feeling in her stomach appeared. She gritted her teeth and endured it, her eyes slightly red. Uncle Jing thought that Jun Nu came to help before, and everything I did here these days was to seize Yazui Pass and Yanta Pass. Wang Fu Jing no longer answered her question. In many cases, silence is more hurtful than speaking. Xiang Jila laughed at herself. I thought Uncle Jing's dejection was because of injury. I didn't expect it to be a test. It's also my fault that I was stupid and fooled. It doesn't matter that she worked hard to come to Yazui Pass this time, but she also implicated Jun Nu, and was accused of having bad intentions. It really is. Feeling that the brightness in Xiang Jila's eyes gradually dimmed, and she took 2 steps back, Wang Fu Xiao quickly grabbed her arm. Xiao Jila, Father loves you very much. It's not like this. Wang Fu Jing followed Wang Fu Xiao's words, and looked at Xiang Jila again. In his beautiful eyes, there was the usual suspicious look of those in power. What else can be explained? Xiang Jila lowered her eyes, and looked at Wang Fu Xiao's hand holding her. Her eyes slowly turned cold. Let go. Feeling that she was slowly exerting force on his hand, Wang Fu Xiao loosened his hand, and wanted to defend Wang Fu Jing. But Xiang Jila was no longer willing to listen. Since Uncle Jing. No, since General Huang Fu is so wary of us, then there is no point for us to stay. Please rest assured, General Huang Fu, I will hand over all the affairs of Yazui Pass to General Zheng tonight, and I will leave with my people early tomorrow morning, and will never set foot in the 2 passes and 2 cities of Nanchu and Shisai again. After saying that, she strode away without looking back. Xiao Shila. Wang Fu Xiao wanted to catch up, but thinking of his father's abnormal behavior just now, he could only turn around and stamp his feet anxiously. Father, what are you doing? Wang Fu Jing slowly laid back on the bed, turned his head away from Wang Fu Xiao. You go out too, your sister is in a bad mood, go and comfort her. Wang Fu Xiao was helpless, but he had no choice but to turn around and leave. When he left, he did not forget to gently close the door. Xiao Jila, wait for me. Outside the door, Wang Fu Zhao's voice faded away. Wang Fu Jing slowly turned his head, his eyes slightly moist. Seeing Wang Fu Zhao's back gradually going away, Zheng He pushed the door open again. Seeing Wang Fu Jing's face full of reluctance, he couldn't help but sigh. Why are you doing this? Even though he was so reluctant, he still wanted to make people angry. The sun was setting, and the distance between the 2 figures, one in front and one behind, was gradually shortening. Xiao Jila, wait for me. Wang Fu Xiao caught up with Xiang Jila breathlessly. Why are you walking so fast? Won't you wait for me? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The nausea that Xiang Jila had suppressed with great difficulty came up again. This time, she was probably really angry and felt a little dizzy. Seeing Wang Fu Xiao catching up with her, she couldn't help but turn around and walk to the side, leaning against the wall and retching. Wang Fu Xiao stood there in a daze, watching his sister vomiting all over the place. He touched his face in shock. Have I become so ugly now? Even Xiao Shila couldn't help vomiting when she saw him. Seeing that Xiang Jila couldn't vomit anything after vomiting for a long time, Wang Fu Xiao tiptoed to her side, and was about to pat her back to relieve her breath, but before he touched Xiang Jila took the initiative and fell on him. He didn't do anything, but scared his sister to faint. Wang Fu Zhao's mind was suddenly a mess. Come quickly. The sky was as dark as ink. Gong Sunming frowned and put his hand on Xiang Jila's wrist. Under the worried gaze of Li Yu and Wang Fu Xiao, he took the pulse again and again. How is it? Was Xiao Jila too frightened? Wang Fu Zhao's heart was beating fast. After confirming again and again, Gong Sunming raised his eyelids slightly, looked at Wang Fu Xiao with deep eyes, and said calmly, she is pregnant. In fact, I don't know who to blame. Why did Xiao Zhila feel sick when she saw me? But I don't think it's all my fault. I don't think I'm ugly. Why was she frightened by me? What? What? Pregnant? Wang Fuxiao muttered for a long time before he reacted. Looking at Xiang Zhila, who was still sleeping, he blurted out, "Whose child is it?" As soon as he said this, Wang Fuxiao wanted to slap himself twice. Isn't this asking even though he already knows the answer? Gong Sunming seemed not to notice Wang Fuxiao's tangled expression, and his tone was calm. The slippery pulse is not particularly obvious, but the princess has a severe morning sickness reaction, so it is really not suitable for her to work too hard. Not suitable for working too hard? Then is there anything she needs to pay special attention to in terms of her diet now? At this moment, Wang Fuxiao was so anxious that he couldn't listen to Gong Sunming's words. He looked so nervous, as if he was going to be the father. By the way, is my little nephew a boy or a girl? As an uncle, I can't be too shabby when I meet my nephew for the first time. Should I prepare something for him in advance? Gong Sunming looked at Wang Fuxiao with a look of disgust, and the word idiot was almost written on his face. The pulse is not very obvious now, and we don't know whether it's a boy or a girl, but you are right about one thing. We really need to pay more attention to diet. A big reason why the princess fainted is that her nutrition is not enough. When Wang Fuxiao heard Gong Sunming say that Xiang Zhila's nutrition was not enough, he immediately felt like a deflated ball. How could he forget? This is not Yuancheng, but Shisai. Now their people are almost unable to eat. What's the point of talking about nutrition? In the middle of the night, Xiang Zhila woke up slowly. The bitter smell of herbs lingering in her nose suddenly reminded her that in the evening, she seemed to have a quarrel with Uncle Jing, and then she seemed to faint when she saw Brother Xiao chasing after her. Her throat was dry, as if it had been burned by fire. When she was about to get up, she found that her left hand was firmly grasped by a cold little hand. Xiang Zhila realized at this time that this was not where she lived. After taking a look at the simple furnishings around her, and Li Yu, who was guarding her beside the bed, Xiang Zhila immediately guessed that this was where Li Yu lived in Gong Sunming after she moved into the medical tent. Now that the supplies in Xuanwan and the two cities were very short, it was already very good to have a bed to sleep on. Now that Li Yu gave her the bed, she could only lie on the bed and take a nap. Because she had the constitution of a goop person before, her wounds healed much faster than ordinary people. However, the wound healing, the blood loss when injured, and the hard blood loss when saving Huang Fujing cannot be restored overnight. Gong Sunming didn't want her to get out of bed so quickly, but he couldn't stand her nagging. In front of others, she was always cold and indifferent, and rarely interacted with others, so others couldn't see her actual physical recovery. But now lying on the bedside of Xiang Zhila could see her fatigue and weakness clearly. Li Yu. She gently reached out and pushed the person beside the bed, and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't sleep like this, you will get sick." Li Yu woke up with a flash of anger and fatigue in her eyes. When she saw that the person who woke her up was Xiang Zhila, the fatigue and anger in her eyes disappeared instantly. Her cold eyes were suddenly injected with vitality. "Are you awake?" Chapter 699. Xiang Zhila nodded and moved his body inside. "It's tiring and cold lying down. You come to bed and sleep with me." Li Yu's eyes lit up at first, but she hesitated when she remembered Gong Sunming's instructions. Gong Sunming said, "You are pregnant. I'm afraid of hurting you and your baby. How can I be so delicate?" Xiang Zhila sat up slowly, smiled, and comforted her, and asked her for a favor. "I'm a little thirsty. Can you give me some water?" Li Yu hurriedly said "oh" twice, and poured her a glass of cold water. The water was too cold. Xiang Zhila didn't dare to drink too much. She could only sip it, and when her throat was moistened, she stopped drinking. After handing the cup to Li Yu and putting it back, she laid down again, and moved her body inward again, saying to Li Yu, "Come here, help me warm the bed." Under Xiang Zhila's repeated insistence, even if Li Yu was unwilling, she had to obey. "Xiang Zhila, if I don't sleep well, remember to kick me off the bed." Xiang Zhila, The next morning, Gong Sunming came to check Xiang Zhila's pulse again. When Xiang Zhila woke up last night, she knew that she could no longer hide the fact that she was pregnant, so she just spoke up. "I plan to leave for Biling within the next 2 days." Gong Sunming slowly took back his hand from Xiang Zhila's wrist. In the early stages of pregnancy, the princess is not suitable for traveling too much. But the two spoke almost at the same time, and Xiang Zhila immediately asked Gong Sunming to continue. "But what? If you take me with you, I can keep the princess safe." Xiang Zhila, Gong Sunming, you really want to go back to Dahuang now? While Gong Sunming was checking Xiang Zhila's pulse, Huang Fuxiao had already arrived at Huang Fujing's place. In order to avoid disturbing Huang Fujing's rest, Huang Fuxiao specifically did not let the guards salute him. He walked lightly towards Huang Fujing's room and was about to knock on the door to enter. The conversation between the two people in the room made him stop knocking on the door. Although the two passes are vast, Xuanqing is still a certain distance away from the two passes. If the person in Yuancheng intends to intercept all trade between Xuanqing and the two passes, it will be enough to kill us. This is Huang Fujing's voice. Because he was too weak, his voice was still very weak and powerless. When he spoke for a long time, he had to pause several times before he could continue. Zheng He sighed, a weak plank can stump a hero. It's never just talk. That girl has some novel ideas. If we do what she says, we may have a chance. You just drove her away. Huang Fujing coughed weakly a few times. Old Zheng, as her father, I hope that she can get all the honor I give her from me, but when the honor I think of becomes a burden in her eyes, why should I drag her down? I know she always wants me to cheer up, and I hope I can cheer up. But what can I do if I cheer up? Even if the two passes and two cities are fought back, it is not certain that I can hold them. Under such circumstances, it is indeed a very selfish plan for me to hand over the two passes and two cities to her, and no wonder she would despise it. I don't think she's disgusted. Zheng He touched his chin and explained, I don't think she's in a good mood these days, but she has been sending soldiers to the other side of the barren mountains to inquire. I think she's also planning for the development of the two passes and two cities. In fact, when she asked Shower and I to come here not long after you woke up, she mentioned to me that if we want to be independent, the two passes and two cities can go west and occupy the barren mountains and extend all the way to the waterless ridge. In this way, our territory will become vast. During this period, Shower and I also discussed with the counselors and vanguards many countermeasures to let the soldiers rest and recuperate. However, the more we discussed, the more we found that among a series of rest and recuperation strategies, letting soldiers disarm and cultivate land when there is no war is indeed the best method among all methods, although this method seems a bit unrealistic to us. Then, Zheng He clearly restored the scene of Xiang Jila talking to her before to Huang Fujing. Now, let's metaphorically regard our two passes and twin cities as a small country. Although we are short of materials and food, we are all strong soldiers. With the area of barren mountains and ridges, we can make full use of it and make this small country prosperous. Make the best use of everything? Zheng He looked blankly at Xiang Jila walking to the map and pointing out the location of their current location with a rattan whip. Not far from the location, there were barren mountains marked in red by her. If we compare our situation here to a pond full of stagnant water, although this pond now looks lifeless and has faint signs of stinking and waiting to die. But once we can open a gap in this pond and let this stagnant water flow, it is not impossible for our small area to become prosperous under the irrigation of running water. Although Nanchu and Xixiao are still eyeing us covetously, with the intervention of Da Huang, the situation of the two countries forcing each other has immediately turned into a situation of three countries restraining each other. The two passes and two cities located between the three countries have become the safest place. In the short term, war will not happen again. We can take advantage of the temporary lull in the war to let the soldiers take off their armor and cultivate the land. Change the training of soldiers in the past to open up wasteland and cultivate land. The people living here can have enough food and warm clothes, and the people will spread the word, which will naturally attract other homeless refugees to come and take root. Slowly, the gap in the pond will become larger and larger, and the speed of the water flow will also increase. When the water flows faster, the whole pond will come alive. When the pond is alive, vitality will follow. Once the pond has vitality, then this place can become a world of its own. Chapter 700. When he said this, Xiang Jila even marked the entire barren mountain range and the two passes and two cities with a red pin on the map. In this way, the area of the two cities of Shuangguan suddenly became a conspicuous existence in the three kingdoms that were restraining each other. Before this, the barren mountain range had always been the tacit boundary between southern Chu and western Xia. It was a place where no one governed and gangs gathered. However, this situation changed after western Xia attacked Yazui Pass. Xixia camp had been stationed there before, and helped them clear a large area of bandit obstacles. After hearing her analysis, Zheng He suddenly felt that the independence at this time was simply the best time and place. But, how can you guarantee that Da Huang can always be involved in the mutual restraint with the other two countries? Zheng He asked the doubts in his heart. Xiang Jila smiled mysteriously, because Da Huang and I have an inseparable relationship. Originally, he didn't understand what her smile meant, until yesterday, he accidentally saw the person who came to take her back. That person may not know him, but he recognized him, Chu Shan, a confidant under Yin Junyo. Therefore, he had a bold guess at that time. De Huang, it is very likely that she got involved because she appeared at Yasui Pass, and the purpose was to fulfill her wish, guard Yasui Pass, and help Huang Fujing and his son. Thinking back, Zheng He finally swallowed the question he wanted to ask Huang Fujing. Some things can be kept tacitly. Having no idea of Zheng He's inner thoughts, Huang Fujing muttered to himself. Did she really say that? He always knew that Xiao Shila was talented in leading troops, but he didn't expect that his insights on rebuilding the border town were so unique. Think what others dare not think, do what others dare not do. Yes, Zheng He nodded, but Xiao and I both think that Xiao Shila's idea is too radical, so we rejected it. After all, the most basic thing about farming is that in addition to having manpower, there must also be grain seeds. Without seeds, everything is empty talk. Just yesterday, when she was about to discuss other solutions, someone outside the city said they were coming to see her, and then Xiao Shila didn't know what she talked about with those people, and when she came back, she said she was leaving. Hearing this, Huang Fujing suddenly became excited. Old Zheng, can't you just tell me the whole story? What do you mean by tell me the whole story? Faced with Huang Fujing's sudden excitement, Zheng He was confused. What did Xiao Shila say to you before? Why don't you tell me the whole story? If Huang Fujing couldn't get out of bed, he would definitely get up and fight with Zheng He. In fact, he did so, but his physical condition didn't allow it. When he got up, he pulled a wound on his broken arm with too much force, and beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Seeing Huang Fujing's angry look, Zheng He probably guessed that Huang Fujing regretted it. He looked at Huang Fujing tentatively. Then, how about I go and persuade her again? Before Huang Fujing could respond, Huang Fuxiao pushed the door open and said, "It's too late." The two looked at him at the same time. What do you mean too late? The soldiers guarding the city said she had not left today. It is definitely not too late to find her now. Zheng He said. Huang Fuxiao smiled bitterly at the two. Why do you think she insisted on going back? Huang Fujing and Zheng He looked at each other, and then looked back at Huang Fuxiao at the same time. Why? Because she is pregnant. Because the injury of Huang Fujing's broken arm collapsed due to his excitement, Gong Sunming came to Huang Fujing's residence again to change the medicine for Huang Fujing. This time, Li Yu did not follow him on the pretext of taking care of Xiang Jila. Zheng He had other matters to deal with in the army, so he left after seeing Gong Sunming coming. After putting away the medicine box, Gong Sunming once again explained some precautions to the military doctor who was taking care of Huang Fujing. This time, the explanation was more detailed than any previous time. Huang Fuxiao immediately smelled something unusual. When Gong Sunming left, he immediately chased him out. Dr. Gongsun explained the matter so thoroughly, is this planning to hand over the matter of changing the medicine for my father to the military doctor? Gong Sunming nodded frankly, yes, I am a casual person. I stayed here because of the arrangement of the prince, and to study more about the strange poisons of Shixia. Now that Shixia has been defeated and the situation at Yasui Pass has stabilized, most of the problems can be solved by the accompanying military doctors. In addition, the princess is pregnant, and the fetus is unstable. If I stay in her entourage on the way back, I think you will feel more at ease. The meaning is very clear. He wants to leave with Xiang Jila's people. Huang Fuxiao asked unwillingly then. Li Yu? Yaya is now my last disciple. She has not yet mastered many pharmacological and medical theories, so she naturally stays with me. Besides, the journey back is long, and it is always good for the princess to have a woman to accompany her. Gong Sunming's explanation was detailed and sincere, blocking all the questions Huang Fuxiao wanted to ask. In the end, Huang Fuxiao could only stand there dejectedly and watch Gong Sunming leave. Zheng He used the excuse that he had something to deal with in the army, but in fact, he took advantage of Gong Sunming's changing of Huang Fujing's medicine to go to Xiang Jila's residence. He happened to meet Xiang Jila and Li Yu packing together, and he hesitated and said outside the door, Xiao Jila, uncle wants to talk to you for a few words. Can you? Since Zheng He spontaneously recognized General Qin as his godfather, Xiang Jila and Huang Fuxiao had never called him godfather uncle, Zheng He was not annoyed. Especially after fighting bloody battles with the brother and sister several times, he naturally regarded them as his admired juniors. It was just a title, as long as he could communicate with them, he didn't care. Xiang Jila didn't have much stuff, and when Zheng He spoke, she had almost packed her things. Hearing Zheng He's words, her hands that were knotting the bag paused, and finally put the packed bag aside, and went out with Zheng He. The two climbed up the tower in silence. In the end, it was Zheng He who spoke first. If this place can really become a country, according to the idea you proposed before, it will definitely be a prosperous country. General Zheng, do you want me to stay? Kissing Zheng He's plan vaguely, Xiang Jila did not flatter him, but directly told him what he was thinking. Zheng He choked and said, "Don't take Huang Fu's angry words yesterday to heart. He deliberately angered you because he was afraid that he could not defend Shuangguan and the two cities. After I calmed down, I guessed it." Xiang Jila's voice was still emotionless. He turned to look at Zheng He. "General Zheng came to see me today. I think he should have guessed my identity." Zheng He lowered his eyes and remained silent. Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows and smiled sarcastically. "You came to see me because of my identity." Chapter 701. Not entirely. His little thoughts were exposed. Zheng He tried to explain, "There are nearly 80,000 soldiers at Yazui Pass and Yanta Pass now. What does that have to do with me?" Before Zheng He finished speaking, Xiang Jila interrupted him coldly. His fox eyes, which were always bright, were now cold and silent. "The day before yesterday, you thought that my husband and I came to Yazui Pass to help with some conspiracy, and now you come to me to talk about the situation of the soldiers. With this kind of behavior, what is the difference between you self-proclaimed magnanimous generals and the hypocritical civil officials in your capital?" When she spoke, she was surrounded by a murderous aura that was unique to battlefield generals, which made Zheng He's heart beat fast. At the same time, a question popped up in his mind. Is she really only 18? Shocked and confused, Zheng He tried to make his voice deep and emotional. "Actually, Huang Fu cares about you very much." "Yes, I care about you. So much that I don't hesitate to hurt you with bad words." After hearing her words, Xiang Zila's eyes were even more sarcastic. "General Zheng, in the past, I might have been soft-hearted because of the so-called excusable behavior, because I was once that kind of person. But now, I am no longer that kind of person. What I hate most right now is that the people I care about do things that hurt me under the banner of for my own good, and then regret it, and say that they have some unavoidable reasons. If I don't forgive him, and don't listen to him, it will seem that I am being unreasonable." Zheng He wanted to say something to persuade him again, but he was choked in his throat again. Who said that girls are easy to kidnap? The girl in front of him made sense in every word she said, and didn't give him a chance to refute. Afterwards, he quickly let it go. That's right. If she can be Yin Junyuo's woman, how can she sit firmly in the position of Regent Princess without any scheming? Seeing that Zheng He didn't say anything else, Xiang Jila glanced at the sky with the sun rising to the zenith. With a bit of impatience on her face, "It's getting late. The countermeasures Jila mentioned before are just for me, a woman, and I can't compare with you experienced generals. General Zheng can listen if he wants to, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't." Familiar tone. Zheng He was embarrassed. Xiang Jila is. She is using what he said, when he first heard her countermeasures to interrupt him. Xiang Jila ignored the colorful expression on Zheng He's face, which looked like an overturned pallet, and walked around him and left the tower. Just when she returned to her residence, a weak voice sounded behind her. "Xiao Shila is so angry now, right? Even Uncle Jing's personal apology is useless?" Xiang Jila stopped when he heard this, and did not look back. Huang Fu Jing was half leaning on a makeshift recliner, carried by several Huang Fu soldiers, with Huang Fu Xiao and Zhang Chagong beside him. Judging from the movements of these people, they should have been waiting near her residence for a long time. Seeing Xiang Jila's thin back as taut as a fully drawn bowstring, Huang Fu Jing's beautiful eyes were full of sadness. Uncle Jing was too self-righteous yesterday, thinking that Xiao Shila didn't accept Liangwan Shuangqing because she disliked Liangwan Shuangqing, and was afraid of being dragged down and wanted to leave. So he said such nonsense and planned to drive you away when you wanted to leave. Uncle Jing apologizes to Xiao Shila and Jun Nuo for the wrong words he said. After saying a lot of words in one breath, Huang Fu Jing tried to straighten himself up, calm his breathing, and not breathe so fast. Xiang Jila slowly clenched his fist at his side, and said coldly, "General Huang Fu, you are too serious. You are right. I do have ulterior motives. Everything I do is just to expand the territory of Da Huang. She really cares about it." Huang Fu Jing smiled weakly. "No matter whether Xiao Shila will come back in the future, Uncle Jing promises you that when you can get out of bed, you will practice your left-handed sword well, and guard the 2 passes and 2 cities. As long as the 2 passes and 2 cities exist, this is your mother's home. Xiao Shila, no matter where you are, you must be happy and safe." Speaking of the latter part, Huang Fu Jing couldn't hold it together anymore, and he even stopped talking several times because of breathing. Thinking of the Uncle Jing who used to be full of energy and scolded people without taking a breath, Xiangjila's eyes were sour, but her tone was still firm. General Huangfu can have this kind of heart. Jila still thanks General Huangfu for his kindness, but General Huangfu doesn't have to do this. Go back. After saying that, she went into the house without looking back. Zhang He, who arrived later, saw the dejected Huangfu Jing and his son, and guessed that they must have been rejected, so he could only pat Huangfu Zhao's shoulder with sympathy. Just try your best. Huangfu Zhao looked disappointed. Huangfu Jing, who was leaning weakly on the recliner, smiled bitterly. Some words should be said when they can be said, and some things should be done when they can be done. Regardless of success or failure, at least there will be no regrets in the future. Li Yu had already heard the noise outside, but because Huangfu Zhao was there, she did not go out. Seeing Xiangjila's expression was not right after returning to the house, she roughly understood it in her heart. If you feel sad, crying will make you feel better. She walked to Xiangzila and gently swiped her back. Sad? Xiangzila seemed to have heard something funny. Why should I feel sad? It's just that the elder whom I once regarded as an elder suspected that he had ulterior motives. What's there to feel sad about? Xiangzila. Okay, Li Yu, there's no need to say anything. Let's leave quickly while they haven't reacted to intercept us yet. After that, Xiangzila put his bag and Li Yu's bag together, and waited until Huangfu Jing and his group left before leaving. Li Yu saw that she had a face that refused to communicate, and wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know where to start. The two have known each other for 2 years. Although Li Yu didn't understand Xiangzila 100%, she knew what Xiangzila valued most. Xiangzila was a pure person, and the first person he valued most was Yin Zhenyuo. The second one was the family affection that she had lacked since she was a child. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the other party is sincere and treats her with sincerity, she can really do things like a drop of water will be returned with a spring of water. It would be strange if she didn't feel uncomfortable now that she had such a quarrel with Huangfu Jing. In order to prevent Xiangzila from feeling too uncomfortable, or if something really happened here in the future and Jila would blame herself, Li Yu quietly found Huangfu Zhao while Xiangzila was looking for Chu Shan. Lily. Miss Li. Huangfu Zhao had just left Huangfu Jing and met Li Yu on the way back to Xiangzila's residence. Huangfu Zhao changed his words again under her distant gaze. Mr. Huangfu. Li Yu gave him a cold and polite salute. I really have no choice but to come and trouble Mr. Huangfu this time. Huangfu Zhao's emotions were surging, but because he was afraid of being disliked by her, he could only try to suppress the emotions that were gushing out of his heart and keep a distance from Li Yu. Miss Li, please speak. Chapter 702. On the other side. Xiangzila went to find Chu Shan immediately after Huangfu Jing and others left. Although the words were cruel, the warmth that Huangfu Jing and his son had given her could not be wiped out by a few angry words. Moreover, the root of all the things was because the title that Huangfu Jing had asked for her caused the trouble that Li Yu was the princess of Nanchu. Princess? Seeing Xiangzila appear empty-handed, Chu Shan was obviously stunned. Where's your bag? Didn't we agree to leave as soon as possible? Xiangzila nodded. How many confidants do you have here that you can use now? Selecting for confidants, who looked smarter from the dozen people Chu Shan brought to pick her up, Xiangzila had them line up in front of Chu Shan and told him his plan. To Xiangzila's surprise, Chu Shan not only did not question Xiangzila's approach, but also raised his hand and told him, everything is subject to the arrangements of the princess. Why don't you ask me why I do this? Xiangzila couldn't help asking him. Chu Shan showed his signature silly smile. The princess ordered that everything should be based on the princess's wishes. Everything should be based on her wishes? That person is really... Thinking of someone's hypocritical face, Xiangzila's mouth corners can't help but rise, and the arc of her smile deepened. Halfway through her smile, she remembered that Chu Shan was still beside her, and she immediately put her smile back, frowned and nodded to Chu Shan. I will deal with it as soon as possible. Okay, if you need my help, just tell me. After discussing some minor details with Chu Shan, Xiangzila headed towards Huangfu Zhao's residence. Seeing the desolation around Yazui Pass along the way, she suddenly remembered that the bareless and sandy land in the barren mountains and ridges were no different from those in Saibei and Sichuan. She suddenly had a brainwave and established a connection with Gongjing number 3. Xiao 3, do you have those grass seeds that can sprout as soon as they are thrown on the ground? Sprouting as soon as they are thrown on the ground? Gongjing number 3 responded to her quickly. Little ghost, do you think the grass seeds here are some kind of magical variety? As if accusing Xiangzila of being too stupid, Gongjing number 3's voice suddenly rose in pitch. like some children who were about to throw a tantrum because they couldn't get candy. This lively tone was completely different from the cold robot egg when they first met. It has been 2 years without knowing it. Xiangjila couldn't help laughing. I mean, is there any grass seed that can still grow lush and green in drought and waterless conditions? No. After thinking about it, Gongjing number 3 directly refused. Even in China, there are no seeds that are so amazing. Amazing? Xiangjila's beautiful eyebrows raised again. Is it the words from China again? She was about to speak again, but Gongjing number 3 took the initiative to change her topic. But speaking of it, little ghost cultivator, didn't Changju ask you to drink milk during the days when I was away? The growth of the little master has slowed down a lot. When Xiangjila heard about drinking milk, he immediately touched his nose guiltily. Yes, there are, but those things taste too fishy. I feel sick after drinking them. You have to drink even if you feel sick. Otherwise, in 2 months, the little master's bones will develop and your calcium will be insufficient, and your legs will soon cramp again. Xiangjila knew that he was in the wrong, and he replied to Gongjing number 3 with a guilty conscience and weakly, okay, I know. Starting today, you can resume drinking 2 bowls of milk a day, okay? Hearing Xiangjila's tone of a little anger, Gongjing number 3 hurriedly explained, I don't mean to force you. I understand everything. Xiangjila interrupted very sensibly, the child is the most important. The child is the most important. For some reason, Gongjing number 3 always felt uncomfortable after hearing these words from Xiangjila. I felt like I had become a bad guy who used the little ghost cultivator as a tool for pregnancy and childbirth. Little ghost cultivator, you are not getting enough nutrition. When you are pregnant with the little master, you should supplement more nutrition. It will not only be good for the growth of the little master, but also for your body. I saw that the master in Huaxia country likes to make a soup called fish maw stewed with milk. If you are interested, come into the space and I will make it for you. Fish maw stewed with milk. Just hearing the name, Xiangjila felt nauseous, but it was difficult to reject Gongjing number 3's good intentions. So he finally said ambiguously, I have eaten fish maw at Aunt Jin's place. She usually stews it with dates, Adenophyra radix, Polygonata moderatum, and the like with pork. Your method is novel. It must be novel, Gongjing number 3 assured repeatedly, his tone full of seriousness. Little ghost cultivator, although the little master is very important, but in my heart, you are more important than the little master, so you must take good care of yourself. Xiangjila was touched. Dog Xiao 3, why are you being sentimental? Who said I was being sentimental with you? I'm doing this for the sake of the master and the little master, so I'm not being nice to you. After denying it, it immediately slipped back into the space. The consciousness suddenly became very quiet. Xiangjila blinked. Xiao 3 is shy? She raised her lips with a smile. Another guy who said one thing and meant another. But I always feel that Gongjing number 3 has become more different after coming out of seclusion this time. It seemed more human. As if he had a telepathic connection with her, Huang Fuxiao had been waiting for her halfway before Xiangjila arrived at his place. Before Xiangjila could speak, Huang Fuxiao spoke first. Xiaojila, I know you are very angry, but no matter how angry you are, your health should be the most important thing. There is no need to rush back. Chapter 703. Seeing that Huang Fuxiao was still trying to beat around the bush, Xiangjila asked directly, Brother Xiao, what do you want to say? Sensing Xiangjila's impatience, Huang Fuxiao closed his eyes, and said what he was thinking in one breath, can't you leave in 2 days? Thinking that Xiangjila was going to refuse, Huang Fuxiao interrupted again, just think of me as your brother, and I'm here to give you peace of mind. I'm really worried that you're in such a hurry to go back now. Xiangjila looked at him for a long time, until Huang Fuxiao felt frightened by her eyes. You are not thinking of something, planning to do something to Jianyuo's people or to me in the next 2 days? Xiangjila pretended to be displeased, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the face in front of him with facial features similar to his own. Huang Fuxiao jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on when he heard it. Xiaojila, what do you think of me? As he said this, he stretched out 3 fingers and pointed to the sky. Seeing that the test was almost over, Xiangjila immediately pulled down his hand. Don't swear randomly, I'm afraid that the thunder in the drought will not have eyes. Xiaojila. Huang Fuxiao looked at his sister's attitude that changed faster than turning a page, and couldn't guess what she was thinking at all. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Xiangjila put away his previous impatient look and smiled at Huang Fuxiao. If you didn't come to see me, I would have something to see you too. You came, just saved me the trouble of making another trip. Huang Fuxiao, ? It was night. Wang Fuxiao sneaked into Li Yu's residence again. Before Li Yu shouted, he covered her mouth and made a gesture to silence her. Li Yu nodded obediently, her eyes still distant. Thinking of her dependence on him in the past, Wang Fuxiao felt a pain in his heart, but he let her go and took out a piece of stone the size of a child's fist, which was carefully carved into the shape of a rabbit. I found this when I went to the deserted mountain to get herbs. Seeing that its shape was somewhat similar to a half-crouching rabbit, I picked it up and cut it a few times. Li Yu lowered her eyes and glanced at the stone he handed to her. Hidden in her sleeves, her hands clenched into fists, she shook her head indifferently. I'm not interested in rabbits, Mr. Huangfu, you should take it back. Wang Fuxiao's voice choked slightly. You really don't remember me? Why should I remember you? Li Yu's eyes were full of confusion. Why should I remember him? Of course it's because... It's okay. Wang Fuxiao swallowed the words he wanted to say again, and stuffed the stone rabbit into Li Yu's hand. Just keep it as a souvenir. If you really don't like it, then throw it away. After saying that, he quickly climbed out the window again and left, fearing that Li Yu would throw the stone rabbit into his face the next moment. Li Yu watched his back gradually disappearing into the night, sighed, and finally put the stone rabbit into a small wooden box in the bag. 2 days later, more than 10 light cavalrymen left Yazui Pass unimpeded. The leaders were Xiang Jila and Chu Shan. Chu Shan originally went to Yazui Pass to pick up Xiang Jila, and the soldiers responsible for carrying supplies had already set off to return to Dahuang before them, so Chu Shan didn't have many bags on his horse. Seeing Xiang Jila riding his horse as usual and Li Yu riding on the same horse, he couldn't help but sweat. Princess, your health condition. Or should we find a carriage? Xiang Jila shook his head and refused. If we take a carriage, it will be difficult to get back to Bailing before the first month of the year. Besides, the road from Xixia to the east is rugged, and riding a horse can save manpower and material resources. I understand the reason, but... Young master. Seeing Chu Shan's eyes secretly glance at her belly from time to time, Xiang Jila couldn't help laughing and said, Chu Shan, I find that you are becoming more and more nagging now. Chu Shan's face fell. My life is in your hands, princess. I must be more fussy. Being reckless is not a way to make a living. The most important thing is that before his prince left, he really warned him to protect the princess well. Unexpectedly, in just one day, he not only had to protect the princess, but also had a little master to protect. Princess, please be kind and stop torturing me. If you make a mistake, the first thing the prince will do is to twist off my head. Do you believe it? Hearing this, Xiang Jila burst into laughter. Chu Shan, you are becoming more and more promising. That being said, she still slowed down her horse's speed. Although she knew that she slowed down her speed, it was also to comfort Chu Shan's young heart. During this period, Xiang Jila went back and forth between Yazui Pass and the barren mountains several times, and was pleasantly surprised to find that since the first time she went into battle to defend against the enemy, she had no discomfort in her lower abdomen. On the contrary, she did not do anything, and her morning sickness reaction became more serious. She and June knew his little darling are being considerate of her. There was no sound behind her suddenly. Xiang Jila instinctively turned her sight, and was surprised to find that Chu Shan, who was standing a little behind her just a moment ago, had stopped moving forward at some point. Lian Liu also shrunk her whole body to her back. The strange looks of the two prompted Xiang Jila to look back at the front suspiciously. A large group of soldiers in armor blocked her way, and it seemed that they had been waiting there for a long time. At first glance, it was a large black mass, and most of the Huangfu army at Yazui Pass had arrived. Among the neatly positioned crowd, there was a simple wheelchair made of wooden boards. Xiao Shila, we are here to take you there. Wang Fuxiao stood at the front and smiled at her. He paused, his eyes slightly red, and his voice was a little choked. Father is here too. As soon as he finished speaking, before Xiang Jila could calm down, Zhang Chagong, who had already received instructions, respectfully helped Wang Fujing, who could barely walk, to walk between the two teams. Seeing the usually tall and strong Wang Fujing now leaning against the cold north wind, Xiang Jila felt his eyes dry, and even the hand holding the reins was slowly increasing its strength. Xiao Shila, Uncle Jing can go to the fields now. He will soon be able to rebuild Shuangwan and Shuangwan. When the time comes, we will wait for you to come back and inspect the reconstruction results of Shuangwan and Shuangwan. Wang Fujing's voice was as light as his current body shape, so light that it seemed that it could be blown away by the whistling north wind if he was not careful. But he tried to stand straight, like a nail, firmly stuck in the ground, trying to tell Xiang Jila in this way, her Uncle Jing is not a coward, and will not be defeated. Listening to his weak voice, Xiangjila tried to hold back her emotions, but her nose was sour and her tears kept rolling in her eyes. She was angry 2 days ago, because Huang Fujing denied Yan Zhenyuo's intentions. In fact, after Huang Fujing forced himself to apologize to her the next day, despite his physical discomfort, Xiangjila's anger had slowly disappeared. Otherwise, she would not have let Chu Shan's confidant stay to assist Huang Fuxiao. But, Chapter 704. She didn't tell Uncle Jing because she didn't want to feel sad about the separation. In order to help Xuanwan and the other 2 cities get through the food shortage, Xiangjila not only wrote 2 copies of the potato and sweet potato seedling cultivation methods and handed them to Chu Shan's confidants, but also left a large number of potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, cattle, and sheep in the barren mountains and streams. Worried that Huang Fuxiao's people didn't know how to cook potatoes and sweet potatoes, she also asked Huang Fuxiao to bring a cook and have a picnic in the barren mountains and streams. That night, Yazui Pass had the most sumptuous dinner in the past 2 months, and it was the kind that was full of meat. Xiaoshila. Huang Fujing's weak and somewhat apprehensive voice brought Xiangjila's thoughts back to reality. Facing Huang Fujing's hopeful eyes, she couldn't keep a cold face after all. That's good, Uncle Jing, cheer up. I'll be waiting for your good news when the time comes. Hearing Xiangjila call Uncle Jing again, Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with countless starlight, and it was hard to look away even in broad daylight. Zhang Chagong, who had been standing beside Huang Fujing, immediately raised his hand and waved. Huang Fujun, who was standing behind him, immediately straightened his chest and shouted to Xiangjila in a neat and full voice, "Respectfully send the Regent Princess of Dahuang back to the court." Xiangjila stared at Huang Fujing and his son with wide eyes. This time, it was Huang Fuxiao who explained to her. He raised his hand and made a stop gesture, and all the soldiers behind him immediately quieted down. Since we can't go back to Nanchu, and we have fought against the Nanchu Punitive Army and the invading Xixiao army together with you, the so-called position is no longer important to us. At the moment, they want to send you off. The soldiers all remember that you found food for them. Having said this, he rode up to Xiangjila and said solemnly, "Xiaojila, remember, this will always be your mother's home. Behind you, there are not only me and my father, but also 80,000 Huangfu soldiers." Xiangjila's eyes swept over the soldiers standing behind Huang Fuxiao and looking at her. Those faces, which were tanned black under the scorching sun and cracked by the north wind, were all embedded with a pair of eyes full of sincerity. Perhaps it was because the north wind was too harsh. Xiangjila felt sore in his eyes at this moment. Looking at Huang Fuxiao and Huang Fujing again, she smiled brightly with red eyes. "Okay." Just as Xiangjila said goodbye again and was about to ride away, Huang Fuxiao couldn't help but look at Li Yu, who was sitting behind Xiangjila. As if she had noticed something, Li Yu looked up at Huang Fuxiao. "Mr. Huangfu, can I have a word with you?" Huang Fuxiao was flattered and didn't have time to look away. "Yes. Yes." Seeing this, Gong Sunming immediately rode forward a few steps, but stopped the horse's pace at Chu Shan's signal. He watched Li Yu get off the horse in a clumsy manner. Huang Fuxiao immediately got off the horse and followed. Huang Fujing had already sat back on the wheelchair that needed to be lifted by manpower after being reminded by Zhang Chagong. While Xiangjila and his group were waiting for Li Yu, he kept chatting with Xiangjila regardless of his fatigue. Li Yu and Huang Fujing walked all the way south until they were sure that no one else could hear their conversation, and then they stopped. At this time, Li Yu was still carrying a bag on her back. After stopping, she pulled out the wooden box on the top of the bag, opened it, and put it back into Huang Fuxiao's hands. "Return the item to its original owner. Li Yu appreciates Mr. Huangfu's kindness, but Li Yu really doesn't like rabbits, so it's better to give it back to Mr. Huangfu." Huang Fuxiao seemed to have not yet reacted to Li Yu's behavior. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. He could only stare blankly at the stone rabbit in the wooden box. Once, Li Yu even regarded the piece of wood he gave her as a treasure, and was unwilling to throw it away even if it was broken. "Now, I guess we will never meet again in the future. Li Yu once again thanks General Huangfu and Mr. Huangfu for taking me in these days." After bowing deeply to Huang Fuxiao, Li Yu returned to Xiangjila with her bag on her back, and climbed onto her horse again with clumsy movements. Gong Sunming, whose eyes had never left Li Yu, slowly let go of his heart after seeing Li Yu climb back onto her horse and return to the team. Huang Fuxiao then returned, holding the wooden box tightly in his hand, hiding the lost look on his face, and trying to make himself look normal. After taking a deep look at Li Yu, he climbed onto his horse neatly, waved his hand, and the soldiers who were blocking their way neatly made way, respectfully send the Regent Princess of Da Huang back to the court. Amid the farewell words that resounded through the sky, the complicated relationship between the three people seemed to be buried under the vast yellow sand behind them. New Year's Eve. Da Huang. Due to Xiangjila's physical condition, Xiangjila and his group were on the road, stopping and starting. In the last few days, even under Xiangjila's strong request, they dared to speed up. After rushing and hurrying, they finally returned to Bailing Jinfu before sunset on New Year's Eve. Bailing at this time has changed a lot compared to the year before Xiangjila left. The hawking that used to be seen everywhere on the street now seemed to have been deliberately erased. The whole street was empty, without even a decent lantern. In September and October, the Nanling and Bailing Mountains suffered serious floods. Although the Jin mansion was not affected as much as ordinary people, it could not escape the misfortune of being soaked in water for a few days. Even though the Jin mansion spent money to repaint the exterior walls, the marks of the exterior walls being soaked by water were still faintly visible. Compared with the bustle of the last time she came back, this time, only Jin Yu was waiting at the door to greet her. Seeing Xiangjila roll off the horse neatly, Jin Yu immediately stepped forward with a smile, took her hand and patted her, glad to be back. The reunion dinner is ready. Xiangjila's face was tired, and he let Jin Yu take him into the mansion. Li Yu, Chu Shan and others followed closely after the servant of Jin's mansion took over the horse. After entering the Jin's mansion, Xiangjila found that the Jin's mansion inside was completely different from what he saw outside. Outside the Jin's mansion, Xiangjila couldn't even see a red lantern. After entering the Jin's mansion, although there were not many bright red colors, it looked much more festive than outside. Seeing Xiangjila's inquiry, Jin Yu quickly explained, in the past few months, Nanling and Bailing have suffered many disasters. It's not good to be too lavish just for the new year. Xiangjila understood. What she didn't tell Jin Yu was that it was not only Nanling and Bailing that suffered many disasters in the past few months, but other places were no less affected. On the way into the Dahuang territory, they saw many people who were displaced by natural disasters and man-made disasters. Chapter 705. Therefore, before she arrived at Budeling, she made some temporary arrangements for Chuncho and others based on the heavenly punishments that Dahuang was currently experiencing in various places. Chiosi was sent by her to the northern frontier in October to look for Qin Pei, and no news has been sent back yet. Xian Yan was in Nanling to deal with the expansion of the Qingwan Escort Agency, and Dongren went to the East China Sea according to her instructions. During this period, due to Imoyed's help, he also made friends with many large households specializing in collecting carbon. As for the current situation between Imoyed and Jin Yu, Chuncho did not mention it in the letter reporting to her, and Xiangjila naturally would not deliberately inquire about it, because she knew that if there was really good news, Jin Yu would never hide it from her. Chuncho is still in charge of Bailing. Xiangjila had some selfish motives in making the arrangement for Chuncho. After all, she and Chushan are not young anymore, and they can't let their endless busy schedules delay their lifelong events. By the way, Nan. Xiangjila's arms tightened, and his attention immediately returned to Jinyu. What's wrong? Aunt? Jinyu frowned and let go of her hand, pulling her around twice in front of her, and finally her eyes fell on Xiangjila's waist belt. Why do I feel like you've gained weight after this trip? Gained weight? Xiangjila followed her gaze, and also looked at the waist belt that was a finger wide. If Jinyu hadn't said it, she wouldn't have felt anything. Now that Jinyu said it, she clearly began to feel the tightness of her waist in the past few days. In the final analysis, this was all thanks to Gongjing No. 3's cramming-style nutrition supplement. I don't know what amazing magic it practiced in seclusion a few days ago, which even relieved her morning sickness. These days, she got hungry quickly and ate a lot, and she didn't vomit as much as before. Look, with the good food and drink served at Gongjing No. 3, her belly is a little fatter than when she left Yazui Pass. I don't know if it's the baby that made her belly bigger, or the meat she has grown. Thinking that Xiangjila was entangled in her own weight gain, Jin Yu hurriedly smiled and said, Nan, don't misunderstand what I mean. I actually want to say that you were too thin before, and now you have finally gained some meat, don't lose it. Xiangjila also laughed dryly. No. She was thinking about how to talk to Jin Yu, so that she could calmly accept her pregnancy. Before she could think of a good way to start, Jin Yu looked at her again, and muttered to herself, No, Xiaojila, I think your face seems to be a little thinner, and the fat has grown on your belly, which is not right. Auntie. No, you still need to see a doctor in this situation. Don't get some kind of bloating disease. As she said that, Jin Yu raised her hand to call the servants. Xiangjila quickly pulled her back. Aunt, I'm fine, no need to see a doctor. How can I be fine? You've lost weight, but your belly has gotten bigger. You don't look very good, so let's see a doctor. Under Jin Yu's repeated insistence, Xiangjila finally didn't care about getting to the point, and leaned over to whisper in her ear. When Xiangjila stepped away from Jin Yu's ear, Jin Yu's eyes were already as big as bells. You mean? Xiangjila nodded affirmatively, and made a gesture to silence her. Jin Yu was slightly startled at first, then took a deep breath, let go of Xiangjila, and stepped back a few steps. After making sure that Xiangjila would not be hurt no matter how much she made a fuss, she suddenly turned around, lifted her skirt and ran to her residence, shouting as she ran, "Hurry up, and take out the top-quality fish maw that is treasured in the mansion." Xiangjila, Due to the impact of the natural disaster, this year's family reunion dinner is simpler and lighter than in previous years. Although there were not many people eating and Yin Zhenyu was not there, Jin Yu, Chu Shan, Li Yu, Gong Suming and others were there, so Xiangjila had no time to think about Yin Zhenyu even if he wanted to. The New Year's Eve dinner basically ended with Jin Yu constantly asking Xiangjila about his well-being and feeding him bowl after bowl of fish maw stewed chicken. Due to the far-reaching impact of the flood, Kyoto was in chaos, and the counties adjacent to Kyoto could not get the disaster relief funds from the court, let alone the counties on the border like Nanbailing. Therefore, the people in Nanbailing who had no food to eat these days basically relied on the spontaneous distribution of porridge and food by wealthy merchants and kind people. On the first day of the new year, Jin Yu opened the warehouse again to distribute food. This time, she distributed cooked potatoes. Because it was the new year, she also specifically instructed the servants to distribute 2 more pieces of bacon to each disaster victim who came to get potatoes. Xiangjila stood far away and saw several little beggars being beaten on the ground by other stronger homeless people because they took meat. She signaled with her eyes, and one of the Qilin guards disguised as a servant standing behind her immediately stepped forward and drove away the homeless people. Seeing the little beggar kowtow to the Qilin guards, Xiangjila sighed and said to Jin Yu beside him, "And Jin, opening the warehouse to distribute food has never been the only way to save them from the water and fire." Jin Yu also looks solemn, and knows that, but now it seems that if we don't give them food, it will be a matter of time before Bailing falls into chaos. Xiangjila shook his head and said in a low voice, "If you give them food now, I'm afraid it won't be much better than this result." Jin Yu didn't understand. But she probably knew from what she said that Xiangjila didn't like her to distribute food privately, so after the first day of the Lunar New Year, she never distributed food privately again. Yin Zhenyu rushed to the Jin mansion on the night of the first day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 706. After returning, he did not go to see Xiangjila first, but went to see Chu Shan first. At that time, Chu Shan had just returned from the refugee village that had just been divided in Bailing. After hastily eating the dinner prepared by the Jin mansion, he ran to the small kitchen to find 5 or 6 potatoes to cook for himself. It was nothing, he just didn't eat enough. When Yin Zhenyu came back, he was squatting in the corner and chewing on the roasted potatoes. Prince? Seeing the master who appeared without anyone noticing, Chu Shan suddenly felt that the roasted potatoes in his hand were not fragrant. After all, it's fun to eat alone when you're cheating. It's boring if you're caught. Yin Zhenyu said to him, "When you're out, don't be too reserved." After that, his eyes fell on the pile of baked potatoes in front of Chu Shan. He squatted on the ground and picked up the biggest one, broke it open, and asked casually, "How is it?" Chu Shan looked at the potato in Yin Zhenyu's hand with heartache. Then he said seriously, "Uncle Li is comforting the refugees around Kyoto with PNG and others. The news from Qimai and Sichuan area said that local officials have begun to give up the governance of the people. I have sent people to verify it. Once it is verified that Qimai is true, I will ask the prince to order the dispatch of troops. As for the northern part of the Sibei, Lin Bufan's news has not been delivered these days, and I have also sent people to the north. At present, Nanling and Bailing are the least affected by the natural disasters in these days." After saying that, he stuffed the potato in his hand into his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, picked up another one and broke it open. Yin Zhenyu said him, took a bite of the peeled potato politely, and told Chu Shan about his plan as if chatting, "I will go to the East China Sea after the new year. At present, among the 16 counties in the south, only the South Ridge and the North Ridge are relatively stable. You stay here to protect the princess and the young master. If you go to inquire about the news or suppress the unrest, your subordinates can also share the worries and work for the prince. The prince really doesn't need to run like this." Hearing Chu Shan's words, Yin Zhenyu lowered his eyes and glanced at the bitten potato. A hint of darkness flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head. Some things must be handled by this prince personally. Must he handle it personally? It seems that there is no news coming back from the East China Sea? No. What did the prince ask him to do just now? The prince knows that the princess is pregnant? Chu Shan reacted belatedly. He hasn't said anything yet. Yan Zhenyu glanced at Chu Shan like a fool, silently moved away from him 2 steps, and continued to eat the potato in his hand. Xiang Jila, who was looking for someone in the mansion, turned a corner and saw the master and servant squatting at the foot of the wall eating roasted potatoes. She couldn't help rolling her eyes and said sourly, "Let's say, is there not enough food or clothes in the mansion? Eating roasted potatoes is like a tryst." After hearing the servant's report that the son-in-law has entered the mansion, Xiang Jila couldn't help but look for someone in the mansion with a lantern. After asking the servants along the way, she learned that Yan Zhenyu didn't go to see her first when he returned to the Jin mansion, but to find Chu Shan. For the first time, Xiang Jila found Chu Shan so annoying. Yan Zhenyu immediately stood up and patted the potato crumbs on his hands, and pushed all the blame to Chu Shan without blushing or beating his heart. Chu Shan said it was boring to eat supper alone, and dragged me along. Chu Shan was completely shocked by Yan Zhenyu's shamelessness. He quickly swallowed a mouthful of potatoes, and was about to explain. When he met Yan Zhenyu's eyes, he closed his eyes, and shrank his neck in resignation. It was my subordinate, who was greedy and afraid of loneliness. Woo, he shouldn't be greedy. Why eat roasted potatoes on New Year's Day? However, Chu Shan soon stopped being upset, because Xiang Zila asked the kitchen to make him a midnight snack. While Chu Shan was happily eating a midnight snack, Xiang Zila had dragged Yan Zhenyu back to his room. While he was washing and bathing, she kept looking around him, and only felt relieved when she was sure that his appearance had gradually recovered, and he was no longer as haggard as she had seen before. After bathing, Yan Zhenyu changed into clean clothes. When he returned to bed, he saw that she was still staring at his face. He couldn't help but muffled and said, "You only like my face?" Xiang Jila immediately sat up, straightened his back, and said, as a matter of course, I'm so beautiful. If I find a husband who is too ugly, I'm afraid others will laugh at me. It's rare to see her so bold and speak freely in front of him. Yan Zhenyu raised his eyebrows and asked her with interest, "Laugh at your poor taste?" No recalling the face of someone who looked so haggard that he could be her father, Xiang Jila smiled maliciously. "They will laugh at me for being a flower stuck in cow dung, or for being lonely in the boudoir and pulling out old onions." Yin Yofan plus Lao Song Zhenyu, Stupid woman, who said you should be afraid of outsiders? The two met again after a long separation. Yin Zhenyu did not mention to Xiang Jila where he went alone, nor did he explain to her why he did not come to Jin Mansion before the new year. Xiang Jila knew that the things he had to deal with were never simple, and he was very sensible, and did not ask too many questions. At present, Dawang was in chaos, and they all tacitly cherished the few peaceful days in Jin Mansion. Chunshou had been busy since the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, and only returned to the mansion to rest on the 5th day of the 1st lunar month. Because she had been busy these days, she had been staying in the store, and Xiang Jila had specifically mentioned to Jinyu that he wanted to give her a surprise. So Jinyu had specifically ordered the other servants not to leak any news, so she didn't know that Chu Shan had also come. It was not until she returned to the mansion, and slept for 2 full days to make up for the previous sleep, that she knew that Xiang Jila had returned to the Jin Mansion on New Year's Eve. The person who was lazily washing up the moment before, immediately changed her clothes, and left the room when she heard the servant mention Xiang Jila. She looked so anxious that those who didn't know her would think she was rushing to do something. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the afterglow of the New Year had not yet dissipated from the Jin Mansion. Perhaps because the sun was in the sky, Chunshou felt warm all over, and her heart was warm. She wanted to appear in front of Xiang Jila immediately, and tell her that they had lived up to her trust in the past year, and the intelligence network of the 5 states and 16 counties in the south had been completely established on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. She was so eager to see Xiang Jila that she didn't notice the man who was coming back from work, and was excited to wave to her when he saw her. Someone's face suddenly turned from sunny to stormy, and without any hesitation, he used his qigong to catch up with her. When Chunshou was grabbed by the shoulder, she instinctively made a move to deal with the other party, but when she turned around, she saw Chu Shan. Chapter 707. She opened her eyes wide. The sudden surprise made her mind go blank, and she could only let Chu Shan drag her behind the rockery. Before she could ask a word, her waist tightened, her lips softened, and her breath was suddenly filled with a familiar masculine breath. The rockery rolled down a few tiny pieces of gravel due to her initial instinctive struggle, making a dull crisp sound. As the breath intertwined and became more and more intense, Chuncho slowly closed her eyes, feeling Chushan's thoughts. She felt like she was in the clouds, and like she was dreaming. Chushan didn't release his hand that was tightening around her waist until both of them began to breathe rapidly. He tried to suppress the restlessness in his heart and body. Xiao Qingqing. He called her hoarsely. Some emotions that had been suppressed were about to burst out. After he called her like this, Chuncho's face, which had finally returned to normal, became red again like the sunset in the sky. Outside the rockery, the hurried footsteps of some servants from the Jin mansion could be heard from time to time, but compared to her heartbeat, those footsteps were much slower. She lowered her head, so nervous that she didn't know what to say. They had kissed and hugged each other, but when she saw Chushan, she couldn't control her nervousness. As long as she thought of the way he looked at her, she couldn't help but feel her heartbeat speed up. Chushan. She put away her former sharpness and called him softly. The simple rising syllable carried a strong warning, and Chuncho immediately lowered her head and whispered Shan Shan. Chushan smiled. My dear little Qingqing, Brother Shan came in a hurry this time, and didn't have time to bring you any gifts. I'm not with you because of your gifts. Guessing that he would definitely say something like give myself to her, Chuncho blushed and interrupted in a low voice. What's more, you have a lot of things to do. In front of the big things of the prince and princess, our little things must be put aside for a while. She had long known about the chaos in Kyoto, and even the entire Dahuang. In recent months, it is not an exaggeration to describe the various cities and counties of Dahuang as being in a precarious situation. Even the prince has to run around everywhere. Chushan is by the prince's side. It would be strange if he didn't run his legs off. Although he knew that Chuncho was telling the truth, Chushan still couldn't help but feel a little upset. Xiao Qingqing, although I still feel that I have to ask, if one day the princess and I fall into the water, who will you save first? This kind of question again. It's okay to ask her every time I write to her, but I didn't expect to ask her when we met. This guy is really... Chuncho didn't know whether to laugh or cry and changed the subject. Are you tired? Wait for me at my place. After I meet the princess, I go back and help you relax your muscles? Hearing that he could go to Chuncho's place, Chushan immediately put away his sad look and scratched his head with an embarrassed look. I'm not tired, but I miss you so much. Knowing what so much, Chuncho's face turned redder, and she spat at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Chushan took the opportunity to move closer to her, secretly put his arm around her waist again, and kissed her cheek. If it wasn't the wrong time, I really want to ask the princess to marry you right now. Before he could finish his words, a clear and smiling female voice interrupted him. Marry me if you want. The prince said before that he would settle you down after the Nanling rebellion was quelled, but there were too many things to do later. The two of them froze at the same time and looked at the source of the voice. Xiang Jila walked out from the other side of the rockery holding Yin Zhenyuo's hand. Chushan looked at Yin Zhenyuo and blushed for the first time. Princess, when did you come? How could he still have the flirtatiousness he had when he was alone with Chuncho? Xiang Jila winked at Chuncho teasingly. It wasn't that early. When someone said I miss you so much, I could already taste the sorrow in his words before the prince, and I even got close. Princess. Chuncho lowered her head in shame and embarrassment, not daring to look at Xiang Jila. It's a good thing for two people to be in love and get married. What's there to be embarrassed about? Silly Chuncho, it's easy to find a priceless treasure, but it's hard to find a lover. Xiang Jila finished his words to Chuncho openly. He turned to look at Yin Zhenyuo with a smile on his face. Your Highness, if you really wait until everything is resolved before letting them be together, I'm afraid there will be another pair of resentful lovers in this world. How about we settle Chushan and Chuncho here? Yin Zhenyuo first looked at Xiang Jila, then raised his eyes to meet Chushan's expectant eyes, and said slowly, it's not impossible to arrange a wedding now, but it won't be as grand as in Kyoto, and judging from the current situation, your wedding will certainly not be extravagant. Chushan knelt down immediately after hearing this, his tone full of gratitude. I thank the prince for his help, but marriage is a big thing, and a woman only gets one chance in her life. Chuncho also knelt down after guessing Chushan's concerns. I thank the princess for her help. I just hope to be with Chushan openly. I don't care whether the wedding is grand or not, extravagant or not. Xiao Qing. Chushan turned to look at Chuncho. His tone also carried a warning. Chuncho looked back at him. Not to be outdone, Chushan, if you want to marry, marry here, as soon as possible. Otherwise I won't marry after this time I want to marry, and I will be an old maid in the future, staying by the princess' side for life to protect and serve her wholeheartedly." The two looked at each other, and Chu Shan was defeated. Unable to glare at Chuncho, Chu Shan could only look at Yan Zhenyu weakly. "Prince, if you want to get married, then get married." Yan Zhenyu finally gave the decision to Chu Shan. Chu Shan glanced at Chuncho and gritted his teeth and said, "I want to get married." After getting Chu Shan's approval, Xiangjila was afraid that something might happen if he was late, so he immediately said, "It's the 7th day of the first lunar month now. I heard that the 20th day of the first lunar month is an auspicious day for marriage. You two are loyal. Although time is urgent, and we can't prepare a grand wedding for you, the prince and I can still officiate at your wedding. In addition, I seem to have heard Chuncho say that her mother was sent to the south and settled in Nanling after the drought in Kyoto. Xian Yin will be back in 2 days, so let her come with Xian Yin." Hearing this, the two immediately looked up at Yan Zhenyu. The latter was looking at his wife beside him with gentle eyes, and said in a clear voice, "Just do as the princess said." The two kowtowed to Yan Zhenyu and his wife again with gratitude. "I thank you, your majesty, and the princess for your help." In the following days, except for Chiosi, who was ordered to go north to find Qin Pei, all the people who could be used in the Jin mansion and Yan Zhenyu were mobilized. Chu Shan and Chuancho's wedding was very low-key, so low-key that only red silk was simply tied inside the Jin mansion, and there was not even a big red lantern hung outside the Jin mansion. The relatives and friends were only Chu Shan's confidants and Yan Zhenyu and his wife, Jin Yu, Xian Yin, and Dong Ren, who sat at a few tables. Chu Shan and Chuancho's wedding was very high-profile, so high-profile that even the Regent Prince and Regent Princess came to personally preside over their wedding. This is a unique honor in the whole Dahuang. With Yan Zhenyu in charge, Chu Shan's subordinates, who wanted to make trouble in the bridal chamber, all kept their actions to themselves and did not dare to act too recklessly. Chapter 708. Yan Zhenyu seemed to realize that his subordinates were not happy with him around, so after drinking a few glasses of wine with Chu Shan, he took Xiangjila back to rest. It was not that he was very considerate of Chu Shan, but Xiangjila began to become sleepy around the Lantern Festival. He yawned even when he ate. He was lazy, sick, and had no energy. Back at home, the couple closed the door, and could still hear the hustle and bustle in the distance. Yan Zhenyu carefully washed her feet and face, and called for hot water to take a bath to wash off the smell of alcohol before returning to bed. After returning to bed, Xiangjila seemed to sense something and immediately clung to him like a cat. He grabbed her hand that was about to cause trouble. "You are not feeling well, and are prone to laziness. Take a good rest." She slowly opened her watery eyes. But Aunt Jean said that once a man has had sex, he will feel uncomfortable if he does not touch it for a few months. Once he feels uncomfortable, he will find another way to vent. She knows several wives of officials in Bailing. They had a good relationship when they just got married, but as soon as those wives got pregnant, those officials turned around and lingered in the red light districts, and brought concubines into the mansion one by one. Yan Zhenyu kissed her face, which had become thin due to morning sickness, and held her in his arms. He smiled pityingly and scolded, "Stupid woman, don't compare me with those beasts, who can't control their instincts. Since you got pregnant, I saw that you have become thinner except for your belly. I know that you must be suffering. How can I bear to let you suffer at this time?" For some reason, although his tone was not very gentle, Xiangjila felt like crying when he heard it. "I am very tired." She buried her head in his arms, aggrieved. "Not only can I not eat well, I don't even have the energy to go out and play, and I just want to sleep every day." "Sleep if you want to." As he spoke, Yan Zhenyu's hand rested on her belly again. "You have to eat well, and sleep well now, otherwise how will you have the strength to get the boy out of your belly in the future?" Xiangjila took the opportunity to get a little closer to his arms. Because she was sleepy, her voice was also sticky. "Why do you think it must be the boy?" Yan Zhenyu opened his eyes, and looked at the top of the tent. His eyes were ambiguous, feeling. "What if your feeling is wrong and the baby is a daughter?" Xiangjila raised her eyes from his arms without giving up. "If it's a daughter, will you let me keep giving birth until I give birth to a son?" This is also the problem she is most worried about after she got pregnant. Although the two of them had discussed the gender of the child as a joke before, as the child gradually grew in her belly, Xiangjila would think from time to time that the royal family has always liked boys, if hers is a girl. Yan Zhenyu concealed the complex look in his eyes, lowered his eyes to meet her gaze, and smiled softly. "For me, sons and daughters don't matter. As long as the child is born by you for me, it's enough. But if one day, You really take that position, if it's a daughter then. Finally understanding why Xiangjila was worried, Yan Zhenyu reached out and gently twisted her nose. Silly girl, to me, sons and daughters are not as important as you. And who said that only men can sit in that position? Silly Zhenyu, you know that's not what I mean. In the fight for the world, only ability is considered, regardless of gender. Pushing her back into his arms, when she wanted to sit up, Yan Zhenyu interrupted her to continue speaking. People don't know that before the 5 Central Plains countries split up, women actually ascended the throne and ruled the entire Central Plains. However, the ruling empress became more and more licentious and incompetent, so the Central Plains was divided up by the founding ancestors of the 5 countries. In order to avoid the situation of women ruling again, the founding monarchs of the 5 Central Plains countries had an unwritten rule. The harem was not allowed to interfere in politics, and women were not allowed to enter the court. Over time, the 5 Central Plains countries gave others the illusion that only men could be the head of a family. This illusion almost made everyone forget that before the 5 Central Plains countries split up, women actually ascended the throne as empresses. A woman ascended the throne as empress. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Xiangjila heard such talk. At that time, the China Millennium Chronicle that Gongjing No. 3 showed her said that women could be officials, but basically most of them only played a supporting role, and the real decision makers were still men. When you heard about the empress, you thought about things so intently. How come you thought about the opposite of your husband's heaven? No. Hearing Yan Zhenyu's voice coming from the top of his head, Xiangjila immediately denied, I just feel it's novel. If a woman is the emperor, then what kind of country would the 5 Central Plains countries be in the past? Women are respected at home? Or would it be like the place Su Qian mentioned, where men and women are equal, and all living things are equal? Worried that Yan Zhenyu would think too much, Xiangjila did not forget to emphasize, I really don't think too much. You know, I was really tired of leading troops in my last life. I really don't want to use my brain anymore. After being reborn, I just want to live a good life with you. Hearing this, Yan Zhenyu frowned in disgust and said, what a promising person. That being said, he actually knew in his heart that the little woman said that he was useless, but behind the scenes, she did no less than him. If she didn't say anything, he couldn't expose the sneaky business of his little woman. He could only tap her forehead with his finger, pretending to be ignorant and disgusted, and squeezed Xiangjila. It's easy to become stupid if you don't use your brain. Chapter 709. What do you care about me? Xiangjila opened his hand and entangled him with his hands and feet like a spoiled child. With a smart husband, what's the use of brains? Yan Zhenyu stretched out his hand to pull down her legs that were wrapped around his waist. Watch out for your belly, you're a girl, can't you be more gentle? Yan Zhenyu, do you dislike me? I don't. You are, you must be. I'm not, I don't. You do, look, my belly is just starting to grow. It's not even obvious yet, and you don't even let me wrap my waist. You weren't like this before, you clearly dislike me now. This woman. Just now she said she wanted to live a good life with him, and now she blames him for not letting her wrap around his waist. Pregnant women are really. I don't have it. Yan Zhenyu spoke again word by word. You have it, you have it. After several times like this, Yan Zhenyu had to resign himself to putting her legs back to the position where they were wrapped around his waist just now. Okay, don't move. This time, Xiangjila was finally satisfied, and smiled and leaned over to his cheek and kissed him. This is more like it. After saying that, she closed her eyes, and was about to fall asleep. After a while, she opened her eyes again, and then closed them again. After doing this several times, she found something wrong. She was sure that her body was very tired now, but for some reason, her spirit was always excited. An inexplicable restlessness spread from her lower abdomen to her whole body. She tore open her clothes and loosened the hands and feet that were wrapped around Yan Zhenyu, and turned over. Can't sleep? His voice came from behind, and then her back was pressed against a tight chest. Hot. I feel hot when he gets close to me. Xiangjila couldn't help but move inward again to create some distance between him and himself. He put his hand behind his head and looked at the top of the tent. He found a topic to talk to him. It's not that I can't sleep, but there are some problems. No matter how I try to ignore them, they will come to my mind. There are fewer farmers in Nanling and Bailing compared to other places, and there are more merchants. Logically speaking, it is the place least affected by the disaster. But a few days ago, the relief grain from the court arrived. When I went out, I found that a large part of the people did not receive the rations they deserved, and there were also a small number of people who received the relief grain and resold it. The scary thing is that the relief grain was resold at a high price, and there were people who covered it up. However, this is only the place in Dahuang that was least affected by the disaster. In other places affected by the disaster, in the corners we can't see, how are people living now? We have no way of knowing. This kind of survival of the fittest is particularly obvious in the face of survival disadvantages. As soon as she finished speaking, a big hand covered her forehead. I just told you to have a good rest, and now you are worrying about it again. I didn't. Xiang Jila pushed his hand away and denied it. Yan Zhenhua moved closer to her, his tone calm as usual. No matter how much you think about it, you don't need to solve this matter, and you can't solve it. The little woman may not know, but he knows that what Dahuang is experiencing now is not a natural disaster, but a punishment from heaven. If he does not solve the problem of heaven, no matter how much he allocates for disaster relief, as long as Dahuang shows any signs of recovery, it will only face more serious disasters again and again. And after a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic. In addition, there are the 4 Central Plains countries that are eyeing them covetously. Xiang Jila said nonchalantly, but muttered, "Silly Zhenhua, stop looking down on others." After saying that, she kicked off the quilt skillfully and rolled into the bed again. Realizing that something was wrong with her tonight, Yan Zhenhua pulled her back into the quilt. His relatively gentle expression suddenly became serious. "Xiang Jila, what are you doing? Kicking off the quilt in such a cold weather would be even more painful if she caught a cold." Xiang Jila kicked off the quilt again and said aggrievedly, I'm hot. Hot? Yan Zhenhua sat up, raised his eyebrows, and looked at his little wife, who was lying beside him, and looking at him pitifully, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Just now she was clinging to him and didn't want to let go, but now she's hot? Xiang Jila nodded, and couldn't help but pull open her collar a little more, and even her breathing began to speed up. Want to drink water? Want to drink water? Yan Zhenhua raised his eyebrows, and reached out to touch her pulse. The pulse was beating chaotically. She didn't sweat, but was still hot. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wait, don't move, I pour you some water. Xiang Jila nodded, and kicked the quilt away skillfully. When Yan Zhenhua came back with the water, her collar had been open for the most part, revealing a large area of skin that had turned red and shiny due to the heat, but her lips were pale and gray, and she curled up and hugged her lower abdomen, looking very painful. His face became more and more ugly, but he gently helped her put on her clothes and held her in his arms. Come, drink some water first. Before Yan Zhenhua could bring the water to his mouth, Xiang Jila suddenly grabbed his hand, holding the cup of water. Yan Zhenhua was not careful, and the whole cup of water fell on her body. Zhenhua. My stomach suddenly hurts. Because of the pain, she grabbed his sleeves tightly with both hands, and her knuckles turned white due to the excessive force. Her eyes were so red that they almost dripped blood, and even the jade bracelet that slipped down the back of her hand began to crack. Yan Zhenhua's face changed drastically, and he immediately pressed her neck gently to make her fall asleep, stopping the bracelet from cracking. Then he raised his hand to set up a barrier, and used his spiritual power to drag Changju, who was sleeping nearby, over. Changju, who was still sleepy, didn't even know what had happened. Mengzhang, you are finally willing to show up. A shadow followed Changju into the barrier, emitting a soft blue light. Is it you? Yan Zhenhua looked at the shadow in front of him with cold eyes. Caning did not answer Yan Zhenhua immediately, but instead focused his eyes on the jade bracelet on her hand. She is smart. She cleansed the fairy spirit of the fairy object. It is really easy for me to find her. Easy to find? He has been looking for her all the time? What did you do to her? The murderous intent in Yan Zhenhua's eyes became more and more obvious. Caning smiled gently, as if he was not afraid of his murderous intent. Mengzhang, your emotions are getting more and more easily aroused, just because of this woman? Yan Zhenhua did not answer Caning's question, but secretly increased the strength of holding the person in his arms. The shadow's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was not at all flustered. You should not ask what I did to her, but what you did to her. Mengzhang, even if you and she are both mortals now, it was still hundreds of years ago. Except for the serious damage to your dragon bones, everything else of your body remains unchanged. A mortal body has to pay a price to bear the grace of the ancient blue dragon. I just want you to know this price in advance. Before the shadow finished speaking, Yan Zhenhua unexpectedly stretched out his hand to him, and a dazzling red light quickly enveloped the shadow along with his movement. In a moment, the light blue shadow was swallowed up by the red light. Chapter 7:10. Then, Yan Zhenhua gathered the red light back and implanted it into the bracelet that had cracks. When the bracelet came into contact with the red light, it immediately began to repair itself quickly, and it was back to normal after a while. After doing all this, Yin Junyo was already pale and sweating, and even the barrier disappeared on its own. When he looked at Xiang Jila again, the latter was not much better than him, also pale and sweating. He quickly reached out and took her pulse. The heartbeat was finally no longer rapid. He then reassuredly embraced her in his arms again. Before falling asleep, he reminded Changju, "You stay here tonight." After Changju's approval, he fell into a deep sleep. Far away in the god realm, Tian Dao, who was meditating with his lips pursed, suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. The hem of his white robe was also stained with a large area of blood. From a distance, it looked like two gorgeous plum blossoms. He slowly opened his eyes, and gently wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with his slender jade-like fingertips. His eyes were cold and deep, and two clusters of flames were faintly jumping. Mengjiang, I really don't want to come back for a woman. Damn ghost cultivator. At the other end of the Jin mansion, after lifting the bride's veil, Chu Shan returned to the banquet not long after Yin Junyo left and toasted with his trusted subordinates. Finally, he was drunk and staggered, and entered the bridal chamber surrounded by his trusted subordinates. Boss, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, hurry up, don't waste time. Chu Shan was drunk, and pointed at the two subordinates who supported him beside him with his drunken eyes, and said incoherently, you little boy, come and fight me, 300 rounds. The confidant pulled down his hand that was pointing everywhere, and continued to support him, saying, Boss, at this time you should fight with your sister-in-law. Otherwise your sister-in-law will be unhappy. Sister-in-law? Who is your sister-in-law? Do you have a big brother? Chu Shan grinned. Shan Yi, I tell you. That men should be the husbands. Otherwise. Speaking of this, Chu Shan burped. Look at the prince, he was so serious before. Burp? Preaching to me. But after only 2.5 years of marriage, he was controlled by the princess. So tightly. I won't. I'm not as henpecked as him. Hiccup. Hearing Chu Shan's drunken words, the group of trusted subordinates, who were following him with wine glasses in their hands, and planning to congratulate his new sister-in-law immediately stepped back a few steps in unison. The other two trusted subordinates, who were supporting Chu Shan, saw that their brothers were about to withdraw, and quickly signaled with their eyes, We are still here, don't you plan to take over? The others quickly glared back. What a joke, the boss is making up stories about the prince, especially about this aspect. It sounds like he is also an accomplice, he is simply asking for his life. After finally sending Chu Shan back to the bridal chamber under pressure, Chu Shan still kept clinging to the two of them. Come on, Master Shan will give you two a good night. Finally, it was Chun Shou who stepped forward personally, and the two were able to escape. After saying a lot of blessings to Chun Shou, such as may you live happily ever after, the two and the brothers waiting outside ran as if they were chased by ghosts. In the bridal chamber, Chun Shou angrily threw Chu Shan to the bed, and Chu Shan, whose head touched the pillow, immediately calmed down. Because she had been a secret guard for many years, Chun Shou refused Xiang Jila and Jin Yu's kindness to assign her a personal maid, so outside the bridal chamber, there were only a few rough maids, and she had to do things like serving Chu Shan personally. The wedding night that she had been looking forward to was completely dashed because of Chu Shan's drunkenness. She took off the pearl curtain and hairpins on her head, and her shawl without any grace. Seeing Chu Shan sleeping like a pig, she pushed him in anger. Look at you. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold, but you are still having a night of love like this. Chu Shan was pushed, woke up, and seemed not to wake up at all. She kept mumbling incoherently, Ching. Wife, I finally married you. From now on, we are not alone. We have a family. In the future, you have to give me 10 or 8 children. No, it's better not to have any. See how hard the princess is working. You should not suffer that kind of pain. Hearing his drunken mumblings without any repetition, and the following words were almost all for her, Chu Shou's anger immediately disappeared. I really can't do anything with you, drunkard, you stink. She said a few helpless words, and finally Chun Shou asked the maid to help her make a hangover soup, and fed it to him personally. After feeding him the hangover soup, she continued to help him clean his face, and take off his shoes with clumsy movements. When she was done, it was already the middle of the night. She also took off her hair crown and pearl curtain, and removed her makeup, and lay beside him with her clothes on. What Chu Shan didn't know was that his drunken words outside the bridal chamber tonight would be heard clearly by the Qilin guards that Yin Junyo secretly sent to protect him. Yin Junyo's starting point was good. Chu Shan had been loyal to him for 2 lifetimes. Naturally, he had to help him ensure that the wedding, which happened once in a lifetime, was foolproof. Unexpectedly, his people heard Chu Shan's true words after drinking. The Qilin guards, who were responsible for leading the brothers to protect Chu Shan, could even foresee how warm the smile on the master's face would be when he reported these words to the master. Li Yu and Gong Sunming left with Chu Shan's people when they left. Before they returned to their residence, they walked together for a while. I can't believe Chu Shan and Chen Chou are a couple. Looking at the lanterns that still emitted a faint red light late at night, Gong Sunming smiled and said, "At first, I thought Chu Shan would like a steady girl like Xiu Si." Li Yu hasn't laughed or talked much since leaving Yazui Pass. When she talked to Gong Sunming, it was just to remember the pharmacology and ask about the symptoms, and rarely discuss personal matters. Today, Gong Sunming talked to her about Chu Shan and Chen Chou, which was more or less a test. As the person involved, Li Yu could naturally feel Gong Sunming's feelings for her. She said softly, "Nothing in this world is taken for granted. This is an invisible rejection." Gong Sunming sighed, Yeah, things are over, you have to move on." Hearing this, Li Yu stopped and turned to look at Gong Sunming. "What are you talking about?" Gong Sunming also stopped, but he didn't turn his head to look at her. "You used to like rabbits so much, but now you turn a blind eye to everything related to rabbits. Your heart knot is still not untied, yeah. Heart knot." Li Yu first looked at Gong Sunming in a daze, then she curled her lips and smiled. "Gong Sunming, you are really weird." She smiled at the corners of her mouth, and her tone was indescribably indifferent. Anyone who has experienced a series of changes will change. I used to like rabbits because even after going through countless hardships, I believe that there is still beauty in the world. Now I don't like rabbits, but because I have experienced more things, I found that instead of believing in the beauty of the world, it is better to use these hands holding the rabbit to create beauty. Chapter 7:11. You. This was the most Li Yu had spoken to her since returning to Bailing. But Gong Sunming always felt uncomfortable when he heard her words. There was always an illusion that Li Yu was going to transcend the secular world and become a monk. "Okay, Gong Sunming, go back and rest early. We still have to go to the other end of Bailing for free medical treatment tomorrow." After saying that, she quickened her pace and did not turn back to Gong Sunming. She just raised her hand and waved to Gong Sunming as a farewell. Gong Sunming felt sorry for her, but he could do nothing about it. Her heart seemed to have been forged into a solid wall when the wound from which blood was drawn from her chest healed. It seemed that no one could enter it except the Regent Princess and Jin Yu. At dawn, when the sky was darkest, in the new house, a large piece of wax fell from the candlestick. Chen Chou was awakened by a big furry head pressing on her chest. Having difficulty breathing, she slapped the big head with her backhand. "Xiao Qingqing, are you trying to murder your husband?" Hearing Chu Shan's hoarse and low voice, Chen Chou suddenly lost all her sleepiness. "Chu. Chu Shan, what are you doing in my room?" Halfway through the question, she suddenly remembered that they had been married yesterday, but had not yet entered the bridal chamber. Judging from Chu Shan's posture, it seemed that he wanted to make up for last night's bridal chamber. Chen Chou pushed him away in shame and anger. "Get out of here, you drunkard." "Xiao Qingqing." Chu Shan was as still as a mountain, but his hands were as fast as the wind. Just when Chen Chou was half-hearted. "Commander Chu, are you up? The prince invites you." The young man outside the door was not someone else, but one of the confidants, who carried Chu Shan back the night before, and said blessings to Chen Chou. When he stood at the door of the room, he had heard the movement in the room, but between considering Commander Chu's happiness and obeying the prince's orders, he chose to obey the prince's orders very much from the heart. Sure enough, not long after he said it, a burst of fragmented and ambiguous sounds rang out in the room, and soon, the door was opened. Chu Shan was dressed neatly, and glanced at his confidant, who came to inform him with a dark face. Chen Chou blushed and looked at the direction where Chu Shan left, with his residual warmth still on her hands. She clenched her half-curled fists, pursed her lips and smiled secretly, and also got up to wash. The early morning of the first month in Bailing was extremely cold, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth would turn into frost if one was not careful. Chu Shan followed the instructions of his confidant, and came to the corridor. Most of the big red lanterns in the Jin mansion had been taken down long ago, and the few remaining ones were swaying in the north wind, which inexplicably brought a bit of desolation in the quiet morning. The prince left the mansion for something, so he sent his subordinates to inform Commander Chu. Seeing that the person communicating with him was one of his subordinates, Chu Shan's expression was also relaxed a lot. "Tell me, what are the arrangements, Your Majesty?" Lin Yi considered his words, and looked at Chu Shan sympathetically. Last night, we received intelligence that there was some movement in Sangdong. Your Majesty has ordered that starting today, Commander Chu will personally lead a group of troops to the East China Sea to keep a close eye on the coastal area to prevent a surprise attack by the Sangdong Navy. Sangdong Navy? Among the 5 countries in the Central Plains, Sangdong has the most special geographical location, and is farther away from Dahuang than the other 3 countries. What is the Sangdong Navy doing in the East China Sea? Chu Shan frowned slightly. It is said that because the king of Northern Qi reached some cooperation with the royal family of Sangdong, Sangdong planned to take advantage of the internal strife in Dahuang to annex Dahuang. Annex Dahuang? Chu Shan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he sneered. He is not afraid of choking himself to death with his palm-sized place. The prince's order, the subordinates have brought it. If Commander Chu has nothing to do, then pack up and get ready to go. Seeing Lin Yi turn around and leave as if fleeing, Chu Shan was confused. By the way, do you know why the prince suddenly asked me to set off for the East China Sea? He knew his prince's temperament best. Logically speaking, if his marriage was approved by the prince would never occupy his private time unless it was extremely urgent. But Sangdong's problem now. His predecessors also learned some of the situation. They said it was extremely urgent, but in fact, it was not as urgent as Lin Yi said. Prince, there is something wrong with this. Lin Yi looked at him sympathetically. Commander Chu, you really don't know? What do I want to know? Chu Shan was confused. He just wanted to get married. It's impossible for him to offend the prince. What did you say when you were drunk last night? You'd better ask Xiaoyu and the others. After kindly giving Chu Shan a hint, Lin Yi flew away. Ask Xiaoyu? Chu Shan looked at the direction where Lin Yi left, still confused. However, when he knew what he said last night, he was no longer confused. Not only was he not confused, he even wanted to die. He usually kept his mouth shut. Why did he become so outspoken after drinking last night? Chapter 712. It's just the beginning. It's over. I don't know if the prince will let him die of old age in the East China Sea this time. When Chu Shan thought about his meat being gone before he could even eat it, he couldn't help but feel sad. Xiao Qingqing. Chu Shan carried his bag and looked at Chun Shou pitifully. You must find a chance to find me in the East China Sea later. After Chun Shou knew that he was sent to the East China Sea by Yan Zhenyu for those drunken truths, although she felt sorry for him, she couldn't help laughing. In the end, she held back her smile under Chu Shan's resentful gaze. Okay, it's not like we won't see each other again in the future. Be careful. I go to the East China Sea to find you when I have the chance. Worried that something might go wrong, Chu Shan quickly explained to Chun Shou, Before he could finish his words, Chun Shou immediately covered his mouth with her hand, blushing and whispering, I know, I have unfinished business with you. Chu Shan's eyes lit up, and he took the opportunity to kiss her palm. Under Chun Shou's repeated assurances, Chu Shan finally agreed to embark on the journey. Xiang Jila woke up early in the morning and found that the person next to her was gone. Recalling the sudden physical discomfort yesterday, she sat up in fear and touched her stomach. She felt that the solid feeling in her stomach was still there, and there was no other discomfort. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chongju had already noticed her movements and walked to her side immediately after she sat up. His face was serious, just like a little adult. Little ghost cultivator, how do you feel? Are you still feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? Xiangjila looked at him in surprise. Xiaoju, why are you here? Chongju lowered his head to hide the worry in his eyes. The master has something to do, and he is afraid that you will be lonely, so he asked me to stay here with you. Even if the master didn't say it, he knew that the master must have gone to investigate the sudden appearance of Tiandao last night. Although he said that he was afraid that she would be lonely, in fact, the master was more afraid that Tiandao would take advantage of him to find out the truth and attack the little ghost cultivator again. Hearing Chongju's words, Xiangjila lowered his eyes and stroked his lower abdomen. He felt faintly in his heart that his hasty departure was most likely related to her discomfort last night. After all, her physical condition had always been stable before this, and with Gongjing No. 3 protecting her, there would be no problems at all. However, yesterday, she had a problem without any warning, and even Gongjing No. 3 could not detect anything wrong. Little ghost cultivator, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Xiangjila maintained the same posture for a long time, Chongju stretched out his chubby hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Xiangjila immediately came back to her senses, smiled at him to comfort him, and said casually, nothing. By the way, did Junhua say he was going to be busy with something? Chongju shook his head, no. Xiangjila knew what was going on, so he didn't ask any more questions. Letting Changju play in a corner, he dragged his tired body to call the maid. Xian Yan came to report to Xiangjila before she finished washing up. Although the flood in Nanling and Bailing had passed for nearly 2 months, there were still many problems left. So Xiangjila specifically asked Xian Yan to pay attention to the recent population movement of the escort agency. Princess, now, the refugees in Nanling and Bailing have stabilized, and some refugees have even moved into the newly built resettlement houses. On the contrary, more and more refugees are pouring into the 5 states and 16 counties in the south from other places. At present, our escort agency has too many people and too few escorts. In addition, the intelligence network in other places also needs to operate, so before the new year, the escort agency has stopped accepting civilians among the refugees. Xiangjila immediately understood the meaning of Xian Yan's words, and his eyebrows slightly frowned. These past few months, they are just ordinary people? No people from the martial arts world. Xian Yan shook his head. There were a few at the beginning, but since the flood, the Willing Alliance also seems to be interested in recruiting people from the martial arts world. According to the intelligence, they also seem to want to take advantage of the chaos in Nanling and Bailing to gain some real power and occupy the land themselves. William Li. There have been so many things this year. If Xian Yan hadn't mentioned it, Xiangjila would have almost forgotten Duguchengda. Is William Li still in charge of Duguchengda? Hearing Xiangjila suddenly mention Duguchengda, Xian Yan stared and lowered his head. Yes, since the princess asked Duguchengda to act as the agent of William League, Duguchengda was a little timid at first. However, since the princess went west and no news was sent back to William League, Duguchengda has always regarded himself as the leader of William League. Now William League has become a small court fully controlled by Duguchengda. Full control? Xiangjila's eyes dimmed. He is capable. As she spoke, she looked at Xian Yan again and ordered, "We will continue to recruit strong and useful refugees, set up thresholds within the escort agency, and follow the previous Chanshou training method, and let the fittest survive, and keep the good ones. As for the martial arts side, I will find a way." Princess, are you planning to? Guessing Xiangjila's plan, Xian Yan's eyes flashed with worry. Your current situation. It's okay. Xiangjila smiled at her comfortingly. I know how I am. Knowing that once Xiangjila made a decision, no one could change it, Xian Yan could only tell Xiangjila about his concerns. At the moment, all the sects in the martial arts world are concentrating on the Willing Alliance. If you, Princess, really go to the Willing Alliance to take back the power, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Duguchengda is no longer the Duguchengda of a year ago. Of course, it is also possible that Duguchengda has always been Duguchengda. It's just that he didn't expect Xiangjila to be able to dig up such a long-standing and secret matter, so she was in control. Or, even if Xiangjila didn't look for him, he would find a way to persuade Xiangjila to let him handle the affairs of the Willing Alliance on his behalf. In short, Duguchengda's ability to make the various sects with uneven strengths unite the entire Willing Alliance and gather those who have some ability in the martial arts world is probably not as simple as they see. Xian Yan's worry was exactly why Xiangjila had to act as soon as possible. Duguchengda is good at winning people's hearts. If we don't deal with the problem when he is emerging, it will be more troublesome to deal with him after he has gathered the Willing League to a certain scale. Besides, at this point, Xiangjila's slightly pale lips curled up into a cold smile. Duguchengda has been in this position for so long, it's time for him to come to an end. Do you need me to prepare anything in advance? Xian Yan asked. No need, Xiangjila shook his head. You should do what I told you to do first, and select the best and the worst for the excess personnel in the escort agency. If the eliminated people are homeless, you can arrange some jobs for them in tea houses or farms according to their wishes. The wages are lower than escorting in the escort agency. If they can accept it, they can accept it. If they can't accept it, let them find another way out. In this way, we will not do things too radically, and prevent some people with bad intentions from taking advantage of it. We can also filter out those who don't want to stay in Qingwan, and further expand the manpower of Qingwan. Others may not know that in Xiangjila's mind, Qingwan Escort Agency is just a beginning. Chapter 713. Not long after Xian Yan left, Jin Yu came to Xiangjila with the bird's nest porridge she cooked herself. Xiangjila was just about to walk out of the room to stretch and move his muscles. When Jin Yu arrived, Xiangjila saw her standing at the door with her hand half raised. Her face immediately changed and her voice suddenly rose. What are you doing? Xiangjila was startled and turned to look at Jin Yu. With an innocent face, I feel lazy and want to move. As she spoke, Jin Yu had already come to her side, handed the food box in her hand to the maid behind her. pulled her hand down and put it back to her side, with a serious face. You can move if you want. Why raise your hand? Then, Jinyu pulled her into the house regardless of her willingness, and kept giving her examples. Someone on the street raised his hand and hurt his stomach, and someone at the end of the alley also hurt his stomach because he ran too fast without paying attention. Xiangjila wanted to interrupt her several times. Auntie, I'm not that fragile. However, she didn't expect that Jinyu, who had always obeyed Xiangjila, was so persistent in nurturing the fetus that she was willing to go against her. Every time she just started talking, Jinyu would shut her up with a serious face. After saying this many times, Xiangjila could only accept her fate and shut up. After she had almost finished her porridge, Jinyu glanced at the maid guarding outside the door, approached her mysteriously, and whispered, I heard from the maid last night that there was a lot of noise here. Seeing Xiangjila looking up at her in surprise, and not even having time to swallow the bird's nest porridge in her mouth, Jinyu patted her hand soothingly, with an I understand expression on her face. It's normal for a man to have impulses when watching someone else get married yesterday. Andy also understands that you value the gentleman, but you also have to consider it. You are still pregnant now, so you still have to restrain yourself in this regard. Xiaodinka, movement, moderation. Xiangjila gasped, swallowed the bird's nest porridge in her mouth into her trachea, and coughed non-stop. Jinyu quickly stood up to help her breathe, and after she calmed down, she carefully wiped the residue from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Auntie doesn't mean anything else, just telling you. Men, to solve that problem, you don't have to do that, you can. Worried that Jinyu would say something more explosive, Xiangjila quickly interrupted her. I understand. Auntie, I understand everything, don't worry. Junua is not a messy person. That's good, that's good. I think that gentleman is not a casual person. Hearing Xiangjila's words, Jinyu showed a relieved look on her face, but she couldn't help but teach Xiangjila, but, Nan, men, especially powerful and good-looking men. When talking about pregnancy and sex, Jinyu's chatterbox was like a switch that was triggered, and it couldn't be turned off once it was turned on. She kept chattering, making Xiangjila's head buzz. Just when she couldn't help but want to interrupt Jinyu's preaching again, the person at the door was one step faster than her. Madam, Boss Missouri and Miss Mochi are here. Boss Mo? Hearing that Moyu was also here, Jinyu's face was obviously unnatural for a moment, and Xiangjila quickly noticed the secret between the two. Her fox eyes lit up slightly. What is he doing here? Jinyu frowned slightly, as if she was very disgusted with Moyu's appearance. Xiangjila immediately put down the water cup that she had just held in her hand for a while, stretched out her hand to hold Jinyu's arm, and said softly, Aunt, the matter in Donghai is thanks to Boss Mo's help. If he hadn't come, I would have planned to let Chuncho go to his house to thank him. Now that he is here, how about you help me thank him? Jinyu had heard a lot about Moyu's care for Dongren in the East China Sea these days, and she also guessed that Moyu was trying to show his affection to her. But, I don't. I want to. Before she could say no, Xiangjila had already dragged her up and pushed her out the door. Since Boss Missouri brought Miss Mo here personally, it must be because Miss Mo hasn't seen you for a long time and wants to chat with you. Don't keep her waiting for too long, go quickly. Nan, Auntie. Annie Jean, don't forget to thank Boss Missouri for me. After saying that, Xiangjila did not forget to wave at her. Jinyu had always had complicated and strange feelings towards Moyud. After realizing that Xiangjila seemed to really want her to thank Moyud, she no longer refused and could only helplessly say to Xiangjila, Okay, I go, don't raise your hand randomly, and make a fuss anymore. Xiangjila immediately put down her raised hand, with a look of enlightenment. I understand everything, Aunt, go quickly, and remember to cultivate a good relationship with Miss Mo. Jinyu smiled helplessly at her, you little devil. After Jinyu left, Xiangjila breathed a sigh of relief, and called the maid to remove the bowl of porridge she had just drunk. After taking a look at the sky, she turned back to her room and closed the door, and flashed into the space with Changju, who had been standing next to her as quiet as a transparent person. The front hall. Moyud and Mochi sat awkwardly in the guest chair. The maid brought them warm tea, and he nodded to the maid in a very decent manner. A few days ago, he knew that Jinyu had been busy and didn't want to see him, so he didn't dare to disturb her. Yet there was no other way. While thinking, Jinyu had already entered the front hall under the guidance of the maid. What's the wind today that brought Boss Missouri here? The tone was indescribably distant. And Jean. As soon as she saw Jinyu, Mochi flew into Jinyu's arms like a fluttering butterfly. Seeing Mochi's undisguised admiration for her, Jinyu's hard-earned coldness suddenly disappeared, and she smiled at her. You little heartless boy, why don't you come to play with your aunt recently? At this time, Emoji was more cheerful than a few months ago. I'm not heartless. After protesting with a pouty mouth, Emoji took out a pure gold hairpin with a button pattern from her bosom. The end of the hairpin was not only inlaid with a rose-red velvet flower, but also decorated with a jasper orchid flower with a pure gold tassel, which was as big as an adult's little finger. It must be said that this jasper orchid flower was really ugly. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that it is a flower. It's a complete mess. Not to mention wearing this hairpin to meet people. But Emoji seemed to be unaware, and smiled as she held the hairpin in front of Jinyu's eyes. Aunt, do you think it's beautiful? Jinyu blinked, and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. She didn't understand why Emoji would hold the hairpin and ask her for no reason. She could only smile and ask tentatively, Xiaoqi, is this for me? Emoji nodded vigorously. Xiaoqi and Daddy made it together. Daddy said that he did something wrong and made Auntie unhappy, and then Xiaoqi told Daddy that we should make some beautiful things for Annie to make her happy. Once Auntie is happy, she won't be angry. Then Daddy said that women all like gold, so we made a hairpin for Auntie with gold. Speaking of this, Emoji's round eyes became brighter, and she pointed at each part of the hairpin and introduced it to Jinyu. The hairpin and the flower on the hairpin were made by Daddy, and this pink flower was twisted by Xiaoqi from the maid in the mansion. After twisting the flower, Daddy put it in the hairpin. I think Auntie will definitely like this beautiful hairpin. Chapter 714. Should like it? Jinyu raised her eyes and eyebrows, looking at Emoyud with a smile. Emoyud turned his face away awkwardly and coughed a few times. Obviously, he also thought this hairpin was ugly, but he couldn't resist Emoji. Auntie, do you like it? Feeling that Jinyu's mind was not on her, Emoji pouted her lips unwillingly, and held out her chubby hand that had recently regained some flesh, and exaggeratedly showed Jinyu the blister on her thumb that had already scabbed over, and only had a faint mark left. Xiaoqi burned her hand to make this. Facing Emoji's funny and lovable appearance, especially the sincere heart that she held in front of her, Jinyu couldn't bear it. She solemnly took the small gift from Emoji's hand, including the handkerchief and the hairpin, and put it in her sleeve pocket. Auntie likes it very much, and is very happy. Thank you, Xiaoqi. After saying that, she called the maid and asked her to take Emoji downstairs for snacks. After getting Jinyu's approval, Emoji immediately followed the maid with a smile on her face. Before leaving, she did not forget to wink at Emoyud. Suddenly, only Jinyu and Emoyud were left in the front hall. Xiaoyu. Emoyud stood up, cleared his throat, and called her softly. It's been so long since the incident. Can you please pay attention to me? Jinyu put away the pleasant expression in front of Emoji, took out the handkerchief and hairpin from her bosom, and casually placed them on the table in the main seat. She politely clasped her hands to Emoyud and asked him to sit down again. The gift is Xiaoqi's intention, not Jinyu's intention to not return it. Please don't be offended, Mr. Mo. In addition, although Jinyu's reputation is not very good, it does not mean that anyone can come and call her by her name. I hope that Boss Missouri will be careful. After seeing Emoyud sit down again, Jinyu said politely again, I heard that Boss Missouri has taken care of my girl's business in Donghai. Jinyu came here this time to thank Boss Missouri. If Boss Missouri encounters any problems in business in the future, just tell Jinyu, and Jinyu will do her best to help Boss Missouri overcome the difficulties. Listening to Jinyu's increasingly distant words, Emoyud felt unhappy. Xiaoyu, I came here not to ask for any credit or promise from you, but just to tell you that I will leave for Donghai today. Xiaoqi may need to stay with you temporarily. Go to Donghai? Xiaoqi stays with her temporarily. It's not that Emoji has not stayed at Jin's house before, but every time she stayed, most of the time it was the servants of Mo's house who came to tell her. This time, Emoya came in person. Jinyu's eyelids twitched, and she asked casually, how long do you plan to let Emoji stay here this time? How long will you stay? Emoya was slightly startled, then curled his lips and smiled bitterly. I don't know. The future of this trip is uncertain, so he wants to muster up the courage and be brave this time. Xiaoyu. I'm really sorry for what happened before. I have already explained to the people in the Mo mansion. If I don't come back in a year, all my businesses in Bailing will be under your name. At that time, Xiaoqi may have to rely on you. Hearing these farewell words, Jinyu suddenly became alert. What are you doing in Donghai? Emoyud said such unlucky words for no reason. Something was wrong with him today. Emoyud stammered for a long time and couldn't say anything. Jinyu was anxious, but she saw that there was nothing wrong with him except the embarrassment on his face. She laughed at herself for making a fuss, and her mind quickly changed the point of view. Mo Yud is a businessman, and at this age, he stammered and hinted to her that she should entrust her daughter to him. With the precedent of Mo Yud's unclear relationship with the prostitute before, Jin Yu suddenly realized and smiled self-deprecatingly. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Mo Yud lowered his eyelids to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Okay, I know what you said. Mo Chi is a good match for me. I will not let her go hungry as long as I have something to eat. But you better take care of your business yourself. Hearing Jin Yu's words, Mo Yud thought that Jin Yu understood his difficulties. He couldn't help but feel a dry nose. His eyes slowly lit up. He looked up at her, raised his eyebrows and smiled at her, which was uglier than crying. Xiaoyu, when I come back, can you give me another chance? Give him another chance? Jin Yu smiled. A hint of sarcasm flashed across her eyes. Look at what you said. It makes it seem like going back to the East China Sea is like a farewell to life and death. A businessman is indeed a businessman. Even at this time, he still did not forget to use such pretentious words to calm her down when he lied to her about raising his daughter. Chapter 715. Jin Yu's sudden resistance made Mo Yud choke. It's not a life and death separation. He opened his mouth to continue explaining, but no matter how hard he tried, the rest of the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it no matter what. Okay, Jin Yu didn't want to hear more from him, so he stood up to see him off. It's getting late. If Boss Missouri wants to leave, he should leave earlier. Seeing that Mo Yud didn't seem to want to leave, Jin Yu thought he was worried about Mo Chi, so he turned his face away and explained, As for Xiao Qi, you don't need to say anything more. I will take good care of her. Mo Yud looked at Jin Yu deeply and bowed to her. When he left the Jin mansion, he stood in front of the door and glanced at the plaque of the Jin mansion, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. A low-key carriage had been waiting outside Bailing City. The driver was a steady and restrained driver, and the carriage was surrounded by well-trained thugs, who did not look like ordinary thugs. Seeing Mo Yud, everyone immediately lowered their eyes respectfully. Master. Mo Yud changed his previous smooth temperament, and jumped onto the carriage with a slightly fat body. Let's go! In the space, Xiang Zhila and Chang Ju were surrounding the paint-off Gongjing number 3. Xiang Zhila crossed his arms and glanced at Gongjing number 3. Little number 3, I don't have to tell you now, but I will consider trusting everything you say. Gongjing number 3 looked at the two people in front of him timidly. I really didn't lie to you. Last night, my eyes went black, and when I woke up, most of my spiritual power was gone. If you hadn't entered the space by yourselves, I wouldn't have known what happened last night at all. Really? Xiang Zhila confirmed again without giving up. When did I lie to you? Under Xiang Zhila's caring gaze, Gongjing number 3's voice became smaller and smaller. Okay, at the beginning, I did a little bit of good-intentioned concealment from you. Just a little bit? Xiang Zhila raised his eyebrows and asked. Really just that little bit, little ghost? Gongjing number 3 seemed to have suffered great grievances, and even raised his voice a few points. Check your own conscience, except for the beginning when I asked you to complete some strange tasks in order to promote your relationship with the master. When have I not been on your side? Because of excitement, the little egg tried to jump high in front of Xiang Zhila and Chang Ju. The non-static picture of Xiang Zhila and Chang Ju standing in place looked particularly funny because of Gongjing number 3's activity. Xiang Zhila dared to guarantee that if Gongjing number 3 was a furry animal, it would definitely be covered with fur at this moment. Okay, I believe you. Xiang Zhila changed his fierce expression just now, pursed his lips and laughed softly, then squatted down and picked up Gongjing number 3 and repeated the question he had just asked. Can you sense where Jun Nua is now? I told you, little ghost cultivator, I can't sense the master's movements now, and I didn't lie to you. Gongjing number 3 said in a serious tone. Xiang Zhila finally found the clue at this time. When Chang Ju was in awe of Jun Nua before, she thought that Jun Nua's aura was too strong to scare the child. So when Chang Ju told her today that Jun Nua asked him to accompany her, Xiang Zhila didn't think about it in other ways. However, Gongjing number 3 said before that its spiritual essence had Yin Jun Nua's hard blood, so it could sense Yin Jun Nua's whereabouts and safety, but now, recalling the first time Yin Jun Nua entered the space, the vibration in the space, Chang Ju's familiarity with Yin Jun Nua, and Gongjing number 3's early exit. All the things seemed unrelated, but they were connected together without any abruptness. Are there other things you are hiding from me? Xiang Zhila asked the man and the egg directly. Chang Ju and Gongjing number 3 looked at each other, and turned their heads away at the same time, not daring to look at Xiangjila's inquiring eyes. All the answers were about to come out. Xiangjila sneered, "You won't say anything, right?" The man and the egg remained silent. "Well, I find a way to find him and ask him clearly." After saying that, she stuffed Gongjing number 3 back to Changju and was about to leave the space. Changju grabbed her sleeve. "Little ghost cultivator, don't. Stinky stone," Gongjing number 3 warned. However, it was only handsome for 3 seconds. When it met Xiangjila's threatening eyes, all the warning tones instantly shattered into slag. Before Changju could speak, it confessed first. "The master said that letting you know these things will only add to your troubles. He wants you to rest assured and take care of the baby." "Take care of the baby?" Xiangjila was almost laughing out of anger. "You have reached the point where you want to hide things from me. How can I feel at ease?" The man and the egg moved to a pile guiltily, looking particularly weak. How could 2 little creatures with spiritual power be so scared? Xiangjila's eyes dimmed slightly, and he asked tentatively, "Is it about the original world? In this case, Jun Nua would be struck by lightning. It seems reasonable again." After hearing Xiangjila's guess, the man and the egg froze in sync. "Is it really the original world?" Xiangjila confirmed with the man and the egg again, and inferred further, "Even the natural disasters that have appeared in Dahuang these days are also." "Then Little ghost cultivator, don't ask any more. I'm afraid the master will kill us." Gongjing number 3 wailed and interrupted Xiangjila's words. "Now, all the causes and consequences are connected. Her misbehavior last night was not accidental." Gongjing number 3 did not remind her. "It is very likely that it was really as it said. She was blinded. Because the power that caused her problems was too strong, Gongjing number 3 could not resist." Then Jun knew. Thinking of the fragmented memories of the previous life, Xiangjila's eyes quickly flashed with worry. "Is it with that Tian Dao? Little ghost cultivator?" Gongjing number 3 took a breath, and the pitch of his voice changed. Realizing his own loss of composure, Gongjing number 3 softened his voice. "Little ghost cultivator, listen, all you have to do now is to protect yourself and the little master, and don't ask too much about other things, okay?" Xiangjila's eyes moved back and forth on Gongjing number 3's body, and found that although the man and the egg in front of him were trying to stay calm, the instinct of trembling due to fear could not deceive anyone. A bold idea formed in her mind. Xiangjila lowered his head and hid the complex emotions in his eyes. "Okay. Don't think too much, the master will not be in danger," Gongjing number 3 persuaded again. After thinking for a moment, it looked at Xiangjila seriously, and decided to ask Xiangjila the question that it had not dared to ask Xiangjila in the previous life. "However, little ghost cultivator, you went to the main world for the master, is it because you feel guilty about the master of this world?" Hearing Gongjing number 3's words, Xiangjila raised his eyes, and puzzled flashed in his eyes. "Why do you ask this? I just wonder why you were so persistent at the beginning." The master had clearly refused several times at that time, and said the words were absolute, but she was still stubborn and unwilling to leave. Chapter 716. Thinking back to the last life, Xiangjila seemed to be lost in some memories. His eyes fell on the cattle and sheep eating on the hillside in the distance. His eyes were empty. "There are many ways to compensate for guilt, but not enough for me to sacrifice my life." Her voice was not loud. It seemed that she was talking to Gongjing number 3 and Chungjue, and it seemed that she was talking to herself. But the personality of the master in the original world is very different from that of the master in this world. Is there a difference? Xiangjila turned his head and looked at it again. Names are just symbols that people use to distinguish different people. For me, no matter if he is Yin Zhenyo or Meng Zhangxianzun, no matter if he is a gentleman or a cruel tyrant, as long as he is that person, the one who loves me with all his heart and eyes no matter when and where, that is enough, isn't it? Although I don't remember how I became a ghost cultivator and went to the original world, I know what I want. If I feel that person is not him, I would never be as persistent as you said in my previous life. My persistence is all because of him, and only because that person is him. Xiangjila spoke each word forcefully, without the slightest hesitation. Before Xiangjila spoke, Gongjing number 3 had thought of many scenarios, such as Xiangjila would be hesitant and say something like "I'm confused, I need to think about it," or she would find an excuse to just hit him without answering his question directly. But this answer was something it had not expected. Almost at the moment when she said it, it was relieved because the residual soul left by Meng Zhang in Changju's body was combined with the main body of this world. It was really scared. The master had given so much in the past and present lives, but in the end, the little ghost cultivator said, I love this Yin Zhenyu, not Meng Zhong Xinzuan. Fortunately, the little ghost cultivator did not disappoint it and Changju, nor did he disappoint the master. The two people and the egg sat together and chatted about the current situation for a while. During this time, Gongjing number 3 also took the time to use the remaining little spiritual power to make a fish maw stewed with milk for Xiangjila. Since Xiangjila no longer had morning sickness, she was not only not picky about food, but also hungry quickly. So after finishing the fish maw milk given to her by Gongjing number 3, she asked Gongjing number 3 to make a few boiled potatoes, and continued to discuss with the one person and the egg while eating potatoes. When Xiangjila said that he wanted to take advantage of Jun Nua's absence to collect the things he had put down before, Gongjing number 3 first hesitated for a moment, and then said to Xiangjila without reservation, "Little ghost cultivator, there is something I want to confess to you." "What is it?" Xiangjila stuffed the last potato into his mouth carelessly. "In fact, I didn't deliberately conceal this matter. After all, I only found out about it recently after I came out of retreat." Gongjing number 3 hesitated a little. "Then just say it directly. A pregnant woman who has eaten a full meal is always the easiest to talk to." Gongjing number 3 secretly glanced at Xiangjila, then laughed dryly twice to ease the atmosphere. "In fact, with my current teleportation ability, I can allow you to teleport thousands of miles without doing the partner mission." "Oh, it's just a small matter." Xiangjila smiled casually and waved his hand. Yes, I think it's a small matter too." Gongjing number 3 breathed a sigh of relief, and echoed Xiangjila's voice with a smile. "It's just teleportation, and your relationship with the master is so good now, you don't need the blessing of the partner mission." Before it could finish its words, Xiangjila realized it belatedly and picked up its egg body, his bright fox eyes wide open. What did you just say?" Gongjing number 3 shuddered. "You and your master have such a good relationship now." Previous sentence. Yes, I think so too." Previous sentence. Seeing Xiangjila's murderous eyes, Gongjing number 3 struggled to find his voice, and said tremblingly, "In fact, with my current teleportation ability, I can allow you to teleport thousands of miles without doing the companion mission." 2 days later. It was dark and windy. The Biling Street, which was always bustling, was now littered with homeless refugees. Some huddled together for warmth, while others rolled up their straw mats and huddled in corners. From time to time, they could hear a few heart-wrenching coughs. In the dark alley, a petite figure appeared almost out of thin air. The owner of the figure seemed to have a poor balance. She stumbled when she landed and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and used her long whip to wrap around an apricot tree that grew out of the wall to stabilize her body. After retracting the long whip, the owner of the figure, Xiangjila, put on a black cloak and covered himself tightly. He did not forget to establish contact with Gongjing number 3. "Dog Xiao 3, can't you control the time of landing? You almost fell me just now." Gongjing number 3 apologized repeatedly. "After all, this is controlled by myself without the help of other external forces. It is definitely not as stable as when you are doing tasks, and my spiritual power has just recovered not long ago." Xiangjila was too lazy to listen to its quibbling, and walked out of the dark alley. After walking a few steps, she found something wrong. "No, Xiao 3, I'm going to Anqing Wulin League. We seem to be still in Biling now," she said. "TSK, are you really capable? Why do I find that Changju is more reliable than you?" Hearing Xiangjila compare it with Changju, Gongjing number 3 immediately got angry. "Who said I can't do it? Let me see." After a while, its voice sounded with an embarrassed tone. "Okay. It seems that the location is wrong. I try again." Xiangjila stood there speechless. Disappeared out of thin air. A refugee who got up in the middle of the night to urinate at the foot of the wall happened to see Xiangjila stop halfway and disappear. He immediately pulled up his pants halfway through urinating, stumbled back to the crowd with a pale face. "Ghost! Ghost! There is a ghost!" A quarter of an hour later. Wulin League. Dugu Chengda returned to his residence as usual after discussing matters with a few confidants. "I thought today would be the same as usual, with a warm bed, soft pillows, and a beautiful woman waiting." Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, a gust of whip wind whistled past, and the long whip was as flexible as a snake, sticking to his cheek and wrapping around his neck, and the rough whip body rubbed his cheek painfully. He turned around and wanted to break free from the long whip before it tightened, but the long whip seemed to have life and chased his fragile neck relentlessly. This familiar whip method. Dugu Chengda stopped escaping and blurted out a name. Mu Junyan. Just after he shouted this name, the long whip that had been mercilessly wrapped around his neck loosened. TSK, wouldn't it be okay if you spoke earlier? At this time, Mu Junyan had time to take a breath and look at the person who was sitting lazily by the window. It didn't matter if he looked at him, but his eyes were about to widen. You are Mu Junyan? Chapter 717. It was a young woman about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a black cloak. The tails of her fox eyes were raised, and her gaze was cold and hooked, which made people afraid but couldn't help but want to look at her more. The woman had delicate features. Just looking at her face, people would definitely think she was a fairy from the ninth heaven who accidentally stepped on the air and fell into the mortal world. However, when this fairy started to fight, it had nothing to do with what a fairy should do. At least, he had never seen a fairy whipping someone and choking him right away. Judging from the lines drawn by the cloak on her head, the woman should have just tied her long hair into a high ponytail, which looked cool and neat at first glance. Duguchunga had lived for more than 40 years, and this was the first time he saw a woman with such a special temperament. If such a woman dressed up a little and sat quietly, her temperament would definitely not be inferior to those so-called noble ladies from wealthy families. No, even noble ladies from wealthy families may not have her aura of majesty without anger. If she didn't dress up, even if she just casually put on a cloak like today, Shi Yin'er, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, might not be half as charming as her. The scary thing is that this woman looks only 17 or 18 years old. With a snap, a burning pain on his cheek interrupted all of Duguchunga's reverie. He immediately covered his face and looked at the person in front of him. Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. Why, Duguquid, it's been a long time since I last saw you, and now you don't even recognize me? Duguquid, the only person in the world who dares to call him that is. Are you really Mu Junyan? Xiangjila stood up suddenly and pretended to whip again. Do you want me to make a deeper impression on you? Don't. This familiar action and familiar shadow made him instinctively reach out to block. In order to save his life, Duguchunga suddenly lost all his reverie. Very good. Xiangjila sat down again. Now let's talk? Talk? Duguchunga sneered. Mu Junyan, when the Wulian League was defeated, you took the initiative to ask me to take over the affairs of the Wulian League. Now I have developed the Wulian League and made all the sects and factions work together. Why don't you come back to share a piece of the pie? I think you misunderstood. Xiangjila rubbed his tight waist calmly while changing his sitting position. First, I asked you to temporarily take over the position of Wulian Alliance leader to handle affairs. In principle, you are only the acting leader. Even if I really come back, I will only take back what I deserve. There is no such thing as a share. Second, you can see that I am dressed like this. I show my true face, and I sincerely want to discuss cooperation with Alliance Leader Dugu. If Alliance Leader Dugu still has this attitude, then we don't need to discuss this cooperation. After saying that, Xiangjila was about to stand up and leave. There were small noises outside the house, and Duguchunga's eyes dimmed slightly. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? He stood up for a while, and his waist was tightening again. Xiangjila sat down again. You continue to be your leader, Mu Junyan continues to play dead, and then, you will listen to me in the future? Are you Mu Junyan? Duguchunga deliberately raised his voice, and his hand holding the sword was ready to move. Yes or no, it's up to you to believe it or not. Xiangjila ignored Duguchunga's actions, fanned himself with his hands, and took off the hood of his cloak. Anyway, when I came here, I was already prepared to never go back. Duguchunga snorted coldly, and his hands were working hard. You keep making up stories. I can't make up stories anymore, because you, the leader, want to do it. Almost at the moment Xiangjila finished speaking, Duguchunga's sword had already slashed to the place where she was sitting, and the beauty was shattered into pieces. Xiangjila had been prepared and dodged into the space. Seeing the person disappearing out of thin air, Duguchunga's face changed drastically. He turned around in fear and looked around. Xiangjila reappeared and put the long whip around his throat again. Xiangjila leaned over and whispered in his ear, What did you do in the counties you passed by from Anqing to Nanbailing? Do you really think I don't know that I went west and north? Do you think you can resist the court's ambush by leading this group of brothers who only have loyalty but no brains? Or do you think your brain can beat Yanjunuo? The cold breath sprayed on his ear, and Duguchunga suddenly felt like he was entangled by a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. A chill spread from the ear to the whole body, and he could even feel his hair standing up. It took a while for him to find his voice again. Mu Junyan, do you want to die? The tone was murderous. This time, he didn't even want to pretend anymore. If it were someone else, he would probably have been scared to death by his cold tone. However, a certain woman was not afraid. Not only was she not afraid, she also pulled a stool again, sat back in her previous position, and chuckled. She did not even change the position of holding the whip handle from beginning to end. The end of the whip was still tightening Duguchanda's neck. The gun head that was previously improved and installed at the end of the whip was now against Duguchanda's throat. Death is so terrible. If I can, I naturally want to live. But if the leader Dugu is really determined to kill me, how can a weak woman like me who can't even tie a chicken have the strength to fight back? When it comes to fighting back, Xiangjila exerted force on his wrist, and Duguchanda was crouched, and a bloody mark was immediately left on his neck by the gun tip. Duguchanda tightened his grip on the knife handle. "Ah, Dugu Alliance leader, do you still want to attack a weak woman like me? I'm so scared." Xiangjila spoke in fear, and the force on his hand increased a bit. "I just don't know whether the knife in Dugu Alliance leader's hand is faster, or the speed of my whip is faster." Weak woman. This woman, he said one thing, but his hands did another, even scarier than when he was with Mu Junyan. "Let go." Duguchanda was choking on the whip, and his face had turned liver-colored. "But I'm afraid." While speaking, Xiangjila, with an innocent look on his face, increased the strength of his hands by 2 points. The feeling of suffocation became more and more obvious, and Duguchanda no longer cared about whether to kill Mu Junyan or not, and immediately threw away the sword in his hand. I threw away the weapon, you. Take it." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his neck loosen, and he fell to the ground weakly, breathing in the hard-earned fresh air. Just as he was about to take advantage of Xiangjila's unpreparedness to fight back, his neck felt cold, and his sword that had accompanied him for decades was pressed right next to the place where he was injured by the gun tip. Chapter 7:18. The one holding the knife was not someone else, but the stunning woman who had just strangled him with a long whip. Now, Duguchanda couldn't help but believe that he was Mu Junyan. "Leader Dugu, you know that if we fight head-on, we will both lose." Compared to the joking fear just now, this time, her voice was a little more calm and serious. "Especially after this year, your martial arts must have improved. Whether I can beat you is still an unknown. Therefore, when I came out, I was prepared to never go back." The footsteps outside the door became more and more regular, and the dark color in Duguchanda's eyes became more and more intense. However, he sneered and stopped talking, trying to delay the other party's time. Xiangjila pretended not to hear and continued. "So, the secret that was used to threaten Dugu Alliance leader to temporarily manage the martial arts world, I have distributed several copies to several of my good brothers. If I really encounter an accident and can't go back, they will pay money to hire refugees to make public the fact that you, Dugu Alliance leader, killed your wife." Hearing this, Duguchanda finally reacted. He said fearlessly, "Do you think that if you tell this kind of thing, anyone will believe it?" Apart from other things, in the past 1 or 2 years, Duguchanda has been very confident in his reputation. No one believes it, but if you tell more people, won't people believe it? Xiangjila didn't care. "I believe that Dugu Alliance leader has also heard of the saying that 3 people make a tiger. So even if it is something that has not been done, if more people spread it, it will become something that has been done, not to mention that Dugu Alliance leader, you really did it. What if someone is really curious and wants to verify it?" Mu Junyan. "Yes, leader. Do you believe that if I give the order, my people will come in and tear you apart?" "I believe it." "I'm so scared, leader." Although his tone was horrified, Xiangjila's expression did not change at all. He kicked him hard, and put his sword on his neck again. "But if you let someone attack me, then you can't hide the fact that you hired someone to assassinate Mu Junyan in order to steal my position as the leader of the martial arts world last year?" Duguchanda's eyelids jumped. "When did I send someone to assassinate you?" "I didn't before, but..." Xiangjila stretched out the last syllable, curled his lips and smiled. "It will happen soon." The footsteps outside the door became louder and louder. His people were already outside the door. Seeing Xiangjila still calm, Duguchanda's face became more and more ugly. But someone who was calm and composed still watched the fun without minding the big deal. "Why, do you want me to leave now, or?" Duguchanda gritted his teeth. "How do you want me to cooperate?" Xiangjila put away his smile, and was about to speak when Dugu Huaiming's voice came from outside the door. "Father, the brothers said that an assassin had entered your place. How are you now?" Duguchanda glanced at Xiangjila's harmless smile, and under Xiangjila's threat, he opened the door a crack, and said to Dugu Huaiming outside the door, "It's okay. 2 people who wanted to die just now came, and were dealt with by me. Please ask everyone who has gathered to leave." "Is it really okay?" Dugu Huaiming was still worried. "It's okay, everyone leave." After receiving Duguchanda's repeated affirmation, Dugu Huaiming waved his hand, and asked all the people who came to withdraw. Just when the last person was about to leave, Daguchanda wanted to open the door and call for help, but Xiangjila was one step faster and kicked the door shut, and did not forget to stab Daguchanda in the waist. Daguchanda groaned. Just when he was about to use his internal force to attack, Xiangjila kicked him in the heart again without mercy. Who gave you the courage to make you think I won't touch you? Xiangjila smiled. His eyes were cold. Now Daguchanda, who couldn't get up, finally gave up resisting. The wound on his waist hurt, and his heart hurt even more. He could only accept his fate and said, "Cooperation. Let's cooperate. Why didn't you be so obedient earlier?" Xiangjila wiped the dagger in his hand with great disgust. "You must be beaten until you are convinced." Daguchanda gritted his teeth. "If I knew you were so difficult, I would run away when I saw you. Why would I have to get hurt all over? What are you going to do now?" Xiangjila put away the dagger, and said lightly as if he was talking about the weather, "I want the entire Willing League to submit to the Qingwan Escort Agency." Without thinking, Daguchanda blurted out, "You do?" Under Xiangjila's gaze, the word dream on his lips immediately changed direction. "Why do you want the entire Willing League to submit to the Qingwan Escort Agency?" Xiangjila seemed to unintentionally reach out and touch the whip handle at his waist. "Are you questioning my decision?" The suffocating feeling like his chest bursting came again. Daguchanda waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm just curious. How many cards does this person have? Don't be curious, you will soon understand my intention." After saying that, Xiangjila smiled, and put down his hand stroking the long whip, and took out a small bottle of golden wound medicine from his waist, and threw it to him. "Remember, Qingwan Escort Agency has limited talents to recruit these days, and Dugu Alliance leader had better report early. If I know that Dugu Alliance leader is hypocritical." Before Xiangjila could finish his words, Daguchanda seemed to be greatly humiliated and interrupted loudly, "What do you think of me, the leader of the martial arts world? Am I the kind of person who betrays others?" Xiangjila didn't say anything. The sneer at his fox eyes had already said it all. Daguchanda choked. I just did that. You don't have to explain, as long as you know that if you dare to do it like this time again." At this point, Xiangjila's eyes flashed coldly. "I have many ways to make you live a life worse than death." After saying that, Xiangjila flashed into space and left at the moment of jumping out of the window. Daguchanda stood there in a daze. If someone else had said that, Daguchanda would never have believed it. But after experiencing Xiangjila's abuse for a whole night, as a real victim, he had every reason to believe that this beautiful and vicious woman would do such a thing. Chapter 719. The warm touch in his hand was still there, and he lowered his eyes to look at the porcelain bottle in his hand that didn't look exquisite. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but open it. A strong herbal aroma instantly spread throughout the house. Daguchanda's eyes condensed. "This is the smell of the golden wound medicine. It was prepared using the Gongsun family's recipe." He also had a small bottle, which was the last small bottle, so it seemed particularly precious. His father-in-law was lucky enough to get a prescription, and later gave it to him. However, because it was so old, the prescription was already incomplete when it came to his hands, and the golden wound medicine he made was naturally not as good as that small bottle. It is said that the Gongsun family has been practicing medicine for generations, but they have long stopped caring about the affairs of the underworld. In the underworld, the Gongsun family's prescriptions are hard to find. Mu Junyan, this is showing his strength to him. I can't beat him in martial arts, and I can't compare with him in financial resources. At the moment, cooperating with Mu Junyan is indeed the best choice. Inexplicably, Daguchanda discovered tragically that he was afraid of a little girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. With a slight cry, Daguchanda immediately realized that there were other people in the room. As expected, under his gaze, a beautiful woman dressed lightly, who was supposed to be waiting for Daguchanda on the bed, walked out of the inner nest and saw Daguchanda lying on the ground covered in blood. After all, she was also a professional servant of the Jianghu people, and she had seen the world, so she did not scream, but rushed forward with tears in her eyes. "Leader, how are you? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Just now, a woman came in and knocked me unconscious. I was so scared. Could it be that the woman also hurt you?" That woman? So, she most likely knew what happened between him and Mu Junyan just now. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Daguchanda's eyes. He let the woman fall on him and sob, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly put his arm around her shoulders, and without any hesitation, he picked up the saber at hand and stabbed the woman in the throat. Xiangjila teleported back to Bilingjin Mansion. It was already the middle of the night. After a night of fighting with Daguchanda, Xiangjila could definitely fall asleep even if there were gongs and drums beating in his ears. Dragging Changju out of the space in a daze, Xiangjila murmured to Changju incoherently, "Don't call me if there's nothing to do. If there's anything, wait until I'm fully rested." Seeing her tired, Gongjing number 3 naturally thought that everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Xiangjila slept until the evening of the next day. If she wasn't hungry, she felt that she could sleep until the third day. During this period, Jinyu came twice with a food box, and seeing that she didn't wake up, she had to go back again. Xiao 3, does your teleportation absorb people's essence? I feel much more tired today than yesterday. The first thing Xiangjila did after opening his eyes was to establish contact with Gongjing number 3. Gongjing number 3 suppressed a smile in his voice. You feel tired because the little master is competing with you for energy. Little ghost cultivator, you are now a double body, and it is better to do less in the future if we can avoid it. Xiangjila got up from the bed and washed himself. I understand the truth, but for someone like Duguchanga, if you want him to work hard for you, you can only crush and shock him. Seeing that he resisted 3 times last night, aren't you afraid that he will rebel again? Gongjing number 3 said worriedly. The maid outside the door was knocking on the door. Xiangjila asked someone to enter the room and let the maid help her dress up. She continued to communicate with Gongjing number 3 through her consciousness. No, he was scared by what happened last night and dared not to mess around again. For such a person, if he is fierce, you can only be more fierce than him. If he is cunning, you have to predict his prediction first. Gongjing number 3 could not believe that such words came from Xiangjila's mouth, and said in shock, Little ghost cultivator, listening to you, you are not very stupid. Why do you always act like a mentally retarded person in front of the master? This tone, this tune. Who are you looking down on? Although I don't know what you mean by making a stick, I will tell your master what you said, and let your master ask you for advice. Gongjing number 3 was silent for a while. Guessing that Gongjing number 3 might have slipped back into the space and hid, Xiangjila's mouth curled up slowly. Little guy, are you afraid that I can't cure you? Not long after Liu came. Since Liu studied medicine with Gong Sunming, Xiangjila has had fewer opportunities to see her these days. Let me take your pulse. Liu took out the pulse pillow and put it in front of her. When she looked at her, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Just with this smile, Xiangjila felt that Liu had become different from before. Liu would smile before, but her smile was not as natural as it is now. She smiled back and put her hand on the pulse pillow. Okay. The pulse is stable, and you look tired. Xiangjila, you need to rest more. Liu said so after taking back the pulse pillow. I know. Xiangjila nodded and said with a joking smile, Liu is good. Now I am getting more and more proficient in taking pulses. Liu looked at Xiangjila, smiled shyly, and her eyes were firm. I will get better and better, Xiangjila. Gong Sunming said that even if I don't have the Gu King in my body, because I have lived with the Gu King for nearly 10 years, most poisons are useless to me. I can practice both medicine and poison. That's great. Xiangjila's eyes lit up, and he moved the stool to her side, touched her shoulder with his shoulder, and said half-jokingly, you used to make poisons and antidotes. If you study medicine and come back, I can walk sideways with you by my side. Yes. Is she around? Liu first glanced at Xiangjila, then set her sights on her belly, which was not yet bulging, and her eyes slowly became firm. Okay. From now on, I will protect you no matter how you walk. Time is like flowing water. Another month passed in a blink of an eye. Duguchanga went to the Qingwan escort agency on his own on the third day after Xiangjila taught him a lesson. At that time, Chuncho and Xianyan were still in Bailing reporting to Xiangjila the news collected by the intelligence network and the escort agency these days. At Xiangjila's instruction, Xianyan returned to Nanling and met with Duguchanga, who was still injured. After Xiangjila's suppression, Duguchanga dared not play any other tricks. He quickly negotiated all the conditions for cooperation with Xianyan, and even said that he would persuade other sects. Everything went so smoothly that even Xianyan couldn't help but wonder if Duguchanga was possessed by someone. When she told Xiangjila about this suspicion, Xiangjila just smiled at her and said half-truthfully maybe, Dugu Alliance leader is interested in the future of our escort agency? It was an obvious joke, but Xianyan took it very seriously. That's right, it seems that the leader Dugu is quite discerning. Changju, who was drinking water at the side, almost laughed to death. In short, with the addition of the Wulian League, the entire formation of Qingwan has expanded a lot. And the survival of the fittest mentioned by Xiangjila before has also been put on the agenda of Qingwan. Chapter 720. During this month, the Great Phoenix was still floating. Xiangjila's belly was already 4 months pregnant, and was gradually showing. What surprised her was that during this month, no matter how she tried to find out any news about the disaster, she could only know the actual situation from Nanling and Bailing. Yin Junyo did send her 2 letters during this month, but they were both to let her know that he was safe, to tell her not to think too much and to take a good rest, and to remind her to stay by Chongju's side at all times if she found anything wrong. The princess asked her subordinates to verify whether there is an underground river in the Ro River. In this flood, the usually mild Ro River flooded the most. According to my subordinates, the water level of the Ro River rises and falls with the water level of the Ro River, which is a large pond connecting Bailing and Shishou, just west of Ganjing Mountain. In this flood, the people around the pond were also severely affected. Is it just a pond? Hearing Trincho's words, Xiangjila's eyebrows jumped, and he was inexplicably curious about the pond. Chuncho nodded. Yes, according to legend, the pond appeared when the Nanling and Bailing were formed. The pond is surrounded by gentle mountains, and only that pond is deeply sunken. Many people said that the pond will move little by little. A master has been to the pond before. If you look at it from Ganjing Mountain, the deep pond is like the eyes of a dragon. Combined with the direction of those mountains, it looks like a swimming dragon. At this point, Chuncho sneered. Jialong, they dare to say these words. It's just that this place is too far from Kyoto, and the local officials did nothing before. Otherwise, I don't know how many times my head would have fallen off. Speaking unintentionally, listening attentively, Xiangjila silently remembered what Chuncho said. The border between Shizhou and Bailing, west of Ganjing Mountain. In the evening, the water level of a river is dropping sharply. The pool that Chuncho mentioned is surging at the other end. Under the deep pool, a formation with intricate and exquisite patterns lit up. In the center of the formation, a giant dragon with a fiery red light rushed wildly, as if it was about to break through the formation. However, this frenzy did not last long. Soon, the dragon slowly calmed down. The formation slowly dissipated, merging into fine red light, which slowly gathered into a line and swam to the other end of the pool along the temporarily resting water flow. At the end of the red light, Yin Junyo was sitting cross-legged in a black robe. The red light rushed to him, and soon, it spread from his legs to his whole body and then enveloped him. As the red light in the pool gathered towards him, the red light covering him became more and more intense, until the red light in the pool disappeared completely. The rich red light surrounding him gradually disappeared into his body. When the red light covering him disappeared completely, the originally clear pool seemed to have been drained of vitality, and turned into a large pool of dead water. Even the Ro River dried up by nearly 2/3. Yin Junyo slowly opened his eyes, and a more terrifying aura flowed through his body than before. Sealed dragon eyes? Mingzhong, you are looking for death. A voice sounded from behind him, and Yin Junyo immediately stood up and looked at the person behind him. As expected, the person who came was still a pale blue afterimage. The afterimage looked at the pool of stagnant water behind him. His face remained unchanged, but his tone was a little regretful. Are you really going to do whatever it takes to cut off your own retreat? The pool of water was the last retreat that Mingzhong left for himself before his tribulation. It was the last lifeline for him to survive the tribulation. Once it was consumed in advance, the consequences. Yin Junyo didn't want to say more to him, and waved his hand to shoot a red light at the other party. The afterimage dodged quickly, his tone furious. Aren't you afraid that I will kill the ghost cultivator? Yin Junyo finally spoke, his words as cold as a ghost in purgatory. Try to touch her. The blue afterimage's face froze slightly, still unwilling to give up. If you seal yourself as dragon eyes without successfully passing the tribulation, it means that you will never be able to go back, and you will never live as long as the world. Realizing that the blue afterimage was still going to continue, Yin Junyo narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you stalling for time to find someone to attack her? Jin Mansion. After dinner, Xiangjila, accompanied by Chuncho and Chungjua, completed 2 routine walks. He supported his waist, which was getting tighter and tighter. I'm getting old. My waist gets tired when I move. Chuncho smiled and pursed his lips. Princess, you are only 18. You are still far from old. What? Xiangjila widened his eyes exaggeratedly, and did not forget to pat his waist again. I'm only 18. These days, my waist is often tight, and I get tired easily. I almost forgot that I am 18, not 80. Chuncho continued to purse her lips and smile. Start walking more now, so that the young master will be able to come out more easily. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiangjila's belly. But, Princess, your belly. You are pregnant, but it seems to be a little small compared to ordinary pregnant women. Xiangjila disagreed. It's only 4 months, and it's just showing. How big can you tell? This is not the key issue. The key issue is that it's only 4 months now, and it's just showing, but her belly is already aching. If her belly gets bigger and bigger later. Xiangjila felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. At this moment, Changju walked to Xiangjila's side, looked at her belly, and comforted her in a baby voice. It doesn't hurt, don't worry. Chuncho was suddenly happy. I didn't expect that the young master would feel pain. Before she finished speaking, a light blue light flashed by Xiangjila's side. Chuncho closed her eyes and fainted on Xiangjila's body. She didn't even have time to retract the smile on her lips. Chuncho? Xiangjila suddenly felt something was wrong. Immediately looked at Changju. Just as Changju was about to speak, a maid took the initiative to walk in front of Xiangjila and bowed to her. Miss, do you need help? Xiangjila looked at the unfamiliar maid in front of him vigilantly. Are you new here? Where did you work before? After being asked by Xiangjila, the maid stopped pretending. A blue light flashed in her eyes, and she stretched out her hand to grab Xiangjila's shoulder. Changju changed her previous coquettish and naive behavior, and quickly and flexibly kicked the maid's hand away, and casually cast a barrier for Xiangjila. Little ghost cultivator, go into the space to find the stinky bird. Leaving behind this sentence, Changju continued to fight with the maid. As the fight lasted longer, the two people's fighting circle was getting farther and farther away from Xiangjila. Changju then realized that the entire Jin mansion was like a haunted house, with no breath of life at all. Mirror world. Falling in the trap, he panicked. He immediately turned around and was about to go back to find Xiangjila, and the maid who was fighting with him also showed another appearance, a young man wearing a jade-colored robe and with an extraordinary temperament. Even Shan Shui, who was an immortal servant, was not necessarily my opponent at that time. You are just a hairpin that later turned into a human form. How dare you dream of escaping from my hands? After saying this, Changju felt a tightness in his chest. He was hit hard on the chest by him, and was instantly beaten back to his original form. The man in the jade robe sneered and grabbed the hairpin that was about to fall to the ground.